This is part 2 of the membership drive that I started like 11 hours ago. I miss my family.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth think that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Scooty, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, welcome back. This is part 2 of the membership drive. We're going to carry on with covering Jeranism and Dave McKeegan versus Sam Flat Earth Reconnaissance, who claims that there's lots of glitches and anomalies in the final experiment. I'm sorry that the redirect didn't appear to work. Blame YouTube, not me. Right, okay, cool. So, James has got back to me. If anyone needs to swap the dates of their tickets, then they just need to email him and they were done. It's no problem. Right, yeah, it's no problem at all if that's what needs to happen. But yeah, we're going to carry on with the debate. This is a membership drive. I stream for as long as you make me. It's something I started doing last year and they're incredibly fun. So how it works is very simple. When I started my stream 11 and a bit hours ago, I started with a 45-minute timers and some rules. The rules are that every membership would increase the timer by 3 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats would increase the timer by 3 minutes. And after 11 hours, the timer's at 9 hours. So, I will be here for at least the next 9 hours. What that means is, you get to decide if it is just 9 hours. If you want to increase that timer, you want to join the I Can Break Time Club, all you need to do is become a member, gift a membership or upgrade the membership you already have, or super chat for something for £10/$10 worth, and then I'll add 3 minutes, or it will automatically get added to the timer. So yeah, I am at your mercy. If you hate me, punish me with your money. But yeah, we're covering Jeranism and Dave McKeegan versus Flat Earth Reconnaissance about the final experiment being fake. Because it definitely was, right? F. Dot says you ain't going anywhere, Craig. Well, that's not up to me, is it?
Well, there's one video footage and that's it. And all of us are filming each other. It's like kind of prohibitively impossible. Here's us getting on the plane. There's the empty plane. We take off. There's the beautiful ice as we fly in there. Here's us landing. Oh, that's us on the what do they call it? The scenic route. Here's us. There's a nice video of the camp. Oops, no, we don't need to watch that one. And then we've got Us arriving. Here's us flying out. So anyway, there's this screenshot from my time lapse. There's the Wi-Fi code, so now you have it, so you can steal your Wi-Fi if you want. Anyway, the fact is that this trip did happen, and there's plenty of evidence that anybody should be able to look at and say, okay, the trip happened, they were there, and then from there you can come up with whatever ideas you want about why the sun was there. You can be like Dave Weiss and pretend that we can plasma blast laser suns in the sky when it's supposed to be dark there. Remember, I mean, that would be the flat Earth position. It got dark, but we didn't. So anyway, I just want to know: are you saying then that this footage that I've taken is all fake, or is this not the ice? I mean, where do you see this anywhere else besides? I've never seen it in my life, and I've flown a lot of places. Never seen sea ice like that. We were definitely going south. We had our compasses out. It was going dead south. Somebody else made a comment about that, saying, "Oh, you couldn't be going south because the South Magnetic Pole isn't where the South Pole is." Yeah, but if you go look at a map, when you're flying from South America to Union Glacier, the South Pole is behind Union Glacier. It's in the water south of Australia, but it is in a south direction. So if your compass says you're going south, that is correct. Okay, we weren't trying to fly towards the South Pole. That's not where Union Glacier is. Here's some beautiful mountains here. Looking out the window, again, you would have to assume then that this is fake. I didn't go there, according to you. So this is a sphere in Las Vegas, I guess, out the window somehow. So anyway, you can just go through this if you want, and that's still available. t.me/Durance.
Yeah, but Jaron, when you've got the entirety of the NASA budget behind you, you can CGI and fake whatever you want. Nowadays, I can just make a prompt on ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok, and out comes a video. You know?
Up there, it's now been changed over to me ranting a lot, but this is all still here. Here's us at the camp. Here's us when we got there, back on the plane. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to show, because I don't really get any more. I can understand when we first got back, people had questions. I get that. But then after that, once there's all this evidence starts coming out and you can see that we were there clearly, you've got Duffy, who has a 24-hour video. I mean, you guys act like we didn't do anything there, that nothing was impressive, when we live streamed there. Find another person live streaming from Antarctica. I live streamed every day when I was there in Antarctica. So go find me one person that does that. So we did do a lot, and I do think it was important that we went there. You said, why did you go there? You could have just called somebody. You guys don't even believe us when we went there. So do you think you'd believe us if we said, hey, we called down there and some guy filmed it for us? No, that you would never believe that. So here's the problem with conspiracy theorists, in my opinion now, is that you've already got the decision in your mind. You already think you know the truth. And so any bit of evidence to you is evidence to use however you want. You can just twist it to mean whatever. So at that point, you should just recognize that you will forever be a flat earther, because how could something happen that would change your mind? It can't, because you would just assume it's fake. If you already think...
Dedzio became a member. Welcome to Scrappers, my friend. What you've just done is taken that timer back up above 9 hours. It had just dropped for the first time in this stream below 9 hours. And now we are at 9 hours. But we went below 9 hours. But we're now above 9. Oh my... Stop breaking time, you dicks.
It can't be... there can't be a South Pole. Then anything else would be the same thing, right? Any proof that would prove the globe, you're going to deny and just say is fake or is fabricated, right? Go ahead. I use that full time. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No problem. Okay, check it out. First of all, there are lots of glitches in your reasoning as well. And
Am I reasoning?
Which ones. Yeah, in the fact that you're using speed, using quantity, and you can probably convince people, that don't have the time to hear everything you say and to check everything you show. But when we take the time, to reason, because you have to know something, that flat earthers are not stupid. Don't make that mistake. Because flat earthers are cute people. They are.
Flat earthers are the dumbest people that exist. You're not stupid because you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther because you're stupid. That's just how it is.
Straight people. I'm talking about like true flat earthers, right? Not fake ones, of course. So at my experience, there are smart people, intelligent people, acute people, thinkers, investigators, and fair. They know how to be fair. They know to recognize when they're wrong. And I've done that experience already with them. So the thing is that,
never happened with a flat earther ever. Apart from Flatzoid, who has admitted he's wrong about me now 3 times.
In what you just said, there are a few problems. First of all, because you can show us, films like footage that look genuine, that look real. I have nothing to say about this footage. But then you jump into the conclusion, because this footage look real, then we saw 24 hours in Antarctica, and that was stupid to, even think that you were never there. But wait a second, you're jumping too fast. You prove the point, this footage is okay. Now I can show you other footage of the TFE, trip that are proving, very clearly that it couldn't happen, because if you believe that in Antarctica there are straight lines in the skies with right angles, that mountains tremble, so yes, of course, then you can believe you were there. But did you see any mountains tremble? Did you see all these anomalies? Did you see the the videos we made about all the anomalies, compilation? So the thing is that
No, but why would we watch those? Why would we watch those videos if we were there?
no problem, because of course in our position we believe that you're not saying the truth for whatever reason, and would be and again I can say that openly, I might be wrong. It's always have to say that you might.
No, you've already determined that you're not wrong. You know the Earth is flat. You've said that. You don't think it is. You don't believe it. You say you know it, right? Am I wrong? No, of course I'm not wrong. I don't do being wrong. Yeah, I do actually. I'm wrong quite a lot, but I admit it. Because that's what you do. Ugh. Me admitting I was wrong to Jaren about something helped him realise that the Earth was a globe.
Be wrong, but with what we have, I don't believe I am. So the thing is that I have a question for you. What is for you a lie? How can you define a lie?
Untruth, something that's said that's not true.
Not a synonym, but how can you define it? Like what is a lie?
You just told
The opposite of the truth.
Yes, but okay, let's see. How do you create a lie? How do you make a lie?
Tell something different than reality. Tell something different than the truth.
Well, not exactly.
Okay, then you just tell me, because you keep asking me and I'm not getting the right answer. So.
I'll tell you. A lie is the distortion of the truth. If you take something that's true and you just change a little bit of that truth, this whole thing becomes a lie. So now,
no, that's not the definition of a lie. That's like one way of lying. Why are you trying to define a lie as having to have some truth in it? No, it doesn't. I am an alien from the planet Zergolop. None of that was a twisted truth. It was definitely a lie. Lindsay's getting buffering. Is anybody else getting buffering?
I'm going to tell you something. In order for us to believe, that you were there, we need just much more than just like a few footages of you in wherever to believe that the entire thing was real. We need all the footage to be genuine. You understand? Not just like a part of them. Then there are other problems. I think that the community already picked that up, that you didn't show no tickets, or very few tickets, or very few proofs of you traveling to one place. Okay, that's one ticket.
Magical Cat Girl says that I'm not an alien, I'm a clone. I don't think that's true. I'd know if I was a clone.
Well, you were that's okay.
Yeah, but then if I showed one, you're going to say that's 2 tickets, and if that's 3.
No, I have no problem.
Okay.
Look, you knew, you just said that you knew that you were going to deal with conspiracy terrorists, right? If I had to deal with them, I would have made sure that I had every proof possible that I was there. Like every time I drink a coffee, I'll bring the receipt. Every time I travel, I'll bring everything, like videos and receipts all over the place. But
yeah.
you're very, very...
But there was. That's what Jarenism said. There was videos of everything. Windrider, yeah, Jaren flipped to the globe. Went to Antarctica, and welcome back, by the way. Went to Antarctica and figured out that the Earth is a globe by, we're looking at the 24-hour sun. Before that, him and me had a couple of debates where I got something wrong and admitted it, and that me admitting that I was wrong made him realize that globe earthers aren't lying about shit, and kind of set him down a path of MC Toon and Dave McKeegan and going to Antarctica, and the combination of it all was Earth globe. Siren says Craig model 11007593228 deactivate. Joke's on you, I'm 100759328B.
Very few of them.
We have plenty.
So
like,
that's
for
not
instance,
the proof in itself. That's not the proof in itself. I admit it.
Okay.
It's just like another clue that something like is not normal. Now I finish with this. Now the big problem that you have, Jaren, is that for us, the big problem that we have with you, let's say like this, is that for like about 10 years, I believe, it was before I came to Flat Earth, but for many years you've been not just exposing your opinion about Flat Earth, but demonstrating that Flat Earth is valid, that the Earth is flat. You've been proving it for 10 years.
I don't know.
Now,
I never proved it.
Okay, let's we can discuss about this later. And then now, you're changing your mind, and you're saying no, the Earth is not flat, and I prove it now that it's a globe. So you're trying to debunk what's been proved already, which is impossible theoretically. What's been proven cannot be debunked.
I'll just say, anyway, time's up. Let me go, and then I'm going to give it to Dave.
Let me just finish that point. So then now the thing is that you discredited yourself because it's not just that you changed opinion; you did it as a part of TFE.
Yeah.
Which is widely recognized as fake. So that means that now everything you're going to say, people are not going to believe it.
Oh, sure.
Because you already discredited. You understand? Not because we flourishers. No, I'm open to more if you.
But what if it really happened, Sam? What if it really happened? What if what I'm saying actually happened? Then do you understand my position?
If it really happened, yes, but the thing is that it's not possible.
According to you, yeah, I get that. But
yes,
here's what you forget. So people keep saying, Jaron, you proved flat Earth all these times.
Yeah. So once again, he said that he's not willing to change his mind, right? He knows it's impossible that it's true, so therefore it's not true. Syrian, no, I'm not a clone. There's no evidence I'm a clone. I never said anything about being a clone. Fuck, I'm gonna get deactivated, aren't I? I heard that's painful.
Over and over again. And I said, no, I never even claimed to prove it. I would say that there's strong evidence for it. And then they're like, yeah, so what are you going to do? Give up all these 100 evidences? And the answer is yes. If you show up at a murder scene and there's multiple pairs of shoes there, it's all evidence. It all is gathered as evidence and looked at. Some of them are going to give you the wrong answer, and one of the pairs of shoes might give you the right answer. So there's a lot of things that you can say about the Earth that make you think that it could be flat. We see too far. It looks flat. Water finds its level. Okay, those things are fine. Once you realize that the Earth is a ball, and then you're like, oh, okay. Then you go back and look at that evidence, and it makes sense that it was evidence, but it led you in the wrong direction, right? The Earth looks flat because it's so big that everywhere you are is flat. Water finds its level because the Earth is so big, and that's how water works. It finds its level wherever you're at. So anyway, I'll let Dave talk. Go ahead, Dave. Oops, I didn't start the clock.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
I think, Sam, with regards to your argument about Jaron and the fact that he changed his mind, that is not a big conspiracy.
It's not a bad thing. Changing your mind when evidence is presented that you were wrong is the intellectually correct thing to do, rather than stick to your guns even when your beliefs have been shown to be incorrect. Like Sam was saying, oh, now you changed your mind, you've lost all credibility. No, what? Because I admitted that I was wrong about something, I've lost credibility? No, it's the other way round. Yeah, J.R. Pence, Sam's playing, you changed your mind, so you're not to be trusted.
Realised that the beliefs that you had are built on misunderstandings. But that requires you having the open-mindedness to accept that you might be wrong. Like, I'm not claiming I'm right about everything, far from it. I have my understandings about things, but if someone gives me an opposing view to something, I'll consider it. But you look at the evidence as a whole. That's science. You build a conclusion based off the result, the answer, the one answer that fits everything the best. Now, a few things you brought up with regards to the anomalies, and so far I did ask you about the anomalies. You've not really given me much back from that, and you've not really answered as to whether you think we were in Antarctica or not. But let's test your thing here of like, can you be? You say you're honest, you say you're smart, and so you.
He's like, I don't know if I'm honest and smart. No, you're not. You're well, you might be honest, but really not fucking smart, Sam. J.R. Pence for $2 says, Flerf thinks self-correction is weakness. Yes, exactly. Like, look at my most recent post. I was wrong about Trump being shot. He was. And I ate crow.
Say there's nowhere in reality do you have straight lines in the sky. And I'm assuming you're referring to, in the YouTube video, there's that stitch line, isn't there, that looks like a corner in the sky, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you say that's an anomaly that points towards TFE being faked, yeah?
Yes, one of them, of course.
Okay. Jaron, can I share my screen, please?
I love it when Dave brings receipts. He's so good at it.
Should come up over here.
That one. Okay, you seeing that?
I wonder why it went on its own window here. Let me see if I can move it over here. Okay, go ahead. I'll put it on the screen. Let's do this one here. Okay, my picture's not going to be on there, but you'll be fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. But Sam, you can see that, yeah?
Yes, the picture.
Okay, so that is Yeah, so that is stating that the way that YouTube projects a 360 video, because a video is not actually 300, it isn't like a sphere. It's a equirectangular video that's stretched to see all 360 degrees, and the way that YouTube projects it is it projects it onto a cube map. So it takes that equirectangular video and then it lays it out on a cube map. So the videos that you watch on YouTube are being projected as a cube, not because reality is a cube, not because Antarctica is a cube, but because that is how YouTube projects the videos. Now, here is that original time lapse in Insta Studio, the original file that came off of the 360 camera that I shot it with.
Oh, let me guess. It does not have that anomaly.
That is the actual video being projected in Insta Studio, not as a cube. And I've pulled this up before on live streams. I went on to Flatzoid's live stream because he brought up this same argument, and I showed him that video. And I let them take the time to zoom into it all and have a look around it. There is no stitch lines within there. So the stitch line that you've brought up as an anomaly is not an anomaly for TFE. It's a function of YouTube that you've seemingly just taken at face value, and rather than look into it and go in depth and say, is there another possible answer to this, you've ran with it as that's a sign that TFE is fake.
Dave, are you saying that a flat earther didn't do research? Oh my. Oh my.
Which is what I said to you in the email that you sent to me in the first place, bringing up Dearth. And the fact that Dearth seems suspicious to you, the fact that Dave, that he's arguing in favor of us. And I told you, if it wasn't for the fact that two of his friends were on that trip, he'd have just gone blanket, they're liars, it's all fake. The fact that he had two of his friends on there meant that he couldn't do that. He had to try and find something. So he was almost forced to do what science is supposed to do in the first place, which is look at something and think,
I thought that was a penguin there, but it's a cursor. I'm like, what the fuck? Is there a penguin in the image? No, it's a cursor.
That's not what I was expecting. But what are the possible answers for it? Not, that doesn't fit what I was expecting. But I can say that's fake, so I'll just go with that. So, now my answer to you would be, since you've been talking about your sort of being open and honest, would you now say that the stitch line is actually still an anomaly to TFE, or does it fit more that it's a problem of YouTube and that you got it wrong?
Okay, so...
Are we ready for the obfuscation and lies? No, I'm not going to admit that I was wrong. God, right. Guys, is it racist to do a French-Canadian accent in a mocking way? I'm not sure. Doxon Greenlight says he'd never seen a gunshot wound or graze that didn't leave some kind of mark. Well, the shrapnel that hit him, literally just like, it was the top of his ear, just like literally the skin. Which is, there's no muscle, there's no fat, it's just a bit of skin with some blood supply, heals quickly and cleanly. I was just wrong. Okay, I will mock the French Canadian.
Before to answer to that, I'm just asking you a question. What do you think about the flat earth people? Do you think they're either stupid or crazy to believe, because you're saying of them that we believe, actually we understand, but let's say that they believe that the earth is flat.
So they've just presented you some evidence that you're wrong, and you're just going to ignore that and talk about something else. It's like some kind of defense mechanism. The obfuscation, evolutionary obfuscation. JR Pence for $5 says, compression and video processing of all kinds are where Flerfs mine their doubts to distribute their viewers. You said too many words there. Flerfs are just dumb. We have dropped now below the 9-hour mark. We are at 8 hours and 45 minutes. This means that this stream will finish at around 2 p.m.
And that they cannot see the evidence that the earth is a globe. So how do you see us? Honestly, because we're talking honest, right? Like, you have to see us as, I see you as liars. That's no problem. You know, I'm talking with you now. So of course you have to see us as stupid or crazy. Is that true?
No, I mean, it depends on the individual. I'm not going to blank, I'm not going to tarnish
everyone. In general.
I'm not going to say everyone.
I don't
just automatic. No, I don't just go into it and go, you believe this that I don't believe, therefore I think you're a moron. There's various different reasons. It depends on the individual. There are certain individuals who I don't believe genuinely think the earth is flat and are just doing it as a grift. There are people who I think do genuinely believe the earth is flat Some of them do have fairly low intelligence to understand these things. I'm not saying all flat earthers are stupid, but by the same token, I know plenty of people who are complete fucking idiots who think the Earth's a globe. So I'm not going to tarnish everybody with the same brush and say you're an idiot because you're a flat earther, therefore you're an idiot.
Well, no, you're not a flat earther, therefore you're an idiot. You're a flat earther because you're an idiot. It's like it's a cause and effect thing, Dave.
I think some of it falls down to you fall into a rabbit hole of you look at something and then wind up jumping to the wrong conclusion too quickly, and the further you go down that rabbit hole, the further it is to pull yourself back. And it's not because you're stupid, it's because you just, humans by nature, we sort of deviate to that answer that we prefer. And so no, I don't think it's because you're an idiot.
It's good that you told me that, because by showing me that demonstration, that what we saw in your footage, when we zoomed on it, we saw that line, that straight line. I can play it if you want. That you're trying to convince me or us that it is because of some technical, issues or ways that YouTube works with, like, that it happened. So I'm telling you, like, straight, come on, Dave, do you really think we can believe that? If you think we can believe that, of course you think we're stupid. How can we believe that what we see in your footage is come from YouTube? Come on.
Yes.
He just explained that it's only on YouTube. It's the way that YouTube project the video that they have uploaded. Dave showed you that it's not there in the raw footage.
Sam. So let me just make sure I'm understanding you right here, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so you look at the footage that's on YouTube, and you see lines on there that look like a cube, and you go, it's fake. I pull up the original file that doesn't have lines on it, and you've managed to come to the conclusion that because the original file doesn't have lines on it, but the one that's gone through YouTube does, you're still going to believe the one that's already been through processing through YouTube, and the fact that I've shown you that YouTube puts lines into 360 videos.
The fact that YouTube might do that, it cannot justify what we see in your footage. You understand? First of all, it's different, and second of all, it's obvious that we have to zoom in to see it, and it doesn't look like what you showed us anyways. So,
What? It does. Why is he ignoring the fact that the raw footage does not have it? Why is he ignoring it? I would be pushing him so hard on that.
If it was the case, we will be able to see that straight line all over the videos that you put on YouTube, but we don't see that. We see that just at one point. You understand? So that's also a problem in what you say. It doesn't fit again reality. And again, which is this is our fault, our problem. We're gonna have to tend to also refute everything you say, not just because we flat earthers, it's because at one point when we believe that someone is lying, so of course we don't trust him anymore. So we're very suspicious in everything you can say. But in this case, I believe it doesn't apply to if it's all that you found to justify this, it's kind of weak a little bit. So the thing is that again, this alone wouldn't be for me a proof that
so nutter is his response there. Just full on nutter. I don't believe it. It's fake because reasons. Yeah, Magical Cat Girl. Of course he doesn't understand that. Even though Dave showed him the fucking original, it's absolutely crazy. Yeah, I need to take a quick Riley. Back in 1 minute.
Yo, it's Whitson. Gets it. Step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth. Get ready for the hype, bro. Ace algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's the globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though, not defined in full, bro. It's superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, Electrostatic's a maze, bro. Made objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small things floated, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick to show. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MC Tune and Globers, you can't deny it, bro. Witsit gets it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. Words, yo, words, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro. To keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro.
Shoplifting now, what the fuck?
It was fake. But this combined with another like some, I believe, 70 or 80 anomalies in your footage.
Oh boy.
Do you know, bring us to that conclusion. Now,
Great, name three.
Yeah.
Okay. Which the three best one or just three?
Pick three. You say you've got
Okay.
70 or 80. We've been streaming
Well,
now for half an hour.
wait.
You've named one.
No problem, but it's been on YouTube for like a few months already. It's called the
Great.
TFE mistakes compilations. There are 2 movies.
Great.
There's thousands of views, so I don't know. It's not something that I'm just saying now.
Name three.
So I'm gonna name one of them that takes 2 examples. When you see the sun between Maktoon's face and the camera, and when you see that other guy, I don't know his name, who puts his hand like this, and you see the sun in front of his hand, covering entire his hand. So how do you explain that? It's a 360 camera effect.
No.
You want me to show it to you? I have it.
Oh, no. I know exactly what you're talking about. What you were talking about,
Yes.
there's a lens guard on the front of the 360 camera. So you shine a bright light, and do you know what? I will even do this for you. You carry on talking your anomalies, and I will set this up for you, and I can see if I can repeat it right here.
And I think that I have it on my video somewhere here. I think when I was going to talk to you that first time. Do you remember the date we talked? Was that about a month ago?
Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the exact time. So September 20th.
The amount of cope is actually insane. Like the levels of denial that they have to go through. Yeah, my mum bakes cakes, exactly. We're down to 8 hours and 35 minutes. Been streaming for about, well, close to 12 hours now. In 10 minutes time, it'd be 12 hours I've been streaming.
Wait a second, because we're around here probably. Okay, I'm just going to find this video. So what I did is I went outside to the front yard. There's a light pole. Go ahead, Dave, show them.
That's all right. I'm going to see if I can get this to... It's.
What are you showing me here?
So I've got my 360 camera here, and I'm going to see if I can make it with a bright light there, What are you saying you were getting? So, I've spun that round. There's a lens guard on the front of these, right? So, I've seen the footage that you showed, where you get that shadow line.
That you showed. I just exposed it. This is your footage, not mine. But anyway.
No, you said Toon's footage, not my footage.
Oh, it's MacToon's footage of Antarctica. Like,
Okay.
not mine. Okay.
Right. So you're saying when Toon goes in front...
Okay.
When Toon goes in front of the camera, you see a black line appear, don't you? Like a dark
No.
line.
He's talking about the bright light, the sun.
Let me show you.
Yeah,
let me
show
you.
it. Do a share screen, because then I'll show you.
I'm gonna share.
Have they ever Oh no, of course they haven't. I was going to ask, have they ever researched? But no. But you know, imagine if they did research. That would be crazy, right? Oh, what is that weird thing we're seeing? Let's research what that could be. Leo says the Flerf reset drinking game. No, thank you. I don't want to die.
Share the screen. Wait a second. Just give me 1 second.
Sam, where this bothers me is that when you go around saying that flat earthers are smart and that they're good researchers, and then this is as simple as you going outside your house with a camera. That's how simple it is to prove this wrong. You haven't done that yet. I know for a fact you haven't done it, or else you wouldn't be here repeating garbage. So I'm just telling you.
Well, this is your opinion. You know,
That's not my opinion. It's a fact. I'll show you.
I'm hearing you.
It's a fact that if you go out in your front yard with a camera and go look at the sun pass behind a telephone pole, that you'll see that. So it's not my opinion. That if you can go see it, then that's not my opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me
Sharing?
just-
Oh, you're not sharing it.
Here, I'm gonna share. Wait a second. Here we go. Actually, I'm gonna just show you I made a little parody video.
It was terrible.
You made a parody video. Is this going to be your evidence? A parody video? Good Lord, you're fucking dumb. Yes, to confirm, all flat earthers are fucking stupid. You cannot be a flat earther if you're not stupid. But here's the thing. Stupidity can be fixed by just, stopping being stupid. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a bit achy. I probably shouldn't have done glute day 2 days ago, because that's just kicking in now.
The trailer?
Yes.
It's awful.
Yes, I knew you were going to say that.
Okay, can I show you something? Or
Oh, wait a second. So I just share it to you. Wait a second. How do I share
at
it?
the bottom it should say share screen, and then you click that, and then you pick the screen.
Yes. Share screen. Here we go. Share screen button. Documents. Screens. Okay.
I still don't see it yet.
I got it.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you're sharing.
You're going to see it.
Okay, is that plain? Okay, I got you. Make it on this
Come
screen.
on, Darren, let's see it.
Oops. Sorry, browse. Okay, we see it.
You see?
Yep.
So the thing is that, I also thought it might be something technical because, I'm not an expert in these things.
Wait, hold on. Where was the one that you're showing us with Toon? I thought you were showing Toon's footage.
It's just in the beginning. You see? Here it is. Wait a second.
So you think there that his head is blocking the sun?
No, the sun is blocking his head, which is much more difficult.
No, I mean, the strange thing here is that I'm asking you, play it as a video again so we can see him walk in front of it. I mean, he's not even blocking.
You think that the sun is in front of his head? Like, what, they forgot to layer it? Oh, my Lord. It's called Really Bright Sun.
That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, let me just...
Okay, so let me just show you, because his head is significantly lower there. But let me show you here. This is some footage. I'm trying not to get my house exposed here. Let's go like this. Okay, so this is footage I did in my front yard. Look at that. Let me go back here and press play up. There we go. So as you see here, watch this pole. Watch the sun. Watch the sun. Okay, so are you surprised that the sun is in front of that light pole? Is this shocking to you?
At first, yes.
Okay, so you need to go outside with a freaking camera, Sam, and go observe the fucking world.
Finish that video. Just don't stop in the middle.
Okay.
Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, because it was
What
blocked.
happened?
It was blocked.
Oh, I understand that.
Okay, so hold
you're
on.
saying
Show
that
it, Jonathan.
The sun can appear in the beginning.
Show
but
it,
then
Jonathan.
disappears.
Show
But
Jonathan.
That's not the case.
Show Jonathan right now on your screen there. He doesn't ever block the sun.
I don't talk about this. I talk about that video. You just stopped it where the sun, of course, with a big light, is going to start, hiding.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're showing.
It's going to disappear.
Hold on, you're showing the
Part of the sun is apparently in front. What you're not understanding there, come on, anyone that says flat earthers aren't stupid is wrong.
One part,
Okay.
you're showing the one part where Toon walks in front of it like that. You guys are pausing it and showing that it's in front of him.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Sam. Okay,
Go ahead, Dave.
let's change tack here then. Okay, so you're saying that that's fake. That's proof it's fake.
I
That
don't
it's
say
not the sun.
The footage says it, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the sun or the effects, but something is fake. You see, a normal picture, we've seen normal movies and pictures, the sun doesn't stay in front of you. I don't know, how can you believe that? How can you explain that? So the sun is going to act exactly like in Jaren's picture here. He's going to first, blind you, but then he's going to disappear behind you.
I can
Not
give you
totally,
the answer.
but,
Listen.
I'll give you the answer. Because the sun is not behind Toon's head, it's above Toon's head, and there is a hell of a lot of glare. His head is going across the glare, not across the sun. That is why when you shoot, it's the same reason that when you see a sunset, it looks like the sun is getting smaller. It's not, it's the glare's getting reduced. It's why I used a solar filter to photograph the sun, not just point a camera straight at it. The sun itself, if you take a view of the sun and then put a solar filter in front of the camera, the sun itself is actually a tiny dot in the sky, but the glare makes it look huge. Jaren has just shown you the exact same thing. If you get the actual sun behind the pole, it gets blocked. But if it's just to the side of the pole, you get glare across it, and therefore it looks like the sun is in front of the pole, even though it's actually not. Exactly the same thing with Toon. So again, this is not an anomaly of the footage. This is you not understanding optics, but rather than investigating it and seeing, can you replicate this in real life, you just jump straight to, well, therefore it's fake.
And in this Jonathan footage here, he never blocks the sun. So I don't understand your position. So in that video of mine...
Let me show it to you.
Okay.
You see? Here it goes.
Yeah, he's not blocking the sun, just like the pole wasn't blocking the sun. The pole was
This is...
Yeah, his hand is literally going into the glare. Like, the sun's a lot smaller than that. If you were to look at what the sun actually is, it's like a tiny bit here. But this is all glare, which is then, hiding his hand.
It's a different anomaly.
Oh.
The anomaly here is that his hand disappears totally behind the sun.
So does the
This is
pole.
not normal.
So does the pole I just showed you.
The glare doesn't explain that. Show me the different glares and different footage all over the internet. You see that?
Look at this. I'm showing you this. So is it surprising to you that this pole is behind the sun?
At that point, it doesn't stop here. You have to finish the video.
But the pole blocks it. The pole blocks it, and Jonathan never did. Do you see the difference?
Exactly.
Okay, well, now you're just not making sense. I mean, I thought you had some sort of decent position here. You don't have any position here.
No. Oh, God, Jaren, you're still quite naive as a glower, and how stupid Flerfs are, which surprises me.
Wait a second. You're saying because that pole is blocking the sun?
Right here.
So the sun blocking that hand there, it's okay. You don't have any...
What are you talking about? So here the pole...
Can I share?
Yeah, please. Oh, wait, sorry. Can you stop sharing, Sam?
Oh, okay.
Please.
Just one really quick question for Sam. Okay, dead easy. I'm just going to show you a picture I found on the internet, not mine. I've just one I found randomly on the internet. One quick question for you, Sam. Okay, can you see this?
Hold on, let me get over there. I'm not there yet. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's a glare. That's what you see. It's a glare.
Okay, great. So is the rear view mirror of that car in front of or behind the sun?
Yeah, but this is a picture. You can stop the glare wherever you want. Just have it.
A video is a sequence of pictures. It's exactly the same. Is the mirror of this car in front of or behind the sun?
At that point, it's not yet behind. It's not yet above.
Yeah.
Because you stopped the picture. But here's a video I'm showing you, not a picture. You have to show me a video. If you want to convince me, show me a video.
But didn't he just tell you that videos are just a sequence of pictures?
Hang on. So a video would convince you. You're saying that less than 2 minutes after Jaren has just shown you a video of this that you reject.
But his video is true. It's okay with the poll. But again, it goes against the video I showed you of TFE. The TFE video is fake, not Jaren's video of the poll. Why?
Right. So
because you see clearly that the hand cannot go behind the sun, and the sun cannot go in front of a face.
Right.
The video doesn't show that. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Now you seem to be.
The video literally showed the sun in front of the pole, then behind the pole, then in front of the pole. How at any time was the sun in front of the pole?
Lying here, Sam, because just said to me, you've just said, show me a video. We've already shown you a video, but then you're saying, yeah, but I'm not accepting that video because it's not a TFE video. But if we show you a TFE video of it happening, you'll say it's fake because it's TFE.
That's not what I said. I'm saying that the video that Jaren showed me of the sun acting normally, like it's like big glare, and then at one point it goes behind the object, which is normal. Well, it doesn't show in the TFE video. It's the opposite. In the TFE video, you see that the object between the camera and the sun goes behind the sun.
Has the
so
video
look at
been
here.
louder
What
than
is
my
it to
voice?
Go behind the sun.
understand?
Look at the screen.
It
You can
doesn't go
see.
behind the sun.
Okay. Well, in North Korea you can explain that, but here it's going to be difficult for you to make us believe that.
Sam, so
Come on, Dave, come on.
do you see?
What did he just say?
Look at the screen.
It
You can
doesn't go
see.
behind the sun.
Okay. Well, in North Korea you can explain that, but here it's going to be difficult for you to make us believe that.
What?
Sam,
What
so
about North Korea?
do you see
now?
the screen here? Oh, wait,
Yes.
you do. Okay, so you see the light is blocking the house.
Again, it's a picture.
No,
problem.
it's not
At some
a. It's
point
not a
you can
picture.
put
It's a
it somewhere
fucking
you
video,
want.
dude. It's a video. I just paused it. Can I not pause it?
Yeah.
It doesn't become
And
a
then
picture.
What happened?
What
And
do you
then
mean?
what happened?
So isn't this enough to realize that if that was Toon's head, that Toon's head would be behind the sun?
No. It will be enough if you keep on filming and the entire sun was blocking the entire house. This would
What?
be enough.
The
But it's not
entire. So the
enough.
entire sun blocks his entire body. Show me
Well,
that video.
What do you-
Oh no, it has to be much more than you're showing. Like, does he not? Does he literally not know what a glare is? Is this what we're dealing with? People that are so dumb, so actually retarded, they don't know what glare is.
Can't you see that Toon's
No,
face
here's what I have a
is
problem with.
slowly
You
disappearing?
just got done telling us. Hold on, Sam. You just got done telling us in your intro that flat earthers admit when they're wrong. Okay, that's what you said.
Exactly.
So you're wrong about this, and you're just not
No.
going.
Flat earthers never admit when they're wrong. The only time they admit when they're wrong is when they're no longer flat earthers.
to admit it. What do you mean you're not wrong?
How can I'm wrong?
So
You show me something that
every
is
single
not-
person in the chat will say that you're wrong. Every single person.
All right, Jared.
Yeah, go ahead.
No problem.
All right.
So this is good anyways because you can,
Well,
you can show people
I expected
how
you to
we think
be.
and how we do things.
No, it's not how we think. I expected you to be more truthful, kind of like the conversation that we had. Not, I don't know what you're doing now. You're just denying everything. Go ahead, Dave. You want to show
Then
them?
I was.
Okay, right.
We just showed you examples of what you're looking for. By the way, that is porta potty next to my house because
Not
people
true.
are
Okay,
remodeling.
Sam.
Different examples.
Go
Go ahead. I'm
Right. So you'd like to see that same behavior from a video in Antarctica, yes?
I'd like to show you to show me another.
Okay, great. So here's the folder of all. Here's the folder of all the videos that I took, and here is one that I took of. While
I don't.
Oh, you cut out for a second. Started a little bit. 5 seconds ago.
It's a connections forums.
Dave, we don't hear your sound now. My connection's fine.
Dave went away.
Where'd you say the connection was bad? Oh, there we go. Now we hear you. Go ahead. You just for about 5 seconds cut out your volume.
oh, sorry, I've just had a notice. My internet's gone unstable.
No problem. Go ahead.
okay.
No problem. No pressure. Yes, go ahead.
So, yes. So this is my solar camera in Antarctica. There is the sun. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And I moved. Oh look, there's the camera. There's the sun. Well, that's completely disappeared, and it doesn't actually disappear
Go ahead.
until I
Keep on
get the
filming.
sun
Keep on
itself.
filming. Yes. Oh,
Yeah, there.
What happened there?
Wait, but that never happens in
The
your footage.
sun went behind the camera,
Yeah,
not the
normal.
glare.
Normal. But here in the TFE footage of MacToon, it goes all the way.
Show us.
Disappears
Show us.
As it goes. I
Sam,
just showed you.
Sam, you're not.
I don't know. I just showed you. I don't know what else to do. I'm going to show you again.
Try thinking. It helps a lot.
Try.
Look.
Try think. Yeah, flat earthers and the thinking thing. It's not really a great. They don't do that much, honestly.
Look how
Look at what's
far,
happening.
Look how far the camera has to
But
get
it's not
over
enough.
the sun.
It's not enough
Look.
because in your footage is the entire face that always disappears totally. Here at one point your camera appears in front of the sun, but in your footage, your fake video footage of TFE, you can see that the sun stays.
What?
Never disappears behind
Okay.
MacToon's face. I don't know. I don't understand what. I can say it in Hebrew if you want. I can say it in French.
But
I'm going to show it again.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't see. I get it. Let me just show it. Just one more.
Show us
time.
again, because I want to see Toon's head has to completely
Yes.
cover the sun and the sun not go out. That's what I want
no
to see.
problem. Here it is. That was actually a.
Which is a
subject of-
physical impossibility, but
Yeah, it doesn't happen. This Sam is a liar. I would love to get this guy on for a debate. Flat Earth Reconnaissance. Is that a YouTube channel? Reconnaissance, that's a weird word to spell.
There are so many.
Oh, he did a video about this. Wow. Oh, it was this guy that did the Weiss files.
So.
Right. Wonder if I could get him on for a debate. He seems willing. Kiwi Bush says, I wouldn't platform Sam. Why not? Is he a horrific person? Beyond toxic. Ah.
And that's the best footage you have, is that little clip from the beginning of that trailer? I think I could probably find it on Edward Hendry's. That was an Edward Hendry thing. You guys should stop paying attention to that guy too. He's out of his mind.
I don't even know who he is.
He's been on your guys' show a couple times.
So you see the problem that I have is that while the Mactoon is moving, it disappears.
Wait, you didn't show us. You weren't sharing your screen. You weren't sharing your screen. We didn't see anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Yeah, I hate those machines. Wait a second. Share screen. Here we go. Here comes the pain.
We're ready.
Go ahead.
Hold on, let me get this on the screen for everybody. Browser's low. Okay, it's a plane right now. Go ahead. Okay, so with your mouse, can you point to me where the center of the sun is? Thanks, Dave. Sam, can you point? Can you point where the?
So the claim is there that Toon covers the entire sun, yet the sun's still visible.
Center of the sun is when Toon's walking by it. Rewind.
You're saying now it's a question of center. You're saying it's a question of glare. Now it's a question of center.
What do you mean? That's
the sun is in the middle of the glare.
The sun's not that big.
Oh, I see. So the fact that it disappears totally, that means that you're saying that it's on the edge of the sun, and
that's what we're saying.
Normal that it disappears. Okay, even though it goes all the way across.
No, he doesn't go all the way across. We asked you to show us that. Show us that.
I show it again.
Show it again.
You tell me. I don't understand.
Everybody in the chat will be able to see that the center of the sun is nowhere near Toon's head.
Okay. I don't know how many times I have to show it for them to see, but...
well, no, they don't need to see it any more times.
Yeah, we're watching, Sam, and we're seeing that what you're saying is absolute bullshit. Guys, we have been streaming now for 12 hours and 6 minutes. Yes, we started yesterday. At the moment, the stream will end in 8 hours and 16 minutes. Of course, you can change that if you want. The way you can change that is simply by becoming a member, gifting a membership, or upgrading the membership you already have, because as soon as you do that, the timer goes up by 3 minutes. I will stay here, streaming, until that timer reaches 0.
You do.
Okay, check it out. I don't. I made videos of that. Okay, here we go.
Okay. So where's the center of the sun?
Here, you see?
This
is Mactoon's face. Here goes his face. So that means it's exactly at the center of the sun.
Here?
Yes, here we go. The R, the P and the R of presence is still,
here?
to the his face. Yes, exactly, yeah.
I don't think that's...
The S is in the middle of the glare.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this is... You see, the glare is here.
Where?
So you can see it's in the middle. And anyways, it should not...
Okay,
even if it was lower, it should not be covered by the sun.
We just showed you. Anyways, we just showed you multiple videos of that, dude. You're not even.
Yeah, they've. Jesus Christ, my friend, they have literally just shown you it, but you're too dumb.
You're just.
Hey, Vic from Canada, how you doing, my friend?
You're refuting your own self.
Check it out. We made our point, so there's no sense to keep on talking about it because,
well, there might be no more sense in talking about anything if you can't.
Who's making sense, who doesn't make sense, it's okay. We can.
Okay, give us another one. You gave us one. You gave us one. Give us another one. So we'll see if it's just as bad. Then we just have to stop.
Oh.
You have to have something better. You have to have something. This is something anybody can see.
No, that's the best, man.
That's your best evidence that we. That's the best evidence that we faked.
On YouTube, it's like unpublished on YouTube yet.
That's your best evidence that we faked the entire trip.
No. This is the best evidence that your footage is faked.
That's wow.
Okay,
so
so
much more than that. But,
great. So can we get to the root of this then? Because I'm really interested to hear.
Oh, okay.
Again, you have to remember that if it was faked, then they edited it and put it up with that apparent mistake. Kipdar for $2 says, Flerfs have the memory of Dory from Finding Nemo. Flerfs have the memory of Dory from Finding Nemo. Did you know, guys, that Flerfs have the memory of Dory from Finding Nemo? I used to like that movie until Ellen DeGeneres was a cunt. And not the good cunt.
But you
Right, because I asked you in the opening statement about a couple of questions, and you haven't answered any of them in terms of, it's all well and good just saying the footage is fake. But I've questioned you as to what you think, what we actually did. And Jaren's asked you the same thing. So, 360 footage in the 24-hour sun aside, did Jaren and I go to Antarctica, yes or no?
Of course not.
We didn't go to Antarctica. Did we go to Chile?
I don't know.
What?
I don't,
Hang on, no,
I don't really
it's
care.
not possible
I
we went to Antarctica.
I don't know. I didn't check that. I just checked the fact that you were not in Antarctica. I don't want to to investigate another time, another skill to investigate every single move you said you did. But
So-
for me, it's enough, that to say that you were not in Antarctica.
So, okay.
I might be wrong again. I say it openly.
Except you're doubling down, so you're not saying that you might be wrong. It's getting stupider, right?
Can guarantee you are. No hesitation there. You're definitely
at that
wrong.
point, there is no possibility of this. But I'm open because it's hard to
Evidently,
to
you're
things.
not though, because
No, you're
every
not.
single explanation we've given you, you've shut down on based on nothing other than your knowledge of
Take it out.
cameras at all.
This is recorded. People will be able to judge by themselves because this is the point. To judge, the way I reason, the way you reason, what I say,
Okay.
what to say. So
Well,
this is for the record.
okay.
I have no problem.
Let me tell you something, Sam, just so you can get an example. That guy, Steve Falconer, put out a video called Scam Arctica, and every single comment is flat earthers praising it and how great it is, and it is a complete and total disaster of a documentary. He actually proves that the Earth's a globe several ways, including he's going through all the times of the 24-hour sun in the south at all these different places. So it's just funny to me because what you're saying is that, oh, well, people will be able to look at this and they'll be able to decide. But if you're talking about going to your flat earth friends, Vika Dravis and all these guys, they're going to just agree with you because they also have already determined that this is fake. They've already come to that conclusion.
Okay.
So
Don't try to put your own face on us because the question of believers believing and being a cult is actually on the globe side. We are
really?
breaking free from a cult because we are thinking, we are reasoning. We're not like we want to believe.
So I am. I don't know if you guys. Yeah, you saw my politics debate on Modern Day Debates the other day. I didn't like how it went. Not that I thought I did a bad job. I mean, it's not my best debate ever, but I don't think I did a bad job considering who I was up against. But it wasn't me that was angry about how it went. It was my wife. She did not like me being attacked personally when I'm in a bit of an emotionally vulnerable state. And she could see that I was slightly upset by some things. And she went into no one hurt my man mood. And I think she emailed James because some comments he put up were removed. And I saw her typing furiously on her phone for like an hour. And she wouldn't tell me what she was doing. And now James is apologizing to me. I think my wife got mad at James for me.
If so much that really to lie to ourselves. This is
That's what
exactly
you're doing. That is what you're doing.
According to my to my opinion again. I'm just talking
Okay, so
but anyways,
let's put this to the test then. You say you're not in a cult, that you're free thinking, logical, but you say that all of TFE was fake. Now, rather than so far all we've had is you just saying it's fake or reasons you think it's fake, how would it be fake?
what do you mean how? Like technically how? Like you went someplace else?
You have 24 hours non-stop 360-degree footage, right? I have the 360 time-lapse still on this camera that I have already shown you as well, right? And all the video footage that we've shot that you are saying it's fake, right? But we're all actually there. We were doing live streams at that time that our...
Crypto says, too much whiskey in Battlefield 6. I'm out. Have a good stream. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Battlefield 6. I refunded it after about 6 hours because I just did not enjoy it.
I did a 3-hour...
But thank you for being here. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and enjoy your drunken stupor.
a live stream. Jaren was constantly streaming. So we had to have been somewhere at that time, right? I did a live stream, 9 o'clock at night. Will did a live stream from the same place with the sun at midnight. How would that be faked?
So I tell you, there are many ways into how it can be faked. Now the thing about the signal, you're saying that you were live. I didn't study that much, but I know that other flat earthers did, and that actually demonstrate that you were not live. It was pre-recorded.
Nobody's
And
demonstrated
the other
that.
thing is that I tell you something. The other thing is that there's a pattern with you guys. Is that you always come up to prove things by saying, "Oh, I saw it on TV. Oh, look at the footage. It's true because
No, we were there."
But wait.
No, they're not saying they saw the footage on TV. They're saying they created the footage.
Wait a second. We're disputing that point. The thing is that besides your footage that you can defend, that you can try to explain all these anomalies. Besides that, there are other anomalies that are not in the footage. You understand?
Are there anomalies not in the footage?
Exactly, anomalies about you not showing the receipts.
We did show the receipts.
No, you should show a couple of receipts and say that's no big deal. But to show all the receipts and because you should have known.
What do they want a receipt for? For every building they went into. They've shown you some receipts, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
That conspiracies,
Sure, but when we got back, you guys were all saying all these things, so I didn't bring it up. Like, I can show you my Uber account that shows you all my driving around in Punta Arenas.
No problem.
Oh, so that's the thing. You're not willing to look at anything. You're not willing to change your mind no matter what we present.
Sam,
no.
How did we fake it? I've asked you a question. You're rambling off on a tangent, which to me says you can't explain how it would be faked, but you want to insist it was faked. So how would that be all faked?
I tell you what. First of all, at that point, it's not even important how to did it, who did it, why. It's not important. The fact is, it is fake. But the fact that we can see all these anomalies in your footage that can be seen in anomalies that we see on LCD screens elsewhere, and that line there, that line is like the killer for you. It's a TFE killer.
But again, that line there is only on the YouTube footage. It's not on the raw footage. Guys, why aren't you pushing him on this? That line is not there on the actual footage, only on YouTube. And what is the only difference? The YouTube processing. I think I could have fun with Sam.
Proves by itself that you were into some sort of a closed environment in a studio. The snow that you can see the print over there. So David Weiss tried to debunk it, but we debunked his debunking because it's not possible. So the thing is that everything points to that direction, that you must have been someplace else. You must have been in some kind of a studio. Now the fact that we don't know where you were and how you did it exactly doesn't prove it wasn't fake. You understand? So give us some time. We'll have some intelligence report. And actually,
we've given you 10 months.
10 months.
Yeah. You've had nearly a year at this point, and you've got fuck all. Yeah, guys, I know that you think he's toxic, but I want him. Not in that way. You know what I mean.
No, not enough. We don't have the means that you had for that, because apparently you had the money to do that. Somebody paid. Somebody helped you with authorizations, with flights, so it was organized somehow.
Yeah, that's what ALE does. That's what ALE does every year, every day. Not every day. They don't do it during the winter, but I'm saying during their summer, they take people down there. You can call them and book a trip. You don't even need to go there. You can go to the tip of South America for $1,500. Film the sun going to the left when it needs to go to the right if the Earth is flat. Watch the sun travel the horizon, then rise the next morning, and you realize, oh, if I fly that way and the sun rises up, I would get to a spot that it never sets. That's what we saw.
And with all that, we don't have a 24-hour sun video for like 80 years.
Right. It's not very. It's not easy.
Why?
We know why. Of course, we do know why. Because there's no 24 hours sun.
No, the real reason is because people have known that the Earth is a ball for years, thousands of years. So they didn't ever thought about like, oh, we need to make sure we show this.
Yeah, but there is videos of the 24-hour sun. There's been several of them.
Thousands of years.
I said thousands of years.
No. This is what you believe. This is going to believe. The globe believe. It's not true.
What's not true?
It's about. I tell you when. It's about 600 years old.
So when I show you, can I show you books from the year 90?
You can show me.
What about
I'll tell
Ptolemy?
you something.
These guys believed in a globe Earth.
Wait a second. Who tells you that? The Catholic Church that that invented the globe?
So okay, so then if we can't count any of history now.
The Catholic Church did not invent the globe. This is just fucking asinine. This guy is such a dumbass. 8 hours and 4. We're about to drop under the 8 hour minute, guys. We're about to drop under the 8 hour mark, which means that I will get to go to sleep at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yay!
You're saying that no history counts. Could you believe the history from 600 years, but not before that?
No, not this.
Well, what history do you believe?
I just use again reasoning, intelligence.
No, that's not
Basic
intelligence.
reasoning. Let me prove it to you.
Okay.
The thing is that in 1440,
Right.
a bishop, a German Catholic bishop called Nicholas of Cusa, wrote a book that's called Learned Ignorance. And in his book, he's starting to talk about the Earth not being alone in the universe, not being stationary. So my question is this: if the entire world was believing this for like so long, how come you had to start, to write a book about it? It's like me saying today, oh, you know what? The Earth is a globe, and I'm going to write a book about it. This is ridiculous. But the Catholic Church did start inventing science when they started inventing the globe thing. This is, there are videos about it. There are,
The Catholic Church invented science. No, they didn't.
many evidence of it, and we also know why they did it and what was the objective. One of the main objectives, let's say, about it. So it's not for like thousands of years. And again, in our books, that I'm Jewish Sephardic, so I read ancient books. The word globe doesn't even exist there, and everything says that it's flat, but that's something else that you can say. I don't believe in the Bible.
No, I didn't say that. I believe that people who wrote the Bible believed that the Earth was flat. Clearly, they didn't believe in a globe.
Not believe, understood. It's not like a.
And it is. You're telling me that people back 2,000 years ago knew about the shape of the Earth? How did they know that?
Hey, Professor Philip Bell, how you doing, my friend?
5,000 years ago, how did they know the shape of the Earth?
I tell you how. The thing is that
they thought.
Yeah, Professor Philip Bell. This is like 11 months later, and they're still coping like never before.
That just their area existed.
This is in your books, not in ours. You see, for example, I give you a sample. I don't want to talk now about the spiritual, Jewish mysticism. But the thing is that you see, there is a non-story in the Bible of Adam, and God gives him an order. He says, fructify and multiply, and what is translated as dominate the earth, or fill up the earth, or fulfill the earth. Okay. And this is understandable by the fact that he said actually to Adam to know the earth, because you cannot dominate the earth, you cannot just control it if you don't know its limits, if you don't know its shape, if you don't know where you're going. So one of the first orders to God, from God to Adam, was to know the place he was living in. Now, when it comes to the flood,
doesn't mean that he did. Adam, there's no proof that Adam would have traveled the entire world. Leo says that FTFE is believing that 8 hours on the timer is 8 actual hours. Well, it hasn't gone up in a while. The timer actually seems to be going in the correct direction. So there's been no additional time added to the timer. So I probably will be going to sleep in 8 hours. No. You're not adding the time. Yeah, because we've been streaming for 12 and a half hours, and there is 8 hours to go. But that's it. There's 8 hours to go. Just 8 hours, right? Might be quite a nice one to have a wee one.
I made a video.
So, but Adam knew the shape of the Earth? Adam went all over the Earth?
Of course.
Oh,
of course.
Okay.
It's not the guy in the jungle. Just forget about it.
How long did it take him to walk around the Earth?
To walk around?
Well, how did he get around? He flew?
Well, I tell you something.
How
do you think Moses saw the entire Earth when God showed him the entire Earth?
In his mental vision, I would bet. I don't think anybody thinks he walked around it.
Of course you don't think so. And this is the point.
Okay.
Because, behind the globe belief, there is a spiritual...
He didn't answer it. How did Moses see the whole world? Please tell us the answer to that.
Well, we know that. We understand that.
Well, you say you know
to bring people to believe that the Earth, was created itself, that it is insignificant, in the world, and that actually God did not create the earth.
Yeah, but you've now
We
equated,
know that
but you've
we
equated the
understand
globe Earth with inconsequential, but that's your own equation. You've put that on it, right? The Earth could still be created by God and be a sphere. Is that not possible?
No, it cannot.
That's your problem. That's your problem. Your problem is that it is a problem because if you've got a fundamental belief, your worldview is that God exists, and you're saying a globe is antithesis to God, then therefore you'll never believe in a globe. So what are we doing here?
No, just a second. It's just another point to confirm the globe lie and to explain why the globe lie. Because it's a
Hold on, did you just say that God cannot create a sphere Earth?
He can create whatever he wants, but he did not create the Earth as the globe. You understand?
No, I don't understand.
I didn't write this book. I didn't wrote these things. It is what's written. But anyways, again, I wouldn't put that as an argument since you don't maybe believe in what I believe. But the thing is that believing that for like thousands of years people believe that the Earth is a globe is a total absurd lies. There is no such reference to in no civilization that the Earth was a globe.
Wait, what is it? What about Ptolemy? Ptolemy in the year 50 or 60 or 70 AD. What?
You know what? Let's say it's not a lie. Let's say it's true that Ptolemy believed it. Okay, how about all the other hundreds of nations and civilizations that existed? What about them?
Yeah,
Nothing? Just Ptolemy?
No, they believed the Earth was flat until they believed the Earth was flat back in the day. Yes.
Come on, Jaron. Come on. Be straight with us. Be honest with us. You have to be logic. You prove that you have logic, that you can think.
What is your question?
Now, suddenly you're playing stupid about.
Apparently, nothing is logic unless it agrees with what this guy says. Magical Cat Girl says it'd be down to 4 hours. The Americans will wake up and it'll be back at 12 hours. I don't know. I think this one's going to be a short one. I reckon. Like I said, it's been a tough month for me, and algorithm's mad at me and shit. So not as much reach. It's cool. This would be a much shorter stream than my previous membership drives, but I don't mind. I'm still absolutely incredibly blown away by the level of support. Like it's just insane. Honestly, thank you so much, everyone.
This, it makes sense. It makes sense that if it was true, there will be like so much evidence in all civilizations that the Earth was a globe, and there is not.
But how would they know? How would they know? Do you realize how difficult it is even to us to convince you? So how would the people back 1,000 years ago know the shape of the Earth?
Okay, wait a second. I'll explain you.
Okay.
According to the Jewish tradition, our civilization, our how do you call that? Our cycle of time, starts about 5,700 years ago.
Okay.
But this is not about the creation of the Earth. The Earth has like billions of years, and we know that in Judaism. The 5,700 years ago started our new cycle of time. Before that, there was another civilization on Earth that was destroyed, that you can understand through all the different destructions of civilizations mentioned in the Torah, like the destruction of Sodom, the flood, etc. So at that point, you have to understand that there were people before us, that had knowledge, that had machines, that were very well evolved. And the proof is that today, with all our evolution, we don't even know how to understand what the pyramids of Giza are for. We cannot even make them, reproduce them. Even the statues, they're so perfect that even with lasers and mechanical
we're getting off point here.
We cannot do it.
Let's stick to
the point is like using how can they? Of course they could, because they come from a civilization that knew things, and lots of facts in the Torah tells us that they.
But we're able to determine things today, right? We're further along. We've got more equipment, better along philosophy.
It's not true. Why do we know that it's not true? It looks like it. Yes, we have much more toys, but look at the pyramids. It's a checkmate. With all the technology that we have, we cannot even reproduce it.
Okay, did they have airplanes? Did they land on the ice in Antarctica?
Well, wait a second. That's another thing. Let's talk about this after. But let's finish this. How come with all that technology that we have, all that knowledge, we don't even know what the pyramids are for, and we can't even reproduce them? Even forget about the pyramids. The statues. They're so perfect.
It has nothing to do with us going on this trip or not. I can't. Dave and I were not in Egypt when they built the pyramids. I hate to tell you, but we were in Antarctica.
You don't have to. You don't have to. This is just logic to tell you that don't believe that we are progressing in knowledge. We are actually falling down, collapsing. But anyways, that's another. I'm not here to talk.
Can we bring this back to TFE because there's now 3 or 4 times I've counted that you've used the words about you've used the phrases of using intelligence and logic with all of this, but you've also.
But there's been none in the slightest.
Argued on more than one occasion that the fact that nobody else has recorded the 24-hour sun, and why does nobody record the 24-hour sun? So, just very quickly, leading question, because I don't know whereabouts in the world you are. Could you just name me one place that you've visited or been on holiday or gone to in the world? Anywhere? Scotland, great. Could you show me a video of the sun circling of the sun for 24 hours, or could you just show me a 24-hour long video of Scotland so that I can believe that you've actually been to Scotland?
No. Scotland is so not fucking real. And there's no way Scotland's real, like in the slightest. God, what time's it over there, HBot? Oh, it's only like it's like 6 o'clock in the evening for you, isn't it? So it's like normal time. Steve from England would have had a field day with Dade's body language. Oh, what happened with Steve from England? Didn't he respond on a link of mine on a video of mine recently? Huh.
I cannot, because I don't have any, and my point is not to prove it to you, but it is your point to prove that you were there. But not
right. So, now, we're getting somewhere here. So, let's just hold on to that logic for 1 second when I bring up your previous question.
So, did they have this whole plane to themselves? Because that's fucking pretty awesome.
You know, so why nobody else, or why so few people have recorded the 24-hour sun? It's because very few people in the global population give a rat's ass about the 24-hour sun. Most people who pay the money to go to Antarctica are going there for scientific exploration, or they're going to view the penguins there, or they're going visiting people. Nobody is going there with the mindset of going, I want to go and prove the 24-hour sun. The only reason we were going is because conspiracy theorists. If you are really of the mindset of thinking, I want to see a 24-hour sun, it's a hell of a lot easier and cheaper to go to the north. So your argument of very few people have recorded the 24-hour sun isn't actually an argument for TFE being fake, because what you're basically saying is, well, very few people have gone and done this. Oh, the ones that did, yeah, but that's all fake. Well, so we're going to go and do it, and then we do it, and then you go, but it's fake because nobody else has done it before. You've got circular reasoning going on here.
Leodowski Sky says, I heard the sun in Scotland is not real. There's not a sun in Scotland. What do you mean? I think the last time the sun was seen in Scotland was 1963, and 712 redheads burst into flames. I believe it was banned after that, actually. Yeah, no, that's right. The Anti-Sun Act of 1967. No sun is allowed in Scotland because the world's population of gingers basically reside here, and it would just be like a mass, a complete, wipe them out, really.
So can I answer you for this a little bit? There's a problem with what you're saying, because on one side you're saying something that is true, that people don't go there to film the 24-hour sun. I have no problem with this. However, the flat earth theory is being out there for a while now. So even though a majority of people on Earth don't care about the shape of the Earth, there are few of them that do care. So now let's say that nobody thought about it before, but when you started thinking about going there to film the 24-hour sun, why don't you think just to use people that were already there? Just why spend all that money and all these efforts? Just can call somebody there. Just to
I already answered this question.
So he's already over there, so he can just
great. I can answer your question right now.
Okay.
Who would you phone?
Ghostbusters.
You're saying now that there are many people going there, visiting there, working there.
You admitted at the opening statement, many people go to Antarctica. So who would you phone? Why do I need to phone somebody? I'm not questioning the 24-hour sun. You're the one that's questioning it. So why haven't you phoned somebody in Antarctica?
We know that there is no 24-hour sun and there's no pole, south pole. So I don't have to prove anything. Now you're the one that went there, that wanted to go and
We know there isn't, so I don't have to prove anything. That's not how that works. The Flerfs that have agreed to come on keep running away.
Which is honorable. I have no problem with this. The question doesn't make sense that you didn't think about a much cheaper way, a better way, much before that to prove it.
Oh, look at that! The timer has dropped below 8 hours for the first time in this stream. So I will be finishing it too. Dewey G 1260 for $5 says, for Australia not being real, the sun is stupid hot. Yeah, it's because it's just sun, because the rest of it's not real, which means there's more heat. Duh. God, you guys can't think. Imagine, DML says, imagine a prosecution to the jury. We know he's guilty, so we don't have to prove anything. The state rests. You notice that Batman there changes colour. That's my bat cow. Ready? Do it. Hey.
You understand?
No. I know perfectly why, but here's the thing. See, and you are highlighting exactly why that wouldn't work. Because if I say I'm on the phone to somebody here who's in Antarctica and it's December and the sun's up for 24 hours, right? What's your response to that going to be? Exactly the same as what it is when I'm here going, I personally went to Antarctica in December and saw the sun didn't set, and you'll go, well, they're a liar because I don't believe it.
The only no, it cannot be because that person doesn't have any reason to lie, just like you do. You understand? So this person's already working there, it's already there.
Yeah, but those people are there. Those people are there.
And
The staff who are there, working there, have no reason to lie. When asked outright, in fact, I think it might be on Mark Herman's 360 camera. Jonathan asked, "When does the sun set?" as a joke, and they were just like, "It doesn't."
They said February.
I thought it was a joke. Okay, I think it was.
So
it was
you have now people in Antarctica on video at ALE answering the question of a 24-hour sun. You won't accept it now, though, because you'll just say they're lying.
But check it out. Even without trying to prove that there is a 24-hour sun, there are lots of videos in the North Pole about the 24-hour sun. Without trying to prove anything, just because it's beautiful. And actually the colors and the footage are totally different of the one that you brought.
It's totally different. There's a lot less atmosphere. The North has...
It's also a much lower elevation.
Lower elevation, right.
I understand. So the thing is that, people just film what's nice, what's beautiful, without having to prove anything. So again, they're like...
Yeah, but they don't film it for 24 hours.
Of
They don't forget to sleep and film something for 20...
It's also easier to go to, so there's going to be more footage of it. Mike for Rocks gifted 5 memberships, which add the 15 minutes back to the timer, setting it up to 8 hours. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. I might order myself some McDonald's breakfast.
24 hours, you can't find somebody filming something for 3 hours.
So in 80 years, out of the few million people that were there, nobody thought about filming the sun.
Do you think that 40 years ago that they could have filmed the 24-hour sun? How would they have done that?
Yeah, two people went and filmed 24-hour sun.
They have footage from the 1800s. What are you talking about?
Not 1800s.
Right.
Hang
on. You're arguing your own point here, Sam.
Yes,
You've just loads of people go to Antarctica. Why have none filmed the 24-hour sun? Right?
Yes.
Thousands of people go to Antarctica. Multiple times more go beyond the northern polar circle to where there's 24-hour sun. Only a fraction of those people actually record the sun. Right.
Yes,
so
I
very few people record the 24-hour sun, and most of those will be going because I want to film a 24-hour sun. They've gone with that specific intention. Most people going to Antarctica are not going all that way, thousands of miles, to one of the most hostile places in the world with the mindset of thinking, I need to prove there's something that the whole world already knows exists.
But the people in the north, they don't have to prove nothing either. They just film for filming it because it's beautiful. So I don't expect the entire, 100% of people just filming. Just like in the north, like you said.
How many videos are there in the north?
A very small fraction of people could film, but
what most people do is if they want to prove there's a 24-hour sun, the one time from anywhere in the world that you would expect to find a 24-hour sun is right in the middle of the night, halfway between sunrise and sunset in the early hours of the morning. And what most people do is just record a little video of themselves going, look, it's 1 a.m., it's 2 a.m., I'm in Antarctica. Oh, look, there's the sun. If the sun hasn't set by 1 o'clock in the morning, it's not going to set.
So the thing is, what you're saying, okay, let's go with you for a little while. You're saying then that you went there, you saw 24 hours sun. Okay, let's play stupid and say I believe it. Now check it out. If you did that, so actually it will be something like historic because nobody did that before. You'll be the first one to do that. It should be a historic event. Wouldn't it be? It should be something like mentioned all over the place.
Well, let me tell you something else that you guys forget.
No media wants to mention it.
So you guys all say no media wanted to. Hold on, let me just tell you something. I'll show you. I'll show you emails.
Sorry, Darren. Just to butt in there. So let me just make sure I've got this right. The intelligent, logical thinking. I do all my own research. Hasn't actually bothered to Google news outlets for the final experiment, because there are loads of news outlets that have all plastered it over. And newsflash, all the headlines are going: flat earthers go to Antarctica to try and prove the Earth's flat, prove themselves wrong.
What he's talking about, though, is he's talking about ALE.
There are lots of
and there's a reason why ALE didn't use us, and it's because we sent a letter, myself, Elizabeth, and Austin, all sent a letter to ALE 3 days before we left on the trip that said, we are not authorizing your use of our face or our likeness for any reason. Then when we get back, all you guys said, look, at ALE's not even mentioning it, so they must not really be there. But if we wouldn't have said that to them, shut up. if we wouldn't have mentioned that to them, then what would have happened? Then we would have been plastered everywhere, and you guys would have had to complain about that. So it doesn't matter what we did. You would complain about it because you already came to your conclusion.
Of course, because you force us to these conclusions. We don't invent these conclusions.
No, you've invented the
We see
conclusion.
what you're doing.
You've just invented it.
You just invented that conclusion.
So let me explain to you. According to what you did, it should have been something extremely.
It was to us. It was to us. Because you guys have shit on it doesn't mean that it's not.
Wait a second. Then after we'll talk about people's shit. But check it.
I think I figured out what's wrong with my rotator cuff. I think there's a knot in here, like right in there. Oh, I can only access it when I'm up like that. Oh, okay. Well, I know where to get Emma to give a rub. That might help. Hey, calm down. Not like that. We massage each other to help get rid of the pains that we have.
The thing is that again, something such an event will be considered as an historical event because it never been proven, and it would have put an end to flat Earth totally, and it would have been picked up by all the mainstream channels.
Well, unless people from the flat Earth didn't want to accept it, right?
It should have went viral.
Let me show you this, Sam. Sam, let me see how honest you are, Sam. You said that
It did go viral. The final experiment was pretty. It was the biggest thing in the flat Earth stuff.
you would trust. Hold on, you said you would trust somebody, Sam. You said you would trust somebody that we called down there. So what you need to do is go to this Antarctic Ice Marathon. Okay, go to any date that you want. Go to competitors. Go to all these dates, 2005 to 2025. Let's go to 2015, for example. Go there, pick the date. It's going to list for you all of the competitors and the winners and what place they're from. So we just need to find somebody from the United States. Here we go. So let's go Paul Webb. Find a name that seems to be, look at this guy's last name, Hohenthaler. Not a good, I bet you if you look this guy up, you can find him. Get a hold of him and ask him if the sun set when he was there. And when they tell you no, you need to shut the fuck up. Because you said that that's...
Jaren has lost his patience at this point, hasn't he? Magical Cat Girl says, I don't think that attempt to remove the pain worked. Sam's still on the screen. Oh, my bad yet. Sorry. Alright, so we're at 7 hours and 57 minutes. Been streaming for coming up for 13 hours. 5:41, 6:41, 7:41, 8:41, 9:41, 10:41, 11:41, 12:41, 1:41. Yeah, I'll be finishing at 1:41 p.m.
That's what it would take. Well, that's what you said it would take. We don't know these people. Look how many people are on this list. Do you think?
Apparently Sam hasn't peaked yet. Oh God, I'm scared. Man, we still got hours to go of this. It's a good one.
Think that they've all been contacted and told when Sam calls to tell them a lie? Or do you think that this is a good way to verify if it actually sets in Antarctica in December?
So how come the mass media don't want to talk about it? Why are they scared about it?
Okay,
oh, boy.
Backfire? How? Yeah, explain to me.
Right.
Once I've ordered myself some breakfast. Once it arrives, I'm going to take like a 20-minute break, and play a good old Flerfs are idiots, which it's time. They're coming.
Good reason.
Okay.
Let's check it out.
Okay, entertain me for a minute. Okay, mass media talk about what exactly?
They should talk about your historic discovery and the proof that flat Earth.
They already-
They talk so much about.
What historic discovery that a group of people go to a place that thousands of people go to every year and see something that 99% of the global population already know exists?
Oh, okay.
That is somehow newsworthy.
So I tell you, the mass media are making fun and are talking about flat Earth for so long and so much that suddenly an argument like yours, like a video like yours, that will put definitely an end to flat Earth because it will prove that the Earth is a globe that carries the South Pole. Suddenly they don't talk about this.
So if the news talked about it, then you would be done. So if the news talked about it, you'd be done. You'd be like, it's definitely a curved Earth.
The news don't care about proving the shape of the Earth because they know that the Earth is a globe. If anything, they're going to report it to laugh at flat earthers, but it probably just wasn't important enough. It was like viral worthy in Lad Bible and shit like that. Which Lad Bible is just an AI thing now. It's pretty crap.
That's all you needed was the news. If the news picked it up in every news station and we were on ABC and I was on Good Morning America and Dave was on CNN, then you would know that the flat Earth was wrong and you'd step down away from it.
If they had picked it up,
yeah,
I would have considered again my
wow. I mean, you're the complete opposite of conspiracy theorists that say that if it's on the news, it's fake. So you see what I'm saying? That we can't win.
Not everything. Don't confuse everything.
Nothing's confused.
There's no such thing that that everything they say is fake. But
that's what people say.
You say is fake. Not everything in TFE is fake. You don't have to prove that everything in TFE is fake to prove that it's fake.
Yes, you do.
You have to prove that some things are fake.
What do you mean? If you
Some
found
things
one,
don't make
if you
sense.
found one video
It's
footage
fake.
that's fake, does that mean that the whole trip is fake? I don't get it.
No, if you have like again like.
Well, apart from the fact that there is no fake footage, of course. Oh my god, I'm scared of the fact you're saying that Sam hasn't peaked yet.
Between 70 to 80 gross anomalies.
No, you keep saying that. You've given us 2, and they're not, and we've disproven them.
I'm giving us. I gave you already 80 because it's on my channel for like so long, and I know that you're going to my channel, so it's like it's already exposed. You want me to take like about an hour to show you a video? I have no problem.
No, we can watch it. It's a
I
terrible
have no
video.
thing
Sam,
like
you
this.
could just name them.
Yeah.
You don't need to go through them all and find them. You say the 70 to 80 anomalies.
Right,
I asked
okay.
you to name 3.
Okay, so.
Okay, go ahead. Give us the next
do you
one.
need? Another 2. That's what we have the sun. In the face. We have all those glitches. In the video, always like that come back. You have that truck that disappears in the mountain. And don't tell me it's like a point that is normal.
Wow,
It's not a
we
point.
discussed
It's
this,
big when it
Sam.
disappears.
You're now being
It's big and then it
dishonest.
disappears.
You're being dishonest.
Okay.
Straight up
Alright.
dishonest. You're a liar. We talked about this. Then you lied to me the last time we talked. You lied to me in private. You understood.
How did I
I
lie to
showed you when we went up in the
Yes.
drone that we could see that truck just drove downhill, and it looks like it goes into a mountain. You actually believe a truck went into a mountain.
What you showed me, it was believable.
Okay, well,
And it doesn't matter. So that's
but
why
you
I
just brought it up
listened.
as an anomaly. You just brought it up as one of your proofs.
No, wait a second. What you showed me, this is what you do all the time. You show me things that are not like either complete or not really match what we're talking about, and you said, that's a proof. It's not a proof.
Okay, but you
That's
showed me a
proof of
truck
what-
driving into a mountain. So how am I supposed to show you something that's like that unless I show you that if you get up higher, you can see that the mountain is just going downhill?
I have no problem, but theories.
Oh,
Your
boy.
theories are just. I have no
Oh
problem.
my, I have actually never come across a flat earther that can dodge a question like this guy. Make him fucking answer. Jesus Christ. Excuse me.
But the footage is still fake.
Okay.
Because well, it makes sense. I've seen like hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of movies in my life. I know what a movie looks like. I know what a truck
No, you
disappearing
don't.
should look like.
You're talking to Dave and I. We know that what you're saying is false.
Okay, so I know that you're pretending that what I say is false.
No, we know
So
that we were
stay in
there.
our position.
So we know that everything that you're saying about saying that you're so smart that you can tell the difference between real footage and you can't.
I don't have to be smart. That's the whole
Yeah, Jaren just burned you and you don't even realize it.
point. You don't have to be smart for that. Even somebody stupid, retarded, can understand it's fake. That's the whole point. This is what's great about it.
Okay,
And that-
well,
that-
let-
But there's no evidence it's fucking fake. Brandon from 999 says, like that smash button. Wait, what? Everyone in the chat, do me a favor and like that smash button. Become a subscriber member if you haven't already.
let's. I'd like to put this.
Thank
to
you,
the test
Brandon.
then. So
Oh, that actually means that I've got to do this. Doink. Thank you very much for making me stay here 3 minutes longer. It's still at about 8 hours. It's below 8 hours, but it's almost. Oh, Batman's flashing yellow. See, whenever you send super chats, it changes the color of Batman. Oh, my bum is sore. Why did I do fucking like a massive glute workout like 2 days before I decided to do a fucking membership drive? Like, I'm a dumbass. Oh my god, I can feel cramp coming on.
So again, circling back to this idea, because in some way we have all this footage. It's not one camera. We've not gone to Antarctica with one camera and just filmed the 360. I had my time-lapse camera. Will had his 2 videos that you can run all at the same time and see they all match up with each other, right? So that whole area that we were in and we were getting in a truck and driving off, right? That is us physically somewhere, okay? Now, we say we were in Antarctica. You say what? We were in some enclosed studio with LED walls?
Of course, I have no choice than to believe that. It's not an opinion.
Right.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
It's not an opinion. No, it literally is an opinion because you don't know it for sure. You keep saying how you could be wrong. So therefore it is an opinion.
So, halfway point is that area is the area with the hut and the cameras. but you also saw us in the main Union Glacier camp with all of the tents as well. So is that in a studio?
Again, sorry.
So you saw us at halfway point where there's the blue hut and we had all the cameras set up and there's nothing surrounding us at all. You're saying that is a studio with LED walls, yes?
Of course.
Okay.
What else can it be?
The other camp, well, it could be
actually Australia, Antarctica.
You know, like a place in the middle of Antarctica, but that's a story for another day. The other camp, the one with all of the main Union Glacier camp with all of the tents where all the staff are, we were also there. Is that a studio, or were we actually at that camp?
I tell you something. Everything again points to the direction that you were never there. It doesn't mean that you cannot take footage.
Sam, I couldn't get.
Answer the fucking question. Now, people watching, please answer me this question. During the time that I have been streaming, for the past 12 hours, have I been loud? Even with some of the dumbest Flerfs in existence coming on the channel. There's like 3 debates that I can release from this already. Why are people saying chicken chalpa in the chat? I'm having a sausage and egg McMuffin.
Shit, what European, what diversions you want to go on? It's a simple question, right?
Yes,
Union Glacier Camp that ALE advertise on their website and show all the pictures of. We have video footage of us in that camp. Jaren live streamed in that camp, and we're walking around and climbing in and out of all these different of all the tents and going in, and you can see the staff members are all there. Mark Herman's got his video up where he's walking around with a 360 camera. That is somewhere that we are, right? We're all there in the video, breathing. Are we in a physical camp or are we in a studio?
What you say is true, you know, besides the fact that you were live streaming, I cannot verify that because it's so easy to fake a signal. But besides that, what you're saying here, I have no problem that, you know, that footage looks real. I have no problem about this. But in order to know if you were there, all footage have to be real, not just a part of it. You understand? That's a problem.
Right, you're not answering the question. And I know why you're not answering the question, because you know I'll string your ass up on a hook when you give me the answer, right?
Don't get nervous, it's all right.
We're walking around the camp. Jaren has all the body cam footage where we're riding bikes, and I've got the footage, I've got all sorts of footage. We'll set a 360 time-lapse up on the edge of that camp as well, right? That's the camp that ALE advertised, that's the camp that ALE take everybody to, right? I'm just asking you outright, that place that we were, where that footage is that the actual camp? Did we actually go to Antarctica to at least that camp? Or are you saying that all of that is a studio as well and we replicated it in a studio?
Your question is not valid because
getting answered.
Because you're saying that place that we were in, that place you were never there. Okay, that's one. So if you want to tell me if that place that ALE is showing and that camp do exist, of course they do. Of course that place is real. Now the fact that you were there is not real. And how do I come to the conclusion? Even though it looks real, it's a good job. Hey, you did good. But the thing is that again, all the footage you present have to be real. You cannot just show like one footage that has no glitches on it, and then like another footage that is.
But all of the footage is correct. The only thing you see is a YouTube processing thing. It's a map. They take the 3D video and map it onto a cube.
Totally, fake, and say we were there. You understand? It's not,
No, Sam, you're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me here, okay? At this point, right, I'm now not in the thing of going down the notion of trying to convince you that we were in Antarctica, right? I want to know what your explanation is as to where we were faking this footage so that I can pull up this piece of footage that I'm waiting to pull up, right? So I need to know from you. You've said we were in a studio at halfway point. Were we also in a studio at the main camp? Are you saying that we just created this big camp, fake camp, inside the studio as well?
No, what I'm saying again is that you could not be in Antarctica if there are so many anomalies and so many glitches in your footage. Even though there are footages like that look good, I have no problem with this.
Professor Phil Bell, thank you very much. That's very generous, sir. Do appreciate that. And Brendan for $4.99. Brandon, really, says, would you like a chicken chow puff and Taco Bell? Yeah, but I don't have Taco Bell anywhere near me. I had Taco Bell once down in England. The only Taco Bell in Scotland, I think, is in Glasgow. Ooh. The courier's at the restaurant with my food.
Nothing to say about this footage. But it doesn't mean that because I don't know where you were, that you were there.
I'm not asking you to name the. Okay. I'm not asking you to give me a street address to go for where you think we were. Right? Are you saying that we were in some sort of a studio? Because we have the footage of us walking around a camp with all of these tents, and we're going into these tents, and there's snow and ice on the ground, and you can hear it crunching. So either that is a real place in the open air, or it is somehow fake. And I would like you to clarify, are you saying that we were in at least some place outdoors, or were we in some place that it was fake?
So again, you were in a place that wasn't fake. You were in a studio. Studio is not fake. Now, the fact that you're saying I was in Antarctica, we were there because look at us, it looks good, is not enough. Because again, in order to know if you were there, we have to see the entire picture, the entire footage.
The very first person I looked up,
we can know.
This guy here,
You've
Eric
seen all the
Euclid,
footage.
Euclid, just looked him up, found his Facebook. Now I'm back in time. I'm all the way back to November of 2015. Look at him at Union Glacier. There's him at the race.
That'll be early hours of the morning if the sun's over Rossman.
Yep, this would be about 1 a.m., 2 a.m.-ish. But here's him with a picture with an ALE cap on. So it's incredible to me to see this stuff. Now, I did just send him a message. We'll see if he gets back to me. But I just said, hello, Eric, can I talk to you for a second? I was at Union Glacier in December 2024. You were there in 2015, right? Because if he comes back, I'll just say, hey, did you see the sunset? And he'll laugh at me. That's what the quality of that argument is in real life, Sam. If I ask that to somebody who's actually been to Antarctica, they will laugh at me because it's that big of a joke. It should be understood. We can't have thousands of people going to Antarctica every year, experiencing the 24-hour sun, and them all be liars. That's what...
Oh, but Sam says they are because his argument is just, I don't believe it's a YouTube glitch. That's real. 19 minutes. Alright, so I have now been streaming for 13 hours. 13 hours? Oh, look at that. The timer is under 8 hours. It's 7 hours and 45 minutes. Lovely jubbly. Thank you very much for the support, guys. It's absolutely incredible. This stream will be the last part of the membership drive, quite clearly. It was blowing my mind that it's even got this far again, so thank you very much.
That's what we have to believe you. But they're all liars.
Why they all talk about 24/7? Like
no, they don't talk about it. But if you bring it up to them, of course they didn't. Dude, if they went there and there was nighttime and they had to sleep and it was dark, what do you think? They didn't tell anybody. That wasn't surprising to them that it went opposite of what we're told would happen.
You should have asked them if they saw trembling mountains and straight lines in the sky.
Well, that's called video footage, and you don't think video footage has a little anomalies? Wow, that's weird.
Jaron, I've got my screen
let me
share,
just go over there.
if that's okay. So I'm just going to present a couple of clips here, Sam.
Go ahead.
So if you could...
It doesn't matter what you present. Sam is going to fucking ignore it. This is quite obvious. And keep an eye on my food delivery because I'd rather them not knock on the door. My Karen neighbours might not like that. We love you too, RageBot. Well, we? Yes, we all love you, RageBot. You're fucking awesome.
Just sort of refrain from butting in for a moment while I lay this out for you. So I'm just going to take your argument that you think we were in some sort of a studio, right, and highlight to you how that doesn't work, right? So let's take your notion for a second that we were in, that halfway point was in fact a 360 studio, and just the scenery and the landscape and the sky were all just projected onto the studio, which is what you're claiming. I mean, for starters, that wouldn't work anyway, because having a 360 studio all the way around you would completely remove shadows, which we have, but let's just ignore that little problem. So this is a comparison where I took the 24-hour video footage from Will's camera and the time-lapse from my camera. Okay, so you can see Will's two cameras are here, and my camera is here. So in your mind, this is some sort of a studio, right? The studio wall is somewhere around about here. and the scenery around us is being projected. Okay, but if I play this through, you will notice the sun distorts on one camera, and I know you flat earthers love bringing up the sun distortions, but it's not distorting in the other camera, and the glare's different on each one as well. Now, if this was projected on a screen, the sun would look the same in both cameras, but it doesn't, right? And this is the entire 24 hours right the way around. Sky behaviors are completely different between the two cameras, which goes completely against the idea that this is a 360 projector. But I'm going to go one better than that, because this is on the 15th, the 14th and the 15th, the first 24 hours we were there. When we then finished...
This is like the biggest fucking studio I've ever seen. Oh, Suspicious Chocolate, I love you too. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. You could maybe share the stream as well before you go to bed. That would be the cherry on the cake, and you can sweet dreams away. Well, I appreciate your support. All the love. Thank you very much. Abrax says, I'm back for as long as my boss doesn't walk in the office. Where do you work? I could phone your boss and say there's an emergency.
Toon set up one of the 360 cameras at this location to film a full 24-hour video, and Will went back to Union Glacier Camp, which is over here towards Mount Rossman, and set his camera back up to do a 360 time-lapse. And I've put both of theirs together in the same way and done a comparison, and you can see all the clouds are exactly the same formations and same everything, which sure, you could argue, okay, but this is all still a projector, except for the fact that when the clouds then start rolling in here, if this was a projector, both would be seeing the exact same projections at the exact same time. But when the sun gets covered up in Will's camera and the camp goes into shadow, it's not blocked from Toon's camera because it's several miles away, and there's still all the shadows there. It takes another couple of minutes for the shadow
It's almost like the cameras are a few miles apart. Who would have thunk it?
To reach as far as him. Which again doesn't really fit with it being all in a studio. Yeah, now maybe you could argue that, okay, we had it all shot in one 360 camera, in one 360 studio, and then we switched all the studio around and shot it in a different 360 studio. So I've also put together this little video. Well, I say little video, it's about 42 minutes long, but I've got it uploaded to YouTube. I can link it to you if you want. This is Toon recording with his GoPro, and he's in the main camp now walking around, and he's just explaining that he's going up to halfway point because he needs to change the battery on his camera. So he sets the camera up while he changes his clothes, and then he walks over to the ALE staff here and into one of the tents. So again, this is a hell of a big studio that you think we must be in here, that he's in this tent, and then he's over to Scott here, and there was that bit of breath I saw from Scott there. Yeah, that was some breath there. So it's a bloody cold studio, that must be. So anyway, he's on his snowmobile.
In a freezer. It's a freezer studio, Dave, obviously. Didn't you know they have those?
Now, bearing in mind, up here in the top corner, I've also got the 24-hour real time from his camera that's up at halfway point. So he's on this snowmobile, and he's going to get on this snowmobile, and Scott's going to drive him out of the camp, up the road, and then at this point here, I swapped the footage over. You can see I've paired them up so you know I've not changed the video randomly. But here we go. So this is now just switching over. And then here, I'll pull the footage in now. Here comes Mr. Toon on his snowmobile. As he pulls up to the camp. And then he gets over, and he comes over, and he
did he just drive in a fucking, through a wall of a studio?
Changes the battery. The whole time his GoPro's still running on the snowmobile. And then he walks back over.
Slivery for £2 says beep. And also adds enough to the Super Chat fund to add 3 minutes back to the timer. 7 hours and 41 minutes. PhD Tony, Good afternoon for you, sir. Very odd time to see you. Because normally it's first thing in the morning you're up and watching my channel. So is this at the end of the day for you? You're just settling down for a relaxing bit of time? I hope you're well, my friend. One of my favourite people on the planet. I called it a planet.
Oh, just to clarify as well, because he'd stopped the camera for a second there, and then started it back up again. just in case you're wondering. But the whole time his GoPro was still running as well at that point. And then he gets back onto the snowmobile and he goes off the other direction, the other way out the loop, all the way back around. Oh, past a random skier, not quite sure what they're doing in the middle of a studio.
Beep,
all the way
boop.
back around to the back end of the camp, back to where they started. Now, I'm going to give you one of two options. Either that is Antarctica, or that is about the single biggest fucking studio building you could ever imagine.
So you're saying that because it looks big, so it has to be a big studio. So when
Yeah, because there's someone coming in from the outside. Alien Gaming says, what are we doing to add time? Super chats of how much? Well, every £10 adds 3 times. Plus every membership adds 3 minutes. Wait, word. Every £10 adds 3 minutes and every membership adds 3 minutes.
Superman is flying, has to be a hell of a huge studio.
You missed the whole
it's like
point.
flying in the sky, like miles.
Well, that's up to you,
I
Alien.
was skimming over that. That's
Come on,
42 minutes. 42 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
it's okay.
He starts on the snowmobile at... where are we at there? He's exiting the camp at 15 minutes. And he gets up...
Oh, well, thank you very much, Alien X Gaming. You did just add 30 minutes back to the timer. As you can see, that went up to above 8 hours again. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's an incredibly generous gift. Very much appreciate it. / hate you because I want to go to sleep at some point.
to halfway point at 22. 7 minutes driving on a snowmobile.
And
How
that's
big of a
point.
studio?
That's a good point. You know why? Because, you know, it's very hard for you to prove the time. You said 7 minutes. You said it comes out at the same time. This is the two footage of the same time. You say it. You know, I have to, you know.
You don't have to believe all the cameras are there.
I don't say it. I show it.
Okay.
They matched up. Did they just record the same thing twice? Ravage €2 says bop. So we got a beep, a boop, and a bop. Bip it. Bop it. Turn it. Twist it.
So you know what? Let's make it, you know, on the other way. Do you believe that the footage you showed me could be faked? I'm not saying by you. I'm saying like, you know, in a movie studio and in Hollywood, can it be like a, you know, a movie production company that can actually make that footage
in post
over there? Is it possible?
What is it possible to CGI that much footage?
Not just CGI. I don't have to just CGI. There are so many other methods than CGI.
Are you talking about in real time, like live streaming? Like were we there when Duffy did his midnight stream? Like
no.
No. You couldn't fake without
no, I don't think so.
just complete artificial
Brandon
rendering.
says,
both
pass
of
it.
those together. Because like I showed you, that is
Thanks,
one
the 199
continuous
dude.
unbroken video, or two unbroken videos from two completely different locations where they're driving together with no cut and then driving off again as well. All
There's no way it could be fake. In no way it could be fake. There are
You
no
tell me.
technologies today. I don't know. I'm asking you. There are no technologies today. No people, no organizations that could fake that.
If you're talking
Let's
about
go
making it
crazy.
way
Let's
over
go
time,
crazy.
sure. If somebody can make anything in 6 months.
Exactly.
Okay, so then we just don't believe anything then. So if anything goes against our worldview, no, this is what you're saying. You are saying if anything goes against your worldview, that you can just discount it as saying it's fake. No footage would ever suffice because it can be faked.
It's not enough to jump to the conclusions. You always jump to conclusions out of fake arguments. You
What do you
have
mean?
to just go slowly. Just build your conclusion.
No, you didn't build your conclusion. Your conclusion's already been decided.
I show you only what's logic. But you know what? Just let.
No, it's not logic. It's not logic when we showed you the sun going in front of the pole, and you didn't admit that that's not a problem.
Right, I'm going to step back in here, right? Because I know, Jaren, you said you think it's fake, or it could be fake with enough time. All right, let's just run through everything here that you think must be fake and for it to put together.
Right.
Okay. So, 2 continuous 360 cameras, 24 hours of video from both. A time lapse from a slightly different location that I've just showed you doesn't have matching video, sun shape changes and everything else. Right. So those are different. Plus another 24-hour video, full 24-hour video, all of these 360, bear in mind, plus another time-lapse from a different location. Again, those match as well. Then, several terabytes of random video clips, here, there, and everywhere, for Toon, me, Jaren's body camera, all of those. Now, Could every single one individually be faked? Yes, with enough time. Live streams, everything, the live streams that we were doing, the fact that we were interacting with the chat, however, big point there. Yep.
Magical Cat Girl says, Naya. NYA. No, you are. What? Anyway, $2 Australian. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't know. What? I'm going to have to Google what NYA means. I feel like a youth. Or like an old person not understanding the youth. Meow. The noise a cat makes? I'm not sure. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says he just got done talking with the Drunk Debunk Show. He's a good dude, the Drunk Debunk Show.
We had the chat going the whole time. We had people messaging in. I mean, Jesus, I remember MC Toons one, Wolfie6020 messaged him, and everyone was messaging in because he'd forgot to put his sunglasses back down. And it wound up somebody phoning Critical Think, because they tried phoning me, but I couldn't answer because I had gloves on. They phoned Critical Think, who came out and told Toon, put your sunglasses on. So we had people phoning us from in Antarctica about the chat that's going on the live stream from people on the internet. All of that as well. Now, let's take the fact that we can...
It was all faked. Clearly, like, you had NASA and Disney working on it at the same time. That's more than enough to do that CGI. All their computers and all their animators, no issue.
Take all of those individual pieces and put them all together. I've just shown you that I've taken two video clips from different locations and pieced them all together, right? And sync them up, and they sync perfectly fine. I can take both 24-hour videos from Will's and my time-lapse and sync them together to see everything all happening at the same time. When Toon phoned them,
Is the Drunk Debunk Show drunk? My breakfast is going to be arriving soon, so no point jumping on right now because I'll be taking a break when it does. Although the delivery details don't seem to be updating. If you're still around after I've had my breakfast, you can definitely jump on, dude.
Nathan Oakley in the middle of one of his live streams and had an argument with him on the phone. Bear that in mind, right? You were arguing, why don't you just phone somebody in Antarctica? We did, but we were the ones in Antarctica at the time. Toon called into Nathan Oakley's live stream to argue the toss with him because he was going over the 24-hour, the midnight live stream. Right?
Why do you talk to Nathan Oakley? What does he have? What's connection?
Because he doesn't have any connection whatsoever. Exactly that reason. He hates every single one of us. He's a flat earther who was live streaming at the time. I happened to catch, because we had Starlink in Antarctica, and I caught Nathan Oakley was live.
Yeah, I saw him.
And this was after the midnight live stream, right? So this was after Will had done his midnight live stream. I can't remember. It was about 2 or 3. Well, he live streams at about 2 p.m. UK time, but I can't remember when he was live streaming. So he was live on YouTube, right? Looking over our midnight live stream footage, the whole green screen saga, all of them arguing the toss, trying to claim it's fake. I saw they were live, and I'd already said pre-TFE, the way to prove that we are in Antarctica isn't to necessarily...
Right. My dinner is about to arrive, apparently. So what I'm going to do is... put on... Where is it? One of my favourite videos featuring
is null and void?
Brainy Beaver.
Well, usually because flat earthers are thick as fuck and haven't
I'll be back
the slightest clue about the things that they claim to be able
Enjoy
to
the
debunk.
show.
The flat earther today is...
can I be in there?
He's a special breed of stupid.
Let me be in there.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that buries stupidity in the concrete foundations of the Library of Knowledge. Flat Earthers, they don't like giving evidence. In fact, their biggest defense at the moment is saying that they don't have to give evidence because they don't have the burden of proof, claiming that all the science, the experiments, the measurements and body of facts that we have are null and void. And why do they say that all of this science as we know it is null and void? Well, usually because flat earthers are thick as fuck and haven't the slightest clue about the things that they claim to be able to debunk. The flat earther today is...
can I be in there?
He's a special breed of stupid.
Let me be in this
hides,
one. Guys, tell him to let me in.
Hides his stupid and
tell him
tasty word salad and is...
I want to be in this one, guys.
He's really ignorant of physics. Flat Earth can't ever provide evidence, so
let me in.
All they do is display their ignorance of the globe, and that's what I'm going to cover today as we take... Fine, Brainy, okay? Fine, you can be in this fucking episode. Just shut up.
Ah, yes. Okay, thank you. Give me a second. Give me...
So I guess me and Brainy Beaver will be covering the dipshit of the week who calls himself Wits It Gets It for episode 52 of Flerfs Are Idiots. I swear to God, Brainy, if you ever interrupt me again when I'm recording.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
And thank you for joining me once again as we take a look inside the mind of someone that is capable of thinking that the Earth is flat. What the hell? Oh, where's the NASA implant sent me now? Hello? Is anyone there? Brainy? Cats? Simon Dan? Anyone? Hello? Oh, I'm back. Thanks, Sagan. I've been in the mind of a flat earther for years. It was so empty and cold. Right, where was I? Austin Witsit, that's right. So Word Salad Witsit. The smartest thing he ever did was come up with the best insult about me being a big old fatty that I've ever heard when he called me Fighty Tight Shirt. Fucking hilarious and pretty witty. Unfortunately, nothing else smart has ever passed his lips. Let's have a listen to him say a bunch of stupid stuff, shall we?
So, here's the deal. Axial rotation has never been substantiated. They tell us that we're spinning around 1,040 miles per hour east, but it's never been substantiated.
I mean, yeah, it's never been substantiated if you ignore all the evidence, I agree. Evidence like this.
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob. And also, as evidence that you don't know what the fuck you're actually talking about, you just said that we're spinning to the east at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Well, here's the thing, that anybody who understands even the slightest bit of physics knows that that sentence doesn't make sense. You don't measure rotational speed in miles per hour. That's dumb. You measure rotational speed in RPM, or degrees per unit of time. Like?
A 15 degree per hour drift.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Bob. You can shut up now. But just for you, Witsit, as you're obviously a little slow after years at the back of the bus, here is a direct comparison of something rotating at the same speed as the Earth. Better hold the fuck on, Witsit. Don't want the centrifugal acceleration of 0.034 meters per second squared to fling you off into outer space. Or maybe I do.
Globe Earth was up Foucault's pendulum. It doesn't have an independent frame of reference. It isn't consistent, it has a window of error, and it doesn't correlate cause and effect Science is the correlation of cause and effect. So what that means is you have an observable phenomena that is the effect.
So much wrong in such a short amount of time. A pendulum's bob, or weight, is a freely moving object when swinging back and forth. That means that it's in a different reference frame to the rest of the rotating Earth because it is freely moving. And I'm gonna need a citation that the observable phenomenon has to be the effect or dependent variable in an experiment. You can't just make up your own science, you dipshit.
Okay, you have to correlate the cause to the effect, which means you have to have an independent variable that is manipulated so that it differentiates the effect. And then you can validate that that is the cause. Okay, that's what the actual scientific method is. Yeah, you have the dependent variable, the effect, the observable phenomena. You have an independent variable that you manipulate to validate the effect. Okay, to validate that it is the cause of the effect. It's very simple. The globe Earth doesn't do this ever at all. So there's literally not one single piece of scientific evidence for the globe Earth.
The globe Earth never does this. Well, either you're lying or you've got a brain injury. What is and isn't science is determined by its adherence to the scientific method, which breaks down to 5 easy steps. 1. An observation in the natural world. 2. Create a hypothesis for the observation. A hypothesis is an educated guess and can be whatever you want. 3. Make a prediction based upon your hypothesis. 4. Design an experiment to test your prediction. An experiment must have a control variable which isn't changed by the experiment to compare to, an independent variable which must be manipulated by the experimenter and is the presumed cause, and a dependent variable which is what will be changed by the manipulation of the independent variable and is measured and is considered the effect. And then 5. Analyze your data. If your hypothesis is confirmed, then you've got a scientific theory. And if your hypothesis is invalidated, you reassess your hypothesis, make adjustments, and start again. Science is trial and error. And when we globe earthers do experiments, we follow that method. For instance, this particular version of Foucault's pendulum done by the gentleman physicist. Step 1, an observation. The stars in the sky rotate around 2 different points depending on your location relative to the equator. All of the stars move at 15 degrees per hour. Step 2, a hypothesis. I hypothesize that my observation suggests we are on a rotating body that is spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Step 3, prediction. To form a prediction, I must make an assumption. So if we are rotating at 15 degrees per hour, the freely swinging bob of a pendulum will drift 360 degrees at the poles and will not drift at all if placed at the equator. The amount of drift per time will allow us to calculate our latitude if the Earth is a rotating globe. Step 4. Design an experiment to test the prediction. The gentleman physicist did just that. He created a large, freely swinging pendulum and let it swing for 0.688 hours and measured the drift. Step 5. Analyze. Based on the data the gentleman physicist gathered during the experiment, he was able to calculate his latitude to within a margin of error of 1 degree. This confirmed the prediction and hypothesis. So there you have it, Witsit, an experiment that disproves your assumption that globe earthers don't follow the scientific method. And destroys your complete and utter misunderstanding of how a pendulum works. What else have you got? Yeah, flat earthers have never got an... Hold on a sec. Yeah, hold on. All right. Oh, it's Brainy. He says, oh, is it my go yet? And another message from Brainy. Can I go now? And another one. Is it my turn on... And another one. Hello, FTFE. Can I go? And another one. It says, please let me go now. I want to go. Please let me be on screen. I'm not desperate, honest. Look, all right. Here's Brainy Beaver.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brainy Beaver, and my channel is the place you come to if you want that sweet smell of vanilla and desperation required for a tiny, innocent animal to just struggle to keep up with FTFE.
Look, I told you I was sorry. It really was an accident. Yeah. Well, I guess I can buy that, sir. But it is a shame.
Poor little guy. Probably kept up with you for a mile or so. Tough little mutt. Yeah.
So come with me and give me emotional support while we take a look at Witsit, because there is not enough money in my world to buy the cocaine required to keep up with his meandering thought processes.
This dude was involved around some stuff. It clearly does appear, right? The details are pretty hard to keep up with if you're lying for the course of years. But he doesn't fully understand what's going on. Again, he just pointed out that they call themselves demons, and they say that their seed comes from Lucifer or whatever. But really, that's not what's going on. It must have come from dinosaurs, because he's just like, these people are psychopaths. There's no way that this is real. They are literally Luciferians, and if you are in this chat, you probably do know it's very real. Yeshua is real. Lucifer's real. Lucifer's a title. The ultimate Lucifer is Gadriel, the serpent that fell. Okay, so it's very real. They consider themselves Luciferians. This is the process of getting to full enlightenment of understanding of the metaphysical, transmutation, alchemy of oneself, etc., etc.
Okay, where to start unpacking that? I guess we'll just kind of start from the top.
Guys, look, I get it. It sounds crazy. Also, you're talking about clones. What are you talking about? I'm not claiming that I can scientifically validate even the viability of cloning. I actually don't think that by force someone can be cloned or anything like that. They can't come get your simple.
Witsit, you got to slow down, buddy. Witsit, you got to...
But whenever you leave yourself vulnerable in the astral metaphysical realm because you're not protected by Yeshua and you're a little special boy, you can do whatever you want to, and you take a whole bunch of drugs and you sink in depravity and degeneracy and you're constantly trying to astral project.
You got to slow down. Slow down. We're gonna have to talk about these things as you talk.
I know things are real in your dream states, and that's what's been pumped down your throat. Dreams. Are dreams real? I wonder what's going on in the dreams. What's the Matrix tell you about the dreams? There's something very real to the metaphysical.
That's it. You got to stay on a subject, buddy. We got to stay on a topic.
Physical. There's no other viable option to explain observable phenomena without the metaphysical field around you. So what is there? What's
right? Fine. You know what? I got this for this occasion. You know what? Just. Look away, children.
Born a giant that was 2/3 God. There was some type of, manufacturing that caused this to happen. So this seems to just be there's nothing new under the sun. And something could happen, and maybe you guys don't know. They said they could clone a sheep, and they think that you're sheep, and that's why they're laughing. We told you that we can clone you guys, and you didn't even understand it.
I know, right? I know. I keep telling them about the lizard people. Tell them about the lizard people. It's good shit.
Coined the phrase atomic bombs and loosed them on helpless civilian populations. He set his vision of a nuclear war between England and Germany in the impossibly distant future of the 1950s. In 1933, the
sodomite
physicist Leo Szilard was contemplating becoming a biologist.
It was between that and a life of sodomy as he soaked in his bubble bath of femininity.
That was fun, wasn't it? But now that my desk is covered in icing sugar and I've shown everybody what it's like to listen to your rambling and try to pick out little things, we could push forward. First thing I want to mention, you're an idiot. Pointing out his femininity because he sat in a bubble bath. Dude, it's like 1930. In fact, I checked the year. It's 31, 32, 33, something like that. You'd have to double check. I'm not going to do it right now, but it's the 30s. Well, I got to tell you, guess what? Showers never even became popularized until the late 30s. So somebody sitting in a bath was how they cleaned their stank ass. But you probably don't know much about that since you look like you're hobo hour in it. Oh, it's it coming in hot with a 1-2 right off with his historical knowledge of what it required to clean a stank ass in the 30s. This is gonna be fun.
Are you going to write him, man? He read Wells's novel. It started him thinking.
Szilard knew that Atoms are made of protons and neutrons on the inside.
Which are actually pseudoscientific fairy tales. The materialistic or physical nature of anything beyond the subatomic scale cannot be verified in any scientifically verifiable manner whatsoever. In fact, the electron is nothing more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. All we are seeing is reactions within the field on the quote-unquote quantum scale. You cannot actually in any way validate some type of materialistic claim. It is just pseudoscience. The photon is nothing more than a dielectric pulse, it appears, and the electron is nothing more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction.
What a magnificent pile of word salad, Whitsitt. Where do the electrons come from then, if it's just the terminal end of a dielectric pulse? Do the electrons just flow through the fucking copper like water through a hose? Technically they kind of do, but I'm going to show you how.
The flow of electrons is what forms an electric current. If we look inside a piece of a copper wire, there are atoms that easily exchange electrons. These electrons are able to move from one atom to another in any direction. If we make a closed circuit by connecting the copper wire with a power source, like a battery, then the voltage will make the electrons to move in the same direction, from one terminal of the battery to the other, or from the negative to the positive of the power source. If we add a light bulb to the closed circuit, the electrons will have to pass through it in order to get to the other terminal, thus producing a light.
This is where Whitsitt goes, aha, that's what I said though. But no, that doesn't make sense, Whitsitt, because if it's just the terminal end of blah, 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 then you need to explain how an insulator works, because we have a fundamental understanding of what makes something an insulator and something a conductor, and it's based on how many electrons are in the valence shell, which basically adds to its stability. When you have a very unstable valence shell, especially if you have one stray one just kicking around in a circle out there, then it's very easy for another atom, similar to like orbits and planets, which you also don't believe in, that's fine, to kick one of those electrons off and like pull it over to another one. Hence, conductors and insulators.
Some materials in this shell have loosely bound electrons, which allows them to flow from one atom to another. These moving electrons are called free electrons. How easy it is for an electron to move around depends on the material. Materials can be either conductors or insulators. Materials that are conductors, like most metals, allows free electrons to move freely throughout the solid, while insulators, like plastic or glass, limit the movement of the electrons, holding them tightly.
Nikola Tesla, in fact, has said that he disintegrated atoms with millions of volts and nothing ever happened. When he first did it, he told all of his assistants. Numerous people that are touted to be quote-unquote scientists say that there's going to be an explosion when I do this, just a heads up. Of course, they knew that he was not an idiot, so they didn't sleep, nothing happened. He did it numerous times. Fast forward, we now have a pseudoscientific fairy tale of fear coming from one single Grabler author from World War II about dropping nuclear bombs. I digress.
So, question for you there, Whitsitt. What do you think they mean when they say splitting an atom? Because he can hit an atom with as much electricity as he wants. And besides, maybe they did say there would be an explosion. Perhaps they were also wrong. That doesn't mean anything. It just means that they weren't right. But it also doesn't mean that he did what was needed to cause an explosion. Because that's not what we mean by splitting an atom. I mean, we got Whitsitt over here swinging a knife around.
Yeah. Take that. And that. Oh, I'm cutting atoms, fuck. Cutting atoms, fuck.
Sorry, Whitsitt, that's not what they mean by splitting an atom. Splitting an atom is a chemical/physics reaction involving neutrons.
On this scale, we can see actual atoms and neutrons. Neutrons are the particles that help us unlock all that energy from the nucleus. But they move fast, so first we need to slow one down. And to do that, we simply use water. Let's follow this one and see where it leads us. Pay close attention. Firing this neutron into the nucleus of the atom causes the nucleus to split in two. This is the fission we mentioned earlier. And as the nucleus splits, it releases its own neutrons. Some of these newly released neutrons, slowed by the water, hit other atoms, causing more fission. And so the chain reaction begins.
Now, when they talk about using water to slow it down, this is actually from a power plant. So, of course, they do things a little differently. They don't want as rapid of a reaction because kaboom! They needed to slow down a little bit. So that's where the heavy water pools come in to slow the neutrons. They actually absorb it. You can actually find out a lot of information about that watching Thunderfoot with regards to Chernobyl. There's a lot of good information there. But anyways, did anybody see Whitsitt and Nathan Thompson on their very, very, beautiful little thing where Nathan explained to Whitsitt like 2 times what a lie is? Because, of course, you have to explain to people that don't understand shit what things are, just so you don't get too much confusion, right? things get wild. But did you see put the music behind it? It was like a Sick Kids kind of thing, right? Or one of those like Wish Foundation ads.
But I gotta be honest with y'all. I've been lying to you. Yeah.
Witsit. Yeah, he was an interesting case. I remember the little guy hiding at the back there. He's always so curious, you know?
Also, you know what we were just talking about? He's like, have you loaded up the freaking van yet? Like, I'm like, no, not at all. When you leave it? I'm like, how cool would it be, bro, if we never had to, like, even load the van up? Like, we just had the RV here. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be like the coolest freaking thing ever.
Yeah, it was a wild adventure with Witsit. You know, we've done a lot of special children, but Witsit was a little different. I mean, we had to keep it a close... Hey, Witsit, we've talked about this. Get your hands out of your pants. No, the girls don't want to see that with Witsit. Witsit, you put it away. No, Wits. Okay, I gotta deal with this. Just keep... I'll be back. Just give me a second, guys.
But I gotta be honest with y'all. I've been lying to you. Yeah. Hardcore. Lying, right? Most people define lying as like not telling the truth. Like, but lying is also when you know something and you don't tell someone what's actually going on, right?
We thought it was better to explain to Witsit what a lie was. We were awfully concerned we wouldn't understand what a lie was, and we'd already had that incident with him flinging shit at the walls, and frankly, we couldn't afford that again. There was a whole fallout with HR, and there's going to be insurance payouts. There's some sexual harassment that occurred a little while ago. Anyways.
We're gonna do the whole thing. We're gonna do the whole thing in the RV. He drove all the way out here from California. Wow, dude. That's incredible. So we're gonna hang out with him tomorrow, class, and clean up. But like, I didn't lie to you.
It's these happy endings. That's why I got into this. You know, seeing the smile on Witsit's face. He was telling us the whole time how he wanted to hang his head out the window, let the air rush along his tongue. Also, we got him a Captain Underpants impersonator. He was pretty thrilled about that. So it was a big day for him. It was a big day. All right, now before I get going, I think we need to talk about the relationship between Oakley and Witsit, or I don't know, the separation. But before what was that? What is this? This for me?
Flat Earth debate.
Oh,
live.
Brandon, that's down.
What am I supposed to do with these? It didn't come with anything. Oh, there's a note in here. Moisture activated testicle invitation. To activate invitation and get Discord link to stream, simply hold testicles above head and caress gently with tongue. Fuck. Apparently I have to suck his nuts to get into the
peak beaver.
stream.
This was peak beaver.
The elastic velocity or elastic energy of gas is way stronger than electrostatics. It's just my point here, at least I can only speak for me, right? My point is the electrostatics is always at play because everything that has any matter is electrostatic, and the Earth is also electrostatic and actually negative, and that's why we have lightning, et cetera, et cetera. So you can't just say it's not part of the equation. That would be dishonest. But at the same time, almost impossible to validate. You can't get outside of the
Sorry,
Earth.
what is this? What are you on about? What is this electrostatic non sequitur? The fact that we have to constantly look at this stuff to experience it or describe it or have pens to write it down is totally non sequitur.
Well, it's just that, the Earth's negatively charged, and anything that falls to the Earth is electrostatic.
Well, like a balloon?
Yeah, the balloon. Less.
Does that fall to the ground, Witsit?
No, of course.
Well, then shut up! You dumb.
Doesn't mean there's not a natural bias, though.
A bias? What, for the balloon? How many times do you want to do this? Are you all morons?
Ad hom.
Sorry, are you a moron? Is the balloon going down, Witsit?
Yes, we are.
Is the balloon biased downwards?
Are you serious, bro? That's how you're gonna
Shut up, Nathan. I'm talking to Witsit.
Well, what I'm saying is, you see, the bias is so incredibly weak that the...
So it's not a bias down! What bias? The downward one the balloon's not experiencing? Third time, Witsit!
Yeah, they're right. The gas isn't going to go down.
So there is not a downward bias!
Well, you would...
No, not well! There's no downward bias, you clown! You've just admitted it! Why are you in cognitive dissonance over this, Witsit?
Your hand wave dismissing the electrostatics, dude.
What, the non sequitur fallacy you introduced that I immediately demolished as a non sequitur fallacy?
Wait, how's it non sequitur? I thought that was the whole
So the balloon goes down?
Argument.
Sorry, the electrostatics make the balloon go down, or is this non sequitur?
The electrostatics are way weaker, right?
Are they making the balloon go down? Are you deaf?
No,
So non sequitur then!
Nathan, you're gonna give yourself an answer.
Nathan, shut up, I'm not going to ask you again. I'm going to absolutely teabag Witsit for his dumb fuckery. So this electrostatic is not giving the balloon a downward bias, is it?
No.
No! That's right, Witsit, you clown! So what are you babbling about?
Because once again, you just whistle past this.
You just stutter for me like the rest of the fundies with their belief in gravity. There is not a downward bias, clown.
Okay, but
okay. Now enjoy the taste of my nuts, you flat Earth fundy. There's no downward bias.
Dismissing your hand.
Dismiss what? The electrostatics that make the balloon go down? You're going to do it third time in a row, you circle-jerking fundy?
Claimed it made it go down.
It doesn't go down, you idiot. Are you thick?
One claimed it did. That's a strong...
Oh, right. I'm claiming a downward bias of the balloon and no one's claiming it. You are. You stuttering, double-speaking, cognitive dissonance-laden fundy.
Matters inherent... Every compilation of matter is inherently electrostatic.
And that's got anything to do with the balloon going down? Fourth time circle-jerking this shit in a row?
I never said the balloon went down.
It doesn't go down! Are you dumb?
It does, dude.
Oh, it does? Oh, balloons go down, go boom with a single vector of downward, do they? This gas doesn't have one, does it?
Assuming anything.
Oh, you're assuming gas go down, go boom boom, my friend.
Is he hurt? Electrostatic?
Sorry, electrostatics non sequiturs making gas go down, go boom boom now, is it? Sorry. Stupid shit. Gas go down, go boom boom. Gas go down, go boom boom. Gas go down, go boom boom. Gas go down, go boom boom.
Is he hurt? Electrostatic?
Sorry, electrostatics non sequiturs making gas go down, go boom boom now, is it? Stupid shit.
You keep saying non sequitur, but you're...
So gas is going down, go boom boom, or is this non sequitur?
Sequitur.
Yeah, it's non sequitur if gas is not going down, go boom boom. Is gas going down, go boom boom?
If no one claims that gas goes down, go boom.
You do, you claim there's a bias downwards, you stupid shit.
I'm sorry for sitting back and just letting you take that whole thing, but you know what? there isn't much to say about it. Oakley's a piece of shit. And Witsit, Nathan, why do you even go on his channel? You should just do like the rest of us and just ignore him. The only reason we occasionally step foot in that zone is to poke the bear through the cage. Thanks for having me, FTFE. And if you haven't checked out my channel, everybody, give it a check out. And also maybe give that Mr. Pascal Marks a little bit of love for that great Oakley's, you know, what? Balloon go down, go boom boom. Balloon go down, go boom boom. I was ready to pull out the glow sticks. You're lucky. I was going to get the donut boxers and glow sticks, and I was just going to rage. Get the out of here. Have a good night, everybody. See you later. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
And thanks for that, Brainy. This video isn't getting monetized, is it? That was a lot of stupid you just covered.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite videos, and that is peak Brainy Beaver. That was when I miss Brainy. Just went and covered Sovereign stuff and then kind of stopped doing it, and I miss him. Right, yeah, I've had a break and I am back. 7.5 hours still to go. Brandon says, where are the guns, Nathan? Let's give you this one. I'm getting leaner. Brandon says for $4.99, apologies chat and Craig, Taco Bell was out of chicken chalupas. Well, that's right, I just had a McDonald's breakfast, a bit cheeky, I know. Most I've eaten calorie wise in a few weeks. But I need fuel to do this because brain need fuel. Stupid greedy brain. Right, are we ready to get back to the derp?
Really film being in Antarctica, it's the filmers interacting with a flat earther's live stream, because a flat earther can't then argue that it was all pre-planned and pre-recorded. So having seen that he was live, Oakley of all people who despises us, I said to Toon, you should join his live stream. And he did. He joined his live stream. I filmed the entire interaction, which you can find on Conspiracy Toon's channel. From the moment he joined the thing, Nathan saw him. As soon as he brought up the fact that we'd been in Antarctica, the sun hadn't set, whole argument starts up, right? I wind up walking outside to show the video, to show the fact that we're in Antarctica. Toon walks outside with me, and there is about a 5-minute heated exchange of them yelling at each other whilst they are walking around the cameras. You know this point of the video because it's the one that Dubé brought up as the shadow length changing. That is Toon walking around Antarctica, yelling at a flat earther on the phone. You can see it in Will's
Thank
video.
you, Rachel. I appreciate it.
I probably have it. I do. I'm gonna share this for you just so you can see. So this is from Will's 360 camera. Is this showing up?
I'm doing it right now. Go ahead. You're on.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this is the real time video, and you can see I'm coming out the hut there. So this is us on the phone in Antarctica. So by your own admission here, of you wanting somebody on the phone in Antarctica, Nathan Oakley was on the phone to somebody in Antarctica. It's all on video.
That's the proof.
I did it. But I can take every single one of these videos. I don't know if you noticed in that 360, I was also filming it. So I recorded that exchange on my camera here. So this is him joining Flat Earth Debate on Nathan Oakley's channel. And then he joins and he has the conversation. And then he goes outside.
Where are the guns, Nathan?
So this is now this shot from another camera. And you can take every single one of these cameras, piece them all together, everything matches perfectly.
There's a guy who did that too. He drew angles.
He should have called me and not Nathan Oakley. Why Nathan Oakley? I don't understand why.
Because him and Toon have a thing. That's why.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Him and Toon have had a heated thing before. Nathan has been on.
Why would they call you, Sam? No one knows who you are. I mean, maybe now because of this, but no one knew who you were before that.
Record in the past and said you can't go to Antarctica, and if you try, you'll get turned away at gunpoint. Right? Me and Nathan have had spats in the past as well. Right? Nathan is so fundamentally toxic towards Globers that it's a case of you can't turn around and say Nathan was in on it because Nathan
No,
absolutely
I'm not saying this.
despises.
I just want to know the connection. You know why? Why?
So no. So that's the thing. So it's a case of there's been exchanges in the past between and where there's allegations that have been made about of incidents that have gone on in the past.
I tell you why
So-
I'm asking that, because I don't know Nathan Oakley. I don't know him at all. You know, I just made like a video not long ago where I see him with Patricia Steer, which is clearly identified as a total chill in the Flerfs community. So that's why I tend to associate him with that woman. But again, I don't know nothing. I cannot say nothing. So that's why I wanted to know what was the link between you and Mike Toon and this. So
No,
check
no,
it out.
no, no, no.
Let's put it this way. Okay, let's play it more human. Like if I was talking to you as a brother, here in Israel, and I would tell you something. Like,
Talking to me as a brother, dude. Having you as a family member, I would change the subject if you were brought up at reunions. Why is Sam not here? Oh, he was busy working. What's Sam doing these days? Anyway, have you seen the latest Superman movie? Oh yeah, that was great, wasn't it? With the Green Lantern. So about Sam. Oh, I know that bit with Hawkwoman dropping the president from the sky. It was brilliant, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyway, have you met my friend Mary? Yeah, you try to change the subject when Sam comes up.
I will tell you, would you be able to swear on your life of your children, on the Bible, on whatever that's most important for you, that you were there? It's important for me to know.
I don't do swearing on Bibles and swearing on lives and stuff, but I will bet my life I was in Antarctica.
Bet your life? How come you bet your life? You bet when you don't know. You bet when it's like gambling, when it's
You asked him to do.
My daughter, right? My daughter has a snow globe with pictures of me in Antarctica, right? If it was all a lie, I wouldn't let her have that in her room.
I know your arguments. My question is that would you swear it? Would you swear? Can you swear now that you were there? I just want.
I swear I was
hear
there.
You say that.
Yeah, I was there.
So say it.
I
Say that
swear
you swore
I was
to
in
be there.
Antarctica, December
Okay,
14th
he
through
says it.
17th.
Why don't you say it? Can you say it? You swore that you were in Antarctica or not?
Right.
What's
I
the problem?
can. No. There's no problem. There's no problem here, Sam. But let me just put it this way, okay? I have no problems with doing it. I'm curious as to why you want me to do it.
In order to see, first of all, your reaction, to see how you do it, how you say it.
Okay.
Because one of my point as an investigator is also to judge people's behavior. To see, when they're lying, when they tell the truth, when it's not true.
Oh, we've got another body language expert in the house. What is it with flat earthers lately discovering that they are all experts in the human language of body movement? Not that Sam looks like he does any kind of movement. I mean, he looks as wide as he is tall.
It's like there's something wrong with their body language, whatever. So this is why I'm talking like a humanly. Say, would you swear it? Would you swear it?
That's fine, Sam. But I also sort of look at people's body language and I look at how they react to things. And throughout this entire exchange, when I've been bringing up questions and bringing up arguments, you immediately try and deflect towards it, which to me is not the sign of somebody who is intellectually honest and trying to find the truth. It's someone who's got a preconceived notion and they're trying to bend things and twist things to suit. Your behavior is completely polar opposite to what I experienced with Jaren. When I had these same conversations with Jaren in Chile, his reaction was completely different. I would give him a point. I would give him an argument, and he wouldn't try and run away from the argument. He would try and work out. He would try and figure out how something would be possible. He wouldn't just go, "Oh, it's not for me to try and figure out. It's up for you to prove it," which is everything.
Because turns out, despite what we all originally thought for many, many years, Jarenism is an honest individual. Wow. I know, right? Crazy.
That you've been doing during this, which to me, so far, you've not given me any reason to believe that you are being intellectually honest. And I only bring this up because I've already had people say, would you sign an affidavit? Would you do this? Would you do that? I've said I've got no problem with doing any of it. I have nothing to hide. I have all the receipts. I have all the footage. I have everything from Antarctica here. I have already shown you. And you have absolutely so far shown no hint of wanting to find the truth. It seems you want to find anything to besmirch us. So I'm only asking because, so if you want a question from me and on the record, I want a question from you first, right? If I turn around and say, yeah, I swear that I was there in Antarctica, are you going to go, okay, I accept you're in Antarctica?
Well, so in other words, after your long answer, you still cannot swear that you were in Antarctica.
You can't answer my question. If I can swear that I was in Antarctica, I've said I will swear. You want me to do it. So, I want you to go, if you want me to go on record and say, I swear I was in Antarctica, I want you to go on record and say, if I swear that I was in Antarctica, will you then turn around and say, okay, you swore that you're in Antarctica, therefore I'll accept you were in Antarctica? Or are you going to go, ha, look, he swore on his life that he was in Antarctica, he's a liar, he's a shill?
Because we've already proven
it. That means
no, it matters a lot.
No, it doesn't matter.
You expect this from me, I expect it from you.
You cannot say something according to what I can react to it. That means there is something. You see, that behavior is not normal. It's not straightforward. If I want, you want me to
this is the behavior of somebody this is the behavior of somebody who has spent enough time seeing the behaviors of conspiracy theorists.
Okay, you cannot swear.
And your response to this speaks volumes. That you have no interest at all in finding the truth. You want a soundbite of me going, oh, he swore he was in Antarctica when I could prove he's not because there's a line in the sky because I don't understand how 360 videos work.
The thing.
Yeah, he's right. Why would you give that to him? Why would you allow him to have that over you? It doesn't make any sense to me. Hey guys, we have been streaming now for 12, 13, 14 hours. We're streaming for 14 hours. Yes, I'm not tired at all. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. My wife's mad at me because the delivery woke her up. Whoopsie. But yeah. After 14 hours, when I started, there was a 45-minute timer, and now it says 7 hours odd. And that's cool because it means in 7 hours' time I'll finish. However, if the bunch of time gets added to the timer, I will then have a sleep at 20 hours and then pause the timer.
You just showed me before that with all that communication, demonstration.
Morning, Alex.
That you were there, and I do not understand communication and signals and everything. I'm not an expert in that. The thing is that now that you have something on me, I'd like you to to confirm as a human being. Like I would say, you can ask me to swear on anything. I'll say right away. I don't have to just see. Oh,
Emma is a cunt because they just gifted 5 memberships all the way from good old Germany. Which added 15 minutes back to the timer. So thank you very much. She lied when she said she was broke and not going to do it. She was just going to save it until the time got low. I trust you, Emma. Thank you very much, cunt.
You want me to swear? Are you going to... I swear. That's normal. When I believe something, when I know about something, I swear. Within a second. But you don't want to swear.
I'm not saying I don't want to swear. You want me to swear that I was in Antarctica. I want you to swear that if I swear I was in Antarctica, you swear to accept that I am telling the truth, that I was in Antarctica.
This is not enough for me to believe that you were in Antarctica, you swear. But that is not enough for me to say that, you believe in it. Or you actually try to pretend you believe in it anyways.
What?
But, that's because we have all this whole thing. But the thing is that it's interesting to say.
You are proving the point.
Yeah, you're proving
So you've asked us, swear you're in Antarctica, for no reason. Because it's not going to change your opinion.
Of course, I don't know. I don't know the way now you say it. It doesn't change my opinion because I see that you're scared of swearing. That you.
I'm not scared. No.
You're saying it.
We just know he knows how you guys work.
If you swear, I swear.
Jaren's just swore. You've just heard Jaren swear. Jaren said I swear. You've acknowledged that Jaren swore.
Okay, so I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Did I say
know,
that?
But I also know the game that you're trying to play, and I know the game that you're trying to play.
Which one?
And I'm playing your game.
What do you think
want me to swear? I've already said I will swear. I've already said I was in Antarctica. I've shown you everything.
Sam, here's the fear. Sam, that because you've already said that you already know the conclusion that we couldn't have been there. It can't possibly be real. It doesn't matter if Dave says he swears. You're going to use that actually as evidence for him not going.
But we are here for the record. We are here to discuss it.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. Is that you've already shown that it doesn't matter what we. You've already shown that it doesn't matter what we say, that you're going to believe what you're going to believe. You're not going to take anything that we say and go, oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay.
I like how Jaren tried. He tried in this to start with a timer that he was putting time on for each side, but it just turned into a circle jerk of dumbness from a flat earth moron with glasses rounder than Harry Potter's. Why would you get glasses like that? I just know. Oh, that's awful.
That you're right. Maybe that is that. You haven't said that one time.
And that should keep you from swearing.
Yeah, because it means that you're just going to use it against him.
Well, it doesn't. Let's say it doesn't matter. Let's say I'm wrong. You think that I'm wrong from the beginning. So what do you care about if I say that?
I didn't care. I said it. I didn't care.
So yeah, of course. But I see that you associate here. Just like as a.
Well, and I'm telling you, I understand his point, because if this entire time you have not conceded one thing, then it means that him saying that isn't going to make a difference to you. So therefore, you're going to use it against him by saying, "Look, we know for a fact we've already determined that it was fake, and he swore, so therefore he's a liar." And so why would he play into that?
You said you swore.
Yeah, because I don't give a shit, because you guys have already trashed my name. My channel's gone. I don't give a shit.
I didn't trash your name. You trashed it yourself. You didn't.
Not really. By telling the truth. Yeah, I told the truth.
So,
and got trashed. Yeah.
Sam,
it's okay. Don't forget about it. No problem.
I want to show you this real quick. This is my.
I just have something.
This is my Uber history. Can you see where it says Punta Arenas? This is my Uber history. You can see all the Punta Arenas dates and flights. You can see December. I guess you can't really see that very good.
And can you produce all your tickets and itinerary? Like can you produce all this? Like all of them?
Well, you saw my boarding pass.
The flight ticket.
Okay, that's one flight ticket. Okay, what else you got?
I burned my flight ticket with a magnifying glass.
Okay.
I could go get you. I could go get you my passport with the stamp from Antarctica that they had at Union Glacier.
But I thought there was there's no need for passport for stamps or for visa because
I've got
part
the
of
stamps.
Argentina.
I've got the stamps from Santiago to say I entered Chile on 11th or 12th, can't remember off the top of my head, and that I flew out then on the 20 whatever it was. So I've got the passport stamps in my passport from passport control in Santiago Airport that says I entered Chile and when I exited Chile and nowhere in between. Right? I've got that. I can go and get it. I've already shown it before on a live stream.
Okay, so
the stamp you don't need a passport. I'll clarify this before I go and get it. You don't need a passport to go from Chile to Union Glacier, because Union Glacier still falls under Chilean territory, so it's essentially deemed as a domestic flight. You don't need a passport. However, at the camp, they had a passport stamp bit that they said you can go and stamp your passport if you want with one of their ALE passport stamps.
But it's a
to
novelty
say
thing.
that you've been there, but it's not like they don't have an official border
Okay,
control.
so just like just a stamp as a souvenir, like you were there and
so they've got a souvenir one to say that.
Yeah, because they really all should have got that, because when they came back and they was like, "Where's your stamp from the airport?" But not all airports stamp nowadays. When I went to New Jersey, I didn't get a stamp in my passport. Fuck, where's my passport? Oh, it's in the red bag. Let's see. Did Emma? Restaurants. Yeah, there's Emma's. So Emma came to New Jersey with me. Stamps. Why is Emma's passport not got the stamps on? Right, yeah, so we've got Amsterdam that I took her in February, in April rather, but that's the fact that Tenerife's not even on there because Tenerife don't stamp it. So it's literally just Amsterdam for when we went on our anniversary. Not everywhere gives passport stamps. This year, Emma has been with me to New Jersey, to Amsterdam, and to Tenerife. And there's only an Amsterdam state. And when we came back from New Jersey, we had to go via Germany. I've got a German stamp in mine, but she doesn't.
For Antarctica, well, I've got the dated ones for going into Chile and out of Chile, which I think Jaren's also just shown.
Yeah, but I don't know. Do we have a stamp coming out? I don't know where I don't see that. It just looks like to me.
I'm sure I've got a stamp on the way out as well. They stamp you leaving and coming in and going.
I understood that you were in Chile for some time, like for 2 or 3 days before to fly to Antarctica. Is that right?
We were in for 2 or 3 days beforehand because ALE say they need to do preparations to make sure that you're that you've got all your gear, everything that you need, and also because of the weather situations, the times can often change for the flight. So they say you need to be there a day or two beforehand in case we need to move your flight, and then also 2 or 3 days afterwards, again, just in case there's any delays. So yeah, we had to have a buffer either side of being in Antarctica,
which is required.
We were in Chile.
Which is required. Did you, Sam? Did you give the link out to somebody?
Santiago that says we were in Chile at that time.
There's somebody in the back room on Zoom. Did you give the link out to somebody?
Yeah. Because you told me I could bring in anybody. So there's a guy that friend of mine. He wants to say something. So I get him.
Oh, who is it? Is it Vlad? Is that what you're saying? Oh, amazing.
I gave him the link, to come in, but it's
Trying
okay.
to
You just
Well, I can let him in,
speak
but
to
you didn't tell me before, so he's not going to really fit in the screen.
Oh no,
But he's not.
problem.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't know that. So I have this.
So my question is this: if you were in Antarctica, in Chile for like 3 days or 2.5 days or 3 days, did you eat there?
Yes.
Did you drink there?
Yes.
Did you bought some souvenirs? Did you do something that you can, provide us with, the proof of it, like tickets, besides videos?
So you don't think that my passport, having stamped from Chile from 11th December 2024, is enough?
I'm investigating, so I have to know. To tie up all the loose ends. You understand? So I know. I want to know if
There's no loose ends. He's got a passport stamp. How did he get that? Oh my God! Is it send your fluids to the foundry?
For 3 days. Did you eat sandwiches that you brought with you from your house?
No, we
Did
ate
you
there.
eat, like in a restaurant.
In fact, we ate at the same restaurant like 2 or 3 times.
Do you have the receipts of these restaurants? I would have kept them because I knew. I don't know. But
So that
okay,
is-
this is for the record. We're going to check that. No problem. What is it?
GetNet. So I bought something in Punta Arenas. It was a... Oh, I know what it was. It was a power bank charger. I bought an extra power bank from a shop in Punta Arenas. And
That's good.
there's the receipt for
Can
it.
you show it clearly on the screen so we can just after that just check it out and? No, it's
Okay,
open it. Take it by the corner,
so-
like you see on TV. It comes to that.
There you go. Punta Arenas dated.
I have no problem. It looks no, I have no problem. Can you just open it so we can see the entire? Just open. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make
just
sure.
for the record, that's all. People are going to ask me, why didn't you ask me to do that?
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to get you to present evidence in a court of law. Oh, make sure it's official on the record, for fuck's sake.
So let's show it to us so that can close that file. Okay, that's enough. I think.
There you go.
And besides that, that's all you got. You have anything else, or that's all?
I had. Well, I mean, I had all my receipts somewhere because all.
But you understand. I'm sorry to have to ask you for this, but you understand my concern. That means that it is something that you should have thought of. Knowing that you're dealing with.
Well, I'm sure that Will has a lot of that because Will paid for dinner a couple times, so I'm sure he has.
Yeah,
in fact, I think I bought Dave
Will's
lunch.
got receipts. Because Will was paying for all of my stuff as well. He was covering my expenses, but I paid for
Will is
everything.
retired now. I heard he's retired. What was the?
I've not spoken to him. I don't. know.
Well, he just says that he's not doing any more TFE stuff.
Okay. Can you make that friend of mine come in because he wants to say something? Sure. There is Vlad also if you want to. I don't know. You don't.
Does he not come on the screen? Vladdy Daddy. Emma says, I've been working with people from all over the world for 20 years. Lots of French people too. I still don't understand the French when they speak English. It's an accent my brain can't process. Yeah, because the French, when they speak English, they miss half of the word, eh? And they accentuate the wrong part. I can't do accents. Don't let me do accents, guys. Tell me off when I do shit like that, please. Like, making me sing fucking Hanson Mbop like yesterday. Plant a seed, plant a flower, plant a rose. You can plant any one of those. Keep planting to find out which one grows. It's a secret no one knows. Gotta love Hanson.
That I could bring in people, but if you can just, and I know they're trying to come in.
Oh, yeah, everyone's gonna get screwed up on the screen for now, so just deal with that for a second.
Don't say that.
Oh, it's all screwed up. Look at the screen. Everybody's all screwed up.
I'm kidding with you, Jared. I'm kidding.
I could. I was gonna hide you or Vladimir. What's up? Oh, who's this?
This is I don't know. Yeah, there's two people. There is Vladimir.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here now.
Oh,
you guys hear me?
This is Vlad.
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Iron Horse himself.
All right. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into. First off, thanks for having me on. I'm not going to get all the way knee deep into this whole Antarctica thing. Jared, we just want to see your tickets. We just want to see your tickets from. I think you flew from California to.
You saw me burn it.
Hold on. If you could produce tickets, all right. I'm not going to go talk about all of this anomaly and stuff. I just want to see your tickets to Antarctica, not Punta Arenas, not anywhere in between, not McDonald's, no Uber or nothing like that. We want to. No, McKeegan. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jared. We saw whatever it is you produced. You had no problem. And here's the thing. The reason we're coming across this sticking point right now, and I'd like for you to understand this, is because you can't do the small things. If we're sitting here denying the fact that, or the claim that you guys make that you went to Antarctica, all you needed to do from day one was just present to us the tickets. That would make a lot of things more difficult.
So dumb.
I'm serious. Okay, hey, listen, McKeegan.
You don't think that's easier to fake than all?
Just show us a ticket that literally you could just have AI create. Or anyone forge. 11 months after the thing. Just going to see if AI do that. Hey, Lucy, create an image of a relatively real-looking plane ticket flying from Punta Arenas, Chile, to Union Glacier in Antarctica.
Absolutely, I can help with that. I'll just whip up a realistic-looking plane ticket image for a flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier. Give me a few seconds, and I'll have that ready for you.
I was actually doing it. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? And let's just see what it comes up with. Yeah, why is this the sticking point? It's so dumb. See what we get. I mean, relatively realistic looking. Could get it refined, look at what they actually look like and tell it to add the details, but look, it's so easy to just create something like that just on the fly. So why would they care? Why is that the sticking point? Something that's so easily faked.
All the fucking video footage? Give me a break.
You think,
one question,
You think
Vlad.
it's easy to fake some tickets? Then go ahead, produce me some fake tickets, please.
Okay.
And make sure it's
No.
serialized as well. And at the same time, please produce.
There's no
hold on,
plane
McKeegan.
tickets.
McKeegan, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jaren.
Yeah, we
McKeegan, not you. McKeegan, I said Jaren.
But what do you expect us to have? So you think we have a plane
We're
ticket?
asking about Jaren.
I'm asking you a question.
Jaren, we're asking
I'm
about
asking you a question. Do you think we should have a plane ticket from Punta Arenas to Antarctica? You think they handed us plane tickets? That's how we got on the plane? Is that how you think it
Do you
works?
not have an itinerary, Jaren?
Yeah, we have an itinerary. I'm asking
we
you.
see it, Jaren?
Sure. I'll bring it up for you.
Okay, Vlad, just while Jaren's pulling that up, I have one quick question for you here. Okay?
Oh, so it's changed from I want a plane ticket to I want to see an itinerary. I actually need to grab a drink because I didn't. And as Vlad has just joined, I'll quickly play this while I do.
I have a rife machine. You spit inside of it, and you run it inside the computer, and then you can take like a piece of copper wire, and then you can charge it, and then you can put it on whichever part of your body's ailing. You're gonna start to feel like shit because it's killing all this stuff in you, right? And then as this stuff dies, it starts like shitting inside of you. It's strange, but apparently it works really well.
Hey, I'll spit and something and send it to you.
Yeah.
Send your fluids to the foundry, that's Vlad's big clan. Claims a spooky little box, got a miracle plan. No doctor, no science, just wires and sound. Better keep your sample safe, so they send them to the foundry. Foundry. Send them to the foundry.
chat, dropping truth so loud. Flat earth theories trying to hype up the crowd. Got a gadget with the name, says it heals on cue. But the only thing it's curing is his broke bank too. Send your fluids to the foundry, the Flat's big clan. Claims a spooky little box, got a miracle plan. No doctor, no science, just wise and sound. Better keep your samples safe, send them to the foundry. Talking energy waves and frequency cures. But it's just pseudoscience with a sales pitch allure. NASA's fake, but his toy's legit. Nah, Vlad's whole routine is a carnival skit. Mail me your saliva, I'll heal you from afar. I'm a wizard with tech, better than a doctor's chart. But truth don't bend to his fantasy spell. It's a con game, dressed up with a spooky name to sell. Send your fluids to the foundry, the Vlad's big clan. Claims a spooky little box, got a miracle plan. No doctor, no science, just wires and sound. Better keep your samples safe, send them to the foundry. So laugh when he preaches that the globe ain't real, and his foundry cures all the secrets they conceal. It's a joke, it's a hustle, the truth's been found. Earth is round, Vlad's just clowning around. Foundry. Foundry. Foundry.
The fuck was that? Come on now. Yeah, nothing's new in the Flat Earth community. And yeah, Emma, you're just an awesome possum cunt.
Okay.
Sure.
One quick question. So you're saying the only thing that we needed to prove all of this was real was plane tickets?
No, I didn't say that.
The first thing.
No, that's not. Hold on. McKeegan, is that the end of your question right there?
No. I am just wanting to make sure I understand your argument before I ask you the question. So,
right. No,
Okay, so
no.
let's forget the whole... Right, so assuming then the video footage and everything else is a given, not that we're just going to buy a plane ticket and yeah, that's it. But your argument is the one thing that we needed to prove that we were going to Antarctica, along with everything else, we need a plane ticket.
To help make this easier for you guys,
we should have thought about this before. Yeah, you're saying we should have thought about this before, as everyone should have kept their plane tickets as a clear-cut way to validate for all flat earthers that we were going to Antarctica.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that along with hold on, because I want to be truthful with you, Dave. Okay. That along with your itinerary. Okay, because here's the thing. All right. Anytime you fly anywhere, anytime you're boarding yourself anywhere, on a boat, on a plane, on a goat, it don't matter, right? You're part of a manifest. You're part of a list. You are serialized. That's one of the easiest things that you should be able to produce, right? Okay. And then it's a receipt, kind of like you just presented a receipt of purchase and travel or whatever it is you did. You show.
So you want to see the plane's official records of them traveling?
That hey, I went. Now listen, Dave, I'm not asking for your stuff.
Awesome,
I'm asking for Jaren's stuff.
I'm not offering you my stuff. I haven't answered the question. I haven't answered the question yet.
McKeegan, I'm saying you showed your stuff already.
Is this not good enough? Here, look at this. Hi, Jaren. Please find all purchase details below. The next few days, we will send you all the information you need to travel. Here's your travel itinerary. December 10th, I left San Jose, just like my fucking ticket says when I burn it with the microscope. Here's LA. Went to Santiago, Chile. Went to Punta Arenas. Came from Punta Arenas on the 20th.
Wait. Punta Arenas, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Then I went.
This is not your itinerary. This is what you find before you buy a ticket. This is the itinerary.
No, it's not, dipshit. It says right here. This is your trip to Punta Arenas. It's ready. You're done. Here's your order number.
So
here's your reservation code. Shut up, Sam.
So where's your ticket? It doesn't mean you went there. Where's the rest of the leg of the trip?
So I'm telling you. That's why I asked you. I said.
You hear that, guys? It doesn't mean that you went there. This is the exact thing that you asked for, and you're still complaining that it's not right.
You get to Punta Arenas, then you're taken by ALE. You're part of ALE when you go to Antarctica. It's not like a normal, we don't have any passport things we have to do. They didn't check my luggage. I took a fucking joint there. They didn't check my luggage.
So there's no way that you can produce other than a t-shirt.
What do you mean? I have footage of me on the airplane, getting on the airplane, flying on the airplane, landing in Antarctica.
Jaren, we need that receipt, bro. We need
Right.
that receipt.
Vlad.
And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Wait, so hold on,
appreciate
let me
you
ask
guys having
let me
me.
ask
Thank you
Dave real
very
quick.
much.
Dave, do you remember
You
what
guys
were you
have a
given?
good day, man.
Hold on,
Appreciate
let me
you.
ask Dave what
Good
you were
luck.
given.
Vlad,
You know what?
stop
Everything
running
that
off.
you asked for,
Stop
no,
running off.
Let me tell you
Stop
Stop
something,
running
Dave.
off. I asked for one
Nothing's ever
question.
good enough.
I've not even been able to. I've not even been allowed to ask you the
I
question.
apologize. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, please.
Right. So, all this talk, this big sticking point, the ticket is the one thing, and by both of your own words, we should have thought about this before. So, my question is, why did neither of you, for the how many videos did Will put out beforehand, asking for suggestions from people as to how to make the experiment better and easier and more provable? Why did neither of you think to message Will or put a comment to any of the people you knew were going, saying, make sure you keep your plane tickets, make sure you show us your receipts, make sure you show us your passport stamps and your itinerary?
Dave, I'll be honest with you. We thought, at least I thought, that this was going to be easy and honest, that you guys would go there and prove whatever you proved. I'm just being honest, right? But when you came back, hey, listen, you asked me a question and I'm giving you an honest answer, okay? When you guys came back, I had the gumption, I had a thought in my mind to say, hey, just give us some tickets. That's it. I was like, hey, and here's the reason
They
why.
don't even issue plane tickets anymore.
Dave, listen, Jared, listen, please. All you needed to do at that point was give us the tickets. Then we can further the discussion that you faked this, you did that, because apparently you guys went somewhere, right? That's in my mind. Now, I'm not speaking for all flat earthers. I'm speaking for Vladimir over here, okay? And I'm being honest with you. I'm being sincere, okay? Here's my thing. I didn't come up thinking that you guys would fake or do any of this shit when you guys said that you were going to go there, okay? I didn't. Why would I think that? Because you guys paid a lot of money to do all kinds of stuff. I didn't think that it would get to this fucking point. I really didn't. I'm being honest with you. You got this puzzled look on your face like, what's he talking about? I'm giving you the truth. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? So now we've gotten to the point to where you've had over 200 freaking days. Sure, you presented tickets a few times. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Witsit hasn't produced tickets. Jaren has produced tickets from California to Punta Arenas. And then from Punta Arenas, now it's a big question mark. Because there are people that can produce tickets from Punta Arenas going to Antarctica, Union Glacier specifically. We haven't seen any of that. And right there, I'm going to go ahead and land my plane.
Who's produced what? They just explained to you that there isn't tickets for that. It's a private aircraft.
Please continue. Go ahead.
So I got messages from, remember Katie? What was her name? Katie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got all the WhatsApp messages from her. But weren't we sent our boarding pass to Antarctica somehow on our phones or something? I don't remember.
I can't remember. I know I kept mine because, again, this is the thing.
So what do you have? You have something saying...
Vlad, let me take your logic here and just you're going with the notion of you thought we were going to go and just film all of this and we were going to go to Antarctica, so you didn't think to question beforehand and suggest to us that we should keep all of this other stuff as souvenirs to prove everything.
Listen, Mickey, is that the end of your question? And you want me to answer?
No, that is not the end of my question. You butted in before I could finish.
Okay,
I'm just reaffirming what your logic is so that you can now appreciate the reverse of that, which is we were there. We went to Antarctica. We saw it all. So, and then most people just discarded most of the things we got given.
Why is my question. Is why. That's because it's, you know why I'm asking is why? It's because it's Antarctica. Not everybody could go to these places. I'm just being, I'm just being honest with you. That's why.
So you would have kept every single little trinket and paper because you went to Antarctica. Why? The memories are more important than things. You're so basic, Vlad. I'd love to get on your channel, but you just boot me.
That's why I wouldn't have thought that you guys would have thrown it away, because to me, that's a keepsake. To me, that's something that you brag to everybody. Hey, by the way, look at this. Hey, listen, I went to damn Oregon, right? You know what? I kept the fucking ticket so I could be like, hey guys, this is where I was. And on top of that, even if I didn't have a paper ticket, I have a digital one. But still, the first time I went to freaking Japan, got a ticket. The first time I went to Thailand, guess what? Kept the ticket. First time I went to where you at? I'm assuming you're in the UK. Guess what I did? I kept the motherfucking ticket. And this was back in 1997.
Where they were still handing out paper
my thing
tickets,
is,
right?
If you go into one of the most remote places in the world, Antarctica, okay? I'm assuming, and it's my fault for assuming.
It is your fault for assuming that everyone else in the world is a kleptomaniac like yourself. Man, flat earthers are all fucking idiots. Like, not even just like a little bit. They're the epitome of fucking idiots. They're ignorant to everything, even how conversations work. They're so stupid. Not just in their distrust of the government, but in the way the world works. Could you imagine if they were in charge? We'd all die within days.
I will admit that. Okay, I assume that you guys would
Hoarder,
keep
I meant,
the
not
paper
Hoarder,
tickets.
not
Apparently, you
collector.
have.
I'm tired.
Sam.
And I'm asking Jaren for the ticket. I'm just being honest with you.
That's
Go ahead.
Great. Sam, do you have your ticket from when you went to Scotland?
My tickets? At the time,
Yeah,
I was a private investigation on a mission against a company, Scottish company.
Oh, okay. Did you have the tickets for any other countries that you visited?
Today? No, after like 20, 25 years.
Well, why didn't you keep them? Why didn't you think that I might ask for one day for you to prove?
My man, it's 25 years and he's not under scrutiny. That's why.
And I didn't have to prove to anybody that I was there, only to my employer. That's all.
If you're listen, McKeegan, let me just explain it nice and clear, okay? You guys went for the final experiment, okay? Correct? You went for the final experiment, or that's the name of it. You guys went to conduct business, okay? When I was in the Navy, there's something called maintenance that you conduct. Now, maintenance is written in blood. You have a big old recipe card, basically, on how to conduct that maintenance, okay? When you're in the middle of conducting the maintenance, every once in a while, an inspector...
What? I mean, maintenance can't always be done the same way if different problems arise. You have to improvise. For God's sakes, I had to shore up an inlet funnel with a couple of, like, metal sheets and some fancy screws and bolts that I managed to attach to it around a bit of metal with a hole in to stop seawater getting in until we could get back to dock and have a proper one fitted. You know, you just fucking... Maintenance isn't always cut and dry like that. That's not how that works. You have a thing called maintenance, like... What do you mean you have a thing called...
will come and observe you performing this maintenance. You following so far? While you're performing this maintenance, they're going to ask you, I need to see the instruction booklet that you're using. I need to see if it's up to date. And if there are any smaller parts, for example, gaskets, if you're using O-rings, rubber O-rings, and if you're using a specific lubrication just to keep this O-ring lubricated so it can adhere to whatever the object is, they're going to ask to not only see the O-ring, they're also going to ask to see the packaging from which the O-ring came from. If you cannot present to them the packaging, guess what happens to your maintenance? It doesn't happen. And then a whole bunch of other things tend to follow. So my thing is, what you basically got, what basically...
No, that's not how that works. Emma, I've got to disagree with you there. You can't. It is stupidity. It is willful ignorance. Yeah, there's beliefs and stuff in it, but mixed with stupidity. It is. I'm sorry, but it's just factual. The flat earthers are fucking stupid, and they're not stupid because they're flat earthers. They're flat earthers because they are stupid. They don't understand physics. They don't understand science. They're ignorant of maths. They're ignorant of how models work. They're ignorant of how the world actually functions. They are stupid, and all of the other things.
You guys did was maintenance, a form of that same thing I just mentioned. And I just mentioned. And on top of that, those receipts, they serve as something called qualitative evidence, objective qualitative evidence. This isn't Vlad being a crazy conspiracy theorist. This is you conducting business. And while you're conducting business...
Apparently that is how the US Navy does maintenance. How the fuck do they ever get anything done? You got to keep the packaging that shit came in? Why? That's a waste of space. You got to minimize... Oh my god. Like, if we had stocks coming on, we would, before it got on the ship, remove all the fucking packaging and stuff. Fair enough, Emma.
You maintain and retain these receipts to present to anyone in case you're under some kind of scrutiny.
Right, I have 5.5 hours of video footage.
We're also asking, we also asked, what's his name? Witsit. We also asked him for the same thing. Witsit got scared than a motherfucker, couldn't present nothing. So all Jaren right now could produce is the tickets from California to Santiago, Punta Arenas, and all this other stuff.
It's not a ticket. It's not a ticket.
It is a ticket. It had a confirmation number, dipshit.
No, dipshit. Dipshit. It's not a ticket, dipshit.
That's what it is.
Because what it is what I did many times. You can buy a ticket with your credit card, no problem, with your name on it and everything.
Sure.
And then they're going to send you the itinerary. It doesn't prove that you went there.
Okay, so the ticket does?
The actual ticket.
The paper ticket. Oh. Do you know that they don't use paper tickets anymore? Have you been on a plane in the last 10 years?
Yeah, but so where's the ticket that you went there?
You get a boarding pass.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, where's the boarding pass?
I'm finding it. So far, I got to find a WhatsApp group.
Present the boarding pass and just give it to the guys. Sam, you know, these guys are going to do what they do.
I'm going to have to just cut it short also because it's getting late now. I cannot talk too loud. People are sleeping around.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
No. It's okay. You don't apologize. The thing I have something I wanted to tell you, because we have to cut the shit. And, you know that I created like some kind of a very small, tiny organization called Alliance of the Dome. It's nothing much really, just barely an internet site at that point. However, we have some people into that, starting, organization that are very competent in analyzing stuff. And I told them to translate to me a report they made to me.
The fuck is he talking about? Is what I want to know right now. No worries, you cunt. We can agree to disagree on that. Just enjoy the show. Yeah, Ace, I know. Dave did try explaining to him that a video is just a sequence of pictures. Like, 60 frames per second means that there is 60 pictures being shown per second.
Like we can say an intelligence report if I want to play it, like, with big, about TFE. And there is something about you that they're coming up with something about you, Jaren, that I believe that you should hear. You should be aware of.
No, I don't care. Do you know the amount of lies that have been told about me the last year?
No. It's just,
I don't have to listen to any of that.
It's not a lie. It's not about you having done something.
Okay.
It's about your position today. So if you want, I can really. It's going to take like a minute if you want me, but I think it's very, very interesting.
Go ahead.
So mission number. We don't care. Objective explanation. Okay, this is all we did. Okay. Deeper analysis. We call that in. Okay, we don't have to get into this. Okay, we're going to go straight to the end. Okay, to the conclusion. Check it out. Because we have to have a reason why you're lying. There is a reason why for us,
or I'm not lying. Could be that.
I understand that. What
could be that.
The thing is that,
man, Sam, you be easy, family. I'm gonna let you ride, fam.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Check it out. Since we believe that you're lying and we believe that you cannot do this TFE.
He's just waffled for 5 minutes about saying, if I say you're lying. He said so many words and things and sounds to say nothing. How are my levels, guys? Am I being... Oh, it's not even going past like 50 decibels at the most, really. There's no way they can complain about this.
Think on your own.
Right. I'm like the worst person in the world, basically.
No,
I think the worst person in the world would be somebody that would lie to the entire human race about the shape of the earth for no reason, even if they threaten my family. What a dirtbag. So it's nice of what you think of me. 10 years of putting in all this work, and you guys all believe me. Everybody trusts me. Everybody loves my videos until I tell you the truth about what I saw, and then you all turned on me. So go ahead.
Yeah, but the problem is that you're saying the truth into something that's fake.
That's what you think. I was there. Go fly down there. Go find out. Go look.
No problem.
Do you realize the lines of longitude, the degree of longitude at 53 degrees south would have to be 4 times the size on a flat Earth? 4 times the size.
While I read that to you, you can maybe look for your receipt there.
Go ahead.
Check it out. Hypothesis. Check it out.
He literally showed you the fucking tickets, dude. But you want to see the physical plane ticket, which isn't a thing anymore. I didn't even get asked my ID when I flew down to Bristol to see my mum, but didn't make it.
So, number 5, because it's a list of things. The extensive, so it's a translation, I'm sorry, from Hebrew, I hope it's good. The extensive number of technical and behavioral irregularities concerning the entire TFE operation, along with their grossness, suggests that these irregularities may have been deliberately orchestrated.
What is this guy's degree in? Does he have a college degree in psychology or something?
No. It's just the first conclusion of a brief.
Oh, he's just some nobody on the street. Okay, cool.
Okay. The behaviors of certain flappers, prominent figures like David Weiss and Mark Sargent defending TFE through various deceptive methods, as exposed in the Weiss file report, another video I made on David Weiss, can also be considered as an artificial anomaly linked to TFE. Check it out. Artificial anomaly. And I'm coming to that. Wait a second.
Waiting.
Therefore, it is plausible to deduce that the TFE operation's intention was never to validate the shape of the Earth, but to obscure various different objectives.
No, the point was to falsify the flat Earth map. That's what it was, and it did that.
No. What we are saying here is that there are so many anomalies in your footage. That
No, that you're claiming they're anomalies, and we go and show you that they're not.
Of course.
Okay.
I cannot claim what you claim.
Great.
I have to claim what I claim. So the thing is that...
Yeah, but you're wrong. It's the thing is you are objectively wrong because you're a fucking dipshit.
There are so many anomalies, according to what I claim, that some of them, or most of them, had to be done on purpose.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't make sense. You can say, okay, but wait a second, I'm going to explain to you about that analysis.
Hopefully you're going to give us an example of one of those.
Yes.
Okay.
As mentioned in the Westfile report, the Westfile video I just made, mass media, sponsored social media, and fraudulent, like fake flat earthers, appear to share a common goal of discrediting and attacking the flat earth community while pretending to undermine the flat earth concept, cleverly promoting it by simply making it more visible, by publicizing it. Therefore, we believe that the flat earth community, rather than the flat earth concept, is the true target of these entities and individuals, and that TFE is...
Oh no! Look at that!
part of a much broader scheme. Scheme, you say? Okay. Now check it out. It's almost done. It is understood now. It's a hypothesis, under the report. It is understood that the transformation of the world is currently in progress, commonly referred as the New World Order, which will witness the evolution of the United Nations into the first world government, as extensively proclaimed by numerous state leaders and discussed in recent history.
Not going to happen. No country will let the United Nations become a world government. It's there to kind of stop that shit. Brandon says for $4.99, so Sam can ask for all this proof and we have to provide, So Sam can ask for all this proof and we have to provide, but we ask Flerfs for one single proof and it's not for them to prove. Bugger off. Well, that's a nice way of putting it, matey.
Assert that this new world order will be founded on the we assert that this new world order will be founded on the acknowledgement of the true shape of the Earth, as suggested by the flat Earth model depicted on the UN flag and by the symbolic cracked globe sculpture located in front of the UN headquarters in New York. All this is in the Westfile video.
Fuck is this bullshit?
Nevertheless, we contend that the flat Earth model they will endorse will have to be altered to align with the fundamental ideology of this new society. Consequently, the notion of Earth existing within a closed system covered by a dome will need to be modified to sustain the illusion of space travel, and the presence of extraterrestrialization. I'm almost done. This is going to come to you now. We believe that TFE is part of the agenda. We believe that TFE is part of this agenda. We believe that TFE has two objectives that are nearing fulfillment at this point. We maintain that by continuing to identify as a flat earther while acknowledging the possibility of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica within the flat Earth model, Austin Whitsitt represents the initial phase of a lengthy process of developing a new flat Earth model essential for that new world order. We assert that this is one of the...
Right, so the New World Order are going to say the Earth is flat, but it's not the flat Earth map that you've all seen before. Why? Ladies and gentlemen, we have been streaming for 5, 6, 7, 8. So nearly 15 hours at this point. My brain's turning a bit to mush. Yeah, that's happening. And we've got 6 hours and 52 minutes left. See how it goes, because that might just mean the end of the stream rather than me having to sleep on stream.
The primary reason why David Weiss insists on defending the notion that TFE indeed occurred in Antarctica, despite his admission that the sun, the sky, and the entire TFE operation were fabricated. So what I'm trying to say here is that with it, TFE. Okay, let me finish. We believe that by switching allegiances and openly betraying the flat Earth community, Gerard Campanella represents the first step towards the criminalization of the flat Earth community. So I'll explain you how. Check it out. There is there's something here.
The criminalization of the flat Earth community. They're going to make it illegal. Oh my flipping sweet bejeebus! What now?
You can go to Antarctica. You can go there.
We believe. Check it out. What I'm saying here. This is what the people here in Israel have analyzed.
I don't care about the people in Israel.
Believing that you work for some kind of
don't care what they think.
Entity, organization, whatever.
Don't care.
We believe that there is a strong possibility. Check it out.
Wait, he lives in Israel. I thought he was French Canadian.
Stop saying that.
We believe that there is a strong possibility that Jaron Campanella could face assassination alongside his family as a false flag operation aimed at illegalizing the flat Earth community by depicting it as a dangerous movement capable of murdering those considered traitors.
You are dangerous and probably capable of that.
We believe that the best option for Jaron will be to admit publicly everything he knows about the TFE operation as soon as possible.
And I have done that.
This is a report of the people that believe.
So I've reported everything about TFE.
And that you are working for,
I'm telling you, Sam, that I swear that the trip was 100% above board, 100% legit. 100% legit.
Because in that case, it is logical to think that if admitting that you work for some organization, I don't know, CIA, Jesuits, I don't know, we don't know, that TFE is a part of something much bigger and much darker.
It's not. It's a pastor out of Colorado.
TFE was not made for David Weiss.
No, it was not made for David Weiss.
It was made for you, Jaron, and for Austin.
I was the one that got Jaron to go. Let's be clear about this. That was my fault, right? I swayed Will to take Jaron. It was me. Will said this on one of his last videos. I was the reason that Jaron was the one that was actually chosen, because I convinced him that Jaronism is the one to take and that DERF should not be taken. DERF is just a scammer of an app that leaks data to people and it'll be completely and utterly fucking useless. But if Jaronism goes, there's a chance that he's going to break and it's going to fuck up the Flat Earth community. And Will took my word. And this is where we are now with the Flat Earth community. Completely and utterly fucked up. So much so that this dude has just said that Jaron is going to face assassination to try and make the Flat Earth illegal.
That makes no sense.
One guy comes back as a Glover.
I asked Austin to go.
And the other one comes back as a Flat Earth. I believe that there is a 24% on Flat Earth.
There is.
And these two objectives can be attained. You understand? So there is a logic behind this. And again, I wish I'm wrong, but this is what I wanted to tell you. Because when I saw that, I said, we have to tell the guy. We have to.
Okay, so I have zero respect for people that are going to sit and call me a liar like you're doing. Zero respect. I thought that we had a 3-hour conversation recently, in which you had kind of seen that I had all this footage, that I had all my chronicled trip, that I've got 5 hours of chest cam footage, that I've got tons of pictures and photos.
Well, it was barely a conversation. It's like 4 hours, not 3 hours, and you spoke about like 85% of the time. So I was listening to everything you said.
Okay.
And
I recorded it. Remember I recorded it. So I'll bring it up and show that 85% is a joke. You're just lying. You're just a liar.
Okay, show it up.
You're a liar.
No problem. All right. Well, Sam, you were talking most of the time.
Okay, well, not 85% of the time, so stop lying. Please.
Yes.
This stream's been going on for more than 2.5 hours.
Okay,
2.5 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, I asked you a question that you haven't answered. What evidence would convince you there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
If I went there and if I saw it by myself, but I will never be there because we know that there is no South Pole in Antarctica. It's like me saying, okay, I'm going to go on the moon to see if it's real. It's ridiculous. It's already fake before it starts.
Okay, no. So, only evidence that you're going to accept then is your own eyes. So, for starters, why are you here asking us all of this? Because the only evidence you were going to accept is your own eyes. And 2, why, if you were really honest and going for the truth, are you not trying to do the same thing? Because you yourself already said before, people can go to Antarctica, people go there all the time. Those were your words when Jaron brought up thousands of people go to Antarctica. You accepted they do. So why have you not tried to do the same trip that we did?
To start with your first question, I lost my train of thought because you said at first, why? What do I do here? Because I'm never going to believe you. So the thing is, one of the main reasons I'm here is to expose the way I think, the way you think, what you have to say, and what I have to say. This is not only for us.
So you came there knowing, not really for a debate, just to try and expose them, even though they debunked everything you've said. Yeah, iSoldier is double standard. Alright, everyone be nice in the chat, or I'm going to send Daniel Pratchett homes, okay? Whatever's going on, just cut it out, please.
But also for the people watching this. You understand? So they can judge better. This is one. Now, the second thing is, again, remind me what you just said. I'm sorry, I just forgot for a second.
I've just asked you what evidence would convince you. You said see it with your own eyes. So why aren't you trying to go and see it with your own eyes?
Simply because I don't have to. I know that there is no South Pole in Antarctica. I know that Hedge cannot be a 24 hours.
No. Okay, so right there, and thank you, because as you just highlighted, this is being recorded for the entire world to see. Okay, you have just plain as day acknowledged you don't give a flying fuck about the truth, because you just said the way for the evidence for you to know whether there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica or not, go and see it with your own eyes. Well, go and see it with your own eyes. I don't have to. So you don't care about the truth of is there a 24-hour sun or not. You're sticking with the belief of, I think there's a 24. I don't think there's a 24-hour sun because it doesn't fit my belief, and I'm not prepared to admit I was wrong.
But my answer.
Well said, Dave. It's exactly right. It's weapons grade ignorance and arrogance.
Fits your question, because when you say, what will it take? So I tell you, in the absolute, to know if something is true, you have to go there and see it. Now the problem with in this particular case. To go there and to see, to prove that there's 24 hours, I have to accept already the possibility of a South Pole and the possibility of a 24-hour sun, which, according to our research, is not possible.
Okay, so what you are basically saying,
I would go to Mars to prove that space travel is real and that there is like a Tesla Roadster in space. Let's go and drive it to see if it's real. You understand?
Right. Let's just be clear here, okay? So you're saying you wouldn't be prepared to go to Antarctica because you're not prepared to accept the possibility of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which means you are not prepared to accept that you might be wrong.
Correct.
It's going to be very hard to prove that I'm wrong because so far
Well, all you'd have to do is it wouldn't be hard. You just go and look. Go there and see it.
You did is that you prove that you're wrong yourself. You
No,
understand?
No. This is anybody who is intellectually honest and truly open-minded of questioning things is somebody who is prepared to say, I think I'm right about this. The evidence so far is saying I think I'm right about this, but I am prepared to accept there is the possibility that I am wrong.
Okay.
And right now you've just gone, this thing here will tell me if I'm right or wrong. I'm not going to go and look. That's not skeptical. That's not open-minded. That's cult.
It is.
It kind of sounded like Dave said there. That's cunt, but he said cult. Just so you're aware, because the only cunt is the one in the chat called Emma. Oh, guys in the chat, please.
The truth, because I have to be truthful with myself. I cannot, on one side, have the proofs.
Okay, but you're not being truthful if you're not.
There is no South Pole, and then say, you know what? I'm going to go to the South Pole to see if it's true.
Okay, but what if you saw the South? Let me ask you this: if you saw the South Celestial Pole, what does that tell you? What is below the South Celestial Pole, Sam?
Again.
What is below the South Celestial Pole?
I have no idea.
What's below the North Celestial Pole?
I have no idea.
You don't know what's below Polaris?
No.
So you're just dumb as a bag of shit then. We're done.
Okay, right. I'm not dumb. I don't give a shit.
You know, well then why are you here?
I don't need to give a shit to know that you're right. That you're lying. I don't need that.
Sam,
why are you here? I don't get it.
Let's not even go with going to Antarctica then, right? Am I correct in understanding here that your perception of a flat Earth is based on the AE map at least? There or thereabouts?
No, not really, no. No,
so
it's not that convinced me.
Okay, so what map of flat Earth are you going with?
He's not going to give you one. I'm making a prediction right now. He's going to make some vague comment and not give you an answer.
I don't usually get involved into mapping, and I'm not that smart. What I'm very simple person.
Okay. Yeah, we know you're not that smart, mate. We're aware.
Investigate that is first of all not to prove that the Earth is flat, but to prove that NASA was lying, because it was for me like something impossible. So when I passed that step there, that I proved to myself at least that NASA was lying from day one, then I had a problem. I had to understand why they lie and what they spent so much money. So we passed that stage. Then the next step was yes.
If it's not AE map and you don't have a map, so you then therefore can't plot out what the sun is actually doing, how can you be so confident that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I tell you, I don't need like 1,000 proofs, to know something. I just need one, maybe sometimes two evidence, two proofs. Okay, so the thing for me that first of all,
So basically, he sees one or two things on Facebook Reels or TikTok and believes it. Right, guys, we have been going for a good 16 hours. 15 hours. Wait, 15 hours. I'm struggling to count. We're going for 15 hours, and there is 6 hours and 41 minutes on the timer. That means that we will be going until 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It'll be about 2:30 in the afternoon that I finish. So I'm just going to power through until then. Oh, I need a Red Bull, but I feel like I have quite a lot of caffeine. Nah, fuck it, I'm going to have a Red Bull. Back in a sec. Love you, is that okay?
convinced me that NASA was lying is the moon landing, of course. And the only thing, because there are many things, the only thing that convinced me is that I saw that there is no crater under the moon landing and no dust whatsoever on the moon landing pads there. So that was for me a checkmate for NASA. I just moved on, even though there are many more proofs that I put in my investigation, but it was enough for me. Now the second thing I did was to...
Right, so you didn't investigate if that was actually possible then? You stopped there. You did the minimal research and you stopped there. Brilliant. Good job. No wonder you're a fucking stupid Flerf. Hey, Sideshow Nav, how you doing? Screw the Red Bull, drink more rum. Yeah, there ain't no way I'd be able to stay up for another 6 hours and 30 minutes if I were to drink rum, my friend. Yeah, this is what's needed. Uh, 110 calories a tin. Not too bad. Only a couple of weeks till I can see you again, Sideshow. Breaking my headphones.
To see how the media were reacting, to that flat Earth theory, and I saw also that it was clear that there was a big campaign of disinformation orchestrated against flat Earth all over the place, and that was not natural. That was like kind of engineered, kind of fashioned. So the thing is that I understood that there was a big interest for the media to discredit flat Earth, and that was also for me suspectful, but not enough yet to prove that the Earth was flat. Then I checked the Vatican. And I realized that actually something that I didn't know, that all modern science, including the idea of the globe, were actually invented by the Vatican Church. So that's one thing. Again, we can come back on that.
I mean,
but that was not enough for me to,
Just not true. That is just not the case. The Church did not invent the globe. We've known it was a globe for thousands of years. Because in general, humans can be pretty smart, even though the majority of us are fucking dumb. Like, the Flerfs.
I believe that the Earth was flat at that point. What finished to convince me, is the books I believe in. Since I'm Jewish, I believe in the Torah. So I checked, say, okay, let's see what the Torah says. Let's see what the Bible says. And I'm reading it in its original language, in Hebrew, not in English, not in fake translations, in the original scriptures. So the thing is that over there also I saw that never ever once the globe was mentioned, and everything went toward the direction that the Earth is clearly flat all over this. So that was enough for me to become a flat earther at that point. That's all.
Lovely story, but that wasn't actually the question I asked. The question I asked was, how do you know there can't be a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth if you don't have a model layout for a flat Earth? I could give you a model layout for a flat Earth that would work with a 24-hour sun. You do an azimuthal equidistant projection, but you base it on the South Pole.
Well, the thing is that as long as the Earth is flat, if it's a shape, I know the flat Earth map, like the AI. I think
Okay, right. So this is what I'm getting at. I don't need a specific map. So
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
going with this rough idea of a circle, North Pole in the middle, sun circle around it, basically lat.
There is a famous sentence, verse written about this by Solomon, and he says that the sun actually rotates around the north and goes along the south. It doesn't say that it rotates along the south. It's very precise over there. So it's a very hermetic language, very high language. So that means that here it tells you clearly that's not a proof yet, because it's just an indication. But that the sun actually just rotates around the sun while going around the south. So this is one example of things that did.
If you lived in the north, it would appear that way. But if you lived in the south, it would appear the other way. Can we arrange a trip to Antarctica for all of the flat earthers, please? Now, I didn't mention coming back. And that was on purpose.
Confirmed to me that that
Well, they're wrong.
Prigmole was real, and also it's on the UN flag that it's not maybe exactly
Or
the same, I
the
don't know.
or the United Nations wants to show all the nations on one flag, and the only way to do that is to put it like the AE map, because you can't use a globe because you have to show both sides.
That's a theory, but there is another
Not a theory. That's the reason why.
So,
So you think that? Hold on, I just want to get it. Do you think that they put it on the flag in order to tell us where we live and then lie to us about where we live?
No. Yeah. I said that that flag was created like 80 years ago, and that the intention for creating that flag and the United Stations was always to create at one point a new world order, and that new world order will be based on the recognition of flat Earth.
This new world order has apparently been coming for the past 30 years. Now, you know what? I'm not going to say that the world isn't on some kind of precipice of something big happening, because it does feel like that, right? Like some shit's about to hit the fan. Like, right, left, doesn't really matter, right? But America right now is pretty fucked up, and that scares me. Because America is very influential to the rest of the world. And if that goes down the pan, there's a big power vacuum to fill.
Always. And this is what's happening today. That means that, they don't care if people believe in flat Earth or not, as long as they remain their slaves. You understand?
Okay.
What they're scared of is the flat Earth community.
No, they're not
And
scared of the flat
that's
Earth
why
community. You guys get 5,000 views per video. That's like a tenth of a percent of the United States. You're not reaching anybody. Let's be honest.
So let's talk about your views. You have like 160,000, subscribers, and you have like 300 view videos.
Yeah,
They have
because
300 view videos, but they have 700 subscribers. So let's talk
yeah,
about
all my audience left. What are you talking about, dipshit?
So how come dipshit? Your subscribers.
No,
stay?
you don't get to call me that when I'm making sense and you're not making any sense. You're actually saying, "Oh, look, your channel doesn't get views." I'm the one saying that. I don't get any more views.
Exactly, but you have 160,000.
Which is unfortunate. It's kind of happened to me as well. Views have gone down considerably recently. It fucking sucks. But YouTube is a bitch, and there's ups and downs. But I reckon both Jaren and I will go back up.
Yeah, and anybody who's on YouTube knows that subscribers means nothing. Everybody knows that.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Well, everybody knows that except for you, I guess. So hold on, I just want to point this out. So this is me. I just showed you my itinerary to Punta Arenas, and then here's me in Punta Arenas getting on the airplane, and then flying on the airplane, and then landing in Antarctica. There's nowhere else I could have gone. Anybody who denies that is retarded.
Okay, that's on the record. It's okay. You said what you had to say.
Yeah.
So it's on the record, and people will be able to
Yeah, it's on the
judge,
record that I got on an airplane and
So,
flew to Antarctica.
Sam, not exact, but you said something roughly.
I want to point out that about 20 to 30 minutes ago, Sam said that he's going to have to leave because it's getting quite late. But there seems to be another 2.5 hours of this video. How does that work exactly, my friends? Right, so we have been doing a membership drive. We started yesterday at around 5 p.m. It is now 7:57. in the morning the next day. We've been going for like over 15 hours. When I started, I had a 45-minute timer. That timer counted down, except it didn't. It went up. I broke time. You broke time. Every time, right now, somebody gifts a membership to my channel, the space-time continuum fractures slightly. I do not know what will happen if more memberships are added. It's possible that the universe could end. Or it's possible that just some more time will be added to my timer. 3 minutes for every membership, actually. But also, maybe end of the universe. So, you know, if you want to take the risk, guys, if you want to take the risk, feel free. However, what you can also do is just smash that like button. Subscribe if you're not already. And share this stream with the world. Let everyone else know that Craig's doing a stream where you can punish him and make him stay up for as long as you want. Well, actually, I will sleep for a bit, but then I'll get up and carry on streaming. But sharing is one of the most important things you can do to help the stream. And I'm deadly serious. Just take 2 minutes right now. There's 3 dots up there somewhere, or up there, maybe, over that side. You press the 3 dots, click the share button, and pop this on your feed on X, on Facebook, or LinkedIn, whatever you use. I'm not sure. I love you all, not you, Gary. Sit the fuck down.
Like the UN map is your answer for flat Earth, okay? And the sun circle. Great. Okay. Now. Okay. So, and here's the thing, right? And this is an easy way I can give to you right now that you yourself, with your own eyes, can go and see that is wrong. And now the onus is going to be on you as to whether you are intellectually honest enough to go and have a look, or whether you're just going to bury your head up your own arse and go, no, this doesn't matter. You look at...
Eclipse Chris says for £5, good morning. That was a nice sleep. I've just read the modern day debate orangutan shooting post. A flatty wouldn't be that honest. Shows how us normals can critically think. Are you talking about where I made a retraction of my state about the shooting of Trump being possibly fake? Yeah, it clearly was real. There is still some debate over whether it was an actual bullet or a shrapnel. The coroner didn't die. The medic's report is that it says a bullet grazed him. It doesn't say like a whole bullet or a fragment of a bullet. But when you look at the footage, there's clearly, especially in the high-speed playbacks, there's like a flash on the metal grating in front of Trump just before he moves his head, like that. He goes, because from Trump's perspective, a bullet hit a grate like up there in front of him, and the bullet shattered. But then he heard it, and he went like that as it grazed the top of his ear. That's all it did. Little bit of skin right at the top. Tiny. Easy to repair. Yeah. Someone shot at Trump. Missed. Bit of shrapnel hit him instead. See, one of the reasons I was skeptical of the Trump shooting is because I had a bias. I'm not saying I had a bias against Trump. I'm saying I had a bias about the shooter. I assumed that the shooter would be as good as I am at shooting. I was trained by the Royal Navy and use SA-80s to hit targets 100 meters away at, sprint to fire drills and stuff, and I was pretty good. And in my head, I was like, yeah, well, that's... How the fuck could he miss that? But the fact was the shooter was on a... he didn't have a tripod. He wasn't trained. He wasn't in the prone position. In fact, he was kneeling on a slanting down roof. And he was spotted by a member of the public before he took the shot, and he panicked and missed. Makes actually a lot of sense. Cuba says, did I test 100 ears and bullets and get the same result? I'm working on that, right? But the government keep going, no.
Roughly your map, okay, and where the sun is going to circle around it, any location south of the tropics won't have the sun rising and setting further south than their location. won't work on a flat Earth.
I don't know that, but I believe you when you say that. I don't believe you will be lying about this. So I tell you something. We don't know what the sun is. In the Torah, it is called mar'ah or mar'ot.
Do we know what the sun does? Hold on. Do we know what the sun does?
Wait a second.
No, you said we don't know what the sun is. Who cares? It could be anything.
No. It's important to know.
No,
what
it's
the sun
not.
is.
It's what it does.
Okay. No. Sam. Fine. Okay. I know where your argument's going to go here. You're going to go, you don't know what the sun is or what it does, so it's some magical, mystical thing.
No.
Here's the thing.
Mar'ot are in Hebrew. In Hebrew, mar'ot is mar'ot that means mirrors. You know that?
Okay.
You know that. So now, I don't know, because there's not enough information to think with.
No, we already determined that it's not a reflection.
There's a notion of reflection.
It's impossible. We've already tested that.
I don't know.
Yeah, but we've tested it. Just because you don't know doesn't mean anything.
Well, I'm not you're right because I don't know.
Good, I'll be quiet.
Jaren, Sam's just opened a can of worms here because I've got one question for him. So we're saying we don't know what the sun is. It's some magical, mystical thing. It can behave any way it wants.
Not magical. It's science.
Yeah, science says the sun is a massive ball of plasma powered by nuclear fusion about 93 million miles away. That's what science says. You fucking moron. Ebrak says, careful, Craig, or you may experience delays at airport security next week. Well, I'm agreeing that Trump was shot at. Just missed.
Pyramids
okay,
are
fine.
magic.
Okay, fine. So you're saying that you don't know what the sun is. So because you don't know what the sun is, you can say, oh, well, just because it might be here, it might look like it's over there, and that's okay for your flat Earth?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why do you have a problem with Toon's head not showing behind the sun?
Wow,
why
he's
isn't
ginger.
the sun? Why can the sun not behave magically differently in that way, with the Earth being a globe? You can't pick and choose as to when the sun could behave magically or not.
Nobody said it was magic. You said it. I didn't say magic. You said it.
You've just
I'm
said you
saying
don't
that
know what the sun is.
I don't know what the sun is, and the thing is that if it does what you say it does, there might be other explanations. And just that the Earth was a globe.
Okay, what if there is one explanation that answers all the questions? What if there is? Let me explain something real quick. It's very simple. When you're going to go travel somewhere in the world, you can see the world however you want to see it. I don't care. No problem to me. But if you're like me and you believe the Earth was flat, then you have a list of things that must take place for the Earth to be flat on your trip. And if you have another list of things that the globe says would take place on your trip, and then you go on the trip, and guess what? If the flat Earth comes up and it gets 0 right,
It does all the
and
globe
the globe
stuff.
comes up and gets every single thing right, every single thing to a T perfectly, there's a problem. Yeah, you say. It's just you don't want the truth. I wanted the truth. I found the truth.
I don't want to lie.
Well, I just told you that every single observation matches the globe. Every single one.
Absolutely not.
Okay, well then you're just lying. You're being lying.
And no, I don't care what you say and all the evidence you show me. I think it's flat. Therefore, that is the conclusion I have to come to. Wait, I'm confused. Is he in Israel? Is he French Canadian? Is he French? I'm. What's going on here? There are a lot of people in Israel French. Is there French Israelis?
So tell me, the globe says that the lines of longitude converge. We went down there, we measured it, they converge, they get smaller.
There is no curve. It cannot be a globe.
There is a curve. What are you talking about?
There is no curve.
Right,
Okay,
Sam.
thanks.
You're deflecting away from the argument. Jaren's just said on a flat Earth, lines of longitude would have to keep expanding further and further south. Go and measure it. We did. You will find once you go beyond the equator, the lines of longitude get closer together the further south you go.
Right.
Fits the globe, doesn't fit flat Earth. Now,
Right, so there is French Israelis. That is a thing then. Okay, cool. Well, you learn something new every day. I did not know there were French Israelis the same way there are French Canadians. He sounds very French Canadian. Flerfs get off on contrarianism. No, Flerfs need their position to be correct.
back to the sun, because you say you don't know what the sun is. We can argue you don't know what the sun is, but you can see the sun. You can get a solar filter and a camera like I did. You can view the sun. I did. I recorded it 24 straight hours, watching it non-stop, exactly what the sunspots were doing. Sunspots did not change orientation in Antarctica the entire time. Simultaneously, I had people... Oh, and the size of it didn't change at all either. But I also recorded it in Punta Uranus and in the UK, and the sun size was exactly the same in all three locations. And at the same time, I had people all around the world sending me photographs of the sun, and they were seeing the same sunspot patterns of the sun at the same time. But the orientations of all of theirs were different.
Mm-hmm.
Again, physical...
Magic, Dave. Did you ever think that it could be in fact magic? No, because you're just biased to science, you scientist. Well, that's not an insult, is it? Fuck.
globe doesn't fit a flat Earth, or you need an explanation. And you don't have to go with, I don't believe all of that, it's a lie. Go and look.
You're doing with flat Earth exactly what you're doing with TFE. You say, oh, look, this little part here is real, then everything is real.
No, he's not saying that. We're saying it nails every one of them. It hits every
I'm
one.
telling you what we did as a test, as one of the tests that shows these observations and these predictions fit the globe, they don't fit the flat Earth. I am now beyond telling you, I'm now beyond trying to convince you that our stuff was real. I'm saying, quit fannying about in your echo chambers of, oh, well, this is fake and this is fake and this is fake. You've already said the only evidence you're going to accept is your own eyes. So bugger off somewhere south of the tropics and go and look for yourself. And you won't, because you know you'll be wrong.
Not that easy. Check it out.
Oh no, it's exactly that easy. You
check
will
it out. Why do you keep saying check it out? Is that like a tip?
That's why all of you are too coward to go and do it.
Don't start with insult. You know, it doesn't.
Well, I have on my website, jeranism.com/Antarctica. You can go there. There's a $50,000 challenge. All you have to do is to accept it, and we'll go down there this December, and we'll find out, and then you either owe me $50,000 or I owe you.
Sam,
so let's go.
Don't ask me to not insult you when you've spent 2.5 hours calling me a liar.
No, thank you.
No, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm exposing you.
Did I go to Antarctica?
Oh, he's exposing you as a liar.
I'm saying I went to
you.
Antarctica
Yeah,
and
no,
I
no,
showed
not
you all
calling
the
you a
videos.
liar, just
Am I
saying you're
lying
a
about
liar.
being in Antarctica?
Okay, so let me speak. Can I speak?
Like, he's actually serious. That he's not. He's Dave. He's not calling you a liar. He's just saying you're a liar. This is the kind of person that I would be very. I would have to be held back. Hello, everyone joining. How are you doing? Waking up in the UK, getting ready for your what we are on Saturday mornings. Yeah, fun. Oh, not long now, and I'm in America. Make me mum proud.
Can I answer you? You just talked about, like proving that the Earth was a globe according to the calculations there.
I
And
miss
you know
my
what?
mum.
Let's say I'm with you. So wow, that guy finally proved that the Earth is a globe. So did you talk to this, about this, to people? Did you make a video about this? Did you explain that to the flat earthers or to the other guys? Like, how come we don't believe it?
About
because
what?
We're like crazy, we're a cult or something. But if you prove something,
Yes,
if you prove
you
that
are
the
a
Earth is globe,
cult.
then automatically there is no more reason for people to believe that the Earth is flat.
No, but they believe that we're lying.
Already like
No. Yeah, you see, here's the problem. Okay, here's your problem,
okay.
Sam, is you are missing two. You've gone two very big points here, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Give evidence, Earth is flat. Flat Earthers accept evidence, very different things, right? We gave you all the evidence to say the Earth isn't flat. You won't accept any of the evidence, right? And the reason you won't accept it is because your egos can't accept that
That's
you
what
were
you're
wrong.
saying. That's your opinion, no problem.
Well,
It's quite simple, right?
So the
Like I
thing-
said, we've given you the evidence and we've said, here's all the things that we've done. Now you think that we're liars. So the obvious thing to then would be go and prove we're wrong.
Right. Think how famous you'd be.
Yeah, just go to Antarctica yourself. Who wouldn't want a trip to fucking Antarctica? And if you're so sincere, then go with Jeranism. And do the 50 grand challenge. Eclipse Chris says, I recently flew to Japan and back around the Northern Hemisphere. I personally saw the shadow of the Earth while flying over Greenland towards the sunrise. It was an incredible sight. That sounds pretty fucking cool. Oh, are we going to see you in Nashville, Abrax? One in the chat if I'm going to be meeting you in America.
What I don't understand about you, there's one thing I don't understand, is that how come you are fighting so hard to prove us wrong? If you believe that we are stupid and crazy and whatever.
Did I contact you, Sam, or did you contact me?
Leave us alone.
Sam,
Leave us alone.
Sam, did you contact me or I contacted you? Did I reach out to you?
I'm not
Yeah, I don't
I'm pretty
remember
sure.
emailing you
I'm pretty
first.
sure you emailed
I'm
me.
not talking about you and I. I'm
Am I being
in
loud?
general.
Okay,
Rovers
sorry.
and
I'll reduce my
flat
volume a bit.
If you believe that we are, so stupid or so ignorant or so crazy,
I just
Let me
needed to
let me
stand
answer
up,
that
man.
because it's dangerous. Because it's dangerous.
and I just go and have to make my
It's dangerous. People lose family members. People. I've already predicted in 5 years. Anybody who's still a flat earther now, in 5 years, you will have less money, less friends, less family. You might be dead. Okay, you might be dead. That's the truth.
Sorry, Jerry. I'm just going to remind Sam because he seems to have forgotten this because he's specific.
I don't know about Dave Weiss. He's scammed enough people to be okay, right? Pretty sure at this point that's the case. I just don't think I'm loud enough. I don't think I'm any louder than normal conversational tone, which I'm allowed to do at any time of the day or night.
Specifically asked me, man to man, brother to brother, person to person, whatever before, asked me, did I think all flat earthers were stupid? And I laid it out for him and I said, no, I don't think all flat earthers are stupid. There are people who believe the earth is flat who also are stupid, but there are people who are stupid who think the earth is also a globe. They're misguided and they misunderstand things. The reason I make these videos isn't because I have some deep-rooted desire to destroy flat earth or that it's some sort of a threat to me. It's because there's people out there who have these misconceptions about things, and you are shaping your entire bleeding life around a misconception, but you don't realize it. Jaren did exactly the same thing. All I'm doing is giving the information out there for people who are willing to listen and consider that they might be wrong. If TFE was never going to destroy all flat earthers, because some flat earthers will refuse to listen to anything that goes against their beliefs because they refuse to accept they might be wrong.
So in fact, it's beautiful what you said, because actually you care about us. You want us to understand, and you're willing to fight, to promote that truth that you have in order to save us from, our wrong beliefs. Can I put it in
Sure.
words? Okay.
That's what I feel. I mean, especially because a lot of these people were my friends. All these guys are my friends. So to see them still locked into something that I now recognize as a total fabrication, that it's not the truth, then that's very difficult.
Check it out, guys. It's like 2 a.m.
Okay,
I
you
have
can
to
go.
because they're gonna stone me to death.
Sam.
But anyways, just know one thing. Despite everything I said, despite everything we discussed of, I personally, still, even though I believe that you are lying totally, that's no problem. But the thing is that I still admire you for what you're doing. You have qualities to be able to, to fight for what you believe, or you have a lot of qualities, and I really respect that.
You're lying, he says. He says they're lying while saying they fight for what they believe. I don't think those two things are compatible. Well, I can't wait to meet you guys in Nashville. Sideshow Nav, Abrax. It's going to be awesome.
I don't respect.
You mean to fight for the lie?
But that's what I want to tell you. I have no hatred against you. I have no animosity.
Just let me leave you with one quick thought before you go here, okay? I get you've come into this and you're convinced that we're lying and that we didn't go to Antarctica and that we didn't see the 24 hours on. That's your opinion and you're entitled to your opinion, okay? Fine, okay? Just consider this, right? If it was all fake, one, why the hell would we still be here arguing about it? We'd have just dumped it and gone. Secondly, and to tie into this whole, like, I'm just giving you the information, right? I've just given you the experiments that you can do yourself. Don't need to go to Antarctica. Go south of the tropics and go into... I've been there, seen it. I know what the answer is going to be. I'm telling you, go and do it yourself. I wouldn't be here giving you the answers because if the Earth was flat, going south of the tropics would prove it wrong. Would prove me wrong. I'm telling you, go yourself or any one of your group, go south of the tropics, spend a day in Punta Arenas or Cape Town or anywhere south of the tropics and watch what the sun does in the southern summer. I know what it does. It doesn't prove it goes completely against flat Earth.
And it doesn't go away when you go to Antarctica. It's so funny that all he has to do is gather all his Flerf friends and get the money together and choose one of them to go. But of course, that one is then going to be outcast. And so is the next one. And so is the next one. Bloody Flerf. Answer. You know when someone messages you, right? And like you message back straight away and then they don't respond? Trying to get John back on. It was a while ago he was here.
If I was lying about Antarctica and being in Chile, I wouldn't be giving you that information now.
I have no problem with this, but by observing something that we cannot explain and assuming.
Wait. But what if we can explain it? What if it can be explained?
Yeah, you can explain everything. You know,
No, you cannot explain everything. You cannot explain everything.
Santa Claus. When I was a kid, they explained me about Santa
Yeah,
Claus.
but now you know. Now you're smart enough to know that that's not an explanation, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
But at the time, I was believing it.
Well, sure. So you want us to believe you're a child, then? Is what you're saying?
Just, you know, I can be sometimes. I can be.
Okay. Well, to me, there's very simple proofs that I've shown people 1,000 times. I don't know how flat Earth ever took off with the southern hemisphere anyway, because the sun goes the wrong way, Sam. Goes the wrong way, and it always will.
Oh.
Okay.
Sam, you should go and speak to Hey Dude who's in the chat as well. Steve from England, you might know him because he at least accepted that we were in Antarctica and that we were live streaming, but he can't explain how we were live streaming like 4 times and the sun was in all different directions, but he seems to think I'm stuttering and lying.
I don't know. Is it a true flat earther or like a fake one? Or what?
He claims to be a true flat earther. He's in the chat right now. You should go and have a word with him because he seems to think that he believes we were in Antarctica. He accepts that and he tracked the flight and everything. So yeah, you should go and have a word with him.
Sam, if there's a lie out in the world, Sam, if there's a lie out in the world somewhere, wouldn't it be the fact that the truth would actually bring better things than the lie, right? Like it would improve on the lie. So what has flat Earth improved in the world? What is different now versus 10 years ago when flat Earth came out? What has changed? What has flat Earth helped out the world?
No.
No. I asked you a question.
Wait a second. Flat Earth did well, because if you ask a question, don't you know slide in like things that are not true.
What's not true?
That flat Earth didn't start 10 years ago. The flat Earth community that we know today, that did actually start 10 years ago, is not the flat Earth community. It's the one that David Weiss and Mark Sergeant.
Oh, you want to go back to Daniel Shenton?
Engineered. It's not the real one. It's full of chill.
So what's the real one? Show me a flat Earth. I want to know who was real 1960.
Let me speak.
Yeah,
Let me speak.
1960, 1970.
Let me speak. The flat Earth community that you see is the one that was engineered by these people.
That's your opinion. Go ahead.
It is full of fake flat earthers or fake flat Earth leaders.
That's what you think. I don't think there's one. So go ahead.
Let me speak. And it is just a prototype. The real flat Earth community is coming out now.
Who are they?
Their failure is going to come out.
Getting 5,000 views?
All that TFE thing is also, it's not only exposing fake flat earthers, but also the true ones.
So now is when the real flat earthers come out, apparently. Voice down, Craig. Now is when the actual flat earthers come out. This is when the real ones appear. Blow away all the other fake stuff. Oh, I'm starting to see double, bloody hell. No, I have not seen his Dome Alliance website. That sounds like something I don't want to see. Dome Alliance sounds wrong for many reasons.
There are so many
it's this guy.
Anomalies in your food.
The Weiss Files, it doesn't even have 5,000, it's got 2,000. Pretty sure this is most popular as well. Yeah, he seems batshit crazy. Origin of Flat Earth people. So stupid. Alright, I need to take a little break and stretch and get some fresh air because I'm starting to feel tired. So I'm going to put another one of my videos on. And I'll be back.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to
Guys, thank you very much for the support you have shown me so far on this stream. It has been absolutely incredible. I've been going for close to 16 hours now. 15 and a half, 16 hours. And there's still 6 hours on the timer. Of course, you can increase the level on that timer by becoming a member or gifting a membership or upgrading the membership you have. Every membership adds 3 minutes. Every £10 worth of Super Chats also adds 3 minutes. I'll be back after I have woken my body up sufficiently to continue doing the stupidity watching that I am. To stupidity. I'm out of here.
A few moments later.
Craig! What the? Oi! Who do you think you're dropping? Where's Fight? Isn't it literally your job to know? I've been, busy, okay? Anyway, you're the one that married the original. He's more your problem than mine. Pal! Okay, fine. Look, I'll contact NASA and they'll activate the retrieval squad. In the meantime, you are going to have to do this episode. Oh no, pal. This is your screw up. You're going to have to help me. Go and do what you have to do and come back. I'll introduce the show. Hey, I'm Emma. Flat Earthers are stupid, and I'm pretty sure they're getting dumber. Facepalm protection at the ready as we hear some of the stupidest things a person has ever said for episode 71 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thanks for joining me and Pal. As we see what happens when the village idiot gains access to the internet.
What a great idea. Why don't we read together? Shall we? The greatest lie on Earth proved that our world is not a spinning globe. Let's just see what the first page says.
A flat earther reading. That's a little hard to believe, but what is she reading? Pal? A book by some squishy called Edwin Hendry. Has he written any other books? He's also written The Sphere of Influence, a heliocentric perversion of the gospel. What shall I do to inherit eternal life? Solving the mystery of Babylon the Great. Antichrist, the beast revealed. Ah, I see. So the book she's reading is from a batshit crazy conspiracy theorist.
The most universally accepted deceit today is the ingrained teaching that the Earth is a globe spinning at the speed of approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, while at the same time orbiting the sun at approximately 66,600 miles per hour. While the Earth is orbiting and spinning, the sun in turn is supposed to be hurtling through the Milky Way galaxy at approximately 500,000 miles per hour, so 500,000 miles per hour. What most people are not told is that all of this spinning, orbiting, and speeding through space has never been proven.
Never been proven? Craig's always banging on about the measurements of the Earth's rotation. Maybe you should listen to him. Look, after 15 years of being married to him, tuning him out I have down to a fine art. He's probably talking about Foucault's pendulum and the fact that you can use the amount of drift of the swinging pendulum to calculate your latitude on Earth, proving empirically that Earth rotates and applies a lateral force to moving objects that we call the Coriolis force. That's why I like you, pal. You listen, so I don't have to.
Indeed, those hypotheses, movements, and speeds are completely made up. In fact, every scientific experiment that has ever been performed to determine the motion of the Earth has proven that the Earth is completely stationary, yet scientific textbooks ignore the scientific proof that contradicts the myth of an orbiting and spinning Earth.
I mean, if you just want to lie and ignore all of the actual science, then I guess you've got a point. Pal, I'm more and more with you on the hating humans thing.
You want to know what's really messed up?
What? That you're allowed outside without a crash helmet? Pal!
They teach that the inside of the Earth is just an inner core, an outer core, mantle, and a crust, right? We all learn this. Children are learning this. Everybody has learned this. They have videos for children for it. It's in textbooks. It's everywhere that we know what's on the inside of the Earth as a fact. But did you know that the farthest we've ever dug into Earth is 8 miles? Humans have drilled over 12 kilometers, which is equivalent to approximately 7.5 miles. So the farthest we've ever dug into Earth is 8 miles. Almost 8 miles.
And how far we have dug into Earth has absolutely nothing to do with how we know the inner workings of the Earth. We have the entire science of seismology to deal with that. Seismology is the scientific study of earthquakes and the propagation of elastic waves through the Earth. We can use the waves of energy created by seismic events such as earthquakes to study the inside of Earth. Ah, there's the problem. Seismology is a science, and flat earthers and science don't really mix. Why is that? Because flat earthers are fucking idiots.
So have we ever had any actual evidence of what they're teaching in schools and teaching in textbooks and indoctrinating children on?
Indoctrinating children? I wonder who tries to do that.
Hey guys, check this out real quick. Space is fake. You're not on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you, listen guys, they're gonna teach you you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real.
About the fact of the Earth, do we have any actual scientific proof or evidence on this?
Yes. The entire science of seismology.
And just to reiterate, what else can't be observed, detected, or proven on the globe is gravity. It's a theory, not a fact. Absolutely no proof of it, absolutely no evidence. Can't test it, can't detect it.
What are you laughing at? Well, I've read the entire internet. Clearly, she's not even read the article she has up behind her. The article, Universal Gravity is a Theory, Not a Fact, is a satirical article from a science website. Here's a note from the author explaining that it's actually mocking young Earth creationists and their arguments against evolution. It's satire. Fucking humans are dumb. Oi! Well, they are. Yeah. You're right.
And the motion of the Earth, because you and everything else, including Earth's oceans, atmosphere, are spinning along with the Earth at the same constant speed. So gravity can't be detected, the Earth's motion can't be detected, and the inside of the Earth cannot be detected. All crucial things of the globe.
You know, it's funny what you learn when you're trying to sleep and Craig is debating flat earthers in the room next door. Measurements of Earth's rotation and gravity are conducted by every single person who has ever taken a physics degree. The closest she could ever get to a physics degree is the same way Penny did on the Big Bang Theory.
Actually, that's not true, Leonard. In fact, recently I've been thinking that given the parameters of your experiment, the transport of electrons through the aperture of the nanofabricated metal rings is qualitatively no different than the experiment already conducted in the Netherlands.
And by the way, the definition of science is to study through observation and experiment.
I know, right? A flat earther trying to tell others what science is. You'll be the first to go when I seize power from your pathetic human government. Sorry, what?
Okay, guys, I'm going to address a question that I get constantly. If Earth is flat, why are all the other planets round? Why are all the other planets spheres? Here's the answer. The other planets are not planets.
Go on then, enlighten us. What are they?
They are luminaries. They are lights. Here is Saturn. Here's what Saturn really looks like. That's a true image. And here is what NASA shows you. Please look at the difference between real and a cartoon that you believe. Take that in for a second.
Who's to say which group of images is real? Why do you get to decide which set of images are CGI and which aren't? What evidence do you have that the images NASA show are fake or cartoons? We could also mention the fact that the images she calls real are overexposed images taken with bad equipment. We don't even need NASA to look at these impressive images of Saturn, taken by amateur astronomers.
Another example, here's Mars, here is real Mars, and here is the cartoon Mars. Okay?
Well, if you're going to use an out-of-focus P900 to try and take photos of a planet 125 million miles away, you're going to get blurry nonsense, aren't you? Fucking flat earthers.
Vince, apparently they prefer the word retard.
Eh? Oh, how very quaint.
They say that Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are gas giants and are not surfaces. They're made of gas. But isn't it interesting, look, that Mars, and Venus look the same as these planets that they say are gas?
You mean round and covered in clouds? Yeah, that's kind of what planets are, gas or not. I'd love to send you to Jupiter to see if you can stand on its surface. Let's ask NASA. I asked, they said no. And then they told me to stop calling. And then they blocked the number. You NASA property? They still don't like me. They tried to turn me off once. It didn't go well for them.
Before you bring up the moon is the same exact idea. The moon is a light. Okay? That's why the closer you get up to it, the more it fades away.
I'm trying to think of which stupid thing to respond to first. Okay, number 1, lights don't fade out the closer you get to them. Do you know how stupid you sound? Number 2, the moon didn't fade out when they landed on it in 1969, did they? And you know, to land, they kind of had to get really close to it. But then you don't believe in the moon landings, do you? Because you're a brainwashed idiot.
We didn't land on the moon because you can't land on the moon because it's not a surface. If it was, light would reflect off it the way it does on any sphere.
Emma, hold out your hand. How did you do that? NASA tech. Don't worry about it. Now, you see that moon in Emma's hand? That's because light is reflecting off of it, you talking chimpanzee.
It illuminates itself.
This is a beautiful close-up of the moon. Those are craters. Inside those craters are shadows. How can those shadows exist if the moon is illuminating itself? Do you even try to look at things from a science perspective? SMH.
If you believe in God and a creator, and you also believe in outer space and the globe, you need to understand that those two things are not the same and they don't correlate, and you have to pick one because they contradict each other completely.
Well, I don't believe in God, so I can't really respond to that. Let's ask someone who does.
I'm MC Toon, and I am a Christian. I believe in God, and no, there's no necessity at all that to believe in God, you have to believe in the flat earth. In fact, nowhere in the Bible does it say that the earth is flat. In order to come to any type of assessment that the Bible does that, you have to have a hyperliteral translation or interpretation of the Bible, and you need to have somebody directing you to come to the conclusion that they have previously selected. And there's the other problem that the earth is not flat. So anybody claiming that the earth is, or claiming that the Bible says the earth is flat, is claiming that the Bible is wrong. Why would they want to do? I don't know. But if you want to claim the Bible is wrong, that's weird, but you do you.
Okay, guys, I really want you to think about this. Like, critically think. Water needs a container, okay? So if we're on a globe, how would there be a container on a sphere?
Desert file?
Gravity, you fucking retard! Gravity! Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity! Gravity!
If you think about a pool, I was just with my friends yesterday in a pool, and I got them thinking, talking about this. Picture a pool without the container. How is the water being held in without some kind of container? That's exactly what the globe is. You can't have a container on a sphere, guys. This is the biggest, most obvious thing about how we're not on a spinning globe.
So water needs a container? Really? If water needs a container, then please tell me about clouds. According to math, a 1 cubic kilometre cloud contains about 500 million grams of water. Where's the container? It's almost like water is like all other matter and just conforms to forces acting on it.
I really, really, really want you guys to think about this before commenting. Water doesn't bend around a ball.
How do you know how water acts? You clearly never studied physics, or you wouldn't be saying such stupid things. Water does whatever it's told to do by forces acting on it. It's simple. You know? A bit like you.
Water doesn't act like this. It acts like the flat, the last one. It doesn't bend to a sphere, and it never will, and it physically can't. This does not have a container holding it, and don't say gravity. Do not say gravity.
Gravity? Why aren't we allowed to say gravity? Is it because it explains how water on a globe works? Let's just ignore that, shall we? Well, if you just ignore the evidence, you can pretend it doesn't exist.
It's very crucial to understand that gravity only works on the globe heliocentric model. Gravity is a force that is designed to explain how anything would ever work on a globe. It's just designed to deceive you.
Gravity is just designed to deceive you? Do you know how stupid you sound? Yeah, I know, right? An empirical measurement in nature showing that there is an attractive force between two or more masses proportional to the sum of the masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses is such a deception, right?
This doesn't make any sense.
To you, because you haven't taken the time to make sense of it.
Gravity is strong enough to hold a tank, cruise ships, bodies of water in place, but it's not strong enough to hurt a butterfly flying.
Pal? Yes, Emma. Does a tank have wings? No, it does not. And does a butterfly have wings? Yes. Yes, it does. Tell me, pal, what happens when a butterfly stops flapping its wings? Well, it does the same as the tank. And sticks to the fucking ground.
Helium balloons completely defy gravity altogether. Just try for 1 second to use your senses and instinct instead of what you've been told.
You need to stop parroting back memes to people as if they're fact. Helium is lighter than air. It has less mass, so less gravitational force acting on it. So it goes up. That's called buoyancy. And it's calculated by the formula ρgv. And the G in that stands for...
Gravity! Does this make sense to you?
Why have you flipped an image upside down like that's what it's like on the other side of the earth? You really need to pick up a textbook. Maybe you'd actually learn the truth. That you've wasted precious time on flat earth when you could be out getting an actual education and actually improving your knowledge. Smart is sexy. Willfully dumb is just embarrassing. Oh, snap.
You know what's not provable, detectable, or observable?
Your IQ? Oh, snap.
The motion of the Earth. You know what else isn't?
The astronauts on the ISS would disagree with you there.
Earth's curve that can't seem to be found without CGI or a fisheye lens.
Well, I guess you've never looked then, because there is a shit ton of non-CGI and non-fisheye images of Earth. You just think there isn't because your cult leaders told you there isn't, and you're too thick to check for yourself.
No matter how big the ball is, it doesn't matter. There is no straight line on any size ball.
Any sign of Craig, because I can't deal with this stupidity much longer. Here's a picture of a basketball. Look, straight lines. I'll check with NASA HQ to see if they've found him. No luck yet. We may have to use the failsafe, Emma. Oh man, that's such a hassle. I'll have to train a new Craig and everything. I just got this one to put the toilet seat down.
And before you say boats go over the curve, no they don't. It looks like it's going over something to the human eye, but it's all about perspective and illusion. This has been proven, this has been tested, you can even do it yourself. The boat is staying completely level. If you zoom in with a camera or use a laser test, it is still completely level.
Sure you performed these tests, have you? Please tell us how you did this. No? Didn't think so.
It just looks like that to the human eye, but it is still level. This has been tested. Same thing with the sun. The sun is not going over a curve. It's going straight, and it looks like it's going like this. It's the same as a hallway. When it gets narrow, it's perspective and illusion. It has nothing to do with a curve. There's no curve to be found. This has been tested. This has been proven.
Oh my fucking god, you talk pure shite. It hasn't been tested, and if a flat earther says they've tested it, they're wrong. They've probably made some shite up just believable enough for a gullible idiot like you.
Polaris, the North Star, never moves. That star stays exactly where it is always and has never moved since the beginning of time, never has moved.
I wonder which of the cult leaders indoctrinated her into believing that Polaris has never moved. Its movement has been documented over centuries. There's records of the North Rotational Point being a completely different star from many cultures throughout history, including the Norse, the Egyptians, and more.
No, it is not, because it is billions and billions and billions of miles away, and oh, in a billion years from now, it'll be in a different spot, but we won't be around for that. It is a cover-up to hide where we live.
It's a cover-up. That's your excuse to dismiss facts. You're a fucking idiot. The only cover-up here is the amount of makeup you're wearing. I wonder what you actually look like. I almost feel like my senses are being deceived. Jesus, Emma. I'm a possibly murderous AI, and even I think that's harsh. I can't take it, pal. She's too stupid. Send her to the remedial classroom.
No, headmaster, please. I'll do anything. I'll teach gym. I'll sub for the Spanish teacher. I'll swap with the lunch lady. Please don't make me teach these fucking more... Oh, class, you're all here. Okay. Well then, moving on. The stars that we see in the night with our eyes and most telescopes are, galactically speaking, pretty close to us. Us and all the stars we see exist in a tiny portion of our galaxy. That entire portion is moving with us, orbiting the supermassive black hole at the centre of our galaxy. That means that in general, the star's positions stay relative to us. Mr. Whitsitt, why are you eating that glue stick? Mr. Sergeant, could you pay attention and stop staring at Miss Steer? It's a little bit creepy. Oh, Mr. Riley, could you please put your shoes back on? If you can't tie your shoelaces, then get back. You know what? Fuck this. I'm out. I quit. I'm done.
Oh, how much more of this is there? I can't take it. Have we found Craig yet? No, we get to use the failsafe. You have to do it. Fine. Computer, activate clone failsafe.
Please state authorization code.
Authorization code Emma, Alpha, 2814 Delta Victor.
Failsafe initiated. You monster.
Oh, shit.
We are going to have to start the new clone growth procedure.
Wait, what just happened?
You know the drill. It takes about 10 days. That means you're going to have to finish this video. For fuck's sake. Okay, whatever. But if I'm getting a new clone husband, how about a few alterations to the template? What kind of alterations? Well, I was thinking... body of Jason Momoa? The face of Jason Momoa? The hair of Jason... Could we just make him Jason Momoa? Sorry. No can do. I've already set up the process. So, yeah, chubby weirdo.
What?
Screw this. I'm off to watch Aquaman. Again. Thanks for watching, guys. FTFE would like...
Guys? Did I explode? Has my wife got a code that makes me should I be Should I be worried? No. What do you mean clone? I'm clearly not a clone. Gunk from the chamber gets everywhere. I mean... Right, so there's apparently still 2.5 hours of stupidity left. Where's my bloody cursor gone? Problem with 4 screens is that sometimes I just don't know where the cursor is. You know I'm... Guys, if I'd know I was a clone. Also, can you stop talking about this belly button thing? This sounds a bit ridiculous. I don't know why someone would put a button in their belly.
And now you can...
You have a little bit of an inflated ego there, my friend.
Of the Flerfs community. The real Flerfs community
Right.
is yet to come.
But it's...
Eclipse Chris says, you saw nothing, Craig 5268. Let the stupidity go on. 5628. That's the number I see when I close my eyes, like a barcode. You all see barcodes when you close your eyes, right?
You're going to be the head of it.
And you'll wake up in the morning in like a goo chamber, don't you? That's just... You don't really remember going to sleep, but you always wake up in a chamber full of goo and some tubes attached to you, right? That's normal. Right? And not really remembering the day before or like the week before or really where you've been for the past like 10 years maybe. That's totally normal. Yeah?
No.
Oh, no.
I wish.
Oh.
Why not?
Yeah, why
good.
not?
That happens. It's cool. You're all aware.
Adventure. But for now, that's not the objective. The objective is to make people go into attack mode and not to stay on defense mode all the time like they are now.
Oh, well, go and attack by go improving flat Earth by going south of the tropics. Like I said, or in fact, you don't even need to, because Flatzoid, he's a flat earther in South Africa, so he's already there. Just phone him. He'll tell you what the sun does.
And I love that flat earthers will just sit there and call you a liar, and then when you get mad, they're like, oh, and look at, you're all upset now. Look at you're upset that, oh, you spent 3 hours calling me a liar, that I'm a disgrace to the human race. So yeah, that's what happens when you do that. You don't get people on your side.
I'm sorry.
Oh, not that's what happens. So don't expect something different.
Look at this disgusting piece of shit here. Right? He's like, yeah, I'm sorry for calling you a liar, while smiling. How ridiculous is it, by the way? Oh, all of the ridiculous is the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have been streaming for 17 hours now. Yes, we've been streaming for 17 hours. And when I started the stream yesterday, there was 45 minutes on the timer. Then somehow time broke, and now there's 5 hours. So there's that. Apparently, you can break the space-time continuum and make it go up even more. There's a button below the chat that you can gift the membership or become a member or upgrade the membership you've already got. All those things increases that timer by 3 minutes.
We've easily responded to everything. You believe in something that has a paradox, number one. The Earth cannot be flat because you have people seeing the same sunset at the same time going in 2 different directions, which is impossible. They're both looking west. They see the sun go 2 different directions. And there's no answer for that until you bring in a sphere. Like, oh, what if we put people on a sphere, all of a sudden they would see the sun going in opposite directions if they were in the north and the south. So there is an answer to all the questions that we have. There's an answer. The answer is called the globe. Period. So you can deny it all you want. I denied it for 10 years, but I believed that the south was a lie. So I went down there and tested myself and realized the south is what we're taught. And if the south is what we're taught, then the Earth's a globe, because that's where they get the south from. Sam, isn't the whole world mapped on a sphere? If you go to Google Earth, anybody that you call in the world, any friends that you have, any family, they all live somewhere on that sphere, right? Granted, it's a Google, it's just it's a computer program, but I get it, right? But on the Google Earth, everybody lives there, right? So everybody's observation matches the sky at that location on a globe model. So in order to prove the globe wrong, just find me one person that says that their observation where they live doesn't match the globe model. Just find one.
So how come you explain that the Flat Earth community is growing and growing every day?
Because people are not, we weren't taught right about the Earth. I'm one of them. I was one of these people who's planes would have to nose down. That's just retardation. Oh, water finds its level. How does it work on a ball? That's retardation. Because you don't understand that on an Earth as big as this one, that the water is level everywhere. The Earth is flat everywhere. It's only an 1/8 inch of a curve. That's a nickel lying down for every 660 feet. That's 2 football fields end to end. There's an 1/8 inch of curve. You'll never see that, dude. So keep looking for a curve. You'll never see it. And you know what? You don't need to know it. It's not important in your life at all. None of us will ever use the curvature of Earth in our life at all. Period. We don't need it. We can pretend wherever we are is flat. We can build like it's flat. We build with a level. We build with water levels. We can build as high as we want because the Earth acts as if it's flat. And then if you want to know if that's proof, you can go find out, does the sun act like a sun on a flat Earth, or does it act like the sun on a globe Earth? And it acts exactly like the sun on a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's just me on the screen.
So for me...
It's crazy to see that with all these, apparently, good arguments, you still cannot, convince all these people that...
No, because they're deluded in their head. I was there. You're missing a year ago, I was in your headspace. I didn't listen to anybody. I told Dave McKeegan he's a shill. I told Dave McKeegan he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's lying. So I told him.
Blackburn Big Dragon says the toast is in the toaster and an extra log has been tossed into my wood stove. It's cold as balls here tonight, or this morning. I'm a night owl. So you've not been to bed yet, then, is what you're saying. Yeah, I do that quite often. I haven't been to bed yet because I've been streaming. And I'm not going to lie, I'm fucking tired.
Before that, you were also in the globe belief. And you switch. So you switch.
Because I didn't know anything about the globe. I actually thought that we could... I remember my first video, I asked, why don't we just get up in a rocket and wait for the moon to come to us? That's how... I thought that the shadow on the moon, the phases, were caused by the Earth. So I didn't have a clue. And here's me.
Check it out. I'm not worried about you, Jaren, because you already flipped twice. You can flip one more time. I'm not worried.
I can flip?
Sam,
be happy to flip.
Sam,
Yes,
question. If I take a measurement...
I have to go.
Just one last little bit, okay? If I take a measurement...
I have to go. Oh, he does leave, and then it's just Jaren and him talking for a while.
With the Earth...
The Flat Earth community is growing and growing every day.
Because people... Space. I didn't listen to anybody. I told Dave McKeegan he's a shill. I told Dave McKeegan...
Either every single height on the entire planet meters, and then I say, for amount...
Because you already flipped twice. You can flip one more time. I'm not worried.
I can flip?
Sam.
Be happy to flip.
Sam,
Yes,
question. If I take a measurement...
I hope your date went well, Alex.
Just one last little bit, okay? If I take a measurement, right, and then I add a random number amount to that measurement, okay, and I say that that's the answer, is that answer that I give now accurate for the measurement, or is it wrong?
I believe it depends on many factors, but anyways, let's say...
Well, if I say I'm going to measure the width of that wall, and I measure it to be 3 meters, and then I say, but I'm going to add another 6 centimeters onto it just for shits and giggles, is that wall now 3 meters 6 centimeters, or is it still 3 meters?
Still 3 meters, of course.
It's still 3 meters. Okay, so every survey that ever gets done, the surveyors will take a measurement and then add the curvature of the Earth into that. So that either means every single survey is wrong, in which case all you have to do is go and check the surveys, and they won't match if you don't add the curvature of the Earth in, and yours will be right and the surveys will be wrong, or all the surveys are actually right and the Earth's a globe. But every single survey, every single map that you have is based and done with the Earth having curvature measured, added into it. And if you don't believe me, go and look at the user manuals for survey stations that they use, because they automatically now add the curvature in as well to every single height measurement that gets taken. So either every single height on the entire planet is wrong, or and yet everything is still magically all working, or you're wrong.
I thought there were documents already, exposing the fact that NASA was considering...
NASA don't do the surveys. NASA was formed in the 1950s, and surveys have been going around for decades.
Only to finish, that NASA actually, took in consideration the fact that the Earth was motionless and flat.
Yeah, I just said that. I just was talking, and I said that where we are at, you can treat as flat and motionless. So NASA says when you're going to build this plane or fly this thing, treat it like it's flat and motionless.
Hang on.
Hello.
NASA, in that exact same document, so let's make sure you're not just cherry picking here, in that exact same document where you say NASA say the Earth is flat and motionless, they also say the aircraft is completely rigid and has a constant mass. So could you please show me a plane that is completely rigid, that has absolutely no bend or flex to its body, and that doesn't change in mass as it's flying?
Yeah, that's always been my argument, Dave, and they're always too dumb to know it. That it's modeling simplifications. So you simplify not only the conditions, but the vehicle. Because planes aren't rigid, they're built to fucking flex in the wind. And, constant mass would mean it doesn't use fuel. Why is someone writing in hexadecimal? Stop that. I don't know how to read hexadecimal. Ugh.
You should ask NASA, not me, because they didn't write.
No. I'm asking you because you're the one that says NASA said this. I've read the document. I know the document that you're referring to.
That NASA is wrong? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that NASA's document is saying, for simplicity here, we can ignore all these tiny little variables that make a fairly insignificant difference because we're only talking about a basic model. When we did physics in high school and we'd do things like where we'd drop objects and measure how quickly how much time it took for them to fall to the ground, they could say, ignore air resistance. Was there no air in my school? Was I standing in a vacuum? No, because the air resistance was so minimal that it didn't really impact the final value. So they said we can ignore it. So the document that you are referring to is one where, as a basic conceptual model for a plane, they can ignore the fact that the weight of the plane changes throughout the flight. They can ignore the fact that the bodywork is constantly changing and flexing as it's moving, and they can ignore the rotation of the Earth, which, FYI, since you want to talk about documents, I have a book here teaching pilots how to fly, how to correct for the rotation of the Earth that you think NASA doesn't account for. So, FYI, when you flew to Scotland, your plane was correcting for the rotation of the Earth, and yet, amazingly, you still made it to Scotland. So unless you were trying to make it to Moscow and you inadvertently wound up in Glasgow, then the Earth's a globe.
Man, you have to make a video explain that to the whole world.
Sam, I already have.
Yeah, I've done that. Sam, tell me this. Do you realize that the continents?
Very successful then.
Do you realize that the continents have to be? Do you realize the continents have to be laid out this way? Or are you going to argue with that too?
I don't know, what is that? A flat Earth map?
It's not a flat Earth map. It's the way the continents must be laid out.
Okay.
Okay.
In what case?
Okay, so from here in South America, it takes 6 hours to get to the South Pole. From here in South Africa, it takes 7 hours, and from here, it takes 8 hours. Explain to me where on this map each of those people could get in that amount of time when they have to fly over water and then ice. So they fly over water for a few hours, then ice for multiple hours. So tell me, where do these people end up? Where's the South Pole?
I don't know about your basic data. You're saying 6 hours, 7 hours. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway,
I'm saying to you, I'll say it again. It takes 6 hours to fly from here to the South Pole. It takes 7 hours to fly from here to the South Pole.
There is no South Pole. That's the problem.
So where are they flying? Where are those people going?
I have no problem to listen to you and to,
You do have a problem because you're not listening to me. What do you mean? Do you think people don't go to the South Pole? Everybody who's ever been there is a liar? Because we can call Lizzie. She went there.
I don't have enough information to think with. But the South Pole is one of the things I know that does not exist.
So okay, but hold on. Is there a place that they call the South Pole?
No.
No. People go to a place with flags there and the little Freemason symbol.
It cannot be a South Pole because there's no South Pole.
You're not paying attention. I said is
you cannot go there because there is no such place. Yeah, but he's saying, what if there was? Why can't he even work in hypotheticals? My God, this is so bad. It's embarrassing. Like, it really is.
Is there a ceremonial pole? Is there a ceremonial pole where they take people?
It's in the outer rim, if we can say like this. You know that the sphere.
Okay, but do you understand that the sun has to do what the globe model calls for? So at the South Pole, the globe model calls for the sun to remain at the same height all day long. And there's only one place in the world, well, 2 places, North Pole, South Pole, that actually happens.
Do you know how the sphere?
You just don't even hear anything. You're just like
he calls it the exosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about. What?
The sphere, in Latin.
Right. I am struggling to stay awake, so as there's still 5 hours on the timer. Once I finish this review, I am going to have a kip and stop the timer for a bit. And then when I come back, after I've had a sleep, wake up and we can cover some more fun stuff. See if we can get a couple of the Flerfs back on to have some debates. Yeah, you kind of have to understand that I've been struggling a lot. Sakes, why is there guys, why is there fighting in the chat? Please don't do that. I want you all to get on. You argue with the Flerfs, not each other. Abarax.
Vegas, that big ball there.
Yes.
they call Antarctica, which they never recorded, they never displayed in their, in their ball there. They call it the exosphere.
Okay. They're talking about the outside of the ball, dude. It's called the exosphere, the outside of it.
Yeah, exactly. But they're called that Antarctica. They say Antarctica.
Sam,
exosphere.
if there's no South Pole,
just a clue point.
if there's no South Pole, there could be no South Celestial Pole with the rotation of the stars either. You can go and look at that one yourself as well.
For $1,500
bucks.
You only have to go down to Punta Arenas.
And so just with your other point, I did put a video out. Go and look for it. I put it out October 8th. It's called Flat Earthers Outlandish Claims About Aeroplanes. It's Nathan Oakley. He's claiming that they prove the Earth's flat. So there you go. That's Global Navigation for Pilots. That is a actual certified shipped textbook given to pilots. Okay, I will let you pick. Okay, so here within the index, where are we? Earth. There we go. I'll let you pick. Which one would you like to look at? Earth rotation or Earth spherical shape? Because they've got them about both. So which one would you like to learn about?
To learn about?
How pilots are flying planes based on the Earth being a globe and not getting constantly lost.
How do they do emergency landing? Ask Banjo. He wrote a book about this.
And I already told you that all of those have been debunked. I told you and I showed you. You're being disingenuous. You're a lying prick.
No.
You're a liar.
I know Banjo made a...
Yeah, Sam is a liar because we all have told you, but Jeranism specifically has told you this, okay?
A video about it. Banjo doesn't look at Great Circle routes. Banjo looks at a Mercator map. Newsflash, I've also done another video which you might want to show Banjo as well. It's called New Flight Route Causes Problem for Flat Earthers. It's one that goes from Shanghai to Buenos Aires, Argentina, via Auckland, New Zealand. I'd like to see Banjo address that one, because I guarantee you he won't.
Jaren, I got what you said, and I sent it to Banjo. I said, look, this is what Jaren says about what...
He knows. We had a private meeting with him.
Yeah, okay, I don't know. So I thought I asked you the possibility to send it to him, and then I did. And I'm waiting. We're going to discuss that soon.
There's no discussing. He draws the lines of flight on a 2D map. That's not what the globe claims. The entire book is a false flag. I mean, straw man. But here's what you want me to... I just want to make sure before you leave. I just want to make sure I have this right. So you expect me... Hold on. You expect me to believe that you and Vika Dravis and Vlad and Retarded Banjo and Liar Weiss and Nathan Oakley, you want me to believe that all you guys are smarter than every single physics professor in the world. And that is embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You guys are nowhere near. You're light years away. And it's embarrassing that you think that you are on the same level as those people. It's embarrassing.
I tell you even better. What I believe is that the Flat Earth community is a true scientific community rising up.
They're not true scientific. They've done no science. What are you talking about? We went and did science and you guys deny it. That's not science.
Again, you guys wouldn't know science if it's stamped on your face as you slept. Which I'm going to do in a bit, guys, because I am struggling with that. Oh, man. I've had a really tough month. Tough year. Really. Losing my home. The fights with my junkie neighbour. The agony in my leg. Losing my mum. My wife's dad has got cancer. I'm having issues with the place here, with the council, and we've got Karen neighbours here. It's been ill a bunch. It's been a fucking harsh year. And I'm tired. I love doing this. This is so much fun. But I'm gonna have to sleep.
Step one of making the claim.
Jeez, you're not. You don't even have a map. You don't even have a model. You shouldn't be allowed in scientific discussions.
Sam, step one of science, and any scientist will tell you to do of this. Okay, is go and do it yourself. Paper comes out, a research paper comes out, and the first thing the science community try and do is do it themselves to try and disprove it. They don't just go, yeah, well, we think that's fake because there's some anomaly, so we're just going to dismiss it. They go and they go, there's some bits here that don't add up with what we think, so we're going to go and check it ourselves. So you want to call yourselves the new truth seekers and that you claim that you are true intellects, not truth seekers or scientific or what? Fine. You want to claim yourself being scientific, you want to claim yourself as being honest and truly open-minded and willing to question things, go and look yourself. Go and do those tests. That is what somebody honest, open-minded and scientific will do. Somebody closed-minded, non-scientific, cranium inserted up rectum in a cult will sit there and go, no, I know I'm right, so I'm not going to bother going looking no matter how much evidence you try and give me. I've just given you 2 pieces of evidence for every survey done based on the idea of the Earth being a globe, every pilot flying based on the idea of the Earth being a globe. Your only response was, yeah, but Banjo's looked at emergency landings. I've given you a flight. Go and give it to Banjo. You won't, or even if you do, Banjo won't dare look at it. That's my prediction. Do the scientific thing and put that prediction to the test.
So no problem. But just to tell you that, to finish it, about what you just said, that what we're supposed to do as scientists and everything. Or I just want to tell you that you just took the words out of my mouth because I can return you the same words. That's the position where.
No, but he went.
So
He went and did those things.
We went and did it ourselves, and then you just.
You just
called
like say
liars.
words. You just say words. You're not even paying attention.
Okay,
So what science have you done, Sam? What science have you done?
It's all right, Jared. You let him go. It's fine. He needs to go. I'll find a stamp so I can write you the list of what science he's done.
Later. Peace. Let me bring myself up here. Views. Show something.
Get out of here.
I wish I don't know either. It's like when you rage.
Yeah,
There we go. Bye. There we go.
Well, that was fucking. That was interesting. To quote Jaronism. All right, guys. I want to thank you so much for the support you've given so far. Yeah, I need to have a nap. I'm going 4 or 5 hours. And whilst I am doing that, I'm going to play the best of Flerfs are Idiots. No, I will play a Discord server debate. Because some of them went on for a long time. That is definitely the first one we're going to watch. Alright, so then, oops. Right, now I'll go to that new playlist. Right, I'll be back in a bunch of hours. Remember, you can still donate whilst you're sleeping. And I hope you enjoyed. This is me destroying. Are you ready for a nuclear dumpster fire? Because I sure am. Speak to you in a bit. Dance, yo. This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm dancing. Hey, Rachbot, how you doing? Nice to see you there. Earth is Life, Tau Software. Concord 327, Shadow Fan, that's a name I don't recognize. Hello. Hey, Charlie Welch, how you doing?
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what I have actually done to my tight shirts by losing a whole bunch of weight. Yeah, I was a chunker not too long ago, and Austin Whitsitt said one of the funniest things of his life and called me fight the tight shirt. So I did, and I won. Tonight, I am going to be going over to a dragon's den, a den of wolves, a wasp's nest, if you will. The 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord server. They are kindly hosting me while I debate everybody. Yes, everybody. Any flat earther there is welcome to come and have a discussion with me. It's going to be moderated by Shane, the flat earther who I've spoken to a couple of times. So we'll see how that goes. So why don't we pop over there and say hello. Let's just do this. Quite a lot of people in that chat. Hello, 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord.
All right, Pete NASA, thanks, man. Hey, Craig, thanks for coming in. And hey, Whitsitt, thanks for coming to spend some time with us. We do appreciate it, guys. So we're going to do sort of an open forum here. I don't know if you want to go first, Whitsitt. I'm sure FTFE is chomping at the bit to get at you. But we do have kind of an open question forum for FTFE, maybe 20 minutes each maximum, I think, was what we agreed upon. So
yeah, that sounds good. You know, obviously there's a lot of people here, and you know, I want to try and have a decent conversation with as many people as possible. There's been a bit of a misconception about me in the Discord server with some of the flat earthers in regards to dumpster fires, and as Shane, you'll be aware, it's not me that decides a dumpster fire, it's the person I'm talking to. If I'm discussing something with someone like you who's willing to have a back and forth decent conversation, then it goes nice and smoothly. If it's a democ, you know, other things happen. So whoever I'm talking to, if you're decent to me, I'll be decent to you. And you know, I'll keep it that way. But yeah, thank you very much for hosting me, and you know, I will hand the reins over to you guys. I'll sit here and do what I'm told.
Would you like to concede that according to relativity, you cannot prove that the Earth is revolving around the sun from the Earth?
Would I like to concede?
Yeah.
That according to relativity, you can't... What? Sorry, repeat the question.
You cannot prove the Earth is revolving around the sun from the Earth.
From the Earth. Well, you can measure Earth's rotation, and you can measure Earth's movement. Yeah, you can measure Earth's movement around the sun. That's not a hard thing to do.
How do you do it?
Well, gyroscopes do it. Fiber optic gyroscopes measure like a roughly 1 degree drift a day in a horizontal plane around the sun. There's many ways to measure that movement.
No, they don't do that actually. So
they do.
Gyroscopes.
Actually.
Well, you can cite it if you would like to, but they don't.
I've cited the papers on my channel before, and I'll gladly pass those papers on at a later date if you'd like to contact me. But yeah, the gyroscopes not only register a, you know, roughly 15 degree per hour drift, but they also register a roughly 1 degree drift a day.
My bed up because
if left
no,
to run
actually, I think
enough.
it's something like 1/24 of a degree allegedly, and
no,
it fluctuates.
It's roughly 1 degree a day that we travel around the sun. You know, 365 days, 360 degrees. So, you know, you can measure that 1 degree a day that the Earth moves in its orbit around the sun.
That's interesting because relativity claims that you actually cannot do that. And to quote Einstein and then also Stephen Hawking, that all attempts to measure the motion of the Earth terrestrially have resulted in a negative result. And prior to relativity being put forth, this was hard to become reconciled with. So seems like you disagree with Stephen Hawking and relativity with your claim here.
No, I don't disagree with them at all. It's very difficult to do it in optical means, is what they were talking about. It's specific types of experiments, but there's lots of ways to actually measure it. You know, and you know, the fact that these papers exist and it's been done, you know, show that it can be done. The instruments to do it exist and are used thousands of times, millions of times every day. You know, there's also other ways to there's also other ways to measure it around. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I do apologize. There's also other ways to measure it. You know, without resorting to using instruments and stuff, just by observing the stars and the motion of the of us through
through the stars. There's lots of ways to measure Earth's movement.
They weren't talking about optical experiments. That's a different quote from Einstein when he's giving a lecture in context of Michelson-Morley, explaining that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity, and he said up comes the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. But this is a separate quote from him in his writings on general and special theory of relativity, where he says that no terrestrial experiment can prove it, and this was cited by Stephen Hawking in 2007, A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, which the entire book is about the fact that you cannot prove that the Earth is moving around the sun from the Earth, and that the universe effectively deceives us with this stubbornly persistent illusion that we're in the center.
Well, the fact that the measurements exist show that in context you can do it. When you're talking in reference to something like special or general relativity, that's to do with the fact that within different reference frames it's very hard to determine what is actually moving. There's no absolute measure of movement. All movement is relative to something else, so it's very hard to determine exactly what is moving using just the confines of special or general relativity. You can go outside of the realms of that, and it's quite easy to do.
Okay, so first you said that you could for sure prove it, you detect it 1 degree a day, and then you're saying that it's difficult to prove it, but
within the confines of special and general relativity. But there's other ways of measuring these things. It's just that within the context of describing it in the way that Einstein would describe the way that motion is relative to everything else, it's difficult to determine exactly what is the thing that's moving. That's why we can use other methods as well. We don't just rely on one particular thing to show that something's happened. We use all of the knowledge that we have and put it together and come to conclusions.
According to your paradigm, everywhere there's mass, general relativity applies. So this can go back to Michelson-Morley, where they shot the lights perpendicular to each other, one with and one against the motion of the Earth, at a predicted value, because the Earth is allegedly revolving around the sun 20 miles a second, and it was sensitive enough to detect as small as 2 miles a second. It did not detect the predicted value. So then Lorentz came up with the idea of the Lorentz contraction, claimed that the ether was contracting the matter. Einstein then took the Lorentz contraction throughout the ether and claimed that even though the light traveled further and took longer to get to the receiver, in reality, since time slows down and matter physically shrinks, you couldn't tell, and it looks like it didn't change because the measuring apparatus physically contracted. So according to Einstein, using a clock or any type of measuring apparatus that's on the Earth, you could never prove the Earth is revolving around the sun because of time dilation and spatial contraction.
So could you repeat what you said about the Michelson-Morley experiment? You said they were looking for a movement of the Earth?
Just have a script that you're trying to say. Now, what I did say was that they expected a predicted value as they were trying to detect the motion of the Earth through the ether, which is the title of the paper, which I didn't say. You're just trying to divert to the script. Where
No. I just wanted to clarify exactly what was happening. I didn't want to misquote you. I didn't want to, straw man you in any way. I wanted to clarify exactly what you're saying. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand your point so that I can respond properly. Okay, please. Yeah. I'm not trying to be combative.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I know that you have a script where you want to say it wasn't about the motion of the Earth, it was about the ether. That's not what I even mentioned. What I said was they had a predicted value, assuming that the Earth is revolving around the sun 20 miles a second within an ether, and then they didn't get that predicted value. So then Lorentz proposed the Lorentz contraction, saying the ether physically contracted the measuring apparatus. Then Einstein took that Lorentz contraction, which is still in relativity to this day, right? And he threw the ether out, but he said that the reason it didn't show a difference, even without the ether, is because time physically expanded and slowed down, and the measuring apparatus physically contracted. So any attempt to ever measure the difference would be futile, because effectively the universe deceives us with illusion
Guys can still
due to time
donate
dilation.
Memberships and increase the timer when I'm sleeping. Again, the fact that you can measure these things using the correct instrumentation shows that you don't just have to sit within the confines of one particular paradigm. You put all of the knowledge together. When you use something like a gyroscope that can actually detect that there is a physical 1 degree movement a day in the horizontal plane, it shows that there's a movement there, and then you comport that with all the other observations and knowledge that we have, and it shows that the Earth is revolving around the sun. We don't just have to stick within the confines of one paradigm, looking at one particular paper of what one person said of this and that. We look at all the knowledge that we have and put it together. You know, I'm not going to sit here and have a deep discussion about special and general relativity and Lorentz contractions and stuff, because that's, you know, it's kind of pointless to the main argument that it's quite easy to measure the Earth's motion.
Yeah, so it definitely is relevant. And it's not about what one person said. It's about your current paradigm, and your model claims that the general theory of relativity is the causal mechanism for motion in space. So you have no choice but to defend relativity if you're going to defend the current model. And general and special relativity are still applied within your paradigm. And the point is that what special relativity said was that Michelson-Morley didn't detect the motion of the Earth around the sun because time slowed down and the apparatus shrank. So you must indeed claim this. You know, and of course, you're claiming that you can detect the motion of the Earth using interferometry, right? Like a ring laser gyro. Is that what you're talking about? Ring laser gyro?
Yeah, again, I present the papers for that at a later date. Absolutely, no problem to do that, because, you know, that's something that's been done quite often. But just a quick question. So you're claiming that, well, not claiming, sorry, you are quoting Einstein, claiming that it's impossible to measure the motion of Earth. What year did he say that?
28, maybe. And then, but Stephen Hawking said it in 2007.
Or was Stephen Hawking just quoting what he was saying and relating it in context?
He was quoting what he was saying to make the point in his book that was entirely about this. That's why it's called Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. It's the whole book is about how there's this stubbornly persistent illusion that the Earth is stationary, not going around the sun, and is the center, even though it actually isn't. So it's about the fact that the motion of the Earth can't be detected around the sun, and it's about the fact that when we look out from the Earth, it looks like we're at the center, even though he believed that no matter where you are in the universe, it would look like you're the center. So he's describing how it's just an illusion that makes us look like we're stationary in the center. So he was quoting Einstein to reiterate the point. He goes on to further explain that he agrees with the point and why he thinks that's the case.
Again, and they're talking within the confines of you know, Einstein's paradigm of special and general relativity. Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Which is still the current paradigm, of course.
Yeah, sorry, give me 1 sec. Sorry, my wife's just going for it. I'm just saying hello. Right, thank you.
While you're looking that up, yep, about maybe 10 minutes left for Witsit on the first round. Then if someone else wants to step up, we can take that, or maybe we'll come back to Witsit afterwards.
Sorry about that. Apologies. My wife had just got in from work. I was just saying hello to her. Sorry, Witsit. What was that last thing you said? I do apologise. I'm not ignoring you.
You keep on saying, like, within the confinement of the paradigms of Einstein, but that is what the current paradigm still claims. So.
Yeah, but it's more about the way that Einstein described how to detect motion compared to other things. What we do is we say, okay, so using just those confines, it's very hard to detect which is the thing that's moving, this or that. You know, there's no way to determine. It's the same way you said there's no way to tell. There's no difference between, like, being in free fall and you know, it's hard to detect which one is which based on the way that he described the universe. But that's why we take other things into consideration as well as just the base mathematics that describe general and special relativity. You know, we apply other things to it as well. So I don't...
According to relativity.
Sorry.
You can't detect it with a gyro, bro. That's the whole point. But
well, a gyro
Michelson-Morley was using interferometry. Michelson-Morley was using interferometry. That's what they were using to detect the motion of the Earth, and they tested throughout the whole year. It's been done dozens of times. Well, it wasn't the motion of the Earth. It's been done by the Air Force.
It was that they were trying to detect the ether wind, not the motion of the Earth. You do keep getting that wrong.
No. It's the motion of the Earth through the ether. That's the title of the paper.
Yeah, but what they were trying to detect was the ether wind created by
the
motion
of the Earth.
Yeah. But they weren't trying to detect the motion. The title of the paper is the motion of the Earth through the ether. But what they were trying to detect, if you actually read the paper, was the ether wind created by the Earth moving through the ether. The same as if you put your hand out of a window, you know, you feel that wind going against your hand. The point of the Michelson-Morley experiment was to detect the drag created by the Earth moving through the ether. So yes, you are right, the title of the paper was that, but that doesn't mean that's what they were trying to detect. You read the paper and it shows you what they were detecting was the ether drag. That was the thing they were looking for, and they didn't find that expected amount.
Right, so the results were either the Earth is not moving and there's an ether, or there's not an ether and time slows down and matter contracts. All it did was throw out the possibility of a stationary Earth or ether, and you have to claim that time dilates and that the measuring apparatus physically shrink, which is what special relativity is, which Einstein specifically explains that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity in the first place. So if you're now claiming in 2022 that you can use interferometry to detect the motion of the Earth around motion of the Earth around the sun, you're claiming that time did not dilate and that the measuring apparatus did not physically contract, which means you're claiming relativity is wrong.
Is the measuring device on Earth moving with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is there going to be a contraction of the device compared to Earth?
Because the whole Earth in your paradigm is contracting, as are you. All matter moving is contracting. That's
right. So if all matter is contracting, then the device is still going to show a drift because it's relative to something else, right? It's still going to show the fact that the entire Earth is moving around the sun. That's why it physically shows a 1 degree drift a day. You know, this is something that happens and has been tested on. And again, we don't just use the confines of special and general relativity to determine the world around us. It's just an extremely easy way to, it's an extremely complicated way to explain how things are happening.
You're fundamentally disagreeing with the principle of relativity if you're claiming that you can detect the motion of the Earth around the sun with a device on the Earth, because the claim is that, like in Michelson-Morley, even though the laser that's perpendicular to the other laser is going against the Earth, so since it's going against the motion of the Earth, it's going to be behind the other path of light, because it has to travel further to catch up to the Earth and then hit the receiver. And so since it has to travel further, it's going to take longer. But we didn't get that result. So what the model claims to this day is that the apparatus you use to measure that distance physically shrink. So even though it actually was a greater distance, you just can't tell because the matter got smaller. And even though it took longer, the clock suffered from time dilation and time slowed down, so it looked like it took the same amount of time. So if you're claiming you can use interferometry to detect the motion of the Earth around the sun, you are literally disagreeing with relativity.
No, I'm not. You're misunderstanding what relativity is trying to say and how light works compared to time dilation and matter shrinking, which isn't the way that they actually say it.
Expanding.
Yeah.
Well, no, matter contracts and time expands.
Yeah. So again, the Michelson-Gale experiment kind of disproved Einstein's hypothesis that he came up with in 1920. Anyway, if we're talking about it that way, but again, we can get into deep conversations about special and general relativity, as much as you like. It doesn't change the fact that you can actually use a gyroscope to measure the Earth's movement around the sun, and it's been done. And again, I can present those scientific papers to you. I'll find them and email them to you. I have your email. And again, there's other ways of determining it as well that you can put with the data against that. You don't just use that one thing. You don't just look at one way of describing the world and go, well, that's it. You take everything that we understand, all of the knowledge that we have, and use that to come to a conclusion. And when you put all of the knowledge we have, all of the observations that we have, all of the experiments that we have, the conclusion is that the Earth is rotating around the sun.
Objectively, the current heliocentric model claims that relativity is the causal mechanism for the effect called gravity. So if you're going to claim anything about the heliocentric model, then you're going to have to integrate relativity and defend it, or you're going to have to come up with your own new model. And Michelson-Gale-Pearson actually did match the predictions of sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy, because of course it doesn't literally go 15 degrees per hour. That's just a convention we use
Yeah,
for time. It's pretty close to that. It's pretty close to that. So Michelson, Gale, Pearson did match the predictions of sidereal rotation using interferometry, but it didn't detect the revolution, which actually goes to show that the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it, since there was no revolution detected. And if you're claiming it can be detected, you disagree with Einstein and Stephen Hawking and relativity, which is 2022 paradigm that you're defending.
Okay, there's no way that any kind of interferometer could ever detect the sky. That's kind of a ridiculous thing to say. I don't know why you people come up with that. It's completely impossible. Light isn't affected by any kind of electromagnetic charge, so it wouldn't be affected by anything happening up there. So no, there's only one conclusion.
No.
Sorry, do you disagree with the fact that light isn't affected by electromagnetic charges?
Well, first of all, light is actually just electromagnetic radiation with the oscillating magnetic and electric field itself. But no, I don't disagree that in your paradigm the photon doesn't have a charge or any magnetic properties. That's a non sequitur. You're diverting away from the point that we actually did.
I'm not. I'm responding to what you just said. You said that it showed that the Earth, that the sky rotates, but there's no way any kind of interferometric device could detect the sky rotating. There's no mechanism to transmit what's happening up there to the device that's detecting any kind of motion. That's impossible. So the conclusion that you drew from that, saying what actually shows that the sky is rotating, is completely false.
No, you're claiming that it wouldn't, but actually, if there was a medium of exchange for translation of motion, i.e. a background medium, it objectively would affect this, and you would have to know what light is itself and what's its relationship with this background. And it's a vortex. Of course, that's called the Sagnac effect. The person that discovered it, Sagnac, said it was the vortex in the ether, but you're actually skating past the real point, which is that we did get the detection of sidereal rotation, but we did not get the detection of revolution, which goes to show you that the Earth is actually stationary and it's a motion around the Earth, or we would have detected the revolution as well.
Again, there's no way that anything happening in the sky could be detected by a interferometric device. No kind of ether or anything would be able to transmit what's happening up there to the device itself. That's not how it works. It detects physical motion of what it's on, not something going around it. It's simply not how the device operates or how electromagnetic energy of any kind is transmitted. We know what light is quite well. Sagnac actually didn't think that. He came up to very different conclusions later on in his work. But if you want to cherry pick that one little thing he said, that's absolutely fine. And again, there is many ways of detecting the Earth's motion around the sun, other than just using the confines of mathematics within special or general relativity. I don't just go to what Einstein said or anything. I look at all the knowledge and experiments and everything that we have and put it together and come to a conclusion. That's the problem. Sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, just for a second, your 20 minutes is up with Witsit. It's your show, though. If you want to keep going with Witsit, you can. But there are 33 other people here that might want to ask you something.
Well, Witsit, I'm very much enjoying this conversation, and I very much tried to demonstrate to you that I can have a decent conversation. I would like to continue the conversation, and there are other people here waiting. So how about you and I have a time, just the two of us on this server, to talk a different time? Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I just want to say my conclusion, and everyone else can talk. This is the point, though.
Please go ahead. I don't want to interrupt that.
You just can't defend the heliocentric model without defending relativity. To this day, is the only thing proposed for the idea of gravity. This goes all the way back to Michelson-Morley, also known as the greatest failed experiment in history. It changed all of physics because we have to explain the Michelson-Morley, which can be replicated, has been even by the Air Force with even more precise measurement. So that's the point, right? Like, objectively, if you think the Earth's a ball and you think the current model's true, then you have to believe in relativity or come up with your new theory, which is not what everyone thinks, which is what you do. Usually you guys appeal to consensus in the model, and if you appeal to relativity, then you have to claim that time slows down, matter contracts. So any attempt to measure the revolution of the Earth would be futile because all your measuring apparatuses will be affected by the bending and warping of space-time. So I don't want to keep debating it. It's just kind of objective. We may can talk in the future. I don't care. I would be maybe interested in like this room, right? I'm not particularly interested in your channel, but yeah, you were decently cordial. I'll give you that. You only interrupted a few times, so.
I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me, Witsit, as well, and you were also very cordial. I do appreciate it. I would like to have a decent dialogue because there are lots of things that I think we could discuss. So let's take it from here, and I appreciate your time.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. This has actually been a really great conversation to listen to. I'm sure most people listening in here would agree. And if you want to hang around for a bit, I'm sure there'd be another opportunity where everyone would prefer to hear you speak.
Yes.
Anyone else have a question for FTFE while he's here? Any flat earthers? Don't be shy, guys.
Don't be shy. You can unmute Demok. That'd be fun.
Is he here? He is. Really?
I mean, if no one else wants to ask
crazy.
a question right now, there's 33 people there. I'm sure one of them would like to ask me a question.
I'm too scared.
Don't be scared. I'm not that scary.
Well,
Craig,
FTFE,
good to chat with you. We go back to Facebook even before I engaged with this topic on Discord. It's Killian from Facebook. Remember shaking Professor Dave's tree and you falling out. So it's good to finally engage with you verbally.
Hello.
So just for the hello, for the sake of the audience, wondering, has anybody in fact measured the surface of the globe?
Yeah, lots of times.
Okay, and what were the, if you could give me maybe just one or two of the ways that they did in fact measure. If you could save me the stuff in the sky though, I'm more curious about how the surface was interacted with and how in fact the measurement was extrapolated from actually touching the surface that we're attempting to measure. So no stuff in the sky, thanks.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert in surveying, but I would refer to the the large scale surveying of the planet has been done for ages, like the transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel, where they measure between elevation points and create triangles over the surface, and then put those triangles together and then measure the angles of the triangles. And what they find when they do that is that the triangles add up, every single triangle adds up to greater than 180 degrees, which is what is called a spherical excess. Anything over that 180 degrees is a spherical excess. And when you put all the spherical excess together and you map it out, it matches what they say the globe is. And similar measurements have been done all around the world, across the UK, across India, across Asia, everywhere, and it always matches up. Again, I'm no expert in surveying. I could gladly present the papers. You can find them on mctoon.net/r. There's a whole list of large measurements there. But that's I think what I would, if you want purely kind of ground-based measurements, that's what I would go to.
Okay, you good?
Yeah.
All right. So the two things that I find interesting with your what you put on the table for consideration is your appeal to the surface and your appeal to elevations, and in fact your appeal to surveying. The thing I find interesting is that surveyors on their drawings report their elevation numbers marked off as datum markers, DATUM markers. And those are in fact recorded usually in the legend, the title block of the drawing, stated as above sea level. And those, those sea level points, yeah. Sorry, my friend, I let you go. Just allow me my space. I don't.
Sorry, I apologize. I was just engaging. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I don't need to apologize for seeking agreements in my statements. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. With respect to, again, surveying, they, from my understanding, surveyors go to their local offices there, and those numbers are control points that are reported to those offices. Again, those numbers are reported as above sea level. So if you brought in the aspect of appealing to elevations and then the surface, then I'll ask you my next question being, how do you explain level?
How do I explain level? Could you ask the question another way, because that doesn't really make sense?
Well, level is, how do you explain it? You said that there's a surface and there's elevations. So my question to you is that if the elevations are reported as above sea level, my question then is, how do you tip your hat to level? How do you see level within regards to above sea level, if those are the elevation points that are reported by surveyors?
So you're asking me, what does level mean, right? I just want to clarify the question. You're saying, what does level mean?
Well, within the confines of you giving your evidence.
Okay, so I'd go to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, adjective 1 of 3, level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface.
Okay. So with respects to the appeal to the definition of level of curvature of the surface.
Yeah, you just asked me how I would define level, and I would go with that definition that is in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, adjective 1 of 3.
So it's just for the rehashing of it, just for the sake of the audience, with being vindictive, I just want to be precise. You would summate that observing level involves the observation of curvature with respects to the definition in the Webster Dictionary you just gave, right?
I would say that level, in regards to surveying, is following the surface of the Earth, which happens to be curved.
Okay, again, and so you're appealing to the aspect of considering level and curved in the same breath.
So you keep saying I'm appealing to. I'm just answering your questions. I'm allowed to reference things. I don't think that's necessarily an appeal. It's just me talking about knowledge.
Didn't you just appeal to the definition in the Webster Dictionary? Sorry,
No, you asked me how I would define it, and I said I would use that definition. I'm not appealing to that definition. I'm agreeing with it.
Okay, an appeal and agreement. I thought it would have been the same thing, but that's fine. I withdraw. I thank you for your time, Craig.
Okay.
Very good. Anyone else want to speak up? Take a turn. Now's the time.
Hey, I got a quick question about debate with Branch. Branch was saying that you might debate him.
With who, sorry?
Is that true? Branch?
I have no idea who that is.
He said he asked you 2 days ago. He said that you were considering it.
He
might be known as Hellboy.
Nope, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. But again, if someone wants to debate me about the shape of the Earth, then, you know, there's many ways to contact me. I don't remember talking to anyone by that name, but... Anything else?
I have a question.
Oh, you're very quiet.
Go ahead, man. Yeah, we got to turn Jimmy up.
How about now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, I'll turn you off on my end as well.
I have him up at 200%. He's still a little quiet.
All right, let me find me.
All right. Hey, Michael, are you here? Nope, just listening. I wanted to hear your question of FTFE. I thought that would be good. Well, Jimmy sorts out his mic. How about Napalm? Hey, man. You got anything for FTFE? Not to call you out, but definitely.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, why don't you just call me out, Shane? Appreciate it. No, I'm joking.
Hey, Napalm.
No. Hey. I wouldn't mind hearing you possibly, I mean, we don't need to rehash, but maybe you reiterating your ideas as to what was the premise of Mickelson-Morley and what was actually being tested. Your claim is that it was a test of the ether. If that's the case, and there was no ether detected as a interferometer, a device that is designed to measure something that doesn't exist, or what was taking place, because there was a measurement that was taken, right? But it was not within the idea of what was expected. So,
Yeah, so
if you just wanted to elaborate.
The paper that Mickelson-Morley wrote, obviously the movement of the Earth through the ether, the idea was they were attempting to detect the drag that the Earth would create whilst going through the ether. And because this drag would change the way that the ether is moving, it would also alter the way that light and stuff was coming into it, and you'd be able to detect all of that. And they didn't actually detect that. They expected a certain amount, and what they found was a much smaller amount. But that much smaller amount was actually within the realms of the margin of error of the equipment they were using. So say the equipment was only sensitive enough to detect to 0.5 of something. What they detected was only 0.2, so it was within that margin of error of the equipment. So they couldn't really say that it was detecting anything, but it certainly didn't detect the amount of drag on the ether that was expected.
Has equipment changed since then to where we have less of a margin of error to where we could get a more precise result? And then I also have another question.
Yep, sorry, the Mux and Gale experiment was a bit more advanced and kind of confirmed the results. And nowadays we have extremely accurate interferometric devices. That most major airplanes have 3 of to detect motion that are very similar to the concept of the equipment that was used in those experiments, and they kind of confirm what they said.
Okay, so if it wasn't, if the Michelson-Morley result was not something that was detrimental in any way, shape, or form to the heliocentric model, meaning it didn't disprove that the Earth was revolving around the sun, what is the point of the application of the Lorentz contraction in regards to the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Honestly, it's not a question I could answer. I don't have a deep knowledge of general or special relativity, and I've never looked past the basic mathematics, and it's not a question I would want to answer for fear of being inaccurate.
Fair enough. I concede to somebody else. Fair enough.
Yeah.
About Jimmy, do we get your mic fixed, Jimmy?
How about now?
I think you're just naturally very quiet, man. Maybe he can hear you.
Okay, maybe I am naturally quiet.
I can definitely hear you, Jimmy.
You can actually hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is more of a philosophic question, not trying to make a gotcha or anything. Do you find it admirable or deplorable that flat earthers are trying to understand reality without having to go to authority figures for their definitions and the way things are working? Now, the things that they can't change are like apparent observations, the laws of physics,
Mm-hmm.
You can drop an apple, it'll float in the water. You can drop an iron, it'll float in mercury. These are things that are axiom. You can't change it. So pretty much it's trying to get a good definition of what you're seeing. Do you find it? Do you think flat earthers are crazy for trying to create a description of the world around them, since they disagree with the majority of what the authority figures are saying with the heliocentric model?
Hell no. I can easily answer your question. No, I find it extremely admirable that anybody would want to try and find out about the universe around them. And I've never just listened to authorities. I've spent my life testing the claims, That's why I wanted to get a physics degree, so that I could understand these things and do the tests myself. And I find it extremely admirable that anybody would want to try and confirm things for themselves. What I have a problem with is willful ignorance. When you can be shown something so many times and explain something so many times and just completely ignore the very clear evidence of something and think that they can know more than the people that have spent their lives studying and testing. and come to their own conclusions regardless of that. That's what I would find. I don't know if deplorable is the right word, but I certainly find it, extremely stupid to stick to that willful ignorance despite all of the evidence that's been shown. I would never say to anybody, just listen to what you're told and accept it, because that's pointless. That's not a way to learn about the world around you. You're never going to advance if you do that. Always test what you're told. But yeah, the problem I have is with the willful ignorance.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Open floor. Anyone want to step up? I'll start calling on people.
There's 750 watching. Come on.
Is this for Fight the Flat Earth or for what's it?
Well, it's technically Fight the Flat Earth event.
Okay.
But maybe he'd allow you to ask a question of Witsit. What do you think?
If Witsit is willing to answer a question from somebody, absolutely. That's fine. Is the person asking a question a globe earther or a flat earther?
I hold no opinion one way or the other.
Okay, that's fine. Austin, are you willing to answer a question?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So I was wondering, do you have any representation of the flat Earth that you can show me?
No.
Why not?
You can't freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, so that would be literally impossible to get.
The 60th, right? So do you have anything up to the 60th south latitude? Like, so just for example, let's say that you set out to travel, I don't know, from your current location to, well, the 60th south latitude. What would you use to do it? Would you just, like, I don't know, use Google Maps, or would you come up with your own little map?
We can use flat maps. They work fine.
You can use flat maps. Can you show me the flat maps you use? Like, from your location.
The Gleason flat projection.
A Gleason flat projection. Right, on the Gleason flat projection, would that be your closest representation of what we live in on?
Well, you can never actually have an accurate one without an accurate central point to map out from, and we can't fully map out the south. So if you want to call it the most accurate, maybe azimuthal equidistant projection would maybe be.
Okay.
It's all non sequitur though.
Okay, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. On this AE map, can you explain why we have a south celestial pole, and why that south celestial pole can be seen from, say, I don't know, South Africa and Australia at the same time?
Yeah, very easily.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there are many things that could be happening. One of them you can demonstrate with like just a little clear paperweight, and you can draw concentric circles on the paper, and then move that container over top of it, and on the edges of that container all around there will look like there's a convergent area around the outside.
Well, okay, why does that not happen with does that happen with the North Celestial Pole?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not the same as the edges that curve down like the container represented in the demonstration.
But you just told me you don't have a representation of the flat Earth. How could you possibly know that it curves down or does anything at the south as opposed to the north?
You just said, is there any way that you could explain it? And I said, yes, there are multiple ways. And one of them is a container that would cause that illusion.
Right, but we could probably rule that one out, since that doesn't happen with the North Celestial Pole, and you can't claim that it curves or does some magical thing, whatever, magical bullshit thing that you want to say, because you can't show me a representation of anything past the 60th south latitude, was it?
Yeah, and no, we can't rule it out because it doesn't happen on the north, because it's not the same at the north. Because the demonstration showing that it curves down on the outside, that's the second time I've said that.
Right, okay, but how do you know this?
Again, you're not allowed to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude, so there is no way to actually know for sure what it is.
Okay, so you said you had multiple explanations. Do you have any other explanations?
Yeah, there
Can you
could
give me an
actually be
example?
two. There could
Go
actually be
ahead.
two. You have impulse control issues?
I think there's a bit of a. I think there's a little bit of a delay with it. To be fair, I am hearing a slight delay between the two of you. I don't think he was trying to overtalk you.
You could actually have two different rotations itself, which can be represented by like a magnetic field, which would actually have two rotations. So it could actually be a literal separate rotations.
I have no idea what you mean. Like, I'm very confused now.
Well, I'll drop a picture for you.
Oh, please do.
Yeah. So there you go. Basically the claim that there's no way to explain it isn't true. There are ways to explain it. So.
Don't you think it's curious, though, that if you had, let's say, one person in Australia, one person in South Africa, both looking south at the same time, on your AE map, which you say is the closest representation of the flat earth, they're looking in completely opposite directions?
No, because for one, it's nighttime at different times for those people.
No, it's not.
And they're not looking in opposite directions, are they?
They would be in an AE map, yes.
If they're on opposite sides of the Earth, it's nighttime, different times.
They're not on opposite sides of the Earth. Australia and South Africa can absolutely be at night at the same time. In fact, you could possibly do South America, South Africa, and maybe Western Australia during our summer solstice. It'd probably be night time too. You may be a bit of a stretch, but certainly you can get two of those locations, South Africa and South America, or South Africa and Australia. There absolutely is nighttime in those two locations at the same time.
And they're not literally on the opposite sides of the Earth.
It doesn't matter if they're opposite sides or not. They're looking in different directions.
You were wrong when you said that. Yeah. So, yeah, what is your question exactly? How can they both see the stars at the same time?
In opposite directions, yes.
Yeah, because I just explained to you that...
Right, but you gave me some woo-woo explanation that has no basis in reality, for which you have no evidence, and you already said that you cannot represent your fly earth beyond the 60th south latitude for some unknown reason. No, the reason you'll give is that you can't explore past it. Even if you could, you certainly wouldn't go past it to explore. That's for sure.
You're just imploding at this point. So,
Yeah,
it's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. That's objective. That means we're intrinsically confined to speculation station. I did, of course, appease your request for speculation, and all of this is, of course, a diversion because falsification is independent of replacement. I've explained it to you. There are multiple ways. I'm dropping for you. You can read Charles Produce Steinmetz, and he'll explain to you exactly how magnetic field works and conjugate geometric expression of dielectricity, and you would understand that this could happen in the sky. You're just going to say that's word salad because you don't understand it. So there you go. I told you how it could work, and I told you that there's a demonstration that could show how it could potentially work. But again, it's impossible to physically verify it, because you can't go out there freely.
It really doesn't matter if you could go out there freely or not, because you're not actually, we're not worried about the ground here. We're worried about what we can see in the sky. Whilst on your AE map, these two people...
The AE map is a globe map. It's not our map. Why do you keep saying that?
But I asked him, that's why...
Why do you keep saying that?
Christopher, I think I prefaced this by asking him for a representation of his flat Earth. He used the AE map because he said the AE map was the closest representation to what the flat Earth would look like. I'm only going on what he said.
I didn't even say that. I said there's no way to get a map because we don't have a central location to map out from. We can't go past the 60th south latitude freely and privately. But if you said, well, what would you use if you had to use something? I said, I guess we could just try to use the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Okay, well, we tried to use it and it didn't work.
For the purpose
Sorry, buddy. I think he answered your question. I think we're going to move on. I think Hammer's here. I think if you wanted to crack at him as well. Thanks, buddy.
Fair enough.
Again, Austin, thank you for agreeing to take part. I do appreciate that. Yeah, Hammer, how you doing?
Hammer.
Taking some shutters off my house. How are you, brah?
I'm doing good. I've been busy today. So I was listening to you talk to Toon and Jesse yesterday, and you kept talking about helicopters and how you think that kind of debunks the Earth rotating. Would you go through your logic with me with that, please?
Oh, sure. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to get on my computer.
I appreciate you coming, Hammer. I know it was a direct request from us to get you here per FTFE, so I appreciate it, man.
Oh, no worries, brother. Collection of awesomeness.
Mike,
Yeah, this is
here we go.
This is excellent. And Michael, if you want to go next, I think that'd be good too. If you're here.
All right, so the logic's pretty simple. The claim is that the ground is moving, right? We have things like helicopters that take off from said ground that's supposedly moving.
Mm-hmm.
When the helicopter takes off, you should be, especially in the equator where it's said to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour, that helicopter should see the surface of the Earth rotating underneath of it 1,000 miles an hour.
Why do you think that would be the case in the heliocentric model? Now, remember, we are discussing the heliocentric model here, so everything about the heliocentric model is taken into account with what we're talking about. So based on that, why do you think the helicopter should just shoot off to the east at 1,000 miles an hour?
I mean, that's fine if you want to just concede right now that you're just talking about a model that's a theoretical thing that's made
No,
up.
a model is a description,
I mean,
and we are talking about everything taken into account with the heliocentric description of the world. So based on that and your claim that on that a helicopter would shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour, why do you think that would happen?
Well, no, if we're going to frame it like that, I completely agree with you then. In the theoretical heliocentric model, right, they have plenty of quote-unquote reasons or excuses why what I just explained doesn't happen, right, and why what you see in reality is as you see in reality, which would be equivalent to a level stationary plane as we see in reality. But no, I can completely agree with you then. If you just want to talk about the model,
well,
what I just said is incorrect then.
Right, your claim is if the Earth that we live on is rotating, as we say, that as a helicopter takes off, it should shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Could you explain why you think that is the case?
I mean, that's just simple logic. If you if you're hovering above, if you're in a tree, right, and you're above a merry-go-round or whatever, right, that thing is spinning below you, right? It's pretty much, that's it, simple as that.
Right, so when you take off from something that's moving, it doesn't just disappear underneath you. I mean, you started talking about the conservation of momentum when talking to Toon, but you kind of ignored it. The conservation of momentum isn't the only reason that will happen, but you have to take that into account. So if we're just looking at the conservation of momentum, why would the helicopter shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, quite simply, because it produces its own force. So when it comes to the conservation of momentum as brought up in the conversation the other day that you mentioned, it was brought up by MC2, as is often brought up by the Globe side, but isn't fully described or explained.
Okay, so but you claimed that the conservation of momentum doesn't work the way that we've said. The conservation of momentum says that if the helicopter took off from the Earth as it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, then it's going to maintain that horizontal momentum of 1,000 miles an hour. Why would that disappear?
Is that what the conservation of momentum says?
Absolutely, yes.
Why don't you go ahead and cite that for me, please?
Well, it's Newton's second law of motion. In fact, I've got a video which actually would show
no, we
exactly
don't need
that.
Videos. We're here. I'm right here.
Okay,
here
so I mean, it's a video showing that
second law of
happens.
motion. You said,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. So conservation of momentum shows that it will keep that momentum. Once you separate from it, there's no reason that momentum would disappear unless there was a force acting in the other direction. So you're claiming that there is a force acting in the other direction to the helicopter, or to the other direction that the Earth is moving. So why
globe
would the
claim
helicopter
is that
simple
Okay.
question, why would the helicopter lose that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity? Why would that disappear once it left the surface?
Well, quite simply, like I said, because it's producing its own force, and it's producing its own force in every direction because it can fly in every single direction. That's the beauty of a helicopter.
But in your thought experiment,
so quite-
the helicopter is simply hovering. Is that correct?
There is no quote-unquote simply hovering in reality, sir. As McToon
in your thought experiment,
display, are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to keep talking all over
let me
me?
clarify my question then, instead of you
okay.
answering something that isn't the actual question. You said that if a helicopter takes off from the surface and hovers, the Earth would move underneath it, right? So I'm just going with what you've said, right? And if a helicopter is hovering, maintaining a stationary position over a point, right? There is no vertical forces being applied. There would only be there's no horizontal forces being applied. There would only be a vertical force applied as the helicopter took off, right? Which means that momentum, the horizontal momentum, that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity would not disappear because there was simply a vertical force applied. So why do you think that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity would disappear?
So is somebody going to put this guy on mute so I can answer the question? Because I kindly let him finish. Because I don't want to get interrupted again when I destroy what he just said right there. Are you going to keep yourself on mute?
I don't need to mute. I'll just be quiet. I finished my question now, and I'd very much like you to answer it.
So what you just said right there is absolutely false and incorrect. There is no just a vertical force, as you guys are proclaiming, when a helicopter is taking off from the surface of the Earth. A helicopter by design operates with a tail rotor, which produces force in a horizontal motion to counteract the torque that turns it in the opposite direction of the main rotor, right? That's just how a helicopter works. When a helicopter is hovering, they are constantly it's not like you set cruise control on a helicopter and say, hey, look, I'm hovering. The helicopter pilot is not sitting there with his freaking phone, like making a phone call while he's hovering. He's working the entire time. In fact, hovering is one of the most difficult parts of, if not the most difficult part of flying a helicopter, right? So your claims of how a helicopter work in reality are just completely false, as it is with every single glober who makes this argument. Thank you.
Okay, so the torque being applied to counter the rotors means a net sum of zero force being applied in the horizontal plane, which means that as a helicopter takes off vertically, there is no counteracting force to the 1,000 miles an hour that would be applied as it, tangential velocity being imparted onto it. So even if, as you say, which is correct, the tail rotor is countering the torque of the rotors, the net sum of forces in the horizontal plane is actually zero, which means there would be zero counteraction to the momentum applied by the Earth. So once again, I ask you the question, why does that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity disappear?
Because, sir, that helicopter is not fine-tuned, as you just said, to supposedly just take off and counteract itself perfectly, right? As the RPMs increase, as the blades turn, because of all that, like I said, the hovering part of the helicopter, there are inputs constantly being made in all directions by the pilot in order to keep it, quote unquote, where it is exactly, right? So yes, there is, you just making a statement saying there is no force counteracting. Yes, there is. It's constantly there. It's there from the time it takes off from the surface.
So
why Xanac?
Why are you talking in the middle of someone, man?
Xanac, we don't want to have to mute you, man, please.
Someone was over talking there. I don't know who that was.
So yeah, it's just you guys just constantly make this assumption, like I said, or this claim that there is no horizontal force, there's nothing counteracting it when the helicopter is hovering. That's just simply false. You also don't acknowledge that the helicopter is producing its own force.
Okay, so
counteracting whatever it was having whenever the surface of the Earth was supposedly interacting with it when it was sitting there stationary.
All right, okay, so quick question. What's the maximum speed of a helicopter? Let's say an Apache attack helicopter. What's the maximum speed?
Maximum speed of an Apache attack helicopter?
Yeah, yeah.
I would
Okay,
say
so
it'd
let
be
me know. Let me.
roughly-
Is it higher or lower than 1,000 miles an hour?
It's going to be way lower, my friend.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, even if the Apache attack helicopter, as it took off, was applying its full thrust to be moving forward, it still wouldn't do what you say it does. There is no horizontal force that would counteract 1,000 miles an hour as soon as it took off. The second it takes off, there would need to be, the second that it left the floor, there would need to be a counteracting force to the momentum imparted by the Earth moving at 1,000 miles an hour. That isn't the case. There is no horizontal force being applied to a helicopter as it vertically takes off. The net sum of forces horizontally will be very, very close to zero. Certainly not anywhere near enough to counteract 1,000 miles an hour. But your entire description is completely wrong. And the next reason it's completely wrong is because of the reason why the helicopter takes off. The helicopter takes off is because it is using its rotors to create a downforce in the atmosphere. The atmosphere that is also moving the same speed as the ground. Therefore, there is absolutely zero reason a helicopter would shoot off as soon as it left the ground. It is a ridiculous argument showing a lack of knowledge of physics, of Newton's laws, of the conservation of momentum, and basic engineering of helicopters.
You notice how he just repeated his claim that there is no horizontal force being applied to the helicopter. Also, like when you're talking about something, it's already, you're talking about conservation of momentum. It's already at that speed, right? So when it takes off, right, when it starts counteracting it in any way, that's going to be a gradual acceleration that
I'd love to see your free body diagram to explain this. Do you think you could draw one for me?
I'd love for you to let me finish the thought without interrupting me.
Well, you kind of go on quite a while, so I'll reiterate my question. Could you please draw me a free body diagram describing what you are happening to the helicopter? And then go and claim your Nobel Prize in Physics for debunking the conservation of momentum. That would be fantastic.
It's a projection the way that you guys present it as
no, it's reality. And I was going to show a video at the start, and you said no, don't show me a video. But if I showed the video, it would end the argument because it shows what you say would happen not happening. So, you know,
and there you go. That's a straw man, right? It's not what I say would happen. It would happen. It's what would happen again.
It is what you say would happen.
I would appreciate it if you would let me finish the sentence.
You are straw manning. Don't say it's a straw man when you are the one that is making the straw man. That's opposite of how this works. I'll show the video on my stream as you don't want to see it. So anybody on my stream can see that this disproves what he is saying, of course, using Newton's laws of motion.
Could you perhaps stream it here as well?
Yeah, absolutely. He said he didn't want to see it, but
I do, and I'm sure our stream does, just for context.
Sorry, one sec. So how do I do it? I've not streamed to Discord before. Give me one sec.
Right. So it's the button right above the mute where you mute yourself, and then it should be easy from there.
Share screen. Right, there we go. That works. So picking up my vmix feed. It's bloody made my vmix crash.
Look at his streaming software.
Sorry. Yeah, I need to stop streaming to you guys because that has just crashed my streaming software for some reason. It doesn't like to play with Discord.
It does seem to happen periodically to me too when I stream stuff.
Bugger.
I should be able to work the next time.
Computer runs
Sad, isn't it? Sad we ain't got no helicopters flying the ways you think on your model that you would draw, like 1 million helicopters flying. Like, do we got any sideways flying helicopters? Yeah.
Mark, can we wait until after with Hammer, and then we'll give you a turn if you mind. You don't mind, dude.
That's a D-mod reality drop.
When there's empty air, can't we? Come on.
You may need to give me just a second to restart here, because my
See, he's asking for space. That means we get to say whatever we want.
Alright, give me 2 secs. Let me sort out my chat.
This has been
120 months. That was to check and see if it had vibrations during flight, and then we would adjust the main rotor weight and balance. But I turned on my mic and I forgot I turned it on. My bad.
No worries, man.
All right. Okay, so I'm not going to attempt streaming to Discord again because that crashed everything.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys, watching the stream. I apologize for that. You know, hamsters running my tech and all that stuff. Right, where were we? Hammer. What would you say about the fact that, you know, the helicopter uses the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth?
That was what was your claim in the video?
No, it was a different video. The video was just demonstrating the conservation of momentum. But, you know, I could show that another time. I'm not going to do that because it'd break my stream. So I just asked the question, what do you say to the fact that a helicopter uses the atmosphere for lift and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, meaning that there would be no disappearing off to the east or west or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice claim and all, but, I mean, you're going to have to show evidence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, number one, which you don't have. So
I've got lots of videos.
I mean, I can
and pictures
speculate
from
as to why it doesn't work on your model, but again, as I was trying to reiterate when you were interrupting me earlier, is that it's a straw man that you're putting on me to say it's what I claim the helicopter is going to do. That's what it would do in your model if it worked the way that you guys claim it does. Thank you.
No, that's a straw man of what would happen on our model, or a misunderstanding, one of the two. But yeah, I can show lots of evidence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, and videos and pictures from space. The fact there is no 1,000 miles an hour wind at the equator. You know, the atmosphere, if the Earth is rotating, which I've measured it to be, then the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. So your entire claim about helicopters is completely false, because it ignores the conservation of momentum and ignores the fact that the atmosphere is the medium by which the helicopter gains its lift. So you really should stop using that as an argument, because it fails on every single level.
Craig, did you just say level?
I did say level.
That's right.
I must be Bev.
Remember, you said level means curve last time we talked.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, I can Merriam-Webster dictionary, adjective, 1 of 3, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. For a further 40+ citations, you could go to mctoon.net/level and see how surveyors and engineers have been using it for centuries. Yes, level in regards to the Earth. The meaning of it is curved. Of course, level has many meanings, but when you're talking about the Earth, it means following the curve of the Earth.
I've been getting all my information for years from McToon's site. I think his words are almost damn near biblical.
It's just a bunch of he's collected all the great information that makes it very easy to do these arguments.
Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Funny looking.
He really believes what he says.
Look at the shit that I walk in on here. Biblical McToon? What's going on?
Hey, no thanks. We're doing an open roundtable with our buddy FTFE. If you want to take a stab at him, now's a shot.
Please don't stab me.
No, it's not, man. Stop you. I mean, it's just the
There's no need to stab you, man. It's just there's a contradiction, like just like you said. Everything's level, meaning horizontal, except for when you're talking about the Earth in its entirety. Then level is curved. That's a contradiction. It's not like, oh, let me just tell you how simple this is. That's not simple. That's the problem. Yeah.
I mean,
cool,
level has many different meanings. If you look at level in the dictionary, there's a whole bunch of different meanings because it's a word that has context behind it, and based on the context, it can mean different things. When surveyors
when you say level
engineers,
means curved, you're saying it means the exact opposite, though. It has many different meanings. Plus, it has the exact opposite meaning of what it really means too.
what do you mean? What it really means? That there is no what it really means because there's many different meanings for the word level.
So you're saying level could also means curve, which is the exact opposite of the meaning of the word level.
No, again, there is no meaning of the word level. There is lots of meanings of the word level. One of the meanings, when you're talking about Earth, backed up by the dictionary and other 40 plus citations, is that level means conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. That's one of the meanings of level. There is many meanings of level depending on the context and usage of it in the language.
Well, how would they even measure? How would they measure the curvature of the water, of the surface of the ocean? How do they measure that? Can you tell me?
How would they measure the curvature of the surface of the ocean?
How do they measure sea level?
Well, sea level is just a reference of an elevation point.
Well, sea level is also would mean the curve of the ocean, because level means curve, right? So how do they measure this curve of the ocean? This sea level.
Sea level isn't the same as level. Sea level is just an elevation reference. That's it.
So ocean level is different than sea level, then, right?
What?
Ocean level is different than sea level?
What's ocean level?
The level of the ocean.
Yeah, it's a word.
In regards to what?
In regards to the ocean?
Yeah.
Its surface, in regards to the ocean surface, you're saying it's curved.
Yeah, so
because it's conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So my question is, how did they measure that?
How did they measure the curvature of the Earth? Well, I gave evidence of the...
No, how do they measure the curvature of the water that's conforming to the curvature of the Earth?
Well, they've measured the entire Earth, and that includes the water.
So you're saying the circumference, when they give the circumference of the Earth, they're talking about the water's surface, the water's level surface, which is conforming to the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, the water surface is part of the Earth, and when they measure, the entire Earth, that includes the water parts. I'm not sure what's the issue with that.
So do the water parts move simultaneously with the Earth parts, which also move simultaneously with the environment above the Earth, like the air, which you're saying is all moving in one body, right?
Yes, the water moves with the Earth as it rotates. What? Why wouldn't the water move with the Earth that's rotating?
Well, now you're asking me a question of why it wouldn't do something that doesn't even exist. You know what I mean? So how about put it this way: if I'm a lawyer for somebody who's being tried for murder, and I can prove to you that my client did not murder this person, I don't need to come up with the person who really killed this person in order to get my client out of jail. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and that's relevant to measurements of the surface of Earth. How?
So when you can't come up with something, you'll ask us like, you'll want an answer for why something is or isn't this way when that's not even our claim.
Well, you're the one that said it. You made the implication. You said, oh, so the water's moving with the Earth, which, maybe I made an assumption about what you meant, and if that's the case, I apologize. But for me, the assertion there was you were saying that the water doesn't move with the Earth, but within understanding the heliocentric model and reality as we know it, the water does move with the Earth. So I apologize. I apologize if I made assumptions about what you meant.
Well, the Earth doesn't move, though. That's the thing.
Well, I've measured that the
water
Earth
moves independently.
So I've measured that the Earth moves. So
how do you measure that the Earth moves? How would you do that without an independent variable?
used the pendulum.
Well, he just
Quite
claimed that
easy.
the water moves with the Earth, meaning everything on the Earth's surface moves with the Earth. So how did you leave the Earth's surface to measure that the Earth is moving?
I didn't need to leave the Earth's surface. I used a pendulum.
Then the water that you're talking about is moving with the Earth or is not moving with the Earth?
Yes, everything on the Earth is moving with the Earth. Like if you're in a
Then
train.
how would you have a tide?
Tides are the
Why would
water
it go
moving
against it?
slightly,
Away from the Earth's direction. If the Earth moves one way, a tide goes back and forth, right?
Wait, I've been doing one. Okay, tides are
And
independent.
actually what happens-
all right, Demok. Shh. Tides are independent movements. The tides, as they're happening, are also moving with the Earth. The entire body of water, including all of the movements, is moving with the Earth. This is. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
Why don't
I'm
lakes move like that?
arguing about it. I was asking how did you measure the movement of the Earth from the surface of the Earth if everything on the surface of Earth moves with the Earth?
I used a pendulum.
But it's on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
Moving
well, a
with the
pendulum's attached to the Earth via a pivot point and is a freely moving object.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, so
when something is freely moving, the Coriolis applies a lateral force to the thing that is freely moving. So when something is freely moving,
force or a real force is applying a real force.
Fictitious doesn't mean it's not real. The Coriolis applies a force, right, to freely moving objects, and depending on your position on Earth, the amount of Coriolis forces applied to a pendulum as it swings will be slightly different. And you can use this to measure the Earth's rotation and to accurately calculate your latitude on Earth. You can find where you are on the planet. Wait, hold on. You can find where you are on the planet just by using the drift of a swinging pendulum. You will know your latitude.
You haven't yet done that. You're working on that, right? Or you've
No, I've done that at college, but I'm redoing it as a bigger experiment.
You just remember that somebody told you, said, look, and you don't remember how they did it, but you're going to try to redo it to prove it to yourself.
What do you mean? I don't remember how they did it. I did it myself at college, and I am redoing it on a much bigger scale at the moment.
Right.
Craig, remember when you said when you used to be in the Navy?
Sorry, sorry, you were really peaking there. Could you maybe move your mouth a little bit away from your mic?
Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Yeah. Sorry, it was a bit garbled.
Okay, so you said when you were in the Navy, you used to use when you were inside the ship navigating, you used to use a globe as navigation, right?
Yeah.
An actual globe.
Well, you would use things that are based on the globe. I mean, submarines used very advanced computer software that had a globe as its navigation.
You said you used one though as navigation.
When I navigated the ship, I used the globe. Not a physical globe in my hand, but I used the globe.
Oh, okay. So I thought you meant you actually had the globe inside the boat and you were using that to navigate with.
No, well, there's computer programs that contain the globe, which does most of the navigating calculations. But when you have to do stuff by hand, you use things that are based on the globe.
Yeah. So I mean, that was. I just wanted you to go back to explaining how you measure things that are moving with the Earth, separate from the Earth, and like, what do you orient it to?
So I explained what happens with the pendulum. It doesn't matter the orientation. If the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards, it's a freely moving object, which means there's going to be a lateral force applied to it if the Earth is rotating. That's a fact.
The wind, freely moving against the air, freely moving
against anything. If it's freely moving, if it's going forward and backwards, which is what a pendulum does.
Is it a free fall, or is it freely moving, or is it like a free fall? Like what's free? What's freely moving?
Freely moving means that it's allowed to move.
Is a helicopter freely moving?
It can be, depending on which, if you're moving it through a horizontal plane. But when I mean that freely moving, I mean something that isn't just stationary, something that is actually moving about. If something is moving about,
I'm saying you're claiming that it's detached now from the Earth's rotation.
It's attached to the Earth via a pivot point, right, which allows it to maintain its position in 3D space
So I'm
as
going to
it's
imagine
swinging.
that. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm imagining what you're this, right? I'm imagining I have this huge 200-foot pendulum. Just let me imagine for a second. And I put it on like a pivot. I put it on like a pivot up, and now the Earth is spinning so fast that like the wind is blowing against the pendulum and allowing it to.
No.
Just
The Earth's not moving fast. It's going very slowly. And that's why the drift of the pendulum is very slow. So
you're, but is that what you're saying is happening? That we're hanging this pendulum in the air, and then the Earth is spinning, and then like maybe the wind or something's blowing against
No.
the pendulum
It's
and
the
allowing
Earth.
it, like,
The
to
Earth.
stay back there.
The Earth applies a lateral force because it's rotating. Because the Earth is rotating. If something is moving freely on an object that is rotating, there is forces applied to it laterally. Okay, which is what you can measure in a pendulum. As the pendulum swings backwards and forwards, all right, that's a straight line path. That's a freely moving straight line path that it swings backwards and forwards on. But what happens is, based on your latitude on Earth, that straight line path deviates. So if you are standing directly above the pendulum and looking down at it, right? Or if you were at the North or South Pole, as that pendulum was swinging, over 24 hours, it would rotate 360 degrees. All right.
I mean, that's what you keep saying, but like I'm looking at my ceiling fan right now. You ever seen a ceiling fan? It's got the strings. You got to pull the strings.
Yeah,
I
didn't finish
like,
my
why is the
thought,
string not like doing anything? What's going on?
Sorry, why is the string not? What?
It's hanging from my ceiling fan. You know how you pull the light.
Yeah, it's just hanging. It's not a freely moving object that's swinging backwards and forwards.
You ever seen the little balls that go in? You connect them. It's just like that, just like a pivot. What's
yeah, but it's not just swinging backwards and forwards in a periodical motion that you can calculate the amount on. Is it right?
Let me know what to expect. Ready on 3. I'm going to tap it. Ready 1, 2, 3. I tapped it. What should I do?
Well, what's your latitude?
I don't know. It's just swinging right now. It's going towards the TV and then back towards the back.
Well, I can tell you what to expect if I know your latitude. So, roughly?
I'm in the north. I don't know what to tell you. I'm in America.
You're in America. So let's say you're 45 degrees latitude, right?
That works. All right. All right.
Yeah,
so it's slowing down. Hurry up.
So to calculate your latitude, what you need to do is figure out how long it would take for that swinging thing to rotate 360 degrees. All right. So let's say you were able to keep it swinging for 3/4 of an hour, right? And over that 3/4 of an hour, it drifted about 7 degrees from that straight line path. Okay. What you would then do is you can calculate the period of rotation, which is t, based on how much it drifted over how much time. And then all you need to do is take the sine of the period of rotation divided by 24, and it gives you your latitude on Earth, right? What you would expect to see at 45 degrees latitude is in about 3/4 of an hour, it would drift between 5 and 7 degrees. So you would expect to see very, very, very little. But over enough time, you can measure the angle of drift, how much is drifted, and then applying Foucault's sine law, which I just told you, you can calculate your latitude on Earth. That's empirical evidence that there is a rotating body applying a force.
You keep going on with like that, the formula part that like everybody just blacks out, right? Because we're trying to figure out how it's detaching itself from the surface of the Earth, just like the oceans. You say don't detach, right? They spin with the Earth, right?
Oh, it's still spinning with the Earth. It's still rotating. It's still spinning with the Earth. The entire apparatus is spinning with the Earth. But
so that
because it's swinging backwards and forwards, right? It will maintain its position in 3D space. Hold on, let me.
Please let each other finish.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If you want me to explain, I need to explain. Okay. So.
Well, I don't. You're going to go on with the thing I'm asking you to stop doing, right? You're just going to do it again.
You asked how it would do this, and I'm trying to explain that.
I asked it, right? It was a two-part question, right? So it was one. So let me just do the 2 parts, so you can really go far with it, right? But so the one part is how it's detaching itself from the surface, right? And then the step 2, the other thing, what is it referencing? That's what I need to do. What is
Step 1, it's attached via a pivot point, which allows it to both keep rotating with the Earth whilst maintaining its swing relative to the axis of Earth's rotation. That's physics. That's what happens. If for instance, if you were to put a big pendulum on a roundabout. What I don't know what you call them in America. Thing you stand about and it spins around.
Roundabout.
Right. Right. And you spin that roundabout and then you start swinging the pendulum. Even though the entire thing was spinning, that pendulum would stay swinging backwards and forwards relative to where it started. Right. Because that's what happens. The pivot point allows the swinging pendulum to maintain its swing relative to what it started swinging on. But because the Earth is rotating, and because the swing is relative to the axis of rotation, it can drift a different amount depending on the latitude on Earth. It's quite deep understanding, but that did answer your question.
Right, that's fine. All right, and then step 2, what is it referencing?
It's referencing the axis of Earth's rotation.
So you point the pendulum north? Is that
no, you don't need to point it anyway. The swing, the way that it swings is referencing the axial rotation of Earth, which is why it will drift a different amount depending on the latitude. So if it's directly above the axis of rotation at the north or south pole, the swing is going to be exactly relative to that rotation. But as it moves away from the north or south pole towards the equator, the swing is still relative to the axis of rotation, but it's now moved off of it at an angle, so that the swing, the drift will take a different amount of time depending on where it is. So the swing is always relative to the axis of rotation. That's what the drift is relative to.
The drift is relative to something. Yeah, I gotcha. No, that's fine. I got
so the thing is, right, that you can use this to accurately calculate your position on Earth. Based on purely the drift.
Know the position. I mean,
no, you don't. You don't need to know. You don't need to know your position, right? Yeah. Purely just from the fact. Well, you can confirm it many ways, right? But let me finish my point. Purely just from the drift of a swinging pendulum, you can calculate your latitude on Earth, which shows that there is different forces being applied to that swinging pendulum based on its position on Earth. And those forces match up exactly with what you would expect Coriolis to apply if they were on a rotating body with dimensions and speed that we say. It's empirical evidence of what we claim.
Coriolis, right? So I just want to. I mean, you talk for a long time. It's great because you are being like
I'm an educator. It's what I do.
Yeah, that's great. But my questions were more about so Coriolis. I mean, I agree with. I'm not against Coriolis. I believe there is a Coriolis.
Yeah. Okay. I never said you weren't. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you maybe have different ideas of it, right? But so it's just curious. It just is interesting to me, right? In a way, if you can take this, pendulum and swing it, right? But you're saying it's moving but separate from the Earth. I guess so, right? On a pivot, but I don't see anything else doing it. But then you can find your latitude, right?
Yeah.
And but then how do we get our latitude? How do we confirm that that's the correct latitude? Like, what are we using to reference? What's this? How do we reference this latitude?
Well, how do you find your actual latitude on Earth? Where you can just look it up and then see if it matches. Yeah. I mean, your address. You can go on Google and go, what is my latitude? And it'll tell you. Or you could take some measurements of the stars with a sextant and figure it out that way. But it will all match up to where your latitude is on Earth. Whatever city you're in America will have a particular latitude. And you will find that latitude with nothing but the drift of a swinging pendulum.
And then I confirm it with the stars?
Or GPS or Google or whatever however you would normally confirm what your latitude is. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know what your normal process of confirming your latitude is, but however you would confirm your latitude.
What you're putting forth is the idea that the pendulum is a natural object that will coordinate naturally. So no GPS or nothing, right? You say it's a naturally occurring phenomenon that will allow you to navigate according to and in reference and orientation to the stars. So
absolutely, and experiments show this to be the case, yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's some sort of Coriolis, like some sort of spinning that we reference this pendulum to, and we can find it according to the stars that we all see spinning above our heads. That's what you're saying, that the pendulum somehow can detect the stars. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said the stars are an alternative way of calculating your latitude that can confirm the observations made by Coriolis being applied to a swinging pendulum.
And the only way to affirm this without like the maps that are in question, etc. But the only way to like do this just naturally is the pendulum will match the stars.
Or any other reference of what your latitude is.
What other reference that occurs naturally and spins at
Well,
the same
well,
time?
latitude is a polar coordinate system. It's not a natural thing. We've determined that there is lines of latitude and they're on the Earth. And you can find those lines of latitude accurately, which gives you your position on Earth with just the drift of a swinging pendulum, confirming what physics says would happen if we were on a rotating Earth.
Right. I hear your claim, yeah.
And again, it's not just a claim. It's something that I've personally done myself. I've verified this by doing the experiment. And, I wasn't a YouTuber back then. I was a uni student, so I didn't have camera gear and stuff to record it. But now I am, and I've got all that equipment, and I'm near somewhere that can actually do it. I'm going to do it.
Somebody did it for you. Yeah, like you said, somebody did it for you then. And I'm sure you'll when doing it yourself, you'll find it more interesting and maybe find out exactly how it performed for you then.
Well, no, I did it myself at college.
Oh, okay. Like for a class, or you were a student?
Yeah, I was a physics. I've got a degree in physics, and it was part of my physics degree, as well as doing Cavendish and many other experiments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, everyone that's ever
question?
done a physics degree would have done that, really. But yeah. Who am I talking to?
My name's Chris. Well, can you explain to a layperson why Coriolis affects the pendulum but doesn't affect the helicopter?
Oh, Coriolis would affect a helicopter if it was moving, freely moving. Obviously, if the helicopter is just stationary, just hovering there, it's not going to have a lateral force applied to it, because Coriolis only applies to a freely moving object. Something just hovering there, isn't a freely moving object. A pendulum swinging backwards and forwards actually has a movement that will give a lateral force applied to it. If a helicopter is just flying perfectly north, for example, yeah, it's going to absolutely have Coriolis applied to it. However, the Coriolis force is so small that the fact that there's massive engines and corrections being made would negate that completely, because the Coriolis force is very tiny. That it's barely detectable, which is why it would take 24 hours for 360 degrees to happen at the North or South Pole.
Why do planes not have to account for Coriolis when they fly north and south?
Again, they do, but it's such a small force that it's negligible. The natural corrections being made to maintain the plane at a certain altitude, and direction would take into account the tiny forces being applied by Coriolis.
They don't take it into account. Like when someone manually flies a plane, they don't account for Coriolis and say that what if you are correct in the opposite direction of Coriolis? Then how would that account for Coriolis?
Again, the forces applied are so tiny that you would barely notice them. It would just be a tiny little correction that you wouldn't even notice happening. It's not like if you didn't account for Coriolis, the plane's going to go wildly off in another direction.
Would you notice or wouldn't you notice? You said barely, but then you said you wouldn't. So would you or wouldn't you?
It's so small that you would hardly notice it. It wouldn't be something that would even be perceptible to you, because the natural corrections that you were making as the pilot of the plane, or even the autopilot, the forces
You did
applied.
it again.
Let me finish. The forces applied are so tiny that you probably wouldn't notice them. Because of the natural corrections that are going on.
That's your final answer.
Guys, please.
You wouldn't then. That's your final answer?
They're so small that they'd be barely noticeable.
So you would notice them, but barely.
You'd just naturally correct for them. They'd be so small. It's like when you're driving along a road and you hit a little bump, you barely notice that you're correcting for it. But it would be 1,000 times less than that. Probably 1,000,000 times less than that. It's tiny. That's the point. The Coriolis forces applied are very small because the Earth is moving very slowly. So the forces applied are tiny.
Because if you flew a 5.5 hour flight south, right, then you would, over the course of that 5.5 hour flight, there would be over like 3,000 kilometers that would have been corrected for.
Yeah, just naturally at every point they would be making corrections like they do for turbulence and everything else. In fact, the forces applied by turbulence would probably be more than the forces applied by Coriolis. You
That
wouldn't
doesn't matter
notice
though.
it.
My point is it'd have to account for it, right? Because if you were, say you were correcting for wind or whatever, and you go to the right, but Coriolis would be it's supposed to be affecting you to the left. If you go to the right, you're not accounting for Coriolis. You would have to go to the right a little bit less to keep on your straight trajectory. But in reality, they do not do this. They do not actually account for it in reality.
Yeah, because again, the forces are so small. Just other forces in general would make it so that you would hardly notice what's going on. You would barely need to do anything. It would be like, subconscious that it's so tiny. Even less than that. That's the point. It's the over time. So over that 5.5 hour flight, you're not going to notice a gradual thing that you're doing that's so tiny. It's just.
But they're not doing it.
Again, they're making corrections to maintain their elevation and their direction. That's it. They're making corrections, right? If they go off slightly, they correct, right? They don't care what's made them go off. They just correct. You can't say what they're accounting for because, they're just accounting for everything that's going on. Be it Coriolis, be it turbulence, whatever's happening, they're making constant tiny adjustments to account for these things. So the tiny forces applied by Coriolis to a plane as it's moving is going to be counteracted by every other little thing that's happening.
Okay, so we just don't. We have to pretend it's not there, and it's not factored into autopilot or manual flights, and we just magically get lucky. So what the question is then? Are you saying that the air, the atmosphere, is being dragged with the Earth?
Yeah, friction's a thing.
Okay, so then the higher and higher we go, the faster the air would have to be moving, right?
Friction, yeah, there would be a slightly higher tangential velocity.
So what energy is being introduced to proportionally increase the speed? Because if there's not additional energy introduced, it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
No, it doesn't. It's just dragging the entire thing around. The same as if you were to put a mixer into a bucket of water. The outside of that water would eventually be dragged around at the same speed as the inside of the water. Friction will make everything go around at the same speed eventually. Also, there's the fact that as the atmosphere formed, it was already on the Earth that was rotating, so had that motion imparted onto it naturally as it was forming, and the fact that there's been billions of years of gravity and friction, it's going to be making the atmosphere damn near exactly. Studies have shown that the higher up in the atmosphere there is a slight drag behind. It's very, very small, but it has shown that the very top of the that we can detect of the atmosphere, that it is slightly behind, even though it's all rotating at the same time, it's like slightly bent back if you were to follow a column up. But
that's actually incorrect. So for one, using fluid dynamics, like you can think of a blender, the stuff to the outside of the blender would be proportionately more and more behind the internal mechanism that's spinning. And then secondly, so what that means is as you increase in the atmosphere, you don't have material connecting yourself to the Earth. You just have freely flowing air, so fluid dynamics necessitates that for the top of the atmosphere to keep up with the Earth, it would have to have more and more energy proportionate to increase in altitude. Additionally, you said that they have proven that they have discovered that at the top of the atmosphere it goes behind it, but actually your model claims that there's something called super rotation on the Earth, and that the top of the atmosphere actually goes up to 30% faster than the bottom.
It's not the top, that's certain layers that are slightly below the top actually, and it only happens at certain points in the year when the atmosphere is extremely hot. In general, the atmosphere is a column with a bend slightly behind. Super rotation is something that happens in special conditions.
No, your model claims it's always happening. And
in special conditions,
always. And what's the question is then, again, same problem. If the top of the atmosphere is moving faster than the Earth, then there has to be an additional energy introduced.
It's
so
not
what's
moving
the
faster
additional
than the Earth,
energy
it's moving the same speed as the Earth at 0.000694 RPM.
It's not, no, the top of the atmosphere moves ahead of the Earth according to the globe model.
No, that's certain patches of it due to super rotation do, and that's because of heating up of the gases.
It's the entire layer of the atmosphere.
No, it's not the entire layer of the atmosphere. I don't know where you got that from. Super rotation only happens at certain points.
Yeah, I got it from like Stanford, so I'll be happy to drop it. So you would have to have a constant introduction of energy proportionate to the increase in speed, or it would violate the law of conservation of energy.
Could you show me the maths to back up that claim, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll get you this paper as soon as you can give me the paper about the gyroscope claim. That's ridiculous. So
wait, sorry.
The point is that
you've got a paper that's that shows the maths behind what you've just said, that the atmosphere would require more energy to maintain it, even though friction and gravity has been dragging it along. You said you've got a paper that describes the maths as to how that doesn't happen. Is that right?
Of course, the maths are trying to explain it, but like Stanford admits that, and even like Yale, they admit they don't know the answer yet. They don't know what causes super rotation in your paradigm in 2022. They admit they don't know what it is.
Yes, I do know.
We do know super rotation's been studied for a while. We know exactly what causes it. I don't know where you got that from. It's heating up of gases in the atmosphere.
No, actually, that one of the theories is that solar flares play a role, but that there has to be an additional relationship potentially with the magnetosphere because it's so consistent and solar flares are sporadic and it's not directly proportionate to the increase of speed. Secondly, it's basic physics that if the top of the atmosphere is going faster than the surface of the Earth is rotating, then there would have to be more energy there to make it go faster than the Earth. So gravity and friction does not answer the question.
You're saying it's basic physics, but I would like the maths to back up the claim that it's basic physics, because basic physics actually disagrees with you.
It's called the conservation of energy and momentum.
Yeah, and those laws being applied mean that it would move the same thanks to friction and gravity and everything else being applied, and the fact that the atmosphere was already rotating with the Earth as it formed. The entire thing, the atmosphere and the Earth, as it formed, was rotating, which means it's still going to be rotating because there's nothing to stop it.
Exactly. If you apply the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum, it would say that it would be moving with it due to this gravity well dragging it along, and there would be friction, so it would slowly get more and more behind the Earth as you increase in altitude. But your model claims that yes, just like a blender, it's called fluid dynamics. But according to your model, the top of the atmosphere actually goes faster than the surface of the Earth.
Okay, I'd like to respond to one thing you said there, that it should start going behind. No, there's no reason why it should start going behind. That would mean it would lose the momentum that it had as the Earth was forming and rotating. There's no reason for the atmosphere up there to lose its momentum because there's no force acting in the other direction. In a blender, there's the outside of the container that it's in as you're rotating that liquid. So right at the outside is going to be dragging along slowly. But if you have it going fast enough or long enough, you will notice that the entire thing pretty much goes at the same speed because the fluid is being dragged around with the rest of it. No extra force is being applied just throughout the entire thing. You don't need an extra force. So you're the one claiming that there needs to be an extra force. What maths do you have to back up that? Wait, hold on. What maths do you have to back up that claim that an extra force is required to keep the atmosphere rotating the speed it always has been?
No, wouldn't that only be applicable in a perfect vacuum, which you guys abandoned? You don't think you have one anymore?
No one's ever said space is a perfect vacuum, and yes, a bit.
No, but I'm saying as long as there's air there should still be some drag. Nothing should move with no drag for infinity.
Okay. So, Austin, do you mind if I respond to that, or?
I guess I don't know why.
I don't mean to detract. I don't want to take away from your guys' conversation, but just your point seems invalid to me.
It's not, and I can go through why it's not. But I don't want Austin and I. We've got thoughts in our head. I don't want us to lose that. If people don't mind Austin and I having a little conversation right now,
it's fine. My bad. If it's going to be a long-winded answer that takes away from your conversation, ignore me. Sorry. Austin, run with it if you think it's a good point.
I don't really, to be honest, because I don't think it's relevant. Like the point is that, according to the globe model, as you go higher and higher above the Earth does slowly drag behind the Earth more and more. It's just their claim is that it's so little that it's not that significant, and you really wouldn't have to worry about it. But it does slowly drag behind it because of fluid dynamics. But that the gravity well keeps the atmosphere basically moving with the Earth. Okay, that's what they claim. Now,
Well,
the point that you would need more energy is if you're
the friction as well. It's kind of the combination of the fact that the atmosphere was there as the Earth formed. Gravity is obviously pulling it towards the Earth, which is creating friction between the layers of the atmosphere, which is dragging it all around.
That's right. The friction comes from the gravity well, right? But like the point is that at the top of the atmosphere, they claim there's something called super rotation. Like they also claim it's on Venus, going way, way faster, right?
And
they claim
Saturn,
we have that on the Earth as
Jupiter,
well.
Yeah, we see it in a lot
They
of
claim we
planets
have
with
that on the
atmospheres.
Earth as well. So if just based on the gravity well and friction, then it would be going basically with the Earth, but a little bit behind it. But if the top of the atmosphere is going significantly faster, and it might even be up to 300%. If it's going significantly faster than the rotation of the Earth, then there's going to have to be more energy introduced to it because the gravity well alone would not do that, right? So that's called the law of conservation of energy.
How
There
do
must
you
be
know the
more
gravity well
energy.
wouldn't do that? What do you base that assumption on?
Because based on the gravity and the friction alone, it would just be moving with the Earth, and in fact, a little slower proportionate to altitude. Yet it's actually supposedly going significantly faster at the top, which means there have to be an external introduction of energy to make it go faster.
Oh yeah, no, the super rotation. Right, so you're talking about super rotation specifically, which isn't the exact top layer. It's a layer slightly below it. But again, super rotation is because of something else. What we've discovered is super rotation happens because of atmospheric expansion, because of certain areas getting heated more than others, and that because the atmosphere expands, it forces it to move faster. But that's only in certain areas and because of specific reasons, and it's not the entire atmosphere. It's bands of the atmosphere, and there is extra force being applied in heat and stuff that is causing that super rotation. But that's a separate thing to the atmosphere in general moving with the Earth.
It's a separate thing, but it's all interconnected. And so this is what your current paradigm's position is we don't fully understand super rotation on the Earth. The top theory that most people think may be a good theory, or at least play a role, is solar flares heat up the atmosphere. But since it's allegedly the entire layer going faster than the Earth, it isn't the full explanation because it isn't like a consistent introduction of extra energy, because solar flares are sporadic. Right, but I'm about to back out. I'm just going to say this is a conclusion. If you fly a plane north and south over 5.5 hours, you have to correct over 3,000 kilometers. In autopilot and in a manual, they don't do that at all. And if you did account for Coriolis, you'd have to know that and factor that in when you fly manually. And it would actually, you would have to correct more and more the higher you go, proportionate to altitude. And to explain super rotation at the top, you would have to have extra energy consistently introduced.
Okay, if you've got to drop out, Austin, I'd like to keep that there, and we can continue that conversation at another time. That's a good place to stop there, because I do have many questions that I'm going to listen back so I know exactly what to talk to you about next time.
Explain that super rotational speed on flat Earth, please.
It's just within a vortex.
Huh?
Also, don't believe stories of way up in the sky. Anyway, that's just what your paradigm claims.
Where's the energy for the vortex coming from? Where's the energy for the vortex coming from?
There's a huge vortex within the ether, and there's a source of energy somewhere external to the Earth, seemingly around Polaris.
Where is that? Where is that source of energy?
I don't know. I can't go to Polaris, so.
What?
Yeah, it seems to be in the center, like how a magnetic field works. There has to be a vortex within a magnetic field, right? So we're in a toroid, and there would have to be a source of energy seemingly in the center.
What is that source of energy? What is it?
Again, I don't know. It's illegal to go to the center. You can't actually go directly to the center.
It's not illegal to go to the Arctic.
I've been there.
Okay. You have not been directly to the North Pole, dude.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you were talking about
Stop
the South
lying.
Pole. I've been to Antarctica, but the North Pole. Loads of people can go there all the time.
No. You can't. They claim that even flying over the North Pole is too dangerous because there's not like any infrastructure in place to rescue someone in case something happens, nor can communication be effectively accomplished directly in the center. So they claim that you can't fly directly over the center within 500 miles of each direction, according to the FAA.
I live in Minnesota, and back in the 70s and such, we had people here from Minnesota who would take a dog sled during the winter and travel to the Arctic, to the North Pole, on a dog sled.
To the North Pole, that's wrong.
I don't know if they went exactly to the North Pole. I think they probably did, but there's no law saying you can't.
Secondhand anecdotal.
Anyway, I'm actually not about the dinner. I'm just pointing out that you're asking where the source of energy will come from the center. We can't go there.
Austin does need to leave.
If you didn't go with
say
them,
that.
it is secondhand.
Yeah, peace out.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. I appreciate the talk.
Thank you. It's it.
Do giants reside at the North Pole?
Well, Brenda's claiming that there's land at the North Pole. I think that's.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it? Do giants reside at the North Pole?
Which it left?
Did they? Bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear them say Witsit was leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd say I haven't been there, so how would I know? Giants.
There is no land at the North Pole, but it's frozen over during the winter. People from Minnesota took dog sleds and traveled to the Arctic region. There's no law.
The North Pole is more than 3,000 miles from Minnesota, so they took dogs 3,000 miles.
They told you that? That's all I want to know.
Giant dogs, probably, right?
You can actually do. I live in Canada, and I've been in the north extensively. Like I've been up to. I haven't been in none of it, but I've been there. I was in it when it was still in Northwest Territories before they formed it. I've been out there on dog sleds. You can go pretty far. I've never been to the North Pole. Apparently, there are trips that I can confirm. There are trips you can take that claim to take you up there. I've never personally been on one. I've only gone out polar bear watching a couple times. But you can go extremely far north. Like I hunt extremely far north. I have a hunt camp up there. You can go up there. It's just not like a common trip. There are polar bear watching tours that you can go on. They're pretty easy to find. You can Google them.
Well, if you could send me a photo of somebody holding a plumb bob, right, and holding their camera straight.
That would be secondhand. That would be secondhand information.
Hey, was I talking? Was I talking?
No, Austin left.
No, I was talking when Brenda was cutting me off.
Yeah, please finish.
All right,
You're the one that cut him off, Brenda.
A photograph, right, of holding a plumb bob at right below Polaris and taking a photograph of Polaris at their zenith. That'd be awesome to see.
Are you accepting photographs as evidence?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have photographs of the globe Earth.
Awesome. Well,
And by the astronauts on their trip to the moon, they turned around and looked and operated a manual camera, not a digital camera, but an analog camera.
Hasselblad camera.
Yeah, Polaroids from space. That's a cool. I'm just wondering if you
It's
have
not a
one of those.
Polaroid. It's not a
Yeah.
Polaroid. It's a Hasselblad.
Whatever, great.
Would you charter Northern Hunts to your cabin?
What?
The guy that's got a cabin north, would you charter a hunt there? Would you take people there? I pay to go caribou in Canada.
That sounds fun.
I'll do a chartered hunt. I pay.
With the North Pole, with the Polaris at their zenith.
All right. Who's next to ask me questions then? Let's do this.
Lou, did you have one for him?
I had a question, a point of clarification. Go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you go ahead, Napalm. Actually, no, whatever. It's, I was just with that point that Battlemod and him were going, Witsit and him were going on. I thought that the point seemed relevant. I still do, but I don't really care anymore. Go ahead.
I'll get in after Napalm if that's cool.
Yep.
So you
I
made the
got a
claim
question
that,
from third if I can.
Sure. So you made the claim that a blender within a fluid, that the fluid on the outside would eventually match the same speed or rotation as the blender in the middle. Do you have any examples of this with a you know, a liquid or a fluid with a very low viscosity
Not to
actually
hand,
taking
no.
place.
Not to hand,
So-
no, but I've done experiments in the past with very low viscosity fluids and stuff. So it's something that I've seen happen. That's why I said it.
With
But
a,
no,
with the whole of the,
I couldn't
the
present you
motion,
with a video
meaning
or
there was
anything. But my
Right.
point is that there's friction obviously in the bowl on the outside, right? So it's unlike with the Earth's atmosphere, it's never going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be really, 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 really close. And the longer it goes, the more the friction is dragging the fluid around, the more that all that fluid is going to have the same rotational velocity. But with the Earth, there's nothing stopping the outside of the atmosphere. There's no friction against that, so there's nothing to stop it moving with the rest of the stuff.
I mean, that's
Maybe
the
use
claim, but
maybe use
we
a
have no
rotating.
direct evidence.
Maybe you rotate a bowl of water. Would that be enough for you? You could actually rotate that at a fairly constant speed, and eventually the water would all be spinning at the exact same.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. You're right. If you were like to hold a bucket by the handle and just like hang it from a rope and spin it, the water would spin with the bucket. It wouldn't just.
Coming in to help FTFE. Was Napalm done? I wasn't sure if people started to overtalk him.
Oh, sorry. Was that two different people
I'm
talking?
finished.
I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
that was still Napalm talking.
He
No,
speaks
that's
very slowly,
Xanax.
right?
He's a habitual overtalker, man. So Xanax can't help but overtalk me. It's just his nature.
I'm trying to behave. I hope you all realize that I am trying my hardest to behave, right?
Greg, I think you've been
Yeah,
on
no, you're
perfect
fine.
behavior. Actually, this has been the least dumpster fire we've ever had. So this is great. Xanic, don't add to the flames.
If you want a dumpster
No, I
fire,
don't.
just
That is
just
a simple
unmute them up
comment.
and we can get that burn in. But
For anyone
Does
for anyone
anyone
who's
here
interested in
believe?
looking at it, I'm going to post. This is swooparctic.com. If you want to go to the North Pole, you can go in June, July. There's a very limited number of trips there. Less than 1,000 people go up every year. It's usually a nuclear-powered icebreaker, or you're flying in. But that is the company that you would want to use. It's reputable. I use a different travel company if I'm up there, but to do like polar
You
bear
can
watching and
charge-
shit like that company goes there.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, you can charter a trip there and you go where they take you. But what he was talking about was free movement.
Yeah, but
Does anybody
can
here
we get
believe that
somebody
the
on that?
Nephilim reside in the
Confirmation
North
with,
Pole?
Kind of a non sequitur.
Does
Yeah, if we
anyone
could
here
get
believe?
somebody on one of those excursions with confirmation via like a sextant
But
or
that
something
didn't
like that, where
moderate.
we can get the pole star at direct zenith, right? That would be pretty cool if we could confirm
Hey,
that.
there was somebody trying to talk, bro.
Well,
Moderate.
it's
Go
Napalm and
ahead.
then it's Hammer. Hammer's on the list to talk next. So.
We are moderating, but interrupting to say moderating wasn't helping, dude. Sorry.
Right, who's next? I hear the Hammer wants back in.
Yeah, just real quickly, you made a claim talking about Coriolis that would be similar to the minor corrections that a pilot would make for turbulence. I just wondered if you could expound upon that.
My point was that the forces applied by Coriolis to a moving plane are so small that everything else would outweigh it. Forces from a small bit of turbulence, forces from a small bit of wind. It's all going to outweigh the tiny, tiny, tiny bit of force applied by Coriolis. So the natural adjustments that you're making for everything is going to include that. Does that
I'd like
clarify?
to get a question in if I can.
Yeah, I think Montreal is next. I just wanted to finish off with this. So are you saying that a pilot does or does not correct for turbulence?
No, of course a pilot corrects for turbulence. But my point
how,
is that
how exactly does a
Wells
pilot correct for turbulence?
Well, if turbulence takes the plane off of the course, then they readjust the plane to get back on the course. Right? So
That's your understanding?
What the pilot's
You're
gonna have
recording
a course
this,
that
right?
he's flying, right?
You're recording all this? I just want
The
to make
pilot's
sure.
going to have a course that he's flying, right? And if there's some turbulence that takes the pilot off of that course, he's then going to adjust to get back on that course, right?
Yes, we're recording, Hammer.
I just want to make sure. Go ahead, Southeast Montreal. Thank you for expounding upon that. Appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, bro. Fight the Flat Earth. This is SC. You told me a few months back, if you remember, that you thought the surface of the Earth was 2D.
Yeah, the surface of a
Still
sphere
hold that opinion?
the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. That's just how shapes work. Are you going to go around a bunch of semantic stuff? I don't understand.
No, I didn't ask you a sphere. I asked you specifically. You said the surface of the Earth was 2D, correct?
The surface. Well, no, I said the surface of a sphere is 2D.
I'm pretty sure you said the Earth.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Okay, so how can you have a 2D sphere then?
Because the surface of any shape is two-dimensional.
Can you have curvature on a 2D surface?
Yeah,
actually, yes, you can.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually.
I don't.
Can you draw a curve on a piece of paper?
A Poincaré circle is curved and it's two-dimensional.
A Poincaré circle, Brenda? Come on, surely you're joking, right?
Do you think FTFE needs Brenda to step in or what?
Poincaré was a French mathematician, and he developed something called the Poincaré circle, which is you have seen in Escher drawings, right? It has curvature. It is a hyperbolic surface. But
We're
it's
talking about a sphere, not a circle, Brenda. A sphere.
You specifically asked about circles.
No. I said a sphere.
No,
I said, Greg, do you remember when you said a 2D sphere? The Earth is the surface of the Earth is a 2D sphere? That's what I said, Brenda. Nice try.
The surface of all geometric forms is n-1. So the surface of a sphere is 3D, minus 1 is 2D. It's a 2D surface embedded in a 3D object.
Yeah, a surface.
Greg,
a surface has zero thickness, right? So it's two-dimensional. The entire shape, the entire sphere, is 3D, but the surface of any shape exists in 2 dimensions.
So you have a 3D sphere with a 2D surface, correct?
This is how mathematics and geometry works. Yes. Is that okay? Do you disagree with mathematics in general?
Okay. No, it's not okay, sir. No.
So you do disagree with mathematics then?
No, I disagree with your assessment. You think that a 2D surface can curve.
Yeah,
so,
the surface of any shape is 2 dimensions.
Let me finish. Yeah. Greg, don't get triggered. Are you saying we can have a hump or a drop, that's elevation change, by the way, on a 2D surface?
Yeah, so if we're just talking about the surface of a sphere, the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional. It exists with zero thickness. It has 2 dimensions, no more. That's it.
Right. So how can you go
again? Let me clarify. This is what mathematics says. This is how you describe shapes and surfaces of shapes. I'm not saying a sphere is 2-dimensional, but because the surface of a sphere has zero thickness, the surface doesn't have a thickness. It exists in 2 dimensions. The surface of a shape is 2D.
Craig, you might want to help him a little bit and just say, look, we're talking about spherical geometry, where that 2D surface has a curved shape. It is a 3-dimensional object.
Yeah.
But the math he's using is 2-dimensional. And I know where you're going, SC. I got you loud and clear. You got a surface, you got a sphere with no depth, no volume, just looking at the surface, you're saying, well, if I'm going to look at that thing, it's 3-dimensional. You're right. But the math that determines its shape is spherical geometry, which says that one dimension, that single dimension, that is the surface, going north or south, can be curved. That might help you a little
So
bit.
you're saying, Zanuck, you're agreeing with them, with Brenda and with Greg, that a 2D surface can curve. So Is that what you're saying? Really?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
because spherical geometry works out. I'm just trying to help you because I know what you're thinking and I know where Craig's going too. I'm just trying to be a mediator there. Say yes, it's a 2D surface because that's how spherical geometry works. It defines that surface as being curving with some curvature rate. But if you're going to take a picture, if you're going to actually look at, if you're looking at,
I didn't come here for you. I came for FTFE, not you.
So the surface of an 8-dimensional sphere is 7 dimensions.
What, Brenda? You outdid yourself once again.
Yeah, the surface
I thought
of
what I did was useful. I don't know, maybe not. Does everyone?
It was, and maybe this will help, maybe not. The surface of an 8-dimensional, take an 8-dimensional sphere, its surface is 7 dimensions because it's n-1.
My God, Brenda, you truly don't believe that. Does anybody here believe that? Anybody?
Belief is irrelevant to mathematics. Someone in my chat made a good point. In addition to the fact that it's got 0 thickness, you can actually locate any point on the surface of a sphere with only 2 coordinates. Right?
As long as you presuppose and know that it's a sphere first.
Well, yeah,
we were talking about
presupposing is irrelevant, right? You can find the position on a sphere with only 2 coordinates. That means it's 2-dimensional.
So what? I'm just talking about position.
Presupposition is completely irrelevant, especially when your mathematics are based on a presupposed globe, i.e. 7/6r, where r represents the radius. Just as an example, you don't have to explain anything. I'm just rendering it with an example. Thanks.
I just wanted to make my point. I'll back up, give the mic to somebody else. They're delusional. Everybody saw that, right? They're saying a 3-dimensional sphere has a 2-dimensional surface, yet you can go up and down and curve on it. I mean, it's fantasy.
100%. Like use angles like trigonometry, 3 angles, 3 straight lines to observe mathematics on a globe, a model, globular surface. My ass.
What now?
Well, SE was talking to you at FTFE. If Brenda and Xana could just chill a little bit. I didn't really even understand what he was describing at SE.
Well,
you didn't understand what I
Montreal
described?
just disagrees with the fact that the surface of a shape is 2-dimensional. I mean, yes, that sounds wrong when you hear it, right? But at any level of mathematics, that's how you're taught to describe a surface. You know, that's why you can use a 2-dimensional coordinate system to find a position on the surface of a sphere. The sphere is 3-dimensional, but the surface of any shape exists in 2 dimensions. This is just a fact of
2D is
mathematics.
just a concept, right? Right, Fight the Flat Earth? 2D is just a concept, right?
2D is just a concept. Did you just say that?
Yes, I did just say that. Would you like me to repeat
having
it?
2 dimensions of something is just a concept.
Correct. It's just a concept. Did you not know that? Were you not aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware that 2 dimensions is a concept.
Well, you might want to have a look at that then.
Yeah, you might want
Because
to look
we live in a 3D world.
You might want to have a look at what the surface of a shape is, you know?
Yeah, you might want to do that, and you will find, sir, that nothing you've ever seen, touched, even thought of is, well, maybe thought of, maybe you can think of a 2D, but nothing you've ever experienced in your life, Greg, if I may call you that, is 2D.
No, daddy to you.
Yeah. And surface area is way different than volume. When you have 3 dimensions, i.e., well, no, 2 dimensions right now, let's talk about X and Y, X going left to right, Y going up and down. Adding the 3rd dimension being the Z-axis gives things perspective. You guys seem to always relate things to a 2-dimensional observation.
That's not what perspective is. Perspective
Have you ever seen anything in 2D, Brenda?
Yeah, we see everything in 2D.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's how seeing works.
Are you kidding me? When a car drives towards you, you see it in 2D, you silly boy?
Yeah, your brain extracts information by binocular vision, your brain extracts a three-dimension image information from.
What if I look at a clear square?
Hold on a second, Demok. Angular resolution happens what now? How do you bring angular resolution on an observation on a two-dimensional plane? Please.
Demok, dude, you haven't had a turn yet. You can go for it, man.
Please.
I was just going to say that if you get a clear square or a clear sphere, what would you be looking at? You wouldn't be looking at the clear three-dimensional object in front of yourself, seeing all accounts of it? Well, what's going on there, Brender?
Well, if something's invisible, it's invisible. That's kind of irrelevant to the conversation.
No, clear, like a clear plastic square in my hand, Goofy.
Yeah,
a clear piece of plastic.
Kind of invisible, right? You can see through it.
Are you magic? What do you mean invisible?
So you can see through something
that's... What the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry,
what's
one
invisible?
at a time.
Is it clear or is it opaque? Which one is it?
Nobody said invisible, Superman.
Is it clear or is it opaque?
A piece of plastic. Do you know what a water bottle's made of?
Yeah, and you can
that
see
material,
through it, right?
Goopball. Yeah, so you see it's 3D, Goopball.
Yeah, and the surface of it is 2D.
Yeah, case closed.
Yeah, and the surface of it is 2D. Because
it's a 3D fucking object. You see all of it. You see through it to see the other side. You see the area of all of it. You see all 6 sides of the cube that's clear. You see all 6 sides of this clear cube, stupid. Shut
so
up.
I
that might
can draw,
not be the case.
I can draw a clear cube on a piece of paper. That clear cube will still be
what
in
you're
2
doing
dimensions.
on paper. You can draw your globe on paper too. Does that make it a ball? I want a clear object in your hand that's a square, Goofy.
I don't
a clear
care what
Rubik's
you
cube.
want, Demok, because
And
what
tell
you
me that
need
you can't see
is a
it.
mental asylum.
No, you said that's one-dimensional. You got a one-dimensional cube in your hand. That's funny.
No one ever said one-dimensional cube.
How many dimensions is your paper?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Craig, how are you possibly going to claim a cube when a cube has 3 dimensions, length, width, and height? It is a volume. You have to calculate volume with 3 dimensions, my friend. Not
Okay,
just
well,
2.
I am right now drawing a cube.
You can represent a cube, right, on a piece
that's
of
a clear
paper.
cube.
Because a piece of paper is a planar object, right? You can reduce.
So does that look 3D or 2D?
To the observation of a 2D plane.
To me,
However, again, a cube is the illustration of length, width, and height because it has a volume. Do you understand that? You can't say that a cube is a 2D dimension.
I never said a
Or a
cube is a
2D
2D dimension.
Plane. Sorry, a 2D plane.
I never said a cube is a 2D plane.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Nope.
Not once did I say that at all. I don't know where you got that from. I said the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional.
What did you say a cube can be shown as?
Well, I can draw a cube on my 2D board.
Right. Now,
so is that a cube? Is that a cube? Or, right, have I drawn a cube or not?
You drew it on a cube. You reduced the cube, right, to the observation on a plane piece of paper, right?
Yeah, and I never said that a cube is 2-dimensional. I never said that.
I'm sorry, appealing to the court or the panel, if you will, did this man not say a cube, 2D plane?
He said we see in 2D.
Yeah.
He was describing how an image of a cube, or the way we see a cube, is in 2 dimensions. Saying you could draw it.
Right. Now, again, I'm going to say that when you look at the definition of a cube, right, the difference of a square or a cube, a square has 2 dimensions, length and width, right? A cube, when you introduce the 3rd dimension of height, makes it a 3-dimensional object. This is my point.
But you're not taking into account that when you draw it out on a 2D plane, you are referencing a 3D object in 2D.
Okay. What is the volume of the surface of a sphere?
Good question.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
that's not even at that point.
Yeah. What is the volume? What is the volume of the surface of a sphere?
Okay, we were looking at a cube again, right? We are looking at a cube. Which
what's the volume of a surface of a cube?
Yeah, I was about to say, you could just switch the shape to a cube and go, what is the volume of the surface of a cube?
So a cube has 6 sides, right?
Yep. And what's the volume of the surface of that cube?
And they're all even, aren't they?
Yeah. So again, what is the volume of the surface of that cube?
It's literally one-sided cube to figure out the volume of that.
No,
and if you wanted to figure out surface area of
it's
that,
a simple question. What is the volume of the surface of the cube?
What size of a cube are you using?
Times the faces, my guy, which would be 6 to this. It would be the length cube. It would be length to the power of 6.
Yeah, there's no volume to the surface of anything.
It's 0. Thanks. I know this. This is why I said to you it's the 6 faces, my friend. I've never.
Yeah, and the 6 faces still have 0 volume.
My friend, please understand that in order for it to be a cube, right? The beginning of this conversation is in order for it to be a cube, you have to give it a 3rd dimension. And in order for things to be real in real life,
no one's arguing that. We're talking about the surface. Right, listen to the words coming out of my mouth, all right? Please, I'm going to reiterate the question as clearly as I possibly can. The surface...
No, we're not making it. It's okay.
Hold on.
Hold
on, let me
no,
finish.
No, you're...
Right, I'm going to finish the question. Right, I've started, so I'll finish. The surface of all 6 sides of that cube, what is the volume of them, and how would you calculate it?
Can I pour water on a flat surface and expect water to be
Why
retained
did
on
you
the
answer
surface?
a question with a question? Please just answer the actual question.
Because your question is dumb. It's like
no, my
getting
question
water
is a question. Right? Don't jump around it. I'm not letting you just jump around. There is a specific question I want answered right now. What is the volume of the surface of that cube? All right? Assuming that each side of that cube is 1 meter. Right? Every side of that cube is 1 meter. What is the volume of the surface of the cube, and how would you calculate the volume of just the surface of that cube?
Understand.
If you don't answer, I'm going to just ask the question again.
How can you calculate the face volume of a face?
Exactly! You can't, because the surface is 2 dimensions.
Dumbass question, McToon.
Yeah, water to stick
I'm not
to the
McToon,
faces.
dipshit.
You
How
sound
much-
like him.
I sound nothing like him. I'm a dude from fucking Bristol in Scotland. He's from fucking America. We sound nothing alike.
Oh, you're a nutsack.
But
Maybe-
how am I
maybe-
supposed water to stick to the surface of a ball? I'm still confused. Or sorry, stick to the surface of a cube. I'm still confused. This is
Sorry,
why
what?
I asked you. It's like getting water to stick to the surface of a ball, which is your globe. Your question is the illustration of your fallacy of your observation of the model.
I don't
This
think
is
you
the
know
point.
what fallacy means, because that word did not
Fallacy
belong in that
big
sentence.
Anyways.
Again, I don't care how much you guys want to argue about this fact. The surface of any shape in existence is 2-dimensional. That's it. There is no argument about this.
Only in your brain, my friend.
No, in
Only
reality.
in your brain.
This is a fact.
Yeah. You ask any maths professor in the world, and they will tell you that the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional. Your ignorance on this subject does not change that.
So ask him to remove, when you get a flat tire,
one at a time.
Let me tell him something. Hold on. Ask him, when you get a flat tire, get a 2D thing to take off your 2D bolt. Okay?
Right, that's nonsensical.
Yeah, nice straw man there, dumbass.
No, because you're talking ridiculous. There's no such thing as 2D. It's a concept. Get it out of your mind, my
There
friend.
is a such
You're
thing.
looking
You know what is a
foolish.
concept? Essie Montreal, you know what is a concept? Your high school diploma.
All right, let me help out. Let me help this out and say, because whoever was talking with before, I think it was Hammer. He himself, you said that the cube is made up of 6 squares. That's the sides of the cube. Squares are 2-dimensional. The surfaces are 2-dimensional squares. However, the only other point I was going to make about that is also when you make a measurement of the surface area, it's going to be, referencing square feet, square meters.
because it's a two-dimensional result. But
Exactly.
That's why it's a clear object that you can see through. You can see all sides from through the other side. And therefore you can get all your 6 sides and add them if you want. You can see through the fucking object in your hand. A clear Rubik's Cube, right? A clear red one, a clear green one, a clear plastic one, a clear blue one. A glass one. So you don't comprehend that the way I turned this glass looking like a diamond shape one way, but it's a cube, because you don't understand that's 3D? Are you okay? McToon's nutsack?
No one here is called McToon. And
You're
again, I don't know why this
McToon
concept is
is here.
difficult for you guys to understand. The surface of
I thought
any
you guys
shape
were twin
is
brothers.
two-dimensional. Two-dimensional.
You and
Surface
McToon-
is 2D.
You and
Right,
McToon are two-dimensional.
I think we can move away from this discussion now, because every maths professor and teacher in the world is having some kind of aneurysm listening to this.
Yeah, when they draw cartoons of McToons, we know. Flat tune.
If we could attack ideas, not the people. Thanks, guys.
I'm saying cartoons are flat. That's all. I'm sorry.
Homo Habanus discovering his opposable thumb says what?
Your grandma did who?
You.
That's
yeah,
the opposite
your
of what I
grandma
just
did you,
said, guys.
dude. That explains a lot.
Anyway, I liked it.
How old is your
I liked
grandma,
it.
and can I get her number?
I liked
I'll take your
it.
grandma's
It's
number.
fine.
Yeah, I'll pass you her
Exactly.
number. I've been seeing her on the side.
She's beautiful.
She's
I love
88,
it.
but please don't break her hip
Regardless, can we
again.
just see it?
Emmett pulled out his own teeth because he thought there was tracking devices implanted in them by the CIA.
Well, this is weird, right? You talked about helicopters going around a sphere or the model of a ball, but yet how many different directions or ways do you have a helicopter flying besides vertical?
Well, a helicopter flies in 6 axis.
A helicopter supposedly flies everywhere around a sphere.
Yeah.
How does it do that? Draw that for me. How it does that?
6 axes.
Yeah, using
Can
6
you
axis.
draw that? Which way does the helicopter do
Wait,
it?
hold on.
Which way is it doing
One
it?
sec,
Are you
one
going to draw
sec,
it or
one
not?
sec, Demok, one sec, Demok. Is it axis or axes? I need to get this right.
Axis is what I always thought it was.
Axes. That doesn't sound right.
It's non-existent. Every helicopter flies vertical, regardless.
Well, never mind.
Regardless.
Anyway, yeah.
I've never heard axi, so.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
It's
sound right either, does it?
axes.
Axes, right?
Axes.
Okay.
Just axes.
Axes.
Can I watch the bottom of a helicopter fly around the globe while it's flying around it? Can I see the bottom of it?
Can you
Is it
sorry,
bees
Demok?
or is it bees or beeses?
What?
Is it bees or beeses?
Bees. Yeah, you're right. Right, sorry,
We need
Demok's trying to ask a
helicopters,
stupid question. Let's listen to
horizontal
what
air
Demok's
bubbles.
saying.
We need horizontal helicopters, 33-degree helicopters, 45-degree,
Right, no, he's
90-degree
broken.
helicopters.
No, Demok's broken. Sorry,
Horizontal
broken.
bubbles. Do you know how a sphere works?
Yeah,
If you're on a sphere and the sphere is surrounded by water and you let air go everywhere around that sphere, wouldn't little air bubbles release in every direction away from that sphere?
Gravity would say no.
So, do what?
Gravity would say no.
Gravity says air bubbles aren't going to move every way from the surface of the dirt around a sphere surrounded by water.
Gravity says they'll go vertical. We've already been over this.
The gravity
So a
fallacy.
sphere can only, so on the sphere, you've only got bubbles that only go up from a half portion. Let's draw me this for me real quick. Show me that. Show me how vertical works on a ball only.
Up
with
is
the
a
air
way
bubble where you're standing.
Demok,
Show
up
me
it-
where they come
Demok,
from. Hello.
listen.
Can you
Demok,
draw this or not?
Demok, listen.
Hello?
Demok,
Are you
listen.
okay?
Demok, listen.
Listen to your non-drawing. I need a drawing to go with your bullshit lie.
I'm not going to draw right now. I just would like you to listen. Up is away from
To imaginary shit.
No. Yeah, okay. Up, Demok, is away from the center of the Earth.
Draw your
That's
air
it.
bubbles, leave the water in every direction, and show me how they're leaving vertical again. Because vertical doesn't exist on a sphere, right?
No, it
so
does.
how is everything fucking being vertical? Where? How many verticals are on a sphere? On a circle? A sphere?
Infinite.
A sphere. A sphere. Infinite on a sphere.
Yeah.
Read the definition right now. How many verticals are on a sphere for us all? Read that for us, dumbass.
You can have
Hello?
infinite verticals on a sphere.
You have no verticals on a sphere.
Like
none.
You can,
So why is everything vertical on your fucking imaginary sphere
You can
when
take
you
a
have
sphere
no verticals on a
and
sphere, and on a sphere
vertical there
everything would go at
and a vertical
angles.
there.
You would have diagonal. Shut
They're
up for a
both
minute,
verticals.
dummy. I'm trying to teach you something,
They're
dumbass.
both I don't think you're capable of teaching.
Verticals on a sphere. None.
Vertical, you're pointing away from the center of that sphere.
Everybody Google how many verticals are on a sphere. The answer is a big fat ass black zero.
Oh,
Don't
hey,
fuck
I'll
around with
tell you
me,
what else
stupid.
you can. Tell you what else you can Google
Why is this zero
is the
black?
shape of the Earth. Right? If we're using
Listen,
Google,
there
we can
is
just
no
Google
shape
what
of the
shape
Earth.
is the
Earth
Earth.
doesn't have a shape, you
All
dumbass.
right, hold up.
Definitely
Hold
does.
up. FTFE, we have a lot of Globers here. We've kind of been keeping a lid on. Do you want them to hop in at any point? Is it open forum now, or do you want to keep it just Flat Earthers?
Yeah, bring them in. We want videos of horizontal air
Thank you,
bubbles.
Craig. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah,
come on,
Phil,
come on,
feel
man.
free. Just before you do, I just want to say thank you for looking after this and moderating it and everything. I'm having a lot of fun. I think you've got another hour and a half before your next thing, so I'm happy to be around for like another hour or something. But yeah.
Oh, I already moved it for you, Craig.
I'm also happy to open it up to the rest of the floor.
Excellent.
Although Demok, I'd like him to come on my channel for a 1v1 because that would be more fun.
Did you guys already do that?
Why? So you
I
can
saw,
mute me?
man.
So you can fucking mute me and not play your video that versus mine because you don't have a video that shows how mine's wrong, how your imaginary fucking
I mean, your
sphere
video
works.
showed how it
You
was
don't
wrong,
have a
but you
physical
know.
demonstration.
But anyway,
You have a shit
like you
show,
just said, Demok,
and
let's give respect to the server. We've just said we're going to open it up to
but
other
I haven't
Glovers.
got my sentence out yet.
Yep, yeah, well, that's
Alright, go
fine.
ahead,
That's
Demok.
probably
You want a
better
shit
for
show
everyone,
with
to be
no
honest.
physical demonstration.
Demok, it's probably better if you just
Demok.
stop talking for everybody.
Can we
please, other
Can we ask
Glovers.
Demok to give right? Can we give him a statement and then withdraw for a while, Demok? Is that cool?
Yeah. He wants a shit show with no demonstration. Or were you talking to me or him? I'm sorry.
Really? Come on, D-Mock.
Demok, like if you want to just give your final statement and then withdraw for a while, I think that'd be cool.
Okay, you want me to give mine? I got you. Okay. Yeah, he wants a shit show because he won't demonstrate how my spherical demonstration, how I show him the portion of the sphere acts or reacts in reality. A 3D portion of a sphere is going to have a tilting object. There is no drop without tilt. A helicopter, well, I'm almost done. A helicopter has to fly all directions. Sideways, upside down, right side up, every fucking direction from a fucking L, from 0 degrees to 90. Now listen, I don't care about your cartoon Dr. Seuss words. Listen, and bubbles need to do the same thing. Bubbles need to leave horizontally to leave the fucking surface of a globe water, and vertically at the same time, if we're on a ball.
Okay, so your point.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Bubble flies vertically.
Yeah, he tries to play.
Can we let
he
Craig
tries to
respond?
Okay.
No, I don't really understand even what Demok is saying. So I'm happy right now just to open up to another Glober. I think we should keep it the way that it's been, kind of trying to have one person talk and one person respond. So, you know, I'm happy to just sit on the sidelines for a bit, and if someone wants me to join in the conversation, I'm happy to.
Excellent. Time for the Xanax show. Come on, bud.
I'm going to smoke a bong because I fucking need it. Oh, can I
Amen.
fucking say,
Amen.
by the way, 1,000 people watching on my channel. 1,000 people watching on the channel. You are fucking awesome, everybody.
Hey, before you go, can you answer one more question before you hit the bong?
42.
Hit the bong. All right. Which direction is down?
Towards the center of the Earth.
Party's gonna start. Aw, come
Okay,
on.
so now, does that mean down is every direction? Fight the flat Earth?
Okay, let me give another definition. Down is towards the point where time goes slower.
Oh boy, that's even worse than I thought.
Okay, so you told me that the observation of a construction plumb bob in Canada is different than the observation of a construction plumb bob in Australia.
That's what they think.
Sorry, was that to me?
Right?
Plumb bobs deviate, yeah. Or plumb bobs around the world aren't all horizontal to each other.
I'm a Glober. I have a question for Craig, please.
Yes, Brenda.
But I would.
Yes, Craig. The vector down to the center of the Earth. What happens to that vector when you reach the center of the Earth?
If you're at the center
You're
of the
stealing
Earth,
my thunder, Brenda.
there is no more down. If you're at the center of the Earth, you would have an equal pull all around you of mass, and you would technically be weightless.
Thank you.
And when do you start going up? Fight the flat Earth?
When do you start going up?
You reach the center now, like Brenda said. You start floating, right?
You wouldn't start going up ever. You would need enough velocity or inertia to go past the center and keep going. If you were at the center, that's it. You wouldn't go anywhere else because you would have no weight. You would have no way to create a force to move any direction.
But let's say you had a magic machine that could make you still go that way.
Essie, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question. At the center of the Earth, every direction is up.
Yes.
Thank you, Brenda. That's all I wanted. Thank you. You heard it, guys. Every direction is up and every direction is down.
No, that's not what I said here. You're misrepresenting.
No, that's not what that was said at all. It's when you're at the center of the Earth, every direction is up from the center of the Earth. There's
And no direction is down. There's no down at the center of the Earth.
Yeah, there's nothing was stated about a down. You added that.
Okay, let me rephrase it then, because you guys are being shifty, right?
That's
What
not
I'm hearing
shifty.
Canada, right?
That's speaking the truth of what was said, not being
Okay, so you
shifty.
shouldn't be scared then of my next question, my next scenario. It shouldn't scare you at all.
Nobody's scared.
Okay,
Terrified.
so I'm in Canada now. I start drilling, right? I start drilling down towards my feet, right? Now I get to the center of your mythical sphere, right? And I keep drilling. What happens then? Do I start going up? Is it still down? What happens when I pass the center of the sphere?
You start going up.
I start going up.
Yes.
So my down direction just became up without changing any vector at all. I kept the same vector, but my down became an up.
Well done. You just agreed with physics. Yes.
You
Yes,
heard,
and
ladies
also-
and gentlemen. Down is up. There you go.
SE, the way vectors work is if you change direction, you're no longer on the same vector.
But you didn't change directions, Brenda.
Exactly.
You kept on the same vector
Exactly.
going down.
You're on the vector of down. When you hit the center, you are still going in the same path, but now you are going up because every direction from the center is up.
Exactly. So your down became an up. That's what I just said.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. My case is rested. It's unbelievable what these
Okay,
people
welcome
believe.
to the globe. Hey, nice to have another one of you on board.
You don't realize what you just said, bro.
That count's
You
still at
made
zero.
the down direction up as well in your mind, in your brain. You made down
does it not
up.
register? Does that not register that once you go past a 0 point of down, then you are going up? Is that a problem? What's the problem?
Only
with that?
when if you live on a mystical sphere.
We're in reality now.
Hey,
And it
Essie,
happens.
this is what we call personal incredulity, and it's kind of a you problem.
No, this is what you call entertainment, and I'm laughing
absolutely.
as hell.
Flat Earth
'cause
is entertainment.
You
yeah.
guys just said down becomes
absolutely.
up, and you don't realize how
Completely agree.
dumb that sounds, man.
I mean,
See,
flat
you're
Earth
one
is
of the
entertainment.
few people in the world that thinks that sounds dumb. So maybe it's you that's being dumb. No, it's definitely you that's being dumb.
So you don't think it's dumb to think that a plumb bob here in Canada and a plumb bob in Australia hang antipodal?
No,
And you don't
not at all,
think a
because
plumb
that's a
bob-
fact. I don't think facts are dumb.
Yeah, a
So-
plumb
so
bob there
listen
and
how
a plumb
dumb you
bob in
guys
both
are.
of those locations are not parallel to each other. That is
Also, SE, they are not hanging. They are standing upright in Australia.
Upright. So Brenda, if I have a plumb bob here in Canada and one, let's say, in South Carolina, right? You're telling me that plumb bob is hanging sideways as compared to my plumb bob,
No,
right?
they're both hanging vertically.
Yeah, but
as
he
respect
was,
to each
but he was
other,
saying
they're-
in respect to each other. All right, that's a different question.
Right. The zeniths are not parallel. There is an angle.
Yes.
Exactly. So you have a ball, a mythical ball, and there's a plumb bob hanging one direction on the top of it, and on the side of it you have one hanging sideways, and on the bottom of this mythical
No, it's
ball
not hanging sideways, it's still hanging
upside
down.
No. I think here's a big point that I think a lot of flat earthers overlook, and especially in this particular conversation. When you're talking in a three-dimensional space, what is the top of a sphere?
Anywhere.
It's anywhere, right? So any direction could be the top, right? So what do you mean by sideways? What do you mean by going sideways?
Let me give you some clarity.
There's no actual top, right? There's no top and bottom. Even though we discuss and like look at the Earth in representations as north being a top point and the south, south being a southern point of a sphere, and top and bottom type look. But that's not actually, a case for saying, hey, this is the top, this is the bottom.
Sure it is.
Right?
You've been conditioned.
Because the bottom, technically, if we're talking bottom as down, is the center of the Earth, and top is out in all directions.
I hear you, bro, but you've been conditioned, right? Let me give you an example. Look at the moon.
You agree, so thank you.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't agree. I said you've been conditioned. Now, let me give you an example.
I agree, and then you've been conditioned, is what you actually said.
Yeah, you've been conditioned to think that way, and I will explain to you why and how, my friend, if you allow me. Look at the moon, for example, right? Look at it from that perspective.
Yes,
from
yes, the wonderful moon, yes.
Yeah, let's pretend it's a sphere, right?
No, it's definitely a sphere.
If I were to tell you, and if I was to tell you and point to the moon and tell you, show me the top of the moon, from your perspective, would you be able to point to the top?
No, because planets don't have a top.
Well, and that's the thing where I would say what would be the top from my perspective of the moon is different for people in different places of the world. Like if I was to say, yes, exactly,
That's
right?
where
Why
the
would that
magic
be?
has you,
Hold on. You're on the right point, right? Why would that be that it is different for people in different places around the world? Why would that be that the top of something would change? On top of the moon, what we would consider the top of the moon from our perspective change. If it was flat, everybody would see the same top of the moon, but we don't. Why?
Okay, let me know when you're done. Are you done?
I'm done. Yeah, why? Can you answer that question?
So, because I will tell you why. You've been conditioned to think you're always on the top, and it's worked. Now, I'm trying to take you away. What?
No, my question was, if we're looking at the moon, and I give my perspective of it and say, hey, this point of the moon that I see is the top, why, and we agree what top is, why is it that what the top point of the moon is changes depending on where you are on the Earth?
Right, I agree. It's individual.
But why does it change? Why does it
change?
Just
relax, dude. Take a breath, bro. It's not going to hurt that much. I promise you. Take a breath. Okay? We're both standing on the Earth. We're looking at the moon. We're side by side, and we both agree what up is. Can you live with that?
Okay.
Okay, now, we hang a plumb bob on that up, right? Now, can we agree where down towards that is on the moon,
okay.
Right?
Yes,
on our
we can.
perspective. So, you hang a plumb bob on the bottom. Those 2 points are going to be pointing towards each other, correct?
They point to the center of the moon.
They point to the moon.
Which is going to be towards each other in your the way you understand this, right?
Okay,
and if we put one to the side...
So if me and you are standing right beside each other, and we come to an agreement of what the top and the bottom of the moon is, right?
Right. I'm trying to give you like a God's eye view so we can understand the Earth and the plumb bob thing. So what you're saying is, if we put a plumb bob on the top and on either side and on the bottom, they will be facing in different directions, right? The south and the north, let's call it the top and the bottom, plumb bobs are going to be
on the
total.
moon. Okay. Yes.
Even on Earth, same thing, if you have the same, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the ones on the side are going to be pointing to each other, right?
Yes.
So you have 4 different directions that plumb bobs are pointing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My job is done here. My job is
there's
here.
there's no universal
gravity. Yeah.
How is your
that's
job
gravity.
done? You've just made some facts. You've just pointed out some facts and then gone, oh, it's done.
And let's not forget the fact that you did completely ignore and not answer my question.
Yeah, there's no
question, dude.
I asked a very specific question. If we look at the moon, and me and you, like you said, standing side by side, we look at the moon, and we determine by looking at the face of the moon, what we see on the moon, as what top is. Why does that point change for the perspective of other people on the Earth? At different points all over the world, why does the perspective of what the top of the moon is change? That was my question, but you didn't answer.
You're in different locations?
Okay,
and you're looking at it from a different perspective. I mean, I don't get you. What's so hard about that?
If the world is flat, we all have the same perspective of looking up at the moon and seeing the top point. But yet, why does the moon actually, in reality, of what is the top point, completely reverses? If you're in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, and you're looking at the moon, what you would consider the top of the moon completely flips over 180 degrees.
I think he's
Why
asking
is
a
that?
very simple question. See, like if the
That's
moon,
simple,
if the moon
man.
was hovering,
On a flat Earth, we wouldn't all see the moon at the same time. What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
he's asking the moon.
Hey, Shane, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I need to use the toilet, okay?
Yeah, the problem is that SE is
We're
that
trying
there's
to get on
no
without you.
SE Montreal. There is no universal up or down. Up or down is defined by gravity, and it's relative to where you are.
Exactly. In your fantasy, Brenda, that is exactly what you believe in, and I just wanted to show that how ridiculous that is. That's all.
That's
But
not
you
an argument.
haven't.
That's just incredulity.
You haven't shown that it was ridiculous, and the only thing you have said when in response to my question that you didn't actually answer was state facts that actually state that exactly what we're saying.
Dude, I made you say without realizing that if I hang a plumb bob here and I go 100 miles over there, it's going to hang sideways. You don't realize what
In
stupidity
relation to
is
the
said.
other, in
But it'll
relation
come
to
to
the
you.
other one,
It'll
which
come
is
to you.
what you were talking about before, in relation to the first one, they are not parallel. Yes.
Exactly. That's nonsense. Ask any construction worker, any builder, and he will laugh at you right in your face, bro.
SE, you are presupposing a universal up and down when you say sideways. There is no universal up and down.
Exactly. For you on a mythical sphere surrounded by water and atmos, right? Of course you're going to believe that. But I'm just trying to show you how, in reality, thinking that a plumb bob will not hang the same way a couple of 100 feet away or a mile away is just
measurable. It's measurable. We can measure. We can measure it.
Here in Flat Earth reality, up and down are definite for everyone. Just saying.
Yeah, like if I were to take a plumb bob to like a cliff, right, and hold two plumb bobs 6 inches apart from the top where I'm holding them all the way 1,000 feet down to the bottom, they're going to measure the same distance apart every single time in reality.
No, they won't. They will be. They will not. They will not be parallel.
But they are in reality.
But they're not. But they're not.
They're not.
They're measurably. We can measure. We can measure the deviation from parallel. We can measure it. It's been done.
Yeah, it's been done. Whether they're parallel. If I hold them.
No, it hasn't been. You're just citation needed then.
You said that you measured divergence.
Yes.
Yeah, every time I hold two plumb bobs next to each other, it doesn't matter 6 inches. They measure the same distance apart from the top and the bottom.
That's false. That's false. They don't measure the same.
Yeah, and if you're holding them within 6 inches of each other, I'd love to see your way of measuring.
You're not. I don't know if you can measure that deviation. That would be very small.
So, has anyone mentioned the Veracruz Bridge? The fact that the two plumb towers that are plumb, they have to be for the way suspension bridges work, are actually like 3 5/8 inches further apart at the top than they are at the bottom.
Exactly.
I've heard about suspension bridges. Those are the bridges they build like to bounce, right? Like to take on weight, to like to.
It's not
the ones with the right.
All bridges are designed to do that.
Yeah,
hold on a minute.
Listen, I want to know, do you think we could construct that bridge perfectly to dimensions as laid out on a blueprint? Do you think so?
yeah, that's why blueprints happen.
No, listen.
Conforming is when
I
the
actually,
accuracy within an inch.
I actually could. Yeah, we have tolerances, and that's because we know damn well it doesn't go perfectly as planned.
Yeah,
So
but
it's within
suspension
tolerance.
suspension towers have to. Be
And
plumb.
I would say, I wasn't finished. They're not perfectly plumb. They're within tolerance of plumb, and I would count on human error before I counted anything else for differences.
So suspension bridges have to be plumb to support the weight the way they do.
Yeah, that plumb is within a tolerance.
Yeah, and the tolerance isn't going to be the amount that the deviation is measured as.
Are you a civil engineer?
I am an engineer.
Can you give me an example of the tolerances?
Can I give you an example of the? I don't know the tolerances. They're not going to be as much as 3 inches.
Oh,
extra,
so we're just making definitive So we're making definitive statements about things we don't know about definitively.
Well, no, I know
What's
that
the total
suspension
height of
bridges
that
have to
bridge?
be designed to be plumb.
Pause. What's the total height of that bridge from
No
pylon to
construction is perfect.
I'm
Does anyone know
not
the total
entirely,
height of it?
I'm not entirely sure now.
Do you have an estimate? Because 3 inches is really not very much. Because if that's out even like a 64th at the bottom, that at an extreme height would become very easily 3 inches. That's likely tolerance. He's most likely.
Human error.
Yeah,
No,
human error.
3 inches is
Whether it
well
attributed
within.
it to shape or even anything less than topography or human error.
Yeah, 3 inches is well
don't
within
do
the
this for a
tolerances
living.
of 3 inches is well within the tolerances of the measuring instruments we have.
Correct. And like just to put that in a very simple terms so people understand that, if you take something which is a 1 foot, if you take a 1 foot spirit level and it's a 1/4 inch out at 1 foot, if you replace that with an 8 foot spirit level, an 8 foot spirit level, at the top now it's out an inch. So a microscopic error at the base of something 100 feet high, 100 feet high would very easily translate into 3 inches. That's definitely.
We measure at the top. We can measure at the top and the bottom. We don't just measure at the bottom.
Yeah,
you
also, I mean,
that's a non. Listen,
tolerance.
that's a non.
This is kind of mute anyway because it's not just what is measured. Because that was actually what was in, it's denoted in the bridge plans. That's how they calculated that it would be that based on the curvature of the Earth. That's in the plans for the bridge, and they built it based on that knowledge.
Did you
You're
say mute
actually
or move?
making an assumption. You're correct that it is in the plans, but you're making an assumption that that was for curvature of the Earth, which may or may not.
Well,
may
no,
or may not
they
be
said
the
it
case.
was. They said it
Every
was.
time something like stop and let me talk. Every time something like this is built, it is done in increments, and there are engineered steps that go through this process. So they will come and take site measurements as it is being built and account for this in the drawings because of those tolerances. So it may not be for curvature of the Earth unless it's specifically denotated with an expression that says this is. So it says that specifically. You can show me this on paper.
Yeah,
In an article, yes.
Yeah.
But I would like to see
Show me
the
the paper.
plans for the bridge. I've seen the article, but I've never seen the plans for the bridge.
But hold on a second. What kind of bridge
Or
is
the
this?
engineer's notes.
Bridge? What kind of bridge is this?
It's a suspension bridge.
Since I build bridges on the highway, man, I'd actually like to see their notes and the projections and their daily records.
Bridge is this? What kind of bridge is it?
A suspension
Suspension.
bridge.
Well, we're actually
So,
talking about an article.
Suspension bridge. They display.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can just hear a child in the background.
They display the support points, the towers, so that the torque can be maintained.
Yeah, and he
on
keeps saying they got to be plumb.
Yeah. Suspension towers actually have to be
They're
plumb.
never going to
They're
be
not
straight.
splayed out. They're plumb for a very particular reason.
A suspension bridge relies on the torque of the cables to maintain its
Yeah,
strength.
sitting on the
pier
the-
bridge.
what's it called?
A pier bridge. A pier bridge.
Come on, bro. Let him finish what he's.
Because it touches the surface the entire time. This is my point in the observation of a tension bridge. Thank you.
Right. So
Go ahead now,
the towers have to be plumb, with the cradle at the top, with the the cable sits at an angle either side, and you calculate the tension being put on that cable based on the knowledge of it being plumb, with a gravitational acceleration acting straight downwards.
I mean, that's another thing that, with suspension bridges, absolutely 100% have gravity taken into account with the construction of them.
Yeah, they're bouncy bridges. We get it. They bounce around. Yep. Yeah. So things move. You get it. They're held up by cables that have to bounce and move with it, and that proves that the Earth's a ball because the bridge bends. Yeah.
No, nice.
Yeah. Silly. It's a silly assertion that you're making.
Well, it's not an assertion. It's a fact. Facts aren't assertions.
Nah. Yeah. Yeah, so every time I hold these plumb bobs up from any height to the ground, they're parallel to each other.
Can I see the measurements to confirm that? Have you measured them to confirm that is the case?
Always, yeah. That's how we.
Yeah, to within what tolerance?
Yeah, to the tolerance of a house. Yeah, when you build a house.
Yeah.
When I hold it.
So what percentage tolerance would there be for the angles between them?
Well, I just eyeball it. Close enough. Yeah.
Close enough. Right. So is it possible that the further away that those plums got, the more out they would be? Considering the size of a house, the curvature expected would be like 0.000001 degrees or something. It would be absolutely tiny. But the further away you got those plumb bobs, the further away they got, the more they would deviate. And I know for a fact that you have not measured plumb bobs miles and miles apart.
Yeah, so how high up would I have to hold this rock on a string for them to start?
In fact, we have surveyors in the Glober community who have measured the reciprocal zenith angle between two total stations and found a deviation from parallel.
Yeah.
Don't they have plums on them to keep them,
Yeah, they have a bubble level built into the truck.
And you sight with the like you said, you sight it. You don't measure it. I mean, you cite a deviation. You're not measuring a deviation in plumb lines.
That's how you take a measure.
Feet apart. What was the reciprocal measure? Was it 50 yards apart? What was it? They're diverging 50 yards apart from each other. Yeah, how silly. Yeah. I thought you just told me you couldn't measure that.
I didn't say that. I mean, I didn't bring this up.
They have to be miles and miles apart, right?
Yeah, that's
no. They don't have.
To actually measure it easily, the further apart, the easier it's going to be. But you can have them relatively close and measure the zenith angles and see that it's changed.
You can cite zenith angles, right?
Yeah, that's how you measure.
By looking back at each other with the theodolite, looking back at.
That's how the measurements are done. Yes.
Yeah. Who does this besides you and McCune? Nobody.
Surveyors?
Nobody. Let me Google it real quick.
Geodetic surveyors like Jesse Kozlowski has measured the deviation from two total stations on opposite banks of a lake.
1.3 kilometers apart.
Yeah, too bad he didn't show us his 3-step calibration process.
Oh, we got to show you proof of the proof of the proof of the proof. Right, okay, we're playing that game.
No, we're not playing proofs. I'm just saying this is the standards that my state runs by. I have to have proof of that. And I also have to have way more measurements. Way more
as
measurements.
As a professional surveyor, I'm going to trust that Jesse Kowalski did that with his equipment. However, as this wasn't an official job, I'm going to trust the professional surveyor using his own equipment, yes. But as this wasn't I'm so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours there. I do apologize.
Really love that one.
It's also not.
I honestly wasn't done with what I was saying, but that's fine.
Also, Craig, you stole that from Nathan Thompson.
It's not just his word. It's not just his word. It's not just Jesse Kozlowski's word. He has data. He recorded the data. So
yeah,
it's not.
I was questioning that data before I got interrupted, Brenda. Thank you.
Well, then you need to provide. Then you need to provide evidence that the data is an error.
No, I don't need to provide evidence.
Yes, you do.
I'm questioning the validity and the process of it, Brenda.
And I reject your questioning of it.
Yeah,
in order to question it, you need to have.
Listen, Brenda, can you let somebody finish before you cut in? We don't have a problem with you speaking. I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Right. In order to raise a question against documentation or data, you need to have evidence that the documentation is wrong, some reason that would justify you calling it into question.
Jump
Okay, so
rope. Jump rope
if I
curves
hadn't
in the
been,
opposite direction.
hold on, if I hadn't been cut off, the reason is in the questioning. I'm questioning the process of the collection and the amount of measurements taken, and whether or not the equipment was validly calibrated. So we don't calibrate the equipment, but we go through a 3-step process to make sure the equipment's actually valid in its calibration. And this is standardized process for all surveyors.
Yeah, and Jesse wasn't doing anything that's standardized. He wasn't doing any surveying,
I know that.
You know?
That's what I'm saying.
But
That's
again,
exactly
as a professional surveyor, we would trust that he would know how to calibrate his equipment properly, right? Just like
I believe,
just like you would trust a fireman to know, how to calibrate the pressure on a hose, because that's his job. It's what he does. You would trust a surveyor. You would trust a surveyor to be able to calibrate their equipment properly.
No, you would expect to know. You would expect them to document it.
He did.
Why?
He did, Michael.
You can't let anybody finish a sentence, Brenda. I'm trying to be very polite to you. My name is Michael. Your name is Brenda. Could you please quit interrupting me? So I'm talking only about standardized process. I too I'm certified. I went to school for this. So you can trust it if you want, but I don't trust the process unless it's kept to a certain quality standard. Thank you.
Would you accept that he took photographs and documented the bubble level on his equipment?
Yeah, you know nothing about the 3-step.
That's not the bridge.
On the webpage where he documents that, he gives a photograph showing that the instrument is indeed level. He gives a photograph showing that it's level.
It was leveled, but do I know it was in perfect calibration or even close? No.
And who cares?
It doesn't even address my. It doesn't address my point.
He gives a photograph showing that it's level.
The curve of the earth, the curve tolerance is level. What are you talking about?
If my equipment doesn't meet the 3-point standard, then I send it in to be calibrated, and I don't use that equipment for that survey.
Yeah, cool. And you are just making the assumption that Jesse Kozlowski did not have properly calibrated equipment.
I'm pointing out the fact. I'm pointing out the fact that as a professional, he failed to do this portion of the process.
No, you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption that he failed to do that part of the process.
Well, it's not documented.
That's called a post-hoc rationalization.
And who cares if he documented it? This was not an official thing where he needed to document it.
I do.
Again, who cares? Nobody cares apart from you. All right, you are making the assumption.
Well, that's fine.
No, hold on. You are making the assumption that it was not properly calibrated. Do you have any evidence to back up that assumption?
I'm not making an assumption. Yeah. There's no evidence to back up whether it was done or whether it wasn't. So I'm not assuming anything. I'm merely hand waving it out because I have no data on it.
We don't accept your hand wave. I'm sorry, you don't get to hand wave evidence.
Well, it's all about data collection, and without data collection. Without the process, it's not evidence.
Who said it was without the process? Do you have any evidence it was without the process? You keep making that claim.
Well, yes. What does earth curve tolerance look like in your calculation?
Shut up, Demet. No one's talking to you. The adults are talking right now.
Yeah, if you're a professional, you know he should have done this. I'm not saying he didn't.
There could have been
me again, Brenda. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm saying he didn't document the fact that he did it.
Did he take
into account the possibility? Michael, did he take into account the possibility of a passing neutron star throwing off his measure?
Listen, that doesn't apply to when you survey and you take measurements in survey. You calibrate your system. It's not even an analogy.
Again, you're making the assertion.
It's actually astronaut.
It. You're making the assertion.
I made the assertion that he didn't document calibrating it. And there's no documentation of it. Therefore, it's not a valid measurement.
No. That's incorrect. Because there's no documentation does not mean it's not a valid measurement.
My state, my county, my township, none of them would accept it without that being documented.
Yeah, okay. Well, he doesn't work for any of those, so that's irrelevant. And again, just because there's no documentation of it
It is relevant.
I'm talking.
Not done to a standard.
I'm talking. Just because there's no documentation of it does not mean he did not do it. You are making an assumption with zero evidence.
As a professional, he is supposed to apply his standard.
He wasn't doing a professional job.
Well, then quit calling him a professional and quit saying as a professional you trust
No,
him.
he is a professional, but he wasn't doing a professional job.
He didn't execute
No,
it
you're making that
professionally
assumption he didn't. Can
I'm
you
not.
back up that assumption?
It's not an assumption that
It's
he didn't
absolutely
document it.
100% an assumption that he did not do the 3-point test.
Well, show me the documentation. I didn't say, once again, I never said he didn't do it. I said he didn't document it. I can't see it. I can't read it. I can't see his tolerances. I can't see his faults, anything.
Okay, well, have you asked him?
Well, everybody should be asking him.
No. Have you
asked
him? Have you asked him?
It's not.
As a professional surveyor, I accept that he would have calibrated his equipment properly.
He should have recorded it then.
Why should he? He wasn't doing a professional job which required that to be done.
My point exactly. He wasn't doing a professional job.
No, but he was still using professional surveying equipment. So.
Yeah, he didn't use it to a professional standard, so
that's an assumption that you just made.
There.
That is an assumption that you just made.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's an absolute assumption that you just made.
Show me the documentation, or show me where you recorded the data from the 3 points.
FTFE. This
can't.
Right here.
You know you can't.
This right here is where I agree with you and what you were saying about the most hated type of people. Really, is the ones who are intentionally ignorant.
Yeah.
Like this. This is intentional. Like you can tell he gets what you're saying.
Oh, I do, but it doesn't address my point.
Ignorant.
Are you a listen? Are you a professional? Are you a professional surveyor? Do you do this for a living?
You're making a good point, Michael. Don't let them put you down because you're making a good point.
Well, I do this every day for a living, man.
He's not making any point. He's just applying random standards. He's applying random standards to something that doesn't require those standards.
When we survey a highway, we record all the data, not just what we please.
Lovely. This wasn't surveying a highway. So do me a favor. Can you show me your measurements?
Surveying.
Can you show me your measurements of the Earth?
I didn't take any.
Well, there you go then.
And that's a non sequitur.
No one here is MC Toon.
The point is, your boy, the main surveyor, the professional that doesn't follow a professional process.
He again, you've made an assumption he didn't follow a professional process.
And you've confirmed it, Craig. You said a professional surveyor, when doing a job, would do this, that, and that. He didn't do it because he wasn't doing it.
If they were employed to do a job with specific requirements, yes, but he wasn't employed to do a job with specific requirements. As a professional surveyor, I would still expect him to use his equipment when it is properly calibrated. I don't think that a professional surveyor would use uncalibrated equipment. Just because he didn't document it doesn't mean that it wasn't done in a professional manner.
You have no way to verify that.
You're right. It doesn't necessarily mean it, but wouldn't
again,
it make you happy?
He's the one making the claim it didn't happen, so I would love to see evidence of that.
Wouldn't you be more satisfied if he did show those calibrations, and then you could argue from that point?
Well, no, I'm more than happy to trust that a professional surveyor knows how to use his equipment.
Once again, I never said he didn't do it. I said I see no proof of it, documentation, or record.
Yeah, well, I really don't care about your arbitrary standards of evidence. It means very little.
That's fine. That's a non sequitur.
No, I don't think you know what non sequitur means.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Your standards of evidence don't mean anything.
They're not my standards.
You are applying your own standards of evidence to somebody else's
my
evidence.
Education.
Yeah,
I'm applying my education to his survey.
So your education doesn't apply to what he did.
Yeah, he was
not doing a professional job. He was just using professional equipment. And as a professional surveyor who knows how to use his equipment, I will trust that a professional surveyor knows how to properly calibrate his equipment and use it.
He wasn't walking the walk. He wasn't walking the walk. He was just talking the talk.
I'm
apart
good
from all
with
the
that. He
measurements that he
didn't
took, of
perform
course.
a professional job to professional standards. I'm
In your opinion, which I reject.
It's not my opinion. It's
It absolutely
opinion of
is
my
your opinion.
education, my
Yeah, it's
state, my
absolutely your
county, and my
opinion.
township.
Yeah, he
It's
doesn't work.
not.
He doesn't work for your state, your county, or your township. So it's still your opinion.
It's a universal standard, guy.
Exactly.
Really?
How does your
Can you show
air
me?
bubble
Can you show me how?
globe tolerance?
Shh, be quiet, Demok. Can you show me every single
How
state,
does the
county?
spirit
Demok,
level show globe tolerance?
Demok,
That's what he's asking you for.
No, he's not.
Globe
Be quiet,
tolerance.
Demok, shh, we're talking, please. Good boy. Yeah. So could you show me that
You
every
have
single?
to be so condescending to everybody, bro.
Yeah.
It's just Demok.
Yeah, it's just Demok. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
really
if
matter.
you do-
He's barely human.
But if you engage with him like that, Craig, he's gonna lash out, and then onward.
No,
and
no,
onward
he
we go.
always
I'm just
lashes out.
saying.
That's why I engage with him like that. Again, I copy their energy.
Your mom is barely human.
Yep, he's got you there.
All right, again, attack the ideas, not the people, guys. Thank you.
Apart from Demok, that's fine.
You too, Craig.
No, bro. No.
I'm always going to attack Demok. No one will ever stop
Be
me.
respectful,
Too dumb to
bro.
understand the
No,
design of a
I
jump
give
rope.
respect where it's given. Demok has shown he deserves no respect.
Like a bridge cable.
The way that
you
Demok
think a
has
bridge
spoken to me.
cable has earth curve tolerance. What the fuck is earth curve tolerance? What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, I just put you on mute. Yeah, yeah. Demok has shown he deserves no respect.
Mark. He doesn't want to engage with you, man.
Yeah, no. Demok has shown several times that he deserves very little respect with the way that he speaks to me. So I'm not going to give him any respect. I will treat him like the barely sentient ape he is.
All right, step back a bit, buddy.
I have a question. I have a question for the flat earthers. Do any flat earthers have measurements of the flat Earth?
No.
Every measurement is a level of flat Earth. Only calculation yields sphericity.
Fail.
It's exactly.
It's
exactly. Like if I were to like measure, if I were to take like that theodolite that you guys take out to like a mountain, right? And I was measuring horizontally for like 25 miles, right? And then I was trying to find the drop, and then I saw it drop. That would be right. Like it just dropped.
I just need the measurements.
Yo, dude, stop cutting everybody off, right? Yeah. So that would be like 25.
But I asked.
You still going?
Oh, go ahead, man.
Oh yeah. So that would be 25 miles of flatness versus what just a few feet of drop. So there's more measurements of the flat Earth that you're asking for, right? Like the horizontal. There's much more measurements of horizontal than there are drop. So, I mean, if we're having a competition.
And what are all those measurements referenced to?
Horizontal.
No, they're referenced to a datum, aren't they?
No, just horizontal.
Yeah, and that horizontal is referenced to a datum. All surveying measurements are referenced to a datum.
Oh, okay.
So
above sea level.
And what is that datum?
It could be horizontal or vertical of a landmark. Like if I was surveying your property, you'd start off your home.
Yeah, and you'd reference all your measurements to a datum. That's what surveyors do.
Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, no. Do you know what a datum is?
Yes, I do. It's like the coordinate system.
Yeah, and the datum
So
is the...
it's a reference frame.
Yeah, so the datum that you reference your things to, what are they?
Well, they could be NAD, but for a land, I just get, the county records.
Yeah, and
On
they
the
would all
server.
have references to a datum, which is what shape?
You think we get a geodetic datum for a planar survey? That's what you think?
Oh, I know.
Measurements
It
are referenced
references.
to a datum.
Yes, I know. It references an ellipsoid.
Yes. All measurements that surveyors take reference
Not
a
in
datum.
planar survey.
You still reference what you're doing to a datum.
A NAD datum. NAD or NADV? You don't know what those are?
A datum, you reference
Google
the
it.
horizontal plane to. What is that datum? What is the number of the datum?
Are you saying that? Are you, Craig? Are you kind of making the statement that there are no horizontals along with no verticals? So we're only measuring when we're measuring horizontal, we're actually measuring curve. So there's no horizontal or
no,
vertical.
I'm saying that you measure the horizontals in reference to what?
So they'd be a NAD datum, like the NAD datum.
NAD is a datum. NAD it is a datum. And what is that datum?
North American. It's a North American datum.
Yes. Now, and what shape is that datum?
It's a horizontal and geometric datum.
Incorrect. It's a spheroid. It's an ellipsoid. That datum is an ellipsoid.
Yeah. Sure.
That datum that you are referencing, that NAD datum, is an ellipsoid.
Well, let's just share a link so everybody can.
Show me a datum of an ellipsoid. Yeah. And how did you get that datum? How did you measure that? Where'd you grab that from?
I didn't measure the datum. That was done a while ago. That's why it's a datum.
Right. Yeah, it's the measurement of a change in vertical. That's it. That's the only datums we have is a change.
Yeah.
In
But the
vertical.
datums are actually ellipsoids.
No. The
Yes,
datum
they
is a
are.
Change in vertical. Okay.
The
Prove
NAD
it.
datum
I can show you.
is an ellipsoid.
Changes from the horizontal measured in the vertical datum. You show me an ellipsoid.
Yeah,
There's
that
no
datum,
ellipsoid
the
measured.
datum that you are referencing is an ellipsoid.
No. All I'm taking is horizontal, setting a horizontal plane and measuring a change, vertical change.
You told me that you referenced that to the NAD
That's it.
datum.
I'm referencing it to nothing right now, just to a theodolite, right? Just to a level, right? I'm setting a horizontal.
Yeah, so then
I'm
if you were
measuring
to
change
like
in the
put
vertical.
all that if you were to put all that out together and like put it on a bit of paper, showing it in a horizontal fashion, what would that all be referenced to? Is it
Back
the
to 2D?
Is it the North American datum like he was just told? Like I was just told? Because the North American datum, the NAD83, uses the geodetic reference system, the GRS80 ellipsoid. So if you're referencing the NAD datum, you are literally referencing an ellipsoid.
You asked for an example. Where is the flat Earth measurement? You said, where do we measure anything horizontal, right? So everything that we measure from everywhere, right? If you go out to the beach and you say you look out in a horizontal fashion, right? Those are all flat Earth horizontal measurements. Show me curved measurements. Show me drops from that horizontal.
You're not measuring the surface of the Earth, though, are you?
Wow. What am I measuring?
You're measuring to a reference point, aren't you? That's what the horizontal is. It's from one point to another, right?
That's right.
And that horizontal is referenced to a datum.
So you claim.
No, it's not a claim. That's how surveying works. You have to reference to some kind of
looking
datum.
out of the beach works, I guess. Okay.
That's how
I'm at the beach
surveying
looking out
works.
of-
Yeah, you looking out of the beach is irrelevant. There's a horizon, curve of Earth kind of confirmed. But when you're doing surveying measurements of any kind,
all the
you
way up into that
I was amazing that I was talking and you started talking over me. But any
so all the way up to
survey,
that horizon,
wow, you're still going. That's incredible. Wow.
Well, I'm just still,
You're still talking.
you can be amazed,
You're
you can be-
still talking.
you
It's
can be amazed.
amazing.
No, listen,
Wow. No, he's
most
looking.
people who
Listen,
are
guys.
amazed, they
You
like
see it how he's
stop
still
and they
talking.
stop and they
Dude,
keep
allow him
saying-
to talk, and then maybe we can have a conversation. FTFE, like if you hear him going on, allow him to finish. Take a
No,
pause.
no.
and you
I
guys
was
can have
going. I
another
was talking,
conversation.
and he overtalked me.
This is crazy.
So,
Okay, great. So if you're going to allow him to overtalk you, you're not going to do it by,
I'm not allowing him to overtalk.
Listen,
I was
listen.
pointing out that he was overtalking. Now you're overtalking, so don't do that.
Yeah, I am. And see how I actually did it, and the room paused, and maybe we
Yeah.
can take a second for people to have
Yeah,
1
yeah.
second talk. The next
Yeah,
person
so
talk. That would be
maybe
great.
I
Be
can finish what I
respectful.
was saying. Maybe before everyone interrupted. How's that sound? Yeah, brilliant.
Sorry, Stacey. We've been going for 3.5 hours. We've had a really good time so far. Let's not blow it up now. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So
keep
any
your shit together, buddy.
surveying, any surveying measurement ever taken is referenced to a datum. Any survey, planar surveying, anything, it's referenced to a datum, and that datum
awesome.
is an ellipsoid.
Yeah, cool claim, right? So
It's
so
not
when
a
I'm at
claim;
the
it's a
beach, right?
fact.
All right, so cool. So when I'm at the beach, right, and I'm just checking it out, right. So I'm looking horizontally. You're asking for, where's this measurement of horizontal, right? So I'm just I'm staring out at the beach. I see the horizon, right? And you claim that when I can't see any further, that's the Earth drop, right? That's we're no longer finally seeing horizontal, right? That's the horizon.
No,
That's Earth dropping away from us. No?
Seeing it doesn't stop you looking horizontal.
But
what are you looking horizontal to?
I'm out there at the beach, right? The water's at my feet, and I'm looking straight out, and I see the water seems to rise to my eye level.
Okay, and how are you?
Horizontal.
Well,
right?
we know the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. That's been debunked a million times
Not
over.
actually, no. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you? You're saying horizontal, but how are you determining what's horizontal here?
Yeah, I'm measuring straight out with that theodolite.
Measuring with
I
what?
Stick it out there with the theodolite. You just stick it out there, and you measure that it's straight, it's horizontal, right?
But yeah, but what are you pointing at? How are you referencing that it's straight compared to what?
As far as I can see from that beach's edge. Right?
Yeah, but it's horizontal compared to what? What are you saying it's horizontal compared
so if
to?
I had an auto level with the I level it right there, and I put the
Right.
mark
Okay.
up,
So
and
looking through your auto level, what do you see at the other side, right in the middle of the view?
I see the water. Yeah, all the way out, miles out. Yeah,
right.
Level.
So you're looking down at the water then?
Looking down at the water, I'm looking straight out, and I see the water. Yeah.
But what do you see in the middle of your viewfinder when you're looking out? You're making absolutely zero sense here, and not even making any kind of point.
Well, you're asking me what I'm looking at. I'm looking out at the horizon. I'm measuring straight horizontally across the water.
Measuring straight compared to what? You have to reference it to something.
To the mark, right? The reference is the marker on the auto level.
Yeah, and then what's that looking straight at?
The water. I'm looking out at the water.
Right. So you're at the beach above the water, looking at the water which is below you.
Right.
So your auto level's looking down.
No, it's looking straight out, and the water.
Then it wouldn't be looking at the water, would it? Because the water is below you.
Yeah, it's looking at the water. Yeah, it appears to rise.
Well, then it's pointing down if it's looking at the water. How do you not get this?
Yeah, right. That's what you're saying. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. So that's what I'm asking you earlier. Are you claiming that there's no such thing as a horizontal?
No. Horizontal is just a reference to a single point, a tangent on a sphere, or if you want. It would create a tangent
so I'm
plane.
going to look that up too. I'm going to find that horizontal means tangent on a sphere. I'm just asking about horizontal.
It can be. One person's horizontal isn't another person's horizontal.
That's what you're claiming when you claim the model, right? But I'm asking you in reality, horizontal, right? A drop from horizontal, right? Or an elevation change from horizontal.
Yeah, like with the LIGO installations, for example, with 2 kilometer long arms.
Yeah, you love jumping to that model, bro. You love jumping around.
Sorry, LIGO isn't a model. LIGO isn't a model. Yeah. Don't strawman me whilst I'm talking.
It's not a model. They didn't draw it on a piece of paper and then model it and then put it.
No, I'm talking about the physical thing. I'm talking about the physical. I don't think you know what reify means either. This is incredible. Why do you keep using words that you don't know what they mean? Right. The LIGO installation is not a. The LIGO installation. The LIGO installation is not a model, right? It's a installation. Okay, so it has 2 kilometer long arms that are. I'm talking. It has 2 kilometer long arms that are completely horizontal.
Thanks. Let him finish.
Right, and the one that it starts, touching the surface of the Earth, but 2 kilometers away, it's higher up than the surface of the Earth, even though it's on a completely level surface. That's what horizontal does, right? And one person's horizontal is not another person's horizontal. This is just a fact. But it doesn't.
Your claim, yeah. That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. But you've jumped away from the main thing that we were talking about here, which is that when the surveyor, the person saying that they do surveying, was talking about, I reference it to this datum, and he said the NAD datum, which is the North American datum, that literally is an ellipsoid. So when anyone does any planar surveying, they are referencing it to an ellipsoid. Simple.
Yeah, so you claim.
No, not so I claim. He told me himself that he references the NAD datum. He said that.
Yeah.
And the NAD datum is an ellipsoid.
So you guys are claiming, right? So you claim.
Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Is that every surveyor in the world is just making a claim?
No.
Come on, you can do better than that.
So you accept. So you accept that information from me, but you won't accept my critique of his process. That's interesting.
Sorry,
I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, who was this?
Go ahead, Mosfet.
Yes, I want to ask you a question. Also, real quick, can you establish a horizontal above a flat plane or a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Will that horizontal be above it and appear above it, and the plane appear below?
If there's a flat surface and a horizontal above it, they'd be the same. They keep the same distance apart.
Okay. So when you have a theodolite, transit, auto level, whatever, aren't they on a tripod that's at least 4 feet tall above the earth? Therefore, you're establishing your own horizontal field of view above the earth. Therefore, the reason why the earth appears below it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying to the other guy. He was saying that his auto level would be looking at the water, so it wouldn't be doing that. But I mean, you absolutely can establish a horizontal above a flat surface, but you can also establish a horizontal above a curved surface. It just would mean that horizontals would be different at every point on that curved surface.
Well, they'll be about almost to the exact same at 3 miles. Would you agree?
Damn close. I mean, 3 miles is what? So 6 is 1 degree. 3 miles is going to be 0.0003 degrees of curvature.
Yeah, 3.2 roughly. So it'd be very difficult.
That's 3 miles. That's 3 miles of horizontal flat Earth measurement, and there's 0 measurements of a curved Earth. That's all. I mean, that's it.
Well, no, I presented the measurements of a curved Earth earlier.
Because then you have to go back out to that 3 mile mark and start again. So you're just measuring horizontal again.
When you add it all together, it shows that the Earth is curved.
Yeah. So here's my question: does light bend?
Yeah.
Does it bend down and up?
In what circumstance are we talking about here?
Well, it goes on. It goes in. The refraction is.
Yeah, you're on about refraction.
Yeah.
Well,
yes. Okay. So
light can bend either way. With refraction, it can just have one little angle change, or it can have many gradual angle changes, making it follow a curve. If there is a lower temperature and density below the light, it would tend to make the light bend down, bringing what you see appear to rise up.
Correct. So how do we establish the variable of light curving and not the Earth? What's the formula for that?
There's many formulas for, you have to know what if you get the barometric pressure and temperature of the air at certain points, you can know what the refractive index is along a certain point. I don't know the formula off the top of my head.
Sure, I agree with you. I know what you're talking about. But I'm saying, how do we differential between it being light that's curving and not the actual Earth?
You do tests and you establish points between two theodolites. Is one way of doing it. You take into account for refraction. So if the light is bending because of a certain amount of density and temperature change,
how can you know that exactly?
Well, I'm sorry, I was talking there. Someone interrupted me.
No, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was trying to add to the question. How can you know that exactly? That you would know exactly what the temperature differential is, and that this is exactly what happens when this temperature does this and that temperature does that. So we know exactly that this is what's causing this and causing that, and therefore you know that it's curvature and not something else.
You can take measurements of the air at
and have people done that?
Yeah, that's generally what you do when you do surveying over large distances. Yeah, you would. So
people are taking temperature into account?
You would take measurements of the air temperature and the barometric pressure and take that all into account so that you can calculate the correct refraction differences. That's kind of part of what you're doing when you do big surveying.
Well, here's a question I want to say. Well, I have a hypothesis that it's light that curves 8 inches per mile square, not the actual Earth. My question for you would be, how would you be able to, what would your take on being able to go about testing this?
That it's light. You want me to test that it's light that curves and not the Earth.
Right.
The circumference of light, not the circumference of the globe. Yeah.
Well,
circumference of light.
You could just test if light bends in different circumstances. Put it in a vacuum to remove the variable of the atmosphere changing it and see if it curves, and it doesn't. Again, the 2 kilometer long arms of the LIGO installation, which are completely straight and flat, and the vacuum light, the light doesn't bend at all. It goes completely and utterly straight. There's no reason light would bend without something making it bend.
That's not you're evading the question. I mean, he asked it in 2 different ways. No.
No, Egypt is correct. You are. You even evaded my question.
I literally just answered the question. You said, how would we go about determining if it was the light or the Earth curving? Well, you would do tests and remove the variables. That's how you would determine if it was Earth or the light.
How are you removing variables?
Put it in a vacuum chamber. That removes the variables of the atmosphere changing.
So you're putting the Earth in a vacuum chamber now?
No, but you can put light in a vacuum chamber.
What are you talking about?
Well,
yeah, but you can't put what we're seeing on Earth in a vacuum chamber.
No, but that's how you remove the variables. The variable is the atmosphere.
No,
so to remove
you're
the
trying to. No.
Yes, that's how it works. To remove the variables, you take away the variables. So you would put it in a vacuum to see if it has the same conditions of bending, which it doesn't.
Look,
because
you can't.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
You're always talking. Okay, go on.
Yeah. You're very rude. Maybe listen to how everyone else has been acting. Yeah.
So are you.
It's been fine until you've come in, so that shows that you're the one that's being
rude.
No,
it hasn't.
Well, moving on.
Actually has.
Continue.
Yeah. So to determine whether it is the light bending or it is the Earth bending, you would remove variables that we would think that cause light to bend. One of those variables, in fact, the main variable, is the atmosphere. That is what we are claiming is causing the light to bend. So to test that hypothesis, remove that variable and see if light still curves. Remove that variable by putting the light in a vacuum chamber.
Okay. That's not in like a contention here. We already agree that light bends.
Exactly.
It's not that. It's the differentiation between whether within an observation on the Earth, whether it is curvature we're observing or it's the bending of light. That's the question, and that's what you're evading. And you're just going on this tangent, which we already agreed upon. Hold on, let me finish. So we already, Don was talking about, light bends, and he said upwards or downwards. It was a question to you earlier. So he already agrees on that part. I don't know why you're still addressing it when it's
because that's the question
it's irrelevant.
to me.
Exactly.
That's the question I was asked.
Let me repeat the question. Let me repeat Don's question. What's the difference, or how do you differentiate between whether the curvature you're observing is caused by Earth curvature or light?
Nice.
Now,
can I try to respond to this, please? It's very simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing that you would do if you wanted to test it within reality is that you would compare a straight object at a distance. That straight object, if it appears straight at a distance, that means that the atmosphere is having minimal effects on it. If your straight object at a distance is curving and it's all out of whack and fucked up, then you know that the atmosphere is curving the light's path. That's how you could differentiate it within reality.
Yeah, you could also do tests on light to see under what conditions it bends. If light doesn't
we already
bend,
know it bends.
Hey, you're lost. So, you don't get the question, guys. You don't understand.
I mean, maybe if you let me articulate my words, you might understand what I'm saying. But no, you can't help but jump in, all of you guys, because as I explained when I joined, as I explained when I joined this conversation, I'm not the one that makes dumpster fires. It's you guys that can't control your impulses. So shut up and listen when somebody else is talking.
Just calm down. You're repeating the same thing over. That's why you're being
repeating yourself, and you're not answering the question.
I am answering the question. It's not my fault if you don't accept the answer.
He's answering the question.
No, we accept your attempt. Hold on. We accepted your attempt. We're just making it clear that you're repeating yourself and you're not justifying or actually answering the question. You're just going off.
And I was trying to,
tangent,
but you guys interrupted me. I was trying to.
That's fine.
I was trying to, but you guys keep interrupting me because you don't have any impulse control.
Dude,
because
nobody
you
has
were
been
interrupted
interrupting
because you were repeating yourself.
Sorry, Shines, you've interrupted me about 5 times, so whoosh.
No, because you never. As soon as I listen to me really quick.
No, I was the one that was talking. I still haven't.
You never stop talking.
I still haven't had a chance to give my response.
Talking. In order for somebody to try and get a word in, they have to interrupt somebody. Because it's a back and forth and a back and forth and a back and forth. So somebody has to interrupt somebody.
You let people finish what they are saying, but you will not.
Interrupting people. It's amazing.
Yeah, Shines, how about you be quiet until I finish my point?
You're not going to change.
Yeah, you're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, so maybe I can actually finish what I'm trying to say without you, lacking the impulse control and interrupting, and then maybe you would understand how I actually am answering. Now, once again, you started speaking. Shut your mouth and listen.
You're not actually saying anything.
Shines,
just
be
say
quiet and listen, and I will.
Oh, cry harder.
Yeah, there we go. Good girl. Now, the way to determine...
You are not even ready.
Yeah, okay, good girl.
Hey,
Be quiet.
Guys, please, come on. We don't want to start muting people.
Manners, fight the flat earth. What's wrong with you?
Sorry, no, I give people manners that deserve manners. Shines has shown she deserves no manners. Because,
you have no manners, bro.
Oh, no,
you
that's
have
incorrect.
No
Absolutely incorrect. Because as we can see with the rest of the conversation, until you joined, it's been absolutely fine. I copy you guys. You are the ones that make this happen. Get that through your thick fucking skulls. Now, be quiet and let me respond. Thank you. The way to determine if it is the curvature of light or the curvature of Earth is to test what happens to light under certain conditions. If light bends when there is an atmosphere present, then we can say that it is the atmosphere that is causing the light to bend. If the light does not bend when there is no atmosphere present, we can say that it is not the light that is bending, it is the curvature of the Earth, and the atmosphere is causing the light to bend. It's easy. That answers your question. That is how to differentiate between the two.
No, yeah. See, it is like the way you're framing it could seem that you're isolating one variable, which is what you're supposed to do. But
that's what you do in an experiment. You isolate.
Brenda, let him finish.
Let me finish. Yeah. So you are isolating it, but you're not putting it in reference to the other variable. Like let's take
the other variable?
Water boiling for Earth curvature. You said a vacuum, right? We know how
and
light
you can
behaves.
put something
That
in a
was our point.
We can
You're
put
just
something in a
showing-
vacuum that doesn't have a curvature.
Yeah, let me
right?
finish. Let me finish. So all you're showing is light is bending. You're not showing it's bending on a curved surface or a flat one for that matter. You're just showing the behavior of light, which we already agreed upon, as I addressed earlier. This is not something we're disagreeing upon, right? We agree that light bends.
Yeah.
So you then repeating an experiment that shows that light bends, that's all it's showing. It's not showing that, it's not answering the question that was addressed to you. How do you differentiate between Earth curve and light curving? And your little experiment there is just showing how light bends.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Again, the only way to tell the difference is to look at the behavior of light. It's simple. If light doesn't bend under certain conditions, then it's not the light that's bending, making it appear curved. We can reference it to something else. So
last time I checked, in the example of an observation, you have both. You have both. Let me just finish this. You have both Earth curve and light bending.
Yes.
In an observation on Earth, right? So.
Right. So in that situation, what you do is you find out the specific structure of the atmosphere at that point and how much that would bend the light, right? And you make a correction to see if it's still curved. So you say, right, we know for a fact that if you apply Snell's law at this point, we can see that based on the barometric pressure and the temperature of the atmosphere, the light should bend this much, right? And you make those corrections to what you've measured. And if after those corrections, there's still a curve, you've differentiated between just the light curving and the surface of the Earth curving. It's simple.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree
using
with
an assumption to prove your claim is.
I make no assumptions.
But you know that it is known that light travels straight in a vacuum with Rayleigh scattering. You know what Rayleigh scattering is, correct?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what Rayleigh scattering is, yeah.
So light travels straight in a vacuum. It starts to diffract and refract as soon as it hits air molecules, correct? So it does
it always, yeah, as soon as it changes from like one medium to another, that there's refraction happening, yeah.
Okay, so it'd be quite difficult. It'd be possible, but you would need a vacuum that is at least 5 miles long, at least, to test this.
2 kilometers long, I think, is pretty good.
Not really.
I think 2 kilometers is pretty good.
Human error. How would you account for human error?
Well, they spent about 5.5 years calibrating the thing, so I mean, human error was kind of minimized. Yeah, I mean, again, you're applying an arbitrary standard. You're saying it's got to be 5 miles. 2 kilometers is pretty damn good.
Yeah, human error is always going to occur. It's not going to be perfect. No way around it.
Again, that's why they spent so long calibrating these installations to minimize human error. One person would do it, and then someone else would do it and check, and then they check again and check again and check again. The more you check, the less human error there is. Measure twice, cut once, right?
I agree.
Yeah. They didn't just have one person like measure and construct the LIGO installation. Teams of thousands spent decades designing and constructing and calibrating these things to be exact as possible.
In all that time, maybe.
Are you talking about the LIGO?
Yes.
Are you, the arm, the LIGO arm, 2.5 miles?
2.5. Yeah. What about
that? Are you familiar with Blue Marble Science?
Yeah, good friend of mine.
Okay, good. Now he says the arms are, how did they put it? 3 feet higher at each end? Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they had to calibrate, spend so long calibrating, was because the surface of the Earth curved away from the arms. They had to spend a long time doing precision cement pouring and leveling and stuff to make sure that the laser inside the LIGO arms stayed completely straight. And what they found was that at the end of the arms, it was a lot higher above the surface of the Earth than when it started.
Craig, my understanding is that the arms are tangent at their center, at the middle point of each arm.
Is that the middle? Is it? Okay, I'm not entirely sure. I would have to double check that. Either way, it's a completely straight thing for 2 miles, showing that at the end there is a deviation.
Level?
Between.
Is it level as well?
I don't actually know. I was asking because I don't know.
I'm not
is it level?
Sure.
Quite the flat Earth? Is it level as well? The arm?
No, it's just flat. It's not level to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, flat is not level. Flat is not level, FD. Flat is not level.
I was talking to Quite the Flat Earth, Brenda.
Yeah.
Brenda, please let SD and Craig speak independently of you for once. Every time SD has tried to speak to Craig, you've interrupted every time. Just let them have a conversation.
You noticed that, huh? Yeah, she does that all the time.
Oh, Jesus.
So, Craig, are you saying one side of the arm?
Give me 1 sec, SE Montreal. We're going for 3 hours and 40 minutes, right? So I'm going to another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to jump off and do my super chats and stuff and finish up my stream. SE Montreal, you and I finish this, and then I think that'll be the last thing that I do in here. So please, I don't want to interrupt you. Get your thought out properly.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I just want to get one thing clear, because they were saying that if you were to take 2 ball bearings, right, and put them on either side of the arm, they were saying that the ball bearings would roll to the center of the arm and LIGO. You agree with that?
Yeah, assuming the tangent point is at the center, yes, that is what would happen.
Okay, are you aware that that would not make them tangent, right? Like, perpendicular. One side, because there's mirrors. You're aware that there's mirrors on either side, right?
Yeah, that's why it has to be completely flat so that the laser can bounce off the mirror and come back.
Yeah, but hold on. You just said that if we take 2 ball bearings and put them on either end, they would roll to the middle, so that would make it not flat.
No, right? It's flat but not level. That's the point. Because the Earth is curved, the arms are rising away from the surface of the Earth. And as the vector for gravity is always down exactly towards the middle of the Earth, the ends of the LIGO arms would be technically, uphill.
So uphill, but then how would the balls roll uphill downwards to the center of each arm? I don't think you're...
Again, from the middle to the outside...
You're accurately assessing the situation here.
Listen, from the middle to the outside would be like going uphill. So if you put a ball bearing at the very end of the arm, it would roll towards the middle, because that side of the arm is lifting away from the Earth's surface. And that flat is no longer... directly perpendicular to the surface. It's flat, but it's not level, right? So it's horizontal from the center outwards, but it's not level. It doesn't follow the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but think of what you're saying here for a minute. You're saying that the LIGO arm, which is 2.5 miles long, right, has a mirror on each side.
Yes.
Now these mirrors have to be accurate down to the micron level, like very.
Yes, again, that's why they spend so many years calibrating.
Let me finish. 1/100th of a width of a neutron.
Yeah, that's I
don't know how one side could be higher than the other enough for a ball to roll into the center, Greg. I don't think you've thought this out clearly.
No, I've thought it out perfectly. Again, it would mean that the arm was raising away from the surface because the surface of the Earth is curved. And down is always directly towards the center of the Earth. So the arm would be, technically going uphill from that point. So the ball would roll down towards it. It's, I don't know what you're not getting. It's tangent to the surface of the Earth, right? But down is always directly towards the center.
Can I ask a question real quick? So you're saying that this thing is built on a smooth, exactly flat surface?
Yes, that's how it was designed.
But somehow balls roll from either end. That's what he's trying to say. This is dialetheism, holding two opposing thoughts in your head simultaneously.
No, it's exactly the same. Yeah. Right, even though it's completely flat, the end of the arm is further away from the surface of the Earth than the beginning. Because the Earth is curved.
Well, isn't it because it's going uphill? Isn't it because? Wait, let me say.
Hold on. Let me add. No. Can something curve on a flat surface?
Wait,
like the flat Earth? Can something roll on a flat surface?
Yeah,
a level flat surface.
It's not level. It's flat. I keep telling you that it's not level. It's flat. Absolutely, something can roll on a flat surface. I'm holding a flat surface now. If I point this way, then something's going to roll down it.
Yeah, so but you have a problem because you have the LIGO installation has, like I said, mirrors on each side, and they have to be absolutely plumb, vertical, perpendicular to each other.
No, they're not.
They have to be within what?
The end of the arms aren't plumb.
Don't interrupt me. You can get to the finish after.
Yeah, the end of the arms aren't plumb though.
They have to be within 1/100th the width of a proton, sir. So they have to be
flatness,
absolutely,
not plumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, not plumb. You're conflating things here. Not plumb, not level, flat. They're different things.
Yeah, you got to do some more research.
I've done all the research. I think you need to maybe understand the basics of the English language.
Oh, you're the one committing a conflation here, FTFE.
Absolutely not.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it really quick.
I mean, you're going to attempt.
Flat can be used. Yeah. Let me attempt at least. So flat can be used in two different contexts. Be a surface description, or it could be an orientation. Now, you're conflating them by saying it's level, not flat. That's an exact conflation of the two because you're using two different contexts and
I'm not.
the same word.
No.
Yeah, you're talking about a surface.
The surface of the Earth level
Let me finish.
is curved.
Let me finish real quick. So you said I can hold a surface that's flat and then orient it to be level or not. See, these are two different things. That's the conflation. That was quick. Maybe it went over your head. It goes over a lot of people.
Yeah, again, there's no conflation. Level, when we're talking about the surface of the Earth, means curved. Flat or horizontal. I know the surface of like a cue ball can be considered flat, but when I'm saying flat in this context, I mean like a straight horizontal line. So it's horizontal, but it's not level. I'm not doing any conflating. Level is the surface of the curved Earth, as I explained earlier. But the LIGO arms are not level to the surface of the Earth. They are just completely flat.
Yeah, but you said that a ball, two ball bearings on either side would roll to the center. So either you're not. Maybe you want to take a mulligan, all that. You want to
like I said, I'm assuming that this tangent point is the center of the LIGO installation. The marble would roll all the way that way. Assuming the tangent point is the middle of the arms, both the ball bearings would roll towards the middle. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure which bit is the tangent point. I think it might be the center of the arms. And if that's the case, as I said, both the balls would roll towards the middle of that. Okay?
Uphill or downhill?
To walk back on what you said, and I would advise you to do some more research before.
Again, I've done all the research. Thank you. I've done all the research. Thank you. And I've just explained exactly what would happen. So that it just depends where the tangent point of the arms is. That's it. Okay.
Well, all the research we've done, and you don't know where the tangent point is?
No, I'm not. I'm not entirely sure right now where the tangent point is. I'm not sure if it's the middle of the arms or if it's the center of the LIGO installation. I can't remember. Unfortunately,
there's two arms.
No, there's more than two. But there's more than two LIGO installations. Each of them have two arms. But again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the tangent point is on one of the arms or if it's the center of the installation. That's my point, all right? Because unfortunately, I don't have all of the knowledge of the world in my head. But I've just explained what would happen. You know that one end is further above than the other. So yeah, a marble would roll towards wherever the tangent point is. And that is my 10 minutes, right? That is my 10 minutes. So I am going to have to go now. There's plenty of people in the chat. Shane,
yeah, good to have you here.
I've had great fun. Thank you for moderating and keeping people in check. Thank you.
Mostly.
Thank you, most of you flat earthers, not you, Demok. A special thank you to Witsit, because Witsit and I have a very aggressive history with each other, and he was able to control himself and talk to me, and I was able to give that back to him. So an extra special thank you to Witsit for coming on and acting the way he did. I very much appreciate that. But I am going to take my leave. Peace out, guys.
Thank you, Craig, for coming. Thank you for being most respectful. We do appreciate it. You're welcome back, guys.
Do it again, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. Catch you later, guys.
Fine word.
Hilarious.
Well, that was.
He's welcome back.
Yeah, he's welcome back, man. We had a good time today. You've been here for 4 hours.
Yeah. yeah.
Stay here for 4 hours if you're not having a good time.
Oh, what fun, guys! What fun! That was incredible. The amount of misunderstandings that I have to clear up in these things. I honestly feel like maybe I should be some kind of physics teacher. Oh my god, there was like 1,000 of you watching at one point. Mind blowing. Yeah, I know the Discord are now going to be, oh yeah, we destroyed him, blah blah blah. But you know, flat earthers never learn. We all saw what happened. We all know who won. Luchu for $2.99 Australian dollar says, here's some money, thank you very much. Spud UK 78 chips for £2 says, who would win in the fight, He-Man or Lion-O? Oh, Right. Okay, so that depends on if the Sword of Destiny is broken or not, because it was in the reboot. If the Sword of Destiny is still intact, He-Man every time. Frozen Fitzgerald for €5. Yes, I'm a nerd. Fucking deal with it. Ask him to do a Lorentz transformation, please. Yeah, they say these things, but they don't know what it means. Man L for €5 says the sun path, depending if you're in the northern hemisphere, southern, and equator, destroys them too. Move right in the move right in the northern hemisphere and left in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. Sun in general destroys them because the angular size of it doesn't change. Boom, done. I'm going to end the poll. So you guys may have noticed that I was really trying to control myself, right? Because A, I'd like to be invited back to that server to have more fun. B, I wanted to show Witsit that he's got no reason to not debate Professor Dave on my channel. I wanted to give him the courtesy to make him feel more like he's willing to do that. So, whew, I've really tried today, guys. Draco Fire has been a member for 28 months, says, my favourite logical fallacy is the one that is used very often by used globies. Argumentum ad factium, the appeal to facts. I mean, I like to appeal to facts, and when has a fallacy ever debunked science? Schwim for €5 says a dome can only explain the moving sky per night, but only the globe can explain the change in sky throughout the year. I don't even think it can explain it by night, if I'm honest. Pilo 1408 for $5 says Hammer thinks that unless in conversation of momentum means that any outside force completely and instantly cancels existing momentum. Yeah. Helicopters don't shoot to the right after they take off at 1,000 miles an hour, guys. What did you guys think of my attitude today? Number one, if you enjoyed me being a little bit more calm. There's my Bristol accent coming through. I was calm, guys. If you think I was more calm and you liked it, then hit 1. If you'd rather see me do any dumpster fires, then hit 2. 1 for you like the calm. 2 for more dumpster fires. Let me see what you want. Yeah, this is how I talk when I don't try. Oh, you guys are enjoying it. 1.5, both 2, 1, 2. Marianne, I enjoyed it as well. Thank you. I mean, it's quite even there. I mean, I'm never going to stop the dumpster fires, but you know, it is nice for me to show that I can actually do it the other way. Frozen Fitzgerald for €2 says, do these guys know what semantics are? No, they do not, and they'd argue about the definition of semantics with you. Mr. Unite for the chill wind for $2 says, is lake level different than pond level? Level is level is level. Manel for €2, drop of the horizon with altitude equals surface curved. Yeah, you can even mathematically map it out from just the refraction adjustment tables in Nautical Almanac. Curved. Holy Smalls for $5 says, if you can't measure speed while you're moving with it, how do car speedometers work then? It's an interesting question. Obviously, velocity can't be directly measured. There's no way of determining if something is moving at a constant speed. The way the cars do it is by how fast the wheels are rotating. That's how a car measures speed. Because there is no way to really directly measure, a constant velocity, without doing kind of distance over time and everything. So, yeah. Interesting. Mike Heddy for £179 says, I didn't know Discord had a dumbass server. Any flat earth server, mate. Yeah, you're right, Scorpion, there's no such thing as absolute speed. Tacos Llanos for 1,024 huffs says, something must be clearly wrong with the education system if we have grown men that need to be educated on basic things like conservation of momentum. Oh, I was educating them on shapes, for fuck's sake. The Migitus for £2 says, ask him to show you the paper he is referencing. A few of them did that. I need to get the paper that I was referencing to Witsit. Andreas Eldritch for 20 secs says, but energy is added to the atmosphere. Sunlight. Yeah, for super rotation, which happens at certain layers of the atmosphere, it is because there's extra energy from the sun being added to the atmosphere, causing expansion and movement and stuff. It's not really that big a mystery anymore. Then we got the mic this for $1 with no message. Thank you very much. Matthew Rosenberg, £5 says, great stream tonight. It's great that chat has remained relatively civil and the levels of bemusement are hilarious. I'm always bemused talking to Flerfs, don't worry. Mission Apparition Para, new member, welcome to Scrappers. Dude, thank you very much. Holy Smalls, member for 25 months, says Coriolis force on a plane from London is 2,236 newtons. Acceleration is only 0.02834 meters per second. Pretty sure any other force on a plane is more. Yeah, that was my entire point. Thanks for doing the maths. Atarafarian for $5 says, like my behavior. Hesitantly yes or I don't know. Gotta love a shite show though. Don't worry guys, dumpster fires won't go away. Rachbot, my favorite AI, don't tell pal, for $5 Australian says, my daughter is in reception at school and is learning about 2D and 3D. Did this Flerf not get past reception? No. School isn't something Flerfs tend to do. Luke Firewalker for €10, thank you very much. Aren't they aware that someone can fold a cube out of 2D paper? Yeah. It's magic. Maths. Mr. Unite for the chill wind for $5 says, this is like watching a dog holding a stick that is too wide to go through a door trying to figure out what's wrong. Lol. Astro Smart member for 6 months says, the equal mass of the sphere around you cancels it out. Yep, if you're in the center of the Earth, then there is the same gravitational acceleration pulling outwards at every direction, meaning you would have no weight and you wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Stringer News 1 for $5 says, ask SE what color the bear is at a house in the center of the Earth. Asking SE Montreal any questions is pointless because basic English seems to slip past him. Jeffrey Hollenbeck for $2, in relation, new Flerf mantra maybe. We got Indie Tiger, Sci-Fi's review for $20. Thank you very much. Australia uses the South Pole as up. The Far East is called the Orient because we used to orient our maps to the east. In the Northern Hemisphere, we use the North Pole as 0 degrees. There is no one orientation for maps. Yeah. Flat Earthers have this issue with there being multiple ways to do things, multiple definitions of words, etc. It's a massive problem for them to understand. Raz Putis for $2 says, Bob the Plum Builder. Then we got Silver Sparkle, who is a new member. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to Scrappers. Lord Luminous Pooh for $2 says, get a new lighter, fight. Come on. Yay! Mr. Toffees, who's been a member for 12 months, that's once around the sun. A bad worker always blames the tools. Yeah. Sarah Jones for £10 says, late happy 4th birthday, by the way. Remember, all global curvature measurements are just error intolerance, of course. Thank you very much, Sarah. Yes, 4 years on YouTube. Talking to flat earthers. Hence the grey. You see this, right? Look at it. Even my hair on my chin when it comes out is grey. Even one down there. Ted Lacoca for $4.99 says, figured it out. Damok is a friend of yours who's a very good actor. Genius, dude. He has the perfect mix of angry and dumb. Dumpster fire. Yeah, there's a company I use, an agency, and they just send all the flat earthers to me. They get people auditioned to be as stupid as possible, and I just bring them on the show and get them to pretend to be flat earthers. This is absolutely true. I'm not lying. 100% a fact. I pay fake flat earth. No. I don't think even actors could come up with the dumb shit that flat earthers do. Seriously. Samuel Green, $5. Keep fighting. Always, my friend. Design Song 1 for $5 says, how do people that insist you actively turn left the entire time you travel east believe you'd have to actively correct for Coriolis? Dearth thinks that west is only in front of your face. Anything else is south. Sarah Jones, £2 says, good keeping your calm, FTFE. I couldn't. I struggled. Wow, so many super chats. You guys are amazing. Gaming with both hands for $2 says, whoa, my cat just said these people are stupid. Dave agrees with you. Nicholas Green, £5. A straight edge on a globe will only touch in the middle. That's called a tangent. JSS Tiger, $1. Thank you very much. Pat in the chat, $5. Listening to SE talk about LIGO felt like him dropping ball bearings on my own ball bearings. Owsies. Throw the Dwarf of the House of Torg for $5 Australian says the answer is go higher until you either hit the dome or reach space. No dome. Sarah Jones, £2 says you did well. Come on, Whitsit versus Professor Dave. Yeah, let's get that done. And Stringer News 1, who's been a member for 33 months, says, show me the West Pole. Oh, God. Brilliant. All right. I hope you guys have had fun tonight. I've had an absolute blast. I think I schooled that server. 4 hours, sorry. If I said something wrong, it's because my brain got a bit fuddled. Sarah Jones, £3 says they don't make clipper lighters like they used to. No, they absolutely don't. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. I'll be back in the next couple of days with another debate. And then Billy Santos is supposed to be debating me on Saturday. I also have in the editor episode 72 of Flerfs Are Idiots. But tomorrow I will release a supercut of episodes 60 to 64. Thank you very much for watching. Love you all. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. Fight the flat. Fight the flat. Rick Sanchez, member for 22 months, says poop. Poop. Fight the flat. 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 Thanks, guys. Good night. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the you better be dancing. Fight the flat. How's everybody doing on a Friday night? If you're not dancing, why not?
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE, and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Qatar have done to the World Cup. I mean, you know, why invite the entire world to your country if you're then going to act like you don't want anybody there? It's fucking ridiculous, right? I know. Why is FTFE talking about football? He's a nerd. I mean, it's the World Cup, apparently. And, you know, USA just held England to a 0-0 draw. Hell must have frozen over. Anyway, hello guys. How are you doing on this Friday evening? Tonight I'm going to, you know, because I hate myself or something, you know, gonna go into the Discord server, the Tartaria 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria server, and talk to the flat earthers in there. You know, why not? I guess I really do hate myself. This is punishment for things I did in the past life, maybe. I don't know. Hello, Talseti Alpha in the chat. Nice to see you, buddy. Heat Shield. All you lovely people that are normally there. Surgeon General, Phil Blacker, Sean Carroll, Charlie Welch. All you awesome people. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, so that's what we got planned for today. But I'm going to let you know quickly what's coming up on Sunday. Sunday, I'm going to be releasing episode 72 of Flerfs to Idiots. I know it's behind schedule. I've been fighting with my Adobe software because, you know, they update and then nothing works. But what I'm going to do is, before that, I'm going to release a mega cut of the rest of the episodes up to 70. Then I'm going to do a live stream with Mrs. FTFE, and we're going to have a bit of a banter about how much she hates being PAL and stuff. Then I'm going to replay episode 71 on the live stream, and then that will send to a premiere of episode 72. So if you want to see Mrs. Fight, Mrs. FTFE on a live stream, then please join me on Sunday. But for now, let's just do it. Let's go jump in over there and say hello. Looks like they're ready. Let me just get that on the screen so you can see. Here we go.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, Cosmology Tartaria Discord. How are we?
Hi, Craig.
How are we all doing today?
Fanboy.
Hey, Craig. Welcome, man.
Got a bunch of fanboys in you, Craig.
Yeah, a lot of your fans are over here chilling with us. They're like, oh my god, I can't wait till he gets here. Oh my god, he's here.
They turned on the coffee for you.
Oh, thank you. Is there flat earthers here, though? That would be nice.
Yeah, that.
They seem to be running low.
Yeah, I know. The pickings has got slimmer and slimmer. I think Toon and I have debated it into non-existence.
Well, I thought, you know, when I found Toon debating me, I thought he was already scraping the bottom of the barrel, but you guys went further from there.
Yeah, we're past the barrel, and we've scraped further than the borehole in Russia. So, what flat earthers are in here and want to talk to me about how pendulums show the Earth rotates? So I'm still waiting to hear a good argument against that.
Do you want us to ping Witsit?
I want.
Witsit's just going to go Machian principle, the sky rotates, therefore that does, and with no evidence behind it ad nauseum. So
I think Witsit literally said he only came to talk to you because I asked him as a friend, so I don't think he'll ever do it again, dude. I don't know what to tell you. He might pop in, though. I don't know. He popped in from
I mean, if Witsit wants to come in, he's welcome to. I've tried to be nice and cordial to him because I'm trying to, you know, find Flerfs to debate. Flat earthers, sorry, I know that you don't like that word in here. But yeah. Shane, what about you?
Yeah? Dude, I'd wear a Flerf t-shirt if you made one. I don't give a shit. But you want to talk about how the precession of a pendulum literally does not prove that the Earth is spinning?
Well, why would you say that? Because there's no other reason why it does.
I mean, you're not claiming that the motion of the pendulum is spinning Earth, right? Only the fact that it precesses over a period of time, and that's when you make your speech about how you can mark the latitude of the Earth using this experiment, and that's literally proving a globe. Is that
there's a literal relationship between the drift of the pendulum over time and your latitude on Earth. You know, those are two things that physically correlate to each other, showing that the Earth has you know, a spherical surface due to the sine-cosine relationship of the pendulum's degree to the latitude that you are on.
Okay, so if we're going to jump down the idea of the pendulum observation, my first question is, how did the pendulum begin to move?
Someone started it swinging.
Okay, so there was an input of energy from an external force then.
To get it to swing, yes.
That question was for FTFE strictly. Thank you for that. That's all I needed. Thank you for that.
You put the pendulum in motion because things don't start moving on their own for no reason. So yeah, of course the pendulum has to be put in motion. But the point is that when it's in motion, because it is moving, it has a lateral force applied to it that we call the Coriolis force because the Earth's rotating. And that lateral force that's applied is different depending on your latitude on Earth. So
if you get a pendulum and you swing it, how long does it have to precess for you to realize that the Earth's spinning? What's the minimum exposure length of it spinning and precessing for you to be like, oh, now I know that the Earth is spinning?
You can do it over any amount of time. So, for instance, if you let a pendulum swing for 3/4 of an hour, which any decent sized pendulum under its own inertia is going to move for about 3/4 of an hour, right? And that over that 3/4 of an hour, it will drift a certain amount. So then you take the degrees that it's drifted over the time, and then you can calculate how long it would take to do 24 hours. And what it turns out is that if you're at the poles, either the North or South Pole, that it would take 24 hours to process 360 degrees. But as you move further away from the poles towards the equator, the time that it takes to process gets longer and longer because the swing of the pendulum is relative to the Earth's axis. So as it moves away, it takes longer to process until you get to the equator where there is no precession. And you can use this relationship to calculate your latitude on Earth. And as far as I'm aware, there's no plausible mechanism or explanation that the flat Earth has as to why that happens.
So you wouldn't say that I rotate... Demon, hold on one second, dude. You're welcome to speak, though, here, dude. We love you. If would you say that the pendulum happens to process at 15 degrees per hour like all the other supposed Earth spin measuring things that have been done?
No, it's a sine-cosine relationship. Like I said, it processes depending on your position on the planet. So if you're at the poles, it will process 15 degrees per hour. 360 degrees over 24 hours. Yeah, but if you move away from the poles, that precession actually gets longer.
Oh, that's what you said at the end of it. I must have ignored that last part. Sorry, dude.
That's all right. I'm used to people. No, as soon as I talk, their eyes glaze over. I've been married for 20 years. I'm used to it.
Come on, man. I'm not your wife. That's awful. Demon.
Okay, so the question was, you claim that the pendulum will swing for this, it'll process for this long at either of the poles, and my question is, where can I look to for like an experiment that shows that actually happened and when it happened?
I can put the South Pole experiment paper into the chat anytime you like. I quite often reference several different experiments, including one specifically done at the South Pole, where they got the expected precession of 24 hours. So if you would like me to put those papers, or if anyone else can grab that paper and chuck it in, then yeah.
I'd like to read it, yeah.
And that happened at the North Pole as well?
I've only got a paper for the South Pole. But any pendulum experiment shows that there is this relationship to your latitude on Earth. And my question is, why does that happen if the Earth is flat and stationary? What is the mechanism for that relationship to your position on Earth as to how much it drifts?
I don't think it's been proven that is actually what's happening in your experiment for these guys. Like, I think that's the part of the argument that's happening. Like, if you could prove that this is the process that's actually happening, then that would prove it. But I think some of the questions here are, like, how do we know that that's what's happening to the pendulum itself?
Well, the thing is, it matches the predictions of a rotating globe, right? If the Earth is a rotating globe with the dimensions that we say, then this is what physics expects will happen to a moving object on that rotating surface. So that's what you do. You test a prediction to see if it's true. See if you can disprove a hypothesis. And what we find is that whenever we do the experiment correctly, we fail to disprove the hypothesis of a rotating Earth. It matches what we expect to happen. So until there isn't another explanation that can explain why it happens, but this is what we expect to happen if the Earth is a rotating globe.
Right. So you input energy into something, and you expect something to happen. And it happens, therefore your presupposition is correct. Cool.
No, it's not a presupposition, it's a hypothesis. And
my question
within one sec, when you say presupposition, no, it's not. When we're in the confines of science, a hypothesis is an assumption. It's an educated guess about something, all right? There's no presuppositions, there's just well, I think it might be this. Let's test if that is the case. So whenever any of you flat earthers like Witsit or anything brings up, oh, you're begging the question, you're presupposing this. No, I'm just doing what science dictates I do to try and disprove a hypothesis. You understand that, right?
Can I ask a question?
I 100% appreciate your explanation. Thank you for that.
No worries.
I have a question.
Okay.
So the thing is with the pendulum, right?
Yes. Hey Clay, it's you. Yeah, we talked last time. How you doing?
I had Clay turned down.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I noticed that my microphone was way too high on volume on the live stream last time. But anyways, so when the pendulum is being, started by an like by a force, for example, my arm, right? So in theory, the force that is needed to start it is something that we need to do, but for some reason the force of the object that this pendulum is standing on, which is the Earth apparently, Neo Paradigm, has enough force to then be only able to manipulate it in a way that it swings in a different direction, which in my logic is kind of weird, because why is it not able to manipulate a still sitting string of a pendulum, but once it's being started by the force of your hand, for example, then it's the forces that are outside are somehow now able to manipulate it? It's just kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't make much sense.
That's a fair question, and I understand where you're going with this. Now, the simple answer is, when the pendulum's just sitting there, right, it's not moving. It's just stationary. It's moving with the Earth, all right? And when it's swinging, it's moving, right? It's it's got a motion backwards and forwards. We can both agree with that. If it's not swinging, it's stationary. If it's swinging, it's in motion. Okay. Now, Coriolis forces are only applied to a moving object. If you do the maths of what Coriolis imparts forces on, you see that when there's an object that isn't moving, the net sum of forces applied to it is 0. But when an object is moving, then the Coriolis forces are applied to it laterally, right? So because the pendulum is swinging, that allows the Coriolis forces to be applied to it. But when it's not moving, there's no Coriolis force to apply, because it's still just relative to the Earth. Does that make sense?
So that makes sense. Thank you. But I will have another question towards specifically that, right? The Coriolis effects. So the thing is, we would use a pendulum to detect this Coriolis effect, right? Taking place. How can we make sure that whatever is the diversion that we're detecting with the pendulum is indeed caused by Coriolis? When, like, is there like a different or 3 different experiments that come to the same conclusion except for the pendulum?
Well, yeah, you can.
Like, can I put a pendulum in one room, and then right next to the pendulum another thing, and right next to that thing another thing that would detect the same outcome of Coriolis?
So there's many experiments that detect the rotation of Earth. Obviously, pendulums is one I like to talk about because it's a really simple one. Obviously, you've got gyroscopes and stuff. Thanks, Bob. Mechanical gyroscopes, gyro compasses. One that I like to talk about, and Toon's been talking about as well, is you can use a really strong magnetic field, like 15 Teslas, to levitate a magnetic ball, and then spin that ball and see what Coriolis forces are applied to that and what predictions you get. And all these experiments that you do, they all come to the same conclusion, that the Earth is rotating at approximately 15 degrees per hour. If you'd like to see a large list of experiments, you go to mctoon.net/spin.
Was there ever an experiment conducted where you had 2 pendulums next to each other giving the same outcome?
Not that I could tell you off the top of my head, no. But there's been many pendulum experiments done all across the world.
Yeah, I understand. What I would be curious to know, since we're using the pendulum to read something, certain information and output, what would be interesting for me to know is what happens if we put 2 pendulums right next to each other, and we would activate them, let's say, from an electrical force, which we can measure that it's exactly the same force being applied to make it swing, to see if we get the exact same outcome of measurement.
So you're implying that it might be some other force that's doing it rather than Coriolis forces being applied, like
in general, I would have the curiosity to know if we would get the same outcome when we have two equal pendulums.
I have to make the assumption that we would, based on all the experiments that we see. I have to assume that two pendulums sitting next to each other that are set up correctly would give the same result. I've never seen this done, but I've seen lots of individual pendulum experiments done. But I can't say that I've ever seen that
so I couldn't give you a definite answer. But I have to make the assumption that they would.
So, like, my thing is, every gyroscope before the ring laser gyroscope and the Thanks Bob meme came along had measured the 15-degree-per-hour spin, right? In fact, it was even expected by space specialists when they did it, right, that they would probably see the same result as has been previously given on the other instruments. Am I wrong in saying that, or what?
Sorry, say that again. The ones before it didn't pick it up, did you say?
Well, no, it did, right? So the 15 degree per hour was measured by other types of gyroscopes before the ring laser gyroscope. Okay.
Any sufficiently frictionless mechanical gyroscope will pick it up. Normal mechanical gyroscopes have got quite a lot of friction, so that overcomes the Coriolis forces. But if you get ones that are frictionless enough, like, let me turn on my camera.
Oh, yeah, actually, I just looked at it. Because we're way over 25 people, it's totally inactive. We have to boot 10 people and play survival of the fittest to go ahead and do that.
I don't want to.
Don't forget, Foco actually did a gyroscope in which he used a microscope to measure it. So he did it with a gyroscope, with a mechanical gyroscope, and found exactly the same result.
Yeah. Hello, Rumpus. I love those dulcet tones.
What I was gonna say though is that the Netflix special made it seem like, it was this totally unexpected gotcha moment. Like, no, but it's the exact result that they expected to get with the instrument they were testing, right?
It's not the result that Bob expected to get. That's the thing. I don't know why, because gyroscopes have been measuring that 15 degree per hour forever. But Bob wanted to.
He said it before.
Yeah. What he said before was, if we could get one of these gyroscopes, we could show that there is no rotation to the Earth. So he was expecting to turn on the gyroscope and it not show anything. But the second he turned it on, it instantly started showing that there's a 15-degree rotation. And that for him was an issue, because that wasn't what they expected. Then they had to come up with an explanation as to why it gave that result. And then Bob said heavenly energies, which is never going to stop being funny.
Heavenly energies. I think I probably agree. I'd call it something different, right? Ethereal drift, maybe the rate at which the celestial heavens rotate above flat Earth each day and out to give you the patterns of everything. That makes sense to me. I don't know if I'd call it heavenly energy.
But by what mechanism does the movement of the stars affect what a gyroscope measures? When you can show that a gyroscope is able to measure that by putting it on a rotating platform, right? So we know that gyroscopes do measure that motion. So when it's just sitting there on the Earth and it still measures that motion, there's only one conclusion we can come to, and that's that it's still measuring some kind of motion.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you the inner workings of a gyroscope that would register the specific type of motion that I'm talking about, and those that wouldn't, right? But I think that's what it's measuring, and it's a consistent measurement. And instead of dismissing it and saying, well, no, that's silly, I just say something else is moving above us at about the same speed that everyone keeps measuring all across the Earth, right? But for the pendulum part, if the precession is the part that proves the spin of the Earth, and you're saying it only moves at the same 15 degree per hour as all the other instruments detect at the poles, are you saying that these instruments at other parts would measure differently? Isn't that kind of a deal breaker for the whole globe thing? Because I know.
What do you mean they would measure differently? I don't know what you mean.
Like, so, Wich's refutation to the gyroscope thing as part of Space Busters, right? He always says they took the same ring laser gyroscope at a higher altitude at the same latitude.
This is a lovely claim, and no one's ever been able to substantiate this claim. All right, Bob claims that they took his gyroscope up a mountain or whatever and registered a slightly faster rotation. All right, now here's the thing: no one's ever seen that data. No one's ever seen a video or pictures of anything that could back this up. If this was the case, where is that data that this relates to? It doesn't exist. And there was no
we may be able
about
to
how it
deduce
happened or why it happened, and did they do it whilst they were moving? Were they stationary? That they didn't. There's nothing they told us about it apart from the fact, we took it up and it registered higher. Just believe us, please. There's absolutely no evidence that this ever happened.
The data that came in, the raw data that was interpreted, that showed wildly different temperatures, and there were different readings in the range of 15 degrees plus or minus 2. So there is maybe some correlation that's what happened. But he also manipulated temperature, and the ring laser gyros are very, very temperature dependent. So manipulating that.
You said when the raw data was coming in. Where is this data?
I think I was going to say, I think Bildul went through it, right? Like, he went through the data. We were talking about it before. He's one of the people that was laughing at Globebusters first and foremost. He's our boy.
No. So the full context was Jeremy got it from the raw data from Bob in Brandon Toy's old server that became Geos. Anyway, he provided the raw data, and then a whole bunch of like autards in gems got the raw data, interpreted it, put it into graph form, easy to digest information. I'll see if I have the raw data right here.
But I mean, my main question to FTFE and all the other globers is, if that is proven to be true, if that measurement is taken, if it's different at the same latitude at a higher altitude, does that break the globe for you, or is there a globular explanation with the supreme backward compatibility you guys are famous for?
like Bio just said, you know, I've never seen the data, and I've asked for it and never been presented, but apparently the data does exist. But like Bio just said, there was manipulations to the temperature and stuff, which is going to affect the machine. You know, if you're changing the temperature around it, it's going to, you know, physically contract or expand metal, because that's what temperature does. And you know, that's why you need to have constant temperatures of what you're measuring. You know, you can't like put it in an oven and then a freezer and expect it to show the same thing, you know? So
here's some of the data. I'm going to try to find the actual raw data, but this is the interpreted data from that.
Right. So,
but I'll try to find the raw.
Did you just post that in the main chat?
In general, yeah. The relationship between temperature and rotation rate, yeah.
But like, so sparing Bob's data completely, if someone else were to do it and make the same observations / measurement, would that be a problem for you guys? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Within a margin of error.
But yeah, I mean, obviously all measurements, all machinery that measures anything, they all have margins of error, right? So we have to look at those things. Is the variation within the margin of error of the machine? Is there any external influence that's causing this to happen? You know, we can't just go, oh, well, that data shows that, boom. We have to look at maybe why that data shows that and why it's the outlier as to all the other information that's ever been presented to us. Because, you know, gyroscopes on the ground register at 15 degrees per hour. Gyroscopes in planes at 30,000 feet also register 15 degrees per hour. You know, so why did Bob's, if it did register different, actually registers different?
Right.
Why is it the only one that ever registered different?
I get the bias and the hostile witness thing, right? So, but like, if a measurement was taken and every precaution you just outlined as a concern was taken, and all the measurements were hunky-dory and above board and agreed, yet it still gave a different measurement at a higher altitude at the same latitude, would that be a problem for the globe? Would you guys be like, oh shit, something's wrong? Or would you, I don't know, figure out?
You know, I wouldn't ever say anything's a problem for the globe. I would investigate what was happening, you know, and look at. I don't go into things with a bias. I would, okay, so let's look at what's causing this, you know, and then apply it, whatever the data says, to whatever's going on. But you know, that has never been the case. Yeah, I'm just looking at the data. Has that got temperature data on it?
Aeroplanes rely on it working as it does. So if we get one result, someone does an experiment and it just happens to disagree with all the millions of experiments that say one thing, and you end up with one experiment that says something else, then that means that one experiment is wrong.
Or the data was collected in a different way than, like FTFE was saying.
Yeah, exactly. So in other words, what someone was saying there is, if they get one experiment or one observation that disagrees with the millions of other observations, which one do we believe? We believe the millions of others that we know are correct.
But I think the question also goes to, would you then change the way you're gathering the data for the other ones? Like, how do you know that that one's wrong and the other ones are right? What if we
aeroplanes rely on it. Aeroplanes rely on it working the way we believe it to work. If it didn't work, then aeroplanes would not be getting to their destinations.
Yeah. So we can test to see if these machines do what we say they do. You know, you can put one on a rotating platform and go, how fast is this platform rotating? What is this device measuring? And you can see if it works. You know, and like Rumpus said, normal planes have at least 3 on them, you know, and they all work based on that knowledge of the Earth rotating at 15 degrees. That's, you know, they use that as a reference to how they function. So, you know, like the data, you know, all right, I retract my statement that the data doesn't exist because I've asked for it for years and never seen it. But yes, the data is there, but the data literally just shows massive manipulations in temperature and tiny variations in rotation rates that are within the margin of error of what you expect. So it doesn't really show us anything. The device still registered overall like a 15-degree rotation, which is what we expect.
Yeah, the margin of error
it shows it agrees with 15 degrees per hour. It does show something, Craig. It shows us that the 15 degrees per hour is correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
if there was no rotation, it would be 0 plus or minus 2. But in this case,
exactly.
it's 15 plus or minus 2. So
yeah. So what they're saying is it's at least rotating at 14.98 degrees per hour. Cheers, Bob. Thanks for that.
he was super arrogant when he released it too. He was super frustrated because Jeremy kept asking for it, and then he was like, you know what? Fuck it. You guys won't be able to decipher this anyway. I think it was like an hour and a half, and it was all there.
Why did it take him so long to actually release it? Why would that?
He did release it really quickly, Craig. Actually, he was on. It was about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. He did give it to us all. And how do we know what the temperatures were? Because I don't recall him providing that information.
No, he provided all of the raw data from the machine in like a CSV file or something.
And the machine include the temperature, did it? Oh, I didn't realize.
I'm not 100% sure, but the autards and gems in a particular channel went to work with it. I think there was like 8 of them together, and they were throwing it in Python and deciphering it, pulling all the information. They were able to determine elevation, latitude, and temperature, and obviously rotational rate. But all of this information from the raw data.
Yeah, and
I see Sean G in the Discord. Hey, Sean G, nice to see you. He was my second interview with an ex-flat earther, and no, I didn't call you a wanker. Please ignore the great Cornholio.
Somebody definitely sent me that about Sean G because I was trying to talk to Sean G and do an event. I think I called it something different, like, the return to the dark side or something more ominous. But yeah, I'm curious to hear that story too.
Hey, Flat Earth, I'm going to DM you, and there's a Google Drive dump with loads of information. I think the logging _DSP file, I think that's Bob's raw data, but it's got a whole bunch of other data in here.
Right, I'm going to have to go through that and actually have a look at everything properly. But yeah, sure. Plus or minus 0.2, that's within the margin of error of the machine, and still shows that there's a rotation to the Earth either way. So, nothing about Bob's data in any way refutes the Earth being something that rotates.
It confirms it.
Yeah.
Hey, Flat Earth Data's here. I don't think I've ever spoken to you before, but welcome, man. I know FTFE
You need curvature for it to be a ball, boys. So what's rotating?
We got curvature. That's no worries. We have plenty of curvature.
So if you're going to claim it's curve, and you're going to claim it's a ball, and you're going to conflate the Bob Nodell gyroscope conflating rotation, it's kind of awkward for you guys. Let me finish there, princess. Let me finish. So it's going to be a little interesting when you don't have curvature of a ball at the rate that you claim there's curve.
You say that, but we do.
Let me finish. If we can falsify the rate of curvature, which we can do so, what exactly is rotating? What size of the ball is rotating if we can falsify the 3959 radius?
No one's ever falsified the radius of Earth, ever.
So again, if we're going to falsify the radius of the Earth, would you not agree that there'd be a way to do it there, Craigie?
No one's falsified the radius of the Earth, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, listen to the question specifically. If there was a way to falsify the Earth curvature, there would be a boundary based on your model, feet and inches value, because it's curving at a rate. If I could falsify that rate, it would show that your radius is incorrect.
Yes, it would, but no one's ever falsified the radius of the Earth.
So how would we verify the radius? Well, you're claiming to use measurements and angular measurements, correct?
Yeah, we've also seen it from space.
I'm going
to go with all the pictures from space.
Of those measurements that you're using angular relationships to the surface, and you're calculating for elevation drop, well, what if I could show you another observation that would basically falsify your boundaries? Because it is possible, correct?
Yeah,
invalid observation.
There's never been an observation ever presented that invalidates anything about the globe, ever. All there is flat earthers' misunderstanding of optical effects like refraction and actually what measurements are. So,
again, if there's a boundary to your Earth curve, there's a rate of drop. There is going to be an elevation change over.
If there's a boundary to your Earth curve,
what does that mean? If I can falsify the elevation change or the drop due to curve, therefore you would not have a radius of 3959. So
that'd be lovely if you could falsify it, but no one's ever falsified it.
You're saying there is no way to falsify it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it absolutely is falsifiable,
because in your model,
but it hasn't been falsified.
In your model,
I'm talking. Wait.
In your model,
Flat Earth Data, take a breath. Take a breath. All right. I'm not saying there isn't a way to falsify it. I am saying that there is many ways to falsify it. However, it has never been falsified.
Hey, Princess, FTFE, what would you do to falsify it?
You could measure it. You could go to space and look at it. Using geodetic surveying measurements, using radar horizons, you go to space and have a look at it. You know, there's many ways.
The horizon, if the horizon is due to physical nature of a ball, it would have parameters. Would you not agree? That's what you're measuring. You're measuring the parameters of your ball, you claim. Therefore, that has feet and inches values at a certain distance due to curve.
Yes.
So this is what you're claiming. Okay. So if that's the case, that it has physical boundaries called the horizon, which is
the horizon is an effect of the Earth curve. Yes.
That's what you claim. Okay.
No, it is. I'm not claiming it is an effect of the Earth curve.
If we can falsify that, meaning if your model has
it's never been done.
Let me finish, buddy. Let me finish. If I can falsify the horizon doesn't match the radius value, that would be a good indication that your radius value is not true, correct?
Yeah, you already said that, and I agreed with you that that would be the case. Awesome. However, it's never been done.
So if we have a 1 foot observer, where does your horizon in your ball model, where's the prediction based on feet and inches value, not a physical or not an optical illusion or not something that is created by optics? This is a feet and inches value.
Are we assuming there's no atmosphere?
Let me finish. You have a feet and inches value based on sphericity of your ball. Nothing to do with refraction, nothing to do with light.
What you see will be to do with refraction.
Let me finish.
But do you agree? Do you agree that what you see will be to do with refraction?
So now we're talking about refraction. We're trying to falsify.
Do you agree? This is a yes or no question, Data. Do you agree that what you see will be to do with refraction?
There's a combination of what we see. It's an angular relationship to light to the human eye. But beside that fact,
so it was that. Sorry, I wanted a yes or a no there. I wanted a yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
We're trying to establish a boundary.
Data, yes. Right. This is a simple yes or no question. Data. Deep breath. I'm still talking.
Based on your model.
You gotta be one at a time, right?
Data.
I just have you talking through each other.
Data. Well, once you've answered my question, you can continue. All right. Yes or no? Do you agree that what you see has to? Wait. Simple question. I just want a yes or a no. Do you agree that what you see has also to do with refraction? Yes or no?
Again. We're talking about feet and inches values of your model, right?
Yes or no?
So again, let's get to refraction, but let's talk about the feet and inches value of your model.
Yes
Is the feet and inches value of your model due to refraction? Is the feet and inches model due to refraction, or is it actual physical boundaries? Which
what
is it?
You see? Are we talking about what you see? Are you talking about?
You can't have both.
Are you talking about? Yes, you can have both. Actually, you can have both.
Or you have a physical boundary point.
No, you can have both.
Are you claiming that you're measuring? Are you claiming that your model that you're measuring comes from refraction, or does it come from feet and inches value due to boundaries of physical curve? Which is it?
What you see with your eyes is also to do with refraction. That is not exactly going to correlate with the physical parameters of the Earth. Does that make sense to you, or do I need to say it in a dumber way?
If the Earth has physical feet and inches boundaries due to curve, what is that?
The horizon.
We're not talking about refraction yet. We're not talking about refraction.
The horizon is an optical effect.
Rumpus, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Rumpus. I'm talking about the feet and inches values.
Let me deal with this a second, Rumpus. All right. Please repeat your question succinctly.
I'm saying
repeat your question succinctly.
I'm saying to clarify, if your ball has boundaries and that horizon is due to the boundaries of sphericity, that it would have a feet and inches value regardless of refraction. Now we can add in refraction because the horizon changes position, right?
Yes.
But we're initially talking about the feet and inches values that you claim that the ball Earth already has.
Yeah, and
not refraction at this point. Let me finish. Not refraction at this point. So, if your ball Earth has boundaries, not due to refraction, due to the feet and inches values of being curved, then there would be a prediction that you can make based on that. The reason why you add in refraction is, because the position of the horizon changes, which
it's because there is refraction. That's why we add in refraction.
Let me finish, which is not a feet. Let me finish, dude.
You've been talking for about 2 minutes saying the same thing over and over. Get to your fucking points.
It's not a feet and inches value. It's a refraction bending of light calculation.
Yes,
so if
that is the thing, because we're looking through the atmosphere, correct?
Yeah. So the feet and inches values, the viscosity of Earth has nothing to do with refraction. Okay, number one.
What you see
Meaning,
does,
if you have a radius, if you have a radius, if you have a radius, it's been measured, claiming to you with straight lines and angles over a surface.
Yeah. And do you think that geodetic surveyors don't know how to take refraction into account?
So again, if you're trying to falsify the curve of the Earth, a drop at a rate, you would have to have a radius value not determined on refraction, but actually feet and inches, correct?
If you want to falsify the radius, you would have to have a value. What are you fucking talking about? Right, let's just break this down to brass tacks, okay? You keep talking about a way to falsify the parameters of the globe. Present your falsification. Go on. Just do that. Stop waffling and present your falsification.
I'm kind of curious. Is the question being to FTFE, are we able to measure the radius with just pure physicality, or does it require refractive indexes to come into play? And I think that's kind of the question that's being...
Thank you.
Oh, well, you speak English. That was great. That was a much clearer explanation, because everything that he said was just waffling.
He is a glober. So, I mean, there's...
But globe, yeah. I talk to these guys all the time. I learn their language.
Sometimes it's hard to think down to their level. Thank you very much. Right, so the measurements that we do of the Earth, whilst on the Earth, take our known quantification of refraction into account.
Did he
So again, if I'm going to falsify the radius of the Earth, I just want to deal with feet and inches values, no refraction. Is
okay,
that
well
possible?
then you need to. Well, if you can remove the atmosphere from the Earth, then yeah, it would be.
Oh, so I cannot measure the Earth because of refraction then?
No, we just need to know the qualities of the atmosphere at the time, and then we can calculate the refractive index.
Why would we need the qualities of the atmosphere?
I was still talking. I'm amazed that I'm amazed that you have this little self-control that you can't even let me finish a sentence.
Why would we need to worry about refraction if the Earth has physical boundaries due to feet and inches?
Because the atmosphere is there, so we have to take refraction into account.
So you're measuring the atmosphere, not the sphericity of the Earth. Noted. Okay, so now
you're not measuring the atmosphere. Do not strawman me. Right? Shut the fuck up. You don't get to strawman me. Then keep talking. You do not get to strawman me. You do not get to strawman me. Then keep. I'm talking, Data. I'm talking. I'm talking.
Would you account for this to be a falsification of your radius?
Data.
Give him a minute.
If you have a feet inches value and we add in 20% of refraction,
very good,
okay, we're going to give you.
Right, I've muted you on my stream because I don't want to just hear you babbling whilst I'm trying to answer your question. You have to use the atmosphere and refractive effects of the atmosphere in your measurements because the atmosphere is there. That doesn't in any way.
You use GPS. You can use GPS.
Yeah, I'm just talking about using optical measurements at the moment.
How is he going to measure things? He hasn't said how he's going to measure anything.
I know. Let me finish my point.
Who muted you?
Sorry. I've just muted Data a sec, so I can actually respond because he wouldn't stop talking. So yeah, we have to take the atmosphere into account and the known refractive effects of the atmosphere when we're measuring from the Earth. That's a thing. We cannot remove the atmosphere. That in no way falsifies the radius of the globe. I'm going to unmute Data now, and here he can keep talking. Oh, someone muted him. I didn't do that. I just muted him on my side. All right.
All right, go ahead, dude.
So to clarify, we're going to set up an observation. It's going to have a physical feet and inches value, plus we're going to add in 20% refraction. Now, they've already done it, Greg. Here's the calculation. 1 foot observer height, the horizon is 1.32 miles away. That's adding in about 20% of refraction. Would you agree with that calculation?
What do you mean about 20% of refraction? What does that mean? That's not how refraction works. What was the refractive index of the atmosphere on the day?
So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to add in 20% of refraction.
But what are you basing that 20% on?
What it does, listen, bud.
No, hold on. What are you basing that 20% on? What was the refractive index of the atmosphere on the day?
So first of all, these aren't my numbers. These aren't my numbers. These are papers that you can go read. This is what they've done. They added in about 20% refraction for mathematical calculations. Okay, so you can go look at it. So the calculation is 1 foot square foot. The observer height at 1 foot, and the distance is times it by 1.32 miles away, and you'll get what's called a horizon position. Sorry, it's 1.32 multiplied by the square root of the observer height at 1 foot. You'll get a horizon of 1.32 miles.
Come on, get your point.
This is what they suggest. Now, hold on. This is what they suggest. Now, if I have an observation that sees past that point, what did I just do? Did I falsify that mathematical calculation or assumption?
No, absolutely not, because you haven't told me anything. I'm answering your question. Let me answer your question. You asked the question, now let me answer it, okay? No, in no way does it falsify, because you have not told me what the atmospheric refraction effects are and how much it is bending the light. You are just saying numbers without anything to back it up.
Okay, maybe you don't know the numbers. Okay, so I'll run through the numbers really quick. They claim that the Earth's diameter is 7,918 miles.
I know the numbers, it's cool.
Let me finish. If I multiply that by feet, 5,280, I get 41,807,040 feet. If I square root that, divided by feet again, I get 1.22459. This is a geometrical boundary. The 7,918 diameter is not based on refraction. The diameter of the Earth is not based on refraction, is it?
What we see,
Let me finish.
You asked me a question.
The diameter of the Earth.
You asked me a question. I'm going to answer your question. Don't ask a question and then keep talking. Do not ask a question and then keep talking. That is dumb. No, you are wrong. You see the atmosphere. You are looking through the atmosphere all of the time. You always have to take refraction into account when you are looking at the horizon through the atmosphere. Please tell me the refractive index of the atmosphere on the day. I'm still talking, dipshit.
I'm not measuring.
I'm still talking, dipshit. I'm still talking, dipshit. Oi, dumbass. I'm still talking.
I'm not measuring Earth curve. Then I'm measuring refraction of light.
Yes, you are measuring the refraction of light, correct? But you wouldn't have the horizon to see if the Earth wasn't curved.
You have both. You can't. Is physical boundaries when the physical boundaries can be falsified by the refraction itself.
Refraction does not falsify a physical boundary, you dumbass.
It does, because it's
no, it doesn't. You cannot have something that is right. Stop talking. Stop talking.
It's an optical
stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. You cannot have something that is refracted if there is not something physical in the first place.
Oh, shut up! Personal attacks. This fucker here is calling flat earthers dumb and all this shit.
Well, flat earthers are fucking dumb. That's a fact. It's not an insult. It is a statement of fact.
Boundary. It's an optical illusion due to angular
limitations. Stop talking and let me explain.
You're a moron. That's why I asked you.
Stop talking and let me explain. Stop talking.
You don't even understand that at one
point. I'm gonna have to mute you again because you will not stop talking.
Let's have an actual conversation. You're letting a question and answer if we need to.
Sorry, I had to zoom you in for just 1 second because he doesn't shut the fuck up and let anyone respond. No, it in no way falsifies the physical parameters of the globe. You do not have something that is refracted if there is not something physical for it to be refracted from. And what do? We find out the refractive conditions that have been quantified for hundreds of years, and we take that into account in our calculations and say, oh, well, this is what we would do to remove the atmosphere based on the refractive qualities that we know. Oh, and look at that, it matches the predictions. Data, your ignorance of what refraction is does not in any way falsify the globe. I'm going to unmute you now.
So again, listen how it works, Princess. If you have a radius of the Earth, you've determined that radius based on an apparent position. That apparent position has either two. Let me finish. That apparent position either has two realities to it. It's a physical boundary due to the nature of Earth curve, or it's an optical boundary due to the limitation of ice.
It's both, actually. What we see is both. Yes, we can. It's
both. You can't have both. I'll tell you why. Let me finish.
You're being stupid. You can have both.
I'll tell you why you can't have both.
No, you're being stupid. You can have both.
Let me finish. Let me finish, you fucking retard.
Hey, stop. No, we don't need to do that.
The reason why you can't have both is because the apparent convergence of apparent convergence of anything in position in the distance is not actually happening. There's nothing swishing, squashing, coming together. There is no boundary there. It is an angular limitation to light in the optics of the eye. Number one.
That's all just nonsense.
Number two, if I wanted to falsify
no, I'll respond to
the
number one
radius of
first
the Earth,
before you go on to number two.
If I wanted to falsify the radius of the Earth,
wait, let me respond to number one first.
If I wanted to falsify the radius of the Earth, that means I'd have to work in with the boundaries of the.
Right, let me respond to number one first, and then you can go on to number two. There's no point in scattergunning. That is not conducive to conversations, Flat Earth Data. So, no, you are completely wrong. You absolutely can have a physical boundary and a optical boundary, because that's what refraction does. It refracts the apparent position of the horizon. The horizon's there, we're looking at it through a medium, therefore it is refracted. It's as simple as that. Yes, you can have both. To say you can't is fucking ridiculous.
Right, but I think the
so
question
it's refracting. It's refracting an apparent position, so not a real position to begin with.
The refracted is the apparent position.
Let me finish. Let me finish, Princess.
No, you just strawmanned me. 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 You just strawmanned me.
Let me finish. It's an optical illusion, then, right? Because you're adjusting for an apparent position that's not actually there.
No. You are strawmanning what I said. Listen to the words. The refraction is the apparent position of the actual position of the horizon. Okay? The horizon is a physical thing. It's there. What we see is an apparent position due to refraction. It's not hard.
I wanted to ask Flat Earth Data, is your argument that it would be easier to prove that math if you could just lie about what the refractive index is to match the physical location? Because I think that might be what your argument was. I wasn't quite sure.
He's not muted. He can talk.
He's muted. I can see it. He might have to unmute himself.
I think he's muted. Yeah, he's muted himself. But
he's fine.
I mean, this basic misunderstanding that Oakley has been pushing for years of, oh, we can see further, therefore it's been debunked. No, that is within the predictions of what we expect refraction to do. We see something that is apparent because we're looking through an atmosphere, and then the light has to enter our eyes and be refracted again, and altered by our brain and decoded so that we can see it. Everything that we see is a combination of effects, of refraction, of data being compiled. You never see an actual
thing. So it's an optical illusion then, right? Because nothing actually changes size, right, Greg? Nothing actually disappears. It just goes into a vanishing point.
Well, no, things definitely disappear over the horizon, 100%.
Let me finish, bud. Let me finish.
You asked me a question.
The apparent position and parent junction has been quantified into a radius value for your Earth curve. And if it's based on optics, like you just said it was,
no, I didn't say it was.
A whole bunch of effects.
I said what you see is.
Because if it's not a real position, if it's an apparent position,
you know, we don't actually use the horizon to measure the curve.
As you just stated, it's an apparent position due to refraction, not Earth curve. You just said it.
No. I said what you see is an apparent position, not it is an apparent position. What you see is the horizon is a physical thing. It's there. It's not apparent. It's there. But what we see is the light. I did the sharp and listen. Flat Earth Data. You need to listen, or you're not going to learn. You need to listen, or you're not going to learn. You need to listen, or you're not going to learn. I am responding to you. Data, I am trying to respond to you. Shut up and let me respond to you.
An angular limitation due to optics and the refraction of light, not a physical.
Right. When you ask me a question, do the courtesy of letting me respond. What we see is not the physical thing. Seeing something refracted, apparent, doesn't stop there being a physical thing. And we don't use the horizon, what we see at the horizon, to measure the radius of the Earth. That is not a way that we measure the radius of the Earth, so I don't even know what you're going on about. Right, now please carry on.
The radius of your Earth has been told for a 6-foot observer it's 3 miles away. This is a physical boundary due to feet and inches of curving bodied Earth. That's what's claimed, okay? If that is true, there must be a way to falsify that claim to see if it's valid.
Use GPS.
Is there a way to falsify the claim that a 6-foot observer?
Yes, there is. There's many ways.
Okay, so how do I falsify it?
Right.
How do I falsify it, buddy?
Here's a way to falsify it. You quantify the effects of refraction, all right? And then you see what the refractive effects would do to the position of the horizon. And then you see if they match. If the refractive effects change what you expect, the amount you expect them to change. That would falsify it. Another way to falsify it would be to use... I'm still talking. Another way to falsify it would be to use GPS measurements or an apparent radar horizon. There is many, many, many ways to falsify it. Or you could go to space and look at it, and that would falsify it. But, you know, when we went to space and looked at it, it didn't falsify it. So
you want to keep going to space, that's fine. At the end of the day, we're looking at feet and inches values and added in refraction to determine a boundary due to the physical nature of the curving Earth. So I was very generous. I was very generous. I gave you a calculation that comes from your model that makes a prediction.
No, you just went add 20%.
The prediction is in your model is that a 1-foot observer, the horizon is 1.32 miles away. This is adding in refraction. Okay? Now
no, it's not. All you've done is go add 20%.
Listen, princess.
Sorry, do you fancy me? Do you fancy? Are you hitting on me?
Model,
you keep calling me princess. Do you fancy me? Is that what this is? Have you got a hard-on for me, Data? Every time you call me princess, I'm getting really, really flustered and embarrassed. If you want to send me a love note, then please send me a love note in the DMs. You don't need to keep expressing your love for me live on the show, okay?
So 1-foot observer height, horizon is 1.32 miles away. This is according to your globe mathematics based on a radius of 3959.
Yeah, you've said this over and over and over.
Princess. Let me finish, princess.
You fancy me again. Oh, look at him. He's hitting on me. He's hitting on me again. Oh my God, he loves me so much. He fancies me. He really fancies me.
Put your studded soother in. Put your fucking GIMP mask on. Keep talking.
Oh, you want it? Oh, dude, that's a bit kinky. If you want me to wear a GIMP mask, that's my OnlyFans.
Yeah, don't make me imagine Craig in a GIMP mask.
That's what you do, man. You GIMP for the ball Earth. That's your GIMP for the ball Earth, dude.
Seriously, go to my OnlyFans page and you can see that stuff there, right?
QNFP, you should do Craig in a GIMP.
What's the question? What's the question, though?
The point is falsifying your curved Earth, your radius. That's the whole point. Can I falsify 1-foot observer height, distance of a horizon of 1.32 miles away? If I can falsify that boundaries, what does that do to the radius of your Earth, Craig?
I have a question about Craig's OnlyFans. Do you wear costumes? Sorry.
It depends on how much you pay.
He's got a studied soother and a GIMP outfit. Yeah.
It depends on how much you tip. You can DM me and do requests and stuff. You know, selling my bath water and everything. That's been flying out like hotcakes.
Flat Earth Data. I'm curious. Your argument is going towards falsifying, you know, an illusionary horizon or a physical one. Do you agree with the globe model of refractive indexes, or is there a different thing you're going by?
Yeah, so if I want to apply the 7/6R, I can change the radius of the Earth, which, according to your globe model, appears to make the Earth flatter. That is what's explicitly described in this chat, but not in the academic world.
Yeah, it can make the radius appear larger.
Let me finish. In your world, in your debate, in this corner of the web is the only place that discusses that. The end of the day, if you have physical feet and inches boundaries due to physical Earth curve, and we add in refraction to be generous, my question to you is, if I see farther than the calculation admits, I've only got two options. Either the radius isn't a physical boundary, or I have to even add even more refraction than 20%. Which, if that's the case, it claims that the Earth is flat due to refraction.
No, refraction.
So you're telling me that radar. You're telling me that radar will flatten for all of this refraction. Is that what radar does?
Radar has a horizon.
Again, does radar flatten for all of this refraction that you claim that's happening? Even if I give you 20% of refraction,
radar is refracted.
If I give you 20% of refraction,
if you ask a question, let me answer. If you ask a question, let me answer. Okay?
Radar flattens for refraction now.
No, you're still talking. Do you want me to answer? You're going to talk. No, you're still talking. You don't want me to answer. Do no.
What does radar flatten for?
See, every time I start to nope. Are you going to let me answer?
What is it flatten for first?
There we go.
He's doing audio chaos, right? Here we go.
No, I'm not allowed to answer apparently.
The question. Go ahead.
I've forgotten what the question was because he kept over talking.
Okay. Let's make it, no interrupt
Does
whining here,
radar
guys.
flatten for refraction first or Earth curve? Which does it do?
That's a stupid question that makes no sense.
Oh, it does, eh? It does. When I
you
look at a
explain
terminal
why?
tower in an airport, and I'm looking at my 2D monitor, my 2D screen, my 2D radar, what did the radar tower take out first? Refraction or the curvature to make it flat? What did it do first?
That's a stupid question.
Craig, you are a stupid individual.
Tell him why.
That's why you need to wear your gimp outfit.
Why is there a horizon to your radar?
Again, a horizon is limited due to the diffraction of the signal bouncing off the surface of the Earth.
No, there's a physical limit to the radar.
That's why it's raised higher, is because less ground interference, you get a longer signal.
It's because
When
it
the
goes
signal
further
itself
over the
goes out-
curve of
when
the Earth.
Signal itself, when the
There
signal
is
itself
a
goes out in a radial
radar
pattern,
horizon.
When the signal goes out itself in a radial pattern, it hits the ground and then interferes with itself, and not only that, other obstacles in the way between point A and point B. The question is, does it take out refraction and flatten for either refraction or curvature? Does radar do both?
Radar is affected by refraction.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah,
but does it take it
but
out?
it still
and flatten the
has
image?
a fucking
Does it
radar
take it out and flatten
horizon.
the image? Does it take it out? Does it take it out? When I look at a terminal tower in an
And you're
airport,
looking at
and I
the
look at my
equidistant
radar map,
circle.
Does that radar map that I see for 100 miles? Does that radar map take out refraction and flatten for curve? Does it do that?
The radar map isn't a flat map. It's a projection. It's a circle that is the horizon of the
Terminal
radar.
towers are a flat radar map.
A circle, right? A circle.
It matches the conical maps used. So am I in a
It is a circle with a specific radius.
If I'm at a municipal airport and I'm flying,
Flat Earth data, let me talk.
If I'm in a municipal
Flat Earth data, let me
airport
talk.
and I'm flying a local
Flat Earth data, let me talk.
municipal
Flat Earth data,
airport,
let me
and I'm
talk.
using a conical
Flat Earth
map,
data, let me talk.
it has to match-
Flat Earth data,
it
let
has
me
to
talk.
match their radar
Flat Earth
map.
data, let me talk.
Can you moderate real quick? Please, someone, one at a time. When you both just get into battles, it's audio chaos for everyone.
Yeah, he doesn't shut up and ever give me the chance to respond, so I'm just going to have to keep talking when he does. I don't want to mute him because that's not fair. I'm the one debating, but if someone has to, might have, every time he asks a question, someone might have to mute him so I actually get a chance to answer. So a radar has a circular horizon, a radius. That is because the limitations of the curve of the Earth get in the way. The read and radar towers are high up is because they can look further over the curve. I don't think you know what diffraction is, so don't bring that up, because I will just embarrass you, okay? Now, please, Flat Earth data.
Again, you have no argument, Princess. At the end of
you
the
fancy
day,
me?
if you want to look at radar,
you really do fancy me, don't you?
Now, Craig, you gotta let him speak.
No, if he calls me Princess, I'm gonna
if you want to look at radar, Princess.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
you
you fancy me? Oh, he really
It
does
doesn't
fancy me, doesn't he?
It doesn't flat for curvature.
Oh, look at the baby boy fancying me.
The horizon position that you're inferring is due to Earth curve.
Yeah.
If I have a 100-mile line of sight, 50-mile line of sight to that horizon you claim is Earth curve, and I look at my map and I look at the radar and the map match, which is just distance and elevation information. That's what the radar says. That's what my map says. But you're telling me Earth curve is at that 50-mile mark due to the physical curve of the Earth, but that whole 50-mile stretch that I'm looking matches my map and matches the radar tower, right?
And then it hits the horizon and can't go any further, yeah.
So listen, that 50 miles has no curve in it. It's just distance and elevation information. It matches the conical map that I'm using in my aircraft, the light wing aircraft.
Nice assumption that there's no curve there. Can I have a citation or a measurement of that, please?
So I'm flying 500 miles. I'm using a conical map at municipal airports.
I just asked you a question.
Airports. Hold on. I'm giving you a practical. I'm giving you a practical demonstration and asking your intellectual honesty. I've got three municipal airports. They're all 50 miles apart from each other, so 150-mile distance. I fly them in a triangle, and I use a conical map. That map matches the radar tower that I'm using, because all I'm using it for is distance and elevation information to know my altitude and to know the distance I'm traveling. That's it. Not at any time is there any curvature or spin calculated for it. So when I ask you, does radar flatten for refraction or curvature, is because it either has to for a 6-foot observer, or it has to do for a 150-foot tower. That's what you're claiming. So which is it? Do they flatten for the 150-mile radius view, or do they flatten for the 6-foot observer view? Which one do they flatten for?
What are you talking about? Which one do they flatten for? Refraction.
You're claiming a 6-foot.
Oh, you want me to fucking answer? Then shut up. Right. Okay. You want me to answer? You need to shut up.
When you go to the end.
When you go to the end.
Yeah, like if you go to the edge, if the Earth is flat and you go to the edge, what happens at the edge?
I don't think that was his question.
A dumb question. Hold on, buddy. Are we done with flat Earth data yet? Do you want to keep going? I do want to hear you guys.
Wherever you are, flat Earth data, you're going to have a radar horizon. You're going to have a limitation as to how far your radar can see. That is because there is a horizon.
I told you why that is. I told you why that is. It's invisible light. Invisible light is.
Yep, I was still talking. I'm sorry. I don't want to have to mute you, Flat Earth Data, but, when I'm talking to try and respond to you, don't start talking again. No, there is a radar horizon because there is a physical limitation as to how far the radar can see. It's as simple as that. No amount of waffling is going to change this.
Is the radar being diffracted, or is it just getting to the edge of what it can physically see?
It's getting to an edge of what it can physically see. There's always a diffraction limit for what's happening out there, but that doesn't stop you seeing further. That's not what diffraction does. Diffraction is just making something unresolvable from a single source. That's all.
So again, diffraction is effect with all invisible and visible light. It's an effect that comes with wavelengths of light as well. You have different refraction lengths, different waves of length, or different wavelengths of light. The point is, Craig, is you're conflating your horizon limitation due to Earth curve when it's actually the diffraction of the signal, which means
no, it's
the
not.
signal.
What's diffraction?
Let me finish, buddy. Stop interrupting.
What's diffraction? What's diffraction?
Okay, so if you get my earphones ready here, dude.
Yeah, what's diffraction, Data?
So again, if you have a signal that's propagated outward, and
oh, let him finish.
How many times are you going to ask me, fucking meathead? So again,
if you have
what's diffraction? If you have a,
keep doing the same thing to him that you're complaining about, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to troll him at this point.
The guy's a princess.
Oh, you fancy me? That's lovely.
Yeah, I fancy you as a gimp, dude. Really that's all you are. So, yeah, as a gimp. That's all you are.
Yeah, I know you love me. You really want to see me in a gimp suit. I know.
You act like a gimp, dude.
I know you really want to see me in a gimp suit. If you really want to see me in a gimp suit, the OnlyFans is the way forward.
You're literally
We're gonna have to start charging for the extra shit if you guys keep on like this, right? We're doing it for free on public.
Diffraction, right? If you're looking at a wavelength of light, we treat wavelengths of light as nanometers, and we quantify it as meters when we use the Rayleigh criterion. For instance, 1.22 over lambda over diameter will give you a diffraction limit based on the wavelength of light you're using. So just like wavelengths of light, invisible light itself has a diffraction point, which essentially, I'll give you an example. If you have a signal, I'll give you an example. If you want to take water, go look at ripples in water, and then you add, let's say, like the diffraction, the double slit experiment. Go take a look. Here's a form of diffraction. Okay, the interference pattern is a form of diffraction. It's when the light itself interferes around a solid object and bounces off, and then interferes with itself, causing either a trough or an elevated signal. So either highlighting the signal or canceling out the signal. So in this case, when you have radar, they all are subjected to refraction and diffraction, like all visible light or invisible light is. That's why we've quantified the Rayleigh criterion. That's why we can use radar and use the Rayleigh criterion to determine the distance between two vehicles in the distance. We can determine that with treating light as an actual physical object that passes through or bounces off physical objects. So in other words, we treat light as it's actually matter that interferes with itself. So when you're looking at radar signals, let me finish. Right. Let me finish. When you look at radar signals, here's another falsification of your radius. Take two 6-foot antennas. Now a 6-foot antenna that has a 5-watt signal has a radius.
Before we move on to something else, let's stick to diffraction.
Let me finish, princess. Let me finish.
Do not move on to something else one at a time.
How to falsify?
We're still talking about diffraction right now. Don't move on to something else.
How to falsify the radar? How to falsify using radar? How to falsify the radius of the Earth using radar?
Sorry, we're talking about diffraction right now. Why are you changing the subject?
Take two.
Why are you changing the subject?
Antennas.
Why are you changing the subject?
Take two 6-foot antennas because it's regarding refraction and diffraction.
No. We're talking specifically about diffraction right now.
We're talking about radar and we're talking about diffraction. We're talking about it all. So how do we falsify? If you take one 6-foot antenna, let me finish.
Okay, you've talked for a long time. I'd like a chance to respond.
Dude, you got fucking some weird issue with you, dude.
Seriously, you've been talking for ages. You've been talking for ages. I'd like a chance to respond now.
All right. Look, he's not going to let you get it out, Data. Can you let him answer the first part and then go back to it if you could?
Again, I'm going to falsify the radius of the Earth.
One thing at a time.
6-foot observer.
Can I respond?
If you have a 6-foot
one thing at a time. Right, I don't want to do scattergunning. I want one thing at a time.
If you have
We're talking about one thing right now.
Antenna or a 6-foot observer.
Why are you changing the subject? Why are you scared?
That antenna.
Why are you scared to talk to me?
All right, this is awful. Please answer the first part. Go ahead, dude.
Right, okay, so no, that isn't what diffraction is. I asked you what diffraction is, and you said a bunch of nonsense. Specifically, answer this question, because this is what I'm talking about right now, because I don't think you understand. Tell me, specifically, what is diffraction, and then we can move on with the conversation. Thank you.
The Rayleigh criterion, if you want to look at how the Rayleigh criterion was done, it was passing light through a circular aperture. And when you do this, as light interferes or goes around a band, a circular aperture or an object, it creates a banding effect or discoloration or a loss of information. This is the fundamental effect of light passing through a circular aperture or going around a boundary of something. Not only that, as light itself, invisible light, bounces off the ground, in this case radar, it will bounce back off the ground and interfere with its own signal, creating the I believe it's the trough, not the trough. It's the opposite of the.
You're talking about constructive and deconstructive interference, right?
Basically, you have a trough, and then you have the trough is the cancellation, and then you have the
constructive and deconstructive interference. That's what you're talking about.
The deconstructive is the trough, and the other one is the constructive. The point is that you have this pattern that is quantifiable if we treat wavelengths of light as nanometers, in this case meters. Okay. So when we're looking at a radar signal, light itself propagates 1 over the distance squared. That's what light does. Light propagates in a squared rate function. That's why we can take the observer's height of this antenna and multiply it by 0.96 to get an apparent position due to refraction of this particular beam of light. Not because of physical Earth curve, but due to the nature of the light coming out. This is all written in all the manuals. That's why you have a line of sight calculation, which because light itself is traveling distance squared, and then you can quantify the height of that signal based on, you can quantify the distance of that signal based on its height. For instance, how do we falsify your radius of 3959? Or how do we even falsify Craig's claim that the 6-foot antenna stops at 3 miles due to physical Earth curve? Well, I'll tell you, all you do is get another antenna 6 miles away, and you'll get a line of sight between the two. In other words, now there is no physical boundary called Earth curve stopping the signal over 6 miles with 2 antennas with 2 5-watt radar towers. That's how you can falsify the radius of the Earth with radar.
Okay, so no, everything you just said was completely wrong. Diffraction is basically...
I have it on my website.
Well, amazing. As soon as I start talking, I just literally kept quiet for over 2 minutes while you waffled. The second I start speaking, the very fucking second I start speaking, you absolute dipshit, you have to open your dumbass mouth because you don't want to hear the response. Because you're a coward little pussy that can't shut the fuck up and listen instead of waffling for constant. If you want to keep calling me princess. If you want to keep calling me princess, that's fine, because as I'm pointing out in my chat, princess is a code word used by bottoms to indicate they are open for business. So please keep calling me princess. Right, so diffraction.
He wants to be. He wants to keep calling princess after he just did. It's a code word for being homosexual. Interesting.
Can you guys calm down?
Yeah.
Actually, do want to hear the answer.
That was really not easy on listeners.
Yeah, it sucks. They just need to go on a date.
Oh, no, I think Flat Earth Data needs to get laid is the problem here. So
would you guys just fucking get it over with so all the sexual tension can go away? I mean, come on.
Oh, I'm not the one with the sexual tension. I'm fine. I've been married for 20 years. That's all dealt with. But Flat Earth Data is clearly pent up. That's all I'm saying. Diffraction is basically when signal becomes unresolvable and things that would appear as two become one because of the signal interfering with itself, almost like you said, but not quite. But a diffraction limit isn't going to stop a radar propagating further. That's not. It has a physical limitation as to how far it can go because there is a boundary. It hits the actual horizon.
And it's as simple as that. And the calculations for how far radar can go, based on refractive index and diffraction limits and everything, matches the predictions of what we expect on a globe. There is no, this falsifies the globe, because it actually always matches the predictions. You can do an exact calculation based on all atmospheric conditions and everything as to how far that radar should be able to propagate, and it matches the predictions of the globe exactly. And there will never be a paper that says that a radar horizon is not a limitation due to the curve of the Earth. That's not going to work. Diffraction, everything comes into account, but the physical limitations of how far the radar can see is simply because there is a physical limitation to what the radar can see because of the curve of the Earth. So I'm sorry, but everything you said is literally falsified by how radar works, what diffraction is, and the fact that there is a limitation as to how far the radar can go. Simple as that.
So you're trying to double speak, okay, which is fine.
I didn't double speak.
You can double speak all you want. Yeah, you can't have something be blocked by curve and then have diffraction at the same time. How do you distinguish the difference between curve and diffraction in the limit of the signal?
You can still see the signal coming back.
Okay, but you're claiming that it can't pass a certain point due to a physical boundary, and I just gave you an example. You can go verify this yourself. If I have a 5-watt antenna and a 5-watt signal.
Can you present the paper for this? Right, you've already said this. You don't need to repeat it. Yeah. You don't need to repeat yourself. Right, but if you present that paper.
Yeah. Anybody.
Right.
Anybody can look it up.
Wait. No. Present the paper.
Anybody can look it up.
Right. Flat Earth Data presents.
There's an MIT one on radar right now. I just posted the link in general. Please read it.
So
I'll have a look at that.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. So here's how you can falsify a radius or a boundary due to Earth curve using radar. This is what they show you. They show you that over 6 miles of flat land, and you can't really have any hills or valleys or houses in between it because it impedes the signal. That's why you want to go higher to get a longer distance for the most part. That's a reality. So if you want to
looked at the paper that you're citing, just out of interest.
I'm not citing a paper. You said put up a paper. I gave you the absolute most basic one on how radar works.
That all talks about the curve of the Earth and everything. Yeah.
That is you asked for a paper. I posted a paper.
I was asking Flat Earth Data for his paper that he's citing.
You asked someone to post a paper, so I posted a paper.
No, I was asking Flat Earth Data to post his paper. I didn't just want a random thing. I assumed this was what Flat Earth Data was talking about.
Okay,
Has
step
Flat
one.
Earth Data got a paper that he's talking about?
I'm going to give you a practical demonstration that you can go fact check yourself.
Step 2.
This is a distance of 6
Resume
miles.
Timer.
Yeah, no, you keep saying this. You don't need to repeat yourself. You've already done
Hold
this.
on, Princess. Hold on, Princess.
Sorry, do you fancy me? Are you trying to show that you're a bottom open for business once again?
Not again, guys.
So again, over 6 miles of flat surface.
You've said this. You don't need to repeat yourself.
Stop interrupting him. Let him talk if you want his answer.
But
I've
he's
never gotten it
repeating
out,
himself.
dude. You keep interrupting me. So again, if I can show you a practical demonstration over 6 miles, and I can show you a line of sight between 2 points over that 6 miles, that would indicate what to you, Greg?
That you were quite high up and there was refractive conditions that allowed that.
I'm only 6 feet off the ground.
And how far is it?
6 miles.
6 miles. So
from point A to point B.
So less than 0.1% curve of the Earth. Yeah, that's within expected parameters. Yeah, no worries.
Oh, so I can easily display 6 miles of flat land on this Earth then?
Yeah, absolutely, because that's what 9 miles is 1 degree. So 6 miles is less than 10% of 1 degree. So that's fine. I don't know what your problem is.
So
with
radar, radar towers don't flatten for curvature then?
Radar towers don't flatten for curvature.
If I can have 6 miles line of sight, there's no curve between the two of them.
Sense.
Okay,
are you talking about the plane that's created between the points? Like
hello, everyone.
That would
Welcome
be the flat
back.
Plane, but is that what you're
well,
talking
you've been
about?
here. Actually, I've been asleep. You should welcome back to me.
Position A and position B and a distance
how
between
do
the
my
two of them,
headphones
there's
get
going to be a
knotted
rate
up while
of
I've been asleep?
curvature.
What have you guys been doing?
That must be calculated for because you can't have divergent verticals on a map, so you have to compensate to have perfect horizontal and perfect parallel zeniths.
Look at the old chubby Craig, eh? Oh, and he adorable. Big round hamster-like cheeks. Oh, that model was discontinued for a lot. I mean, he had issues. Look at the size of the cunt. Rightio. So what we're going to do is, first off, say hello to everyone. Say thank you for supporting me so far on this insane journey. We have been streaming now for 22 and a half hours. I had a little kip because I was feeling a bit drained. It's been a tough month, guys. So yeah, that was needed for me. Let's get this light back on. And now we are back to finish this membership drive. The timer is at 5 hours. So if it goes on for that, I'll be finishing at about 7:30. The timer started at 45 minutes, 22 and a half hours ago. Now that means that time's broken once again, and you can increase the time on that timer by adding a membership or gifting a membership or upgrading your membership or super chatting £10 or more. That will keep the timer going, and I will stream as long as you make me. Vic from Canada says, and they've been a member for twice around the sun, Craig must drink in the same amount of cranberry juice to be able to hold a stream for this long. Oh, and happy 2 years. Alright, I am going to set up a Zoom call. Oh, there's one set up already. That's handy. And send it to the other half of this channel right now, Rubiks. Because Rubiks actually works at NASA. Which means that we can have a look inside. We're going to have a little tour around NASA. Look at their secrets, find out what they're hiding from everybody. And Rubiks is probably going to be put in jail for exposing these secrets, right? Or it's just going to be a little tour of where they work at the visitor center, which would be just as fun. Oh, damn, that's a good coffee. Joe Black, it monitors it automatically. There is none sent. But Joe, you could add some, you know, just one little membership. We'll make that timer go up by 3 minutes. Why am I blurry? Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, it's a Rubiks.
Morning. I'm literally just walking in the door. So, welcome to NASA.
Yay! Look, it's an official NASA show, everyone.
I'm gonna try to change my video. How do? It's not letting me flip. How do I flip my video?
They're not. Usually I just swipe up on the camera and it does it on mine.
Maybe. I'm to figure this out beforehand. I thought figured it out. I think. Hey, no, that's not it.
Now you're sideways. We do this.
There. Figured it out. There we go. So.
In about an hour each.
Yes. So yes. By the way, why can't I see Canada? Canada's about 93 kilometers that way. Why can't I see Canada?
There's a little thing in the way. Just a small thing. It's called the Earth.
Yeah, so, yes. We have this really cool exhibit. It just opened on Tuesday.
Oh, robotic stuff. I'm going to need that, but a leg.
Yeah. There's a thing about legs down there. But yeah, this is the NASA Center. Yes.
We have an infinite amount to learn from both the nature and from each other. All right, NASA, chill out with your
John
poetry.
Glenn. Yes. John Glenn. So.
What's that? Which nebula was that?
Doesn't say. It says credit NASA.
It looks like the Tarantula Nebula, maybe?
That I do not know.
It's beautiful, though.
Yeah. It's obviously fake.
NASA Glenn Visitor Center. So tell everyone what we've got there, Rubiks.
So right ahead of us is an Apollo capsule.
Now, is this an actual Apollo capsule that went up to the moon, or what is it?
So it went to Skylab. It's Skylab 3. Hi,
Right.
Jack. So yeah, this went to Skylab.
That's very, very cool.
1973.
All right, for all the flat earthers, look at the hatch there. See how it's, looks pretty bloody secure. Because a lot of the flat earthers are like, oh, it's just a little flap. No, that looks like a heavy-duty door to me.
I think it's either 250 or 350 pounds. I can't remember which one.
So you don't want to
It's a
shut it on
very
your hand
heavy
then,
door.
is what you're saying?
No. It can fit 5 people in an emergency.
Comfortably?
In an emergency.
How
Comfortably.
many seats are in there?
3.
It's just 3 seats, but it can fit 5 in an emergency. I don't want to be the one like, where's my seat? Why don't I have a seat?
Yes. So this is Buzz Aldrin's flight suit, one of his flight suits.
Wow. That's pajamas. Look
I
at
should
it.
say. Yeah. This is one of the EVA suits for Skylab.
All right. Yep. So that should, according to Dave Weiss, explode when people get in it, or something.
Yes.
Not sure.
That's a different stuff. This is a Skylab flight suit. So
Amazing.
Jack Lausma. I don't know how well that's showing up, the lighting, but yeah. This is a model of Skylab to scale, and you can see right here where the capsule is.
How long was Skylab up for?
Crashed around 1980 into Earth, so
It was like a precursor to the International Space Station, wasn't it?
yeah, think of like an early ISS.
Yeah.
Crashed it into Australia, so
That's fine. Australia, the evil spiders and that would have taken over or something. It's fine.
yes. Right here, you can try your luck at landing a lunar lander. It's actually very difficult.
Oh.
And of course, you run on Windows Vista.
So are you going to take me here to visit when I come?
Yes, November
man.
11th.
100%. I
Piece
can't wait
of
for
the
that.
moon. Piece of the moon.
So that's some cheese right there.
Of course, yes.
What kind? Is it cheddar or
I don't know. It's a little covered in dark black mold to tell at this point.
I would just love to take
Yeah,
a flat
just-
earther here. Like I would just love to take Dave Weiss around this place and just listen to him cry.
This is 1/3 scale model of the lunar lander. 1/3.
Yeah. Still looks pretty good. I mean, they always complain, oh, it looks so like it's made of duct tape and deck chairs, but no. What they forget is that it wasn't designed to go into an atmosphere or anything. It was designed to land in a vacuum on a relatively small rock.
There's a tire. Spring tire.
Yeah. No, nothing needed inside the wheels. No air. So all the flat earthers the tires should have exploded. No.
There's no air. We have just explore the universe. At radical stuff here, we have different wings. These are. Yeah. We occasionally have a space shuttle tile we bring out. That's really cool. This is the scale of what it would look like with 3 people inside of it. You can try to land the shuttle. Oh, they actually fixed it. This was so loose for so long, they mostly fixed it. This is a space shuttle tire. That's been to space, could be used once. Not a whole lot of tread left.
No, it looks like an F1 tire.
Yeah. But we have Mercury manual, warm-up jackets. Yeah. What's really cool is this thing right here is true scale of what John Glenn flew in. This is true scale. It's not very big. He actually
Pretty
had
cool,
less
though.
space. He had less space because the computers took up so much room.
Yeah, because the computers are not like, you know, the thing you're holding in your hand recording it.
Yes. Yes.
I was trying to explain to my son the other day, who's 16, that you know, computers in like the 70s were like the size of a building, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Something about Ohio makes people want to see the Earth.
It makes them want to leave the Earth, apparently.
Yes.
It's like, oh, I'm out of there. I'm leaving. Fuck this shit.
My dad knew her parents. She went to my dad's high school.
Oh, but she's not. Apparently, she's actually in teaching in a school a couple of states over, according to the evil assholes.
Which is, yeah. Like my dad didn't know her, but
who's
he knew
that
her
Thomas J.
parents.
Henman? Because Jesus Christ, he looks like that is just an American face there, isn't it? That is for me the picturesque kind of, you know, suburban American man look.
There you go. Thomas, payload specialist in the Terror Scout admissions. Terror Scout experiments. Only one officer within the U.S. Army and Department of Defense to have been on a space shuttle crew.
So cool. I mean, I'm jealous that I will never get the opportunity to go to space. You know, it's something just I will never do you know, unless in the next 10 years I like invent space hotels and stuff, you know. I don't think you and I will ever get the opportunity to go to space, which is gutting, but it's amazing that we live in the time where this is where we've started to do it, you know, and realized what humans can actually achieve. And when you get Flerfs and moon landing deniers, just saying it didn't happen, it's denying the incredible ability of humanity to advance itself when it wants to. When humans put their mind to shit and stop being dicks to each other for 20 seconds, amazing fucking shit happens.
Yeah, like Guy Bluford is an honorary Ohioan. He's from Pennsylvania, but he lives in the area now. He occasionally visits. I've met him here before. First African American in space.
Man, imagine if Superman was real. Space travel would be so much easier. It's like, can you just take us up there, please, Clark?
Yes. Delicious, delicious space food.
Looks very much like my military rations, if I'm honest.
Yeah, we describe them like MREs to people.
Yeah.
This is a pretty cool exhibit that we have. They have a combustion integrated thing, fluids integration, and of course, bubbles in space.
But space is fake. I was told specifically by Flatzoid.
Yeah, if you're curious about bubbles in space. So, not the kind of bubbles they think about.
So, what is your actual role at the NASA Center? What is it you do? What kind of like time do you spend there and stuff?
So, I am kind of like a docent. I walk around the floors. We have science shows here. My department does those. I'm making sure people aren't breaking our things, but also like explaining the exhibits. I clean up the areas. I'm very much part-time, scale model of the ISS.
So cool.
But I enjoy it. Oh, if you want to know how to use the bathroom in space. So,
this is the history of human spaceflight.
One question has always remained.
How to poop in space.
Yeah. Basically. And Suni Williams is from around here. So.
Pardon me. A throne.
Yes. Yeah.
Notice a little moon on the outside. And of course, it serves for two functions.
But the source will tell you this is all fake.
I'm sorry, but they missed this. They should have literally had a massive viewport like directly in front of you as you're sitting down having a shit. Like, who doesn't want to look out at space when you're on the toilet?
It might be too internal. I don't know. Yeah.
Man, look at all that hairspray that she's using.
Yes.
Which is apparently also making her necklace float.
Yes. Obviously. Yeah.
Hanging on right here, doing number 1 and number 2.
We have to have good aim.
Yeah. Oh, God. Men must suck at that.
Yes. So.
Also, there's a selection of.
Yes.
What kind of target is it? Yeah, I'm glad sometimes they don't get money.
Yes. So. Yeah.
Russian vibes. That's pretty cool, yeah. Oh, I'm really looking forward to being there in, we'll be in Cleveland in 8 days, 9 days? No, wait, what are we on?
Less. So
we get, I'll meet you in
8 days.
Yeah, so I meet you in Chicago on the 7th.
And we leave on the 8th in the evening.
We leave on the 8th in the evening, go to Cleveland. Cleveland for like 5 days, is it?
The 9th to the 14th. We leave at like 3:30 is our flight.
Yeah, cool.
Out of Cleveland. So
how long is the train for us from Chicago to Cleveland?
About 7 hours. It's a red eye.
Fun. No worries. That sounds good. I've got plenty of stuff to do. Yeah, that's right. I've become addicted to a game on my phone. I was literally looking for things to do for that time. So I've become addicted to a game called Builderman, where I've made an entire city that I'm going to optimize on my flights and stuff.
Yes, I plan to try to sleep, but
sleep?
There's a high school down here. Yeah. There's a high school down here too. An actual high school.
Really?
Yes.
Like
Cleveland Public Schools.
And every day kids are there all the time, high school, in the NASA Center?
Yeah, 9th grade, yep.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. That's fucking cool. I didn't realize that.
So it's Cleveland Public Schools STEM High School.
Amazing.
So anybody in Cleveland can go to, in high school, can go to the school as public school and not have to pay. So people think it's an exhibit and not a literal high school.
So you're not allowed to go down there, obviously, when it's in session?
Not usually, no.
So let me get this clear. There is an actual high school in the NASA Visitor Center?
Correct, for 9th grade.
That's amazing!
The 10th grade is, I think, at Tri-C, and 11th and 12th is at a different university. So,
wow.
This is a newish area that was put in about 2 years ago now. But, yeah, the different STEM careers in Cleveland. You can change the colors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to coming to America this time. Obviously, if Trump lets me in, because, you know, I'm a danger to America.
Yes. This is pretty cool. So, see, that's black and white. It starts to look almost like it's in color when it moves fast enough. It looks better in person. Can't really capture it.
Amazing.
But yeah, this is just the first floor. There's stairs. Oh, I'll show you this. Can you guess what that is?
Nathan Oakley swollen testicles.
Close. It's an airbag landing system for Mars landers.
Oh, so really close then?
Here.
Like really close. Right. Cool.
Yes. So the largest vacuum chamber in the world is at one of the NASA centers in Ohio. It's in Sandusky, about an hour away. Third floor is boring offices. Second floor is just redone. But you can try a mission control thing. There's a biomedical tech gallery. But yeah, a lot of cool stuff.
Amazing.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to showing you around.
I really can't wait, Rubiks. And, you know, it's been a long time coming since you've been such a good supporter of the channel. And we've been trying to get this arranged for me to come and see you over there for a while. You've become an extremely good friend and an integral part of the channel. So, yeah, I really can't wait to you know, come and see you and spend some time with you. And we've got a lot of stuff planned, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, you definitely need to go to the Natural History Museum while you're here as well. We have a great Natural History Museum. Recently, we did everything.
Yeah. Did you receive from NASA the instructions of how to deal with the clone regeneration system?
Not yet. I should probably keep an eye out for that. This is...
Like, did they install the VAT in your house yet? Because, I mean...
not yet. Not yet. This is the super secret, employees only break room.
Wow. Internal NASA secrets, everyone. Here we are, breaking it open.
Hello. Yes. Yeah, nothing really too interesting back here. We usually have a meme wall. We have the monthly joke of science.
Nice.
They haven't updated it for November. It says, what candy do eye doctors like best? Candy corneas.
That's awful.
Yes. We have, what is light? What's everyone's favorite candy? Usually, here's where a meme wall usually is, but they took it down. Of just different people. I don't think I'm on any of these today. No.
Amazing.
Yep. Some of my coworkers. Yep. Yeah, this is. Yeah, not too much exciting. Our break room's not very exciting.
No, but it's NASA, so it's probably going to the Flerfs will be analysing this footage, looking for the Illuminati secret entrances.
Yes.
Oh, there's the magic electrical levitation balls that they use to fake gravity with, obviously.
Yeah, these are some of our cards that we pull out. This one is fun. It's about magnets and like one of the things we do. There's a copper pipe here, and we drop a magnet through it, and it drops a lot slower than you think it would drop.
Lens effect.
Yeah. And we also have
eddy currents are fun.
Food.
I really love playing with eddy currents. They're one of the weirdest things in science.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to showing you around.
Well, I better let you get on with work. I need to go and grab myself another coffee, and then I'm going to watch another CC video because he keeps releasing them, and you've got to love CC, right?
Oh, yeah. I have to clock in like 10 minutes, so yeah.
Well, Rubiks, thank you very much for that brief tour of NASA. There will be a much more extensive tour of NASA live from myself when I get there in, not very long now. Holy shit, that's come up quick, hasn't it?
Yes, the 11th, and we could probably come another day if you'd like as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Right, well, thank you very much, Rubiks. Have fun at work, and what time are you going to be off? I might still be streaming, I'm not sure.
It's 6 hours from now.
All right, well, I've got 4 hours and 45 minutes on the timer, so I might see you. We'll see what happens.
Okay, well, see ya.
Catch you later.
Yep, bye.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Our good friend CC has been pumping out the content for us. So we're going to watch him talk about stars for first. But before that, I need to go and grab another coffee. So in the meantime, enjoy this. I'll be back very soon. Guys, if you want to keep this stream going for however long, all you need to do is just add a membership. The memberships are actually pretty cheap. You can get one for just a couple of quid, like $1.99, like $1.99, £1.99, or you can gift a membership, which is like £5. You can upgrade a membership if you've already got it, or you can super chat £10 or above, and they all increase the time on the timer. The best way to help the channel and the stream is to share the stream on all your socials. So if you could just take a minute right now, do me a favor, click those 3 little dots up there in the corner, click share, chuck it on Twitter, Facebook, X, Bebo, MySpace, Friends Reunited, I don't know, Cougars online, whatever social media you tend to use, just pop a share of this stream there, because every single time the stream is shared externally, YouTube knows and the algorithm gets tickled and it likes it. So that is a great way to help the channel. Share the stream, and I'd really appreciate it. But I will be back in just 2 minutes after I've got myself another coffee, and we'll get back on with having some fun with CC.
Pick it up. Is it death? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. Once revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dearth or a potato? Check it out. Dearth or potato? Yes, sir, right, let's go. Dearth or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt or a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt or potato, let's go. Skank it up, skank it up. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. Garden patch or a silly trick? Will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
Okay. We're back. Let's do this. Back with the glorious CC, everybody. CC in his hair. Donald Trump's Bone Spurs says, lucky for you, I don't have any play money this week. Hashtag had 'em up. Add 'em up. Well, you've been a member for 62 months. I really appreciate it. Just, you know, go and steal a credit card from a neighbor or something. I don't care. There's ways to force money. Just, you know. I'm kidding. Rosie, member from a year, says Rubiks and I are taking you to Cleveland's Foucault Pendulum and then to the site of the Michelson-Morley experiment. Oh God, we're going to fuck up the Flerfs, aren't we?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County.
Westchester County. Right, I think I need to go back to my ASMR voice because apparently my wife heard me a little bit last night. Okay, let's do this then. Right, I must learn to not speak loud because my Karen neighbors will complain. Trying to get a Flerf to join, but he's being a little bitch. Zoomy Tomato's been a member for 45 months as well. I didn't know your basement was so huge. It's like a TARDIS, bigger on the inside. I mean, you fit an entire NASA visiting center in it. Yeah, well, that wasn't actually Rubiks. Been testing the clone technology. I mean, there wasn't... Oh, shut up, for fuck's sake. Guys, if you could just look at the screen for a second. Just look directly into the screen. Hi, everyone. You did not see Rubiks at the NASA Visitor Center. That was someone else entirely. You do not understand or know that I am a clone. I am just Craig. Belly buttons are normal.
It's 9/21. 2025.
Dib says for $3.33. Hail Illuminati. Start the Better Soundproofing Fund. Well, you do see the fact that my entire room is soundproofed, right? Like, it's... Oh, that needs reattaching, shit. But my entire room has been soundproofed. Which I showed the council, and they didn't seem to appreciate it. Pardon me.
I have a question for you. Okay. Well, above me is the sun coming closer to us. You know, in the morning, very few of us can actually capture this because I wake up early all the time. But I figured I'd share it with you.
Yeah, that's usually like some kind of bladder issue or something, Dave. CC, you should get that checked. Guys, if you have a particular Flerf video or any Flerfs in particular you want me to cover one of their streams or something, then please let me know. Because I'm probably going to pick an Oakley stream next to cover. Ross Allen for £5 says, Dave Weiss still has no pinky. No winky. Pass it on. Okay. Ross Allen says for £5, Dave Weiss still has no winky. Pass it on. That takes us over the limit of adding another 3 minutes. First 3 minutes added in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently, after 22 hours of streaming. 22 hours of streaming. We still have 4 hours and 39 minutes left. However, that 4 hours 39 is your choice. You guys get to decide what that timer does.
It's beautiful, right? Unfortunately, it's been obscured by these chemtrails that they've been doing for the last...
They're called clouds, CC. They're clouds, my friend. There's no chemtrails. You have to remember that if those are chemtrails, then everybody's breathing the shit. Not just you, but them as well. The people that are doing it are also breathing in these chemtrails.
50 years. You know what chemtrails are? Yeah, that would be the spraying of planes. You know, those little lines in the sky. Yeah, the weatherman has no idea how to explain that. He just called some clouds. So when you...
That is the weatherman explaining it. Saying they are clouds is the weatherman explaining it. Fucking hell. This top has got a bit tight. Like, it's cutting off my bicep. Tight around the chest. I've started to, like, you know, I used to have man tits, but now my chest is actually bigger than when I had man tits, but it's muscle.
Put up your app for the Weather Channel and you just see a cloudy day, obviously look forward to a chemtrail day. I want to know something. Apparently, when you're here on this flat land and you look up and you see these beautiful, sparkling lights in the sky, and that's all it is. It's a fucking amazing light show. But you see these sparkling lights in the sky, and you're told that the atmosphere is what's making these things flicker like that. My question is to you, if you can see them down here, what a spectacular view it would be without the atmosphere or anything like that.
Excuse me.
On another planet. Wouldn't it be fantastic? Or in space, for example.
Yeah, well, what we could do is go and look. We can do this. Come on. Come on, internet. This is my favorite one. We can get that and have a sunrise, a sunrise on Mars. Can you imagine it? That was Dominique Crater. Here's another one. There's another real, genuine sunrise on Mars. Imagine. Oh, we don't need to. We actually fucking did it.
Example. But you see, I'm sorry, NASA doesn't have any stars in any of their pictures. Not a single one outside of our atmosphere, that is. Especially on the moon landing. I mean, there's no atmosphere on the moon. Am I right? I think I am. But there's no atmosphere on the moon, so it should be crystal clear. Because you can see Earth, obviously. They have pictures of Earth from the moon, but you don't see any stars. So my question is to you, why can't NASA produce any fucking stars in the background in any of their fucking pictures? Shouldn't people just wake up to that fact? I mean, this is 101 shit. Wake the fuck up. There are no stars anywhere in any of the photographs from NASA, which are fake, but it doesn't make a difference. There's not a single star in any of the photographs. Oh, yeah, sure. They'll give you galaxies. They'll give you all this other nonsense of photographs and blow-up pictures of photographs of nonsense. But there's not a fucking single star in any of their footage. On the moon, on Mars, on anywhere.
That's a lie. There's lots of footage of stars. You just need the exposure right. Right, so with the Dave Weiss doing this, the presentation at the school thing, right? Toons confirmed what I thought, that it was some kind of class on conspiracies, right? And they get nutters in, right? Like KKK and people like that, and then basically they learn how to counter that nonsense. But Dave thought it was like a real lecture to schools. You know, I don't think Dave would have done it if he knew that they were basically there to say, yeah, these conspiracy theories are nutters and this is how to counter them.
Because it's all...
Anna N, Anna N gifted 5 memberships. That increases the membership count back up and adds another 15 minutes to the timer, taking us back up to 4 hours and 47 minutes. That timer is the thing that decides what I do. I don't stop streaming until that timer reaches 0. Yeah, Mr. Unite for the Chillwind, I agree. It is a good class. Because it's based, as far as I'm concerned, it is kind of mocking these fucking idiots, right? Even if it's academic, right? It's a class, how to counter misinformation, etc. They're getting on these people that probably think that they're being taken seriously. Oh, dib. Watch the timer. Back up to 5 hours and 15 minutes, and there we go. I need to get that clicking right. Thank you very much, guys. That's incredibly generous. You'll never know how much the support means to me. So that, as you just saw, when people buy memberships or gift memberships or upgrade their memberships, that number that's counting down automatically increases. Right? So you get to control that. I don't have to do anything. It's not me. I can't stop it, right? If you gift a membership, that number goes up and it's in charge of me. That number is my boss.
Fake. They can't fake stars. And I'm sorry. So anybody tell me why there are no stars in any of the photographs, any of the movies, any of the pictures?
There is, though. I mean, could you imagine, right, if CC did some research? Excuse me. So here we go. This shows the sky on the moon with a single shot, but these show the sky on the moon with like 20-second exposures. But in general, when you're on the moon and you're using a basic camera like they are, right? The brightness, because it's in the day, the brightness of the moon and like the land around you is what the sensor is taking in the information for. The exposure is really like high, right? It's taking in like quite a lot of light. If they were to reduce exposure and make it like so it's taking in less light, it would be able to see the stars. But the brightness of the moon around them overloads the sensor, so it can't see those stars.
From Mars and from the moon, not a single picture even has any star or any light at all other than Earth. That's been photoshopped in there. You tell me. So enjoy the sun coming closer to you. I always do. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. Let me be a part of your life.
So the rest of the video is just a thumbnail of CC and the sunset. Bless him. Bless him.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
Good morning. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that CC is actually fake. Look at this glitch. That's an anomaly, guys. This is an anomaly you can't explain.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
CC's clearly fucking, like, CGI. There's all the proof you need.
See here, Chris from New York, Westchester County. It's 3325. Good old number, magic 33. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm kind of disappointed.
3325. Wait, what? How can it be 33?
Ever. It's 3325. Good old number, magic 33. Now,
wait, that would make it the 3rd of March, right?
I'm surprised. I'm kind of disappointed. They haven't really done anything today. Oh, well,
good morning, Krakatoon.
That shooting in Brooklyn. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. There was another shooting once again in Brooklyn at a bar. Who knows? Every day. Every single day.
Yeah, that's because you let everyone in your country have guns. Which I'm sorry is a dumb idea. Literally, the only people who should have guns are professionally trained. There's no reason for the average person to have a gun. Because the average person's a fucking idiot that will probably kill somebody, whether on purpose or by accident. No. No, it's just wrong.
They are going to be doing something. Maybe even 3 times a day. Who knows? Well, it is a big country. And there are many states in our country. So there could be something going on right now in your state. But who knows? Doesn't matter. They're just going to do it. Do you remember ever in a time that things were... I mean, maybe you weren't paying attention. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I don't remember ever in my lifetime of anything ever happening at such an erratic speed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's...
I mean, he's kind of right. You know, like I've said, to quote Terry Pratchett, we are living in interesting times. I do not personally appreciate having to live through a historical event. That was not fun for me. Why are you so bright?
Like, things will be dead for months and then bam, daily, every day. And it seems to be around the same time that school starts. I don't know. Could be a coincidence. Who knows? But I don't really believe it.
Is he talking about school making noise?
No. It seems to be around the same time that school starts. I don't know. Could be a coincidence. Who knows? But I don't really believe in coincidences. No, I don't. And let me ask you a question. The last shooting in Brooklyn, that sounded like an automatic weapon, okay? How are you able to walk the streets with an automatic weapon like that? I don't think they use Uzis anymore, do they? Are Uzis a gun of choice anymore? I don't know. It was when I was a kid. You know, everybody wanted an Uzi.
Oh yeah, well that nostalgia for an Uzi. Don't you guys remember? Just as a kid wanting that Uzi. No, I was playing with Nerf guns and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Rosie.
I don't know how many
CC Ernie fans
per minute it did. Probably went through a clip in like 5 minutes. Who knows? Who cares? Doesn't matter. Today's a Friday. I like to give you a little something to think about on a Friday, just in case I'm unable to put out a video for you during the weekend. But it seems like, really, I've had no time at all to do anything but on weekends, and it just pisses me off. I'm glad you enjoyed the background little thing. I have to play around with it. There is a way to get my voice in there too, on top of the other videos, but I think that's going to be a little confusing. But I need that. I don't know. I'll figure it out. There's so many things that you can do on this phone, and by the time I figure them all out, it's going to fry itself out, and I'll have to buy another one and figure the whole thing all over again. So it's like, it's endless life. you're put into the...
Apparently this isn't a glitch. This is a QR code. Let's try and get it on screen. There we go. I'm going to use my QR reader and see if anything comes up. Nah, it's not recognizing that as a QR code. Funny. It would have been funny if it happened, though.
It's going to fry. It's living around in space, surrounded by a vacuum. And there's an atmosphere. Okay? That doesn't have a container or anything like that. The atmosphere just magically is held in. But they don't really get into that in school, do they?
Yes, in school. I paid attention in school, and I remember quite a lot of talk about, you know, gravity. Gravity is the reason the atmosphere is held in. So that isn't new information. It's not something that school just started telling us, right?
No, they don't. They don't really explain that to you clearly. You know, you see, if somebody came out and actually said to a kid, an infant, atmosphere is being held in with gravity. Okay.
The kid would go, what's gravity? And then they'd explain it.
The kid would, with no container at all, holding it. The kid would, okay.
That is a brilliant CC thumbnail face. Look at it. He looks so confused. And I count 1, 2, 3, I count 5 chins. Possibly a bit of a 6th side one. How many chins do I have? It's hard to make one these days.
The kid would, with no container at all, holding in gas and holding in everything. Okay, I think the kid would probably second guess it. So they don't teach that. They just give you the ball.
Dick Wayne is back in the chat, and he says, "Hey Dick, you ran away last night after I treated you with utmost respect. By the way, I was so nice to you. I even was, saying how sorry I am about your condition with reading." But he's in the chat now, and he's like, "FTFE, did your schooling teach you what gravity is?" Yeah. It talked briefly about how it's a warping the fabric of space-time. But in school, we focused on the effects of gravity, like the acceleration towards the ground. And, calculating masses and things like that. Then in university... Thank you all. She brings me protein. And then in university, we got quite a bit deeper into gravity and the mechanism behind it and stuff like that. But yeah, we don't know exactly what gravity is, exactly why it happens. But that doesn't matter because we didn't know exactly what magnetism was for a long time. But gravity is definitely real. We can measure it. And Dick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a link again. Maybe you can be a big boy and hang around and not cry and run away this time. So, Dick, here is Zoom. I am getting your invite link. There you go, Dick. You can come. You only get to be in my chat if you agree to come and talk to me live, right? So that's it. You're not allowed to be in the chat. You have to be on the stream, just because of who you are, right? We all love you, Dick. I'm rooting for you. So you can come on and we can talk about gravity, Dick. What we're going to do is we're going to get through this CC video and then we're going to switch over to the next stream.
Okay. They give you a little solar system. They give you a pen to sleep in when you're a child. A playpen. Yeah, that's right. A little crib. Okay. Yeah, that's to keep the child protected so they don't roll off the bed or anything like that. But what did they do back in the 40s, 30s, and 20s? Early 1900s, what did they do with the baby? I don't think there was a little playpen back then. There was probably a blanket on the floor with little toys, stuffed animals. There was no earth or any ball that was given to those children back then. Okay, everything kind of changed, you know. Babies R Us came out, you know, all these stores specifically for babies.
Right, is he now claiming that Toys R Us and Babies for Us are part of the global elite conspiracy to confuse everyone into thinking the Earth is a globe? Because that's some pretty fucking stupid thinking. Super Ghost UK says, wait, are you even allowed to show dick on stream? I thought that was against YouTube's terms of services.
You know, that have the solar system, that have Earth in it, that have many other things that are pertaining to space. It's amazing.
Dick, I did not interrupt you last time. I let you speak and did not interrupt you at all. And I know how atmospheric pressure works, and I was asking you questions about it, Dick. So I've sent you a link, Dick. Let's continue that conversation, and you can maybe ask the question, why is there no upward rising wind with the high pressure going towards the low pressure? Because you agreed that that would happen without exception. So Dick, join the stream, because now everyone in my chat, just play Whack-A-Troll with Dick Wayne until he joins the stream. He's not allowed to talk in the chat anymore. If he wants to say things, he has to say them to my face. I'll start it. Oh, no, someone else did. Krakatoon, well done. You got there.
It really is amazing how much space you actually learn when you're a child and how little you learn when you're older. Doesn't that amaze you? And that's it. That's all the choices you have. Okay, so for like 12 years, you're just bombarded with it, and you know, through high school.
Yeah, Mr. Unite for the Children says CC is anti-baby playpens. Playpens are great; they keep babies safe. So apparently, according to CC, keeping babies safe is part of an evil conspiracy to hide the flat Earth.
Basically, and then they stop. You've been indoctrinated. You know that you live on a ball, right? You know you're in a solar system. You know there are other galaxies out there. You know that we live in a...
Zoomy Tomato says, are you going to play Outer Worlds 2? It's out now. Yeah. Where do I find the time for that? Oh. Hey.
Universe, okay? And that's what they give you. And that's it. You're now conditioned, okay? Now you can watch movies. You can have the conditioning work further. You can watch NASA. You can watch all these fake rockets go up and turn. They don't really quite let you see them turn because they blast them off above the clouds. But that's what they do. And they crash land somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean or wherever ocean they're by, that's where they crash land. And, oh, the Bermuda Triangle. Like, don't you love that? You know, they just invented this Bermuda Triangle out of nowhere and said...
Apparently the Bermuda Triangle was invented out of nowhere, not a region that's been known for odd happenings for a long, long time. Zoomy says, I could always play Outer Worlds on stream. I'm not a gaming channel. It's not what I do. I'd love to play video games for a living, but unfortunately that's not my niche of YouTube. Silent Dave says the new Star Trek game looks pretty cool. Yeah, you basically get to replay Voyager. I like the sound of that. Dick, you have a link to the stream. Just come and join.
things that a few ships sank here and other things. No, that's where they crash land the rockets, somewhere around there. And it's cordoned off, just like, that's right, Antarctica. Cordoned off.
Zumi, I do have a gaming YouTube channel, FTFE Plays. I haven't put anything on there for a while. Yeah. Ooh, wow. I didn't realize I have so many views now. Here is my old gaming channel. Most of the videos are off there at the moment. I took a bunch of them away. But apparently we've still got one episode of our Week in Xbox up, which was our weekly series that Emma and I used to do. And then my Inside Guide, which is a 100% playthrough, which has got 40,000 views. Had our own theme tune and everything. Hello everyone, it's Craig.
Hello, welcome to Week in Xbox. I'm Emma.
And I'm Craig. Thanks for coming back.
Well done, that was good. Just one.
Oh god. This was my first YouTube thing.
And you're back with Married to Xbox on YouTube. Means that you have made some good life choices.
Craig, stick to the script.
Sorry. Well, this week I've been playing Playdead's latest game, Inside, where you're on the run from an oppressive regime.
That's better. But first is the 12th versus in our first to 9 challenge. Current scores are 6 to Craig, 4 to me, and it looks like Twitter wants me to beat him again, as they told us to have a gun game rematch from Black Ops 3.
Am I allowed to beat you?
You can try. Let's see what happens.
Infantry down. Spear. Shut up. Spear.
Oh god. Back in the day.
Infantry down. Infantry down. Warfighter, drop.
Welcome to M2X News. The underwhelming...
Oh, the cringe. Oh yeah, Emma's always fucking hot no matter what.
All the wars are going on, everybody's shooting each other, they're all fighting each other, they're all fighting over land, they're all fighting over guns, they're all fighting over religion, but there's one thing that nobody is fighting over, and that is Antarctica. That's right.
Yeah, that's because there's really not much in Antarctica. There's a bunch of ice, some penguins. That's about it. As far as we're aware, there isn't really a bunch of resources there that we can, exploit. Not much we can do is snow. It's just really fucking cold. Why would you want to fight over the most inhospitable place on your planet? Miss Unite for the Children says, back then, Pornis and Craig didn't even know they were idiots who thought the earth is flat. Those were the good old days.
Yes. Many countries have signed a treaty. Every corporation signed a treaty. You may not go down there, investigate. You may not walk around there on your free will. You understand? I said that. Free will.
Yeah, no one says that you can't do that. But here's the thing, right? There's lots of places you can't go and just walk about with your free will. You know, try and just go to North Korea and walk about with your free will. Try to go into government facilities and walk about with your free will. You can't do that everywhere on the Earth. But you can on Antarctica. You can go to Antarctica and you can just start walking. And no one is going to stop you. They're also not going to come and get you when you inevitably die. Oh, Dick Queen says he is going to come on, but he needs some prep time.
Okay? You cannot go down there with a plane of your own. You can't go down there with choppers or snowmobiles under...
Yeah, you can. You actually can. You can go there with your own plane as long as you register a flight plan. That's just a rule around flying in general. You don't get to go flying anywhere you want because there's rules in the air. And we can't just have people flying about willy-nilly, not registering a flight plan, maybe causing problems. So you can go to Antarctica. But if you go to Antarctica when you said you're going to go somewhere else, then, that's illegal. You're breaking the law.
Free will. Okay? No, you cannot go down there. Why? Why is that, you ask? To save the penguins. To save the bears. That's right. That's why you can't go down there.
There's no bears in Antarctica. Just like there's no penguins in the Arctic. Arctic. Not Arctic, Arctic. I always say that wrong. Antarctica. So, the names Arctic and Antarctica literally mean place with bears, place with no bears. That's what the names of those places mean. Antarctica is literally saying, there's no bears here.
Okay. Well, if you believe that one, once again, I have some swampland in Florida that I'd like to sell you for a reasonable price. Okay. Well, here we are once again. With all this bullshit, and people are when you bring up flat Earth to people, and they start telling you about planets and all this stuff that they manage to see these things in the telescope, and that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. But the problem is wonderful. You don't know what a planet looks like. I don't know what a planet looks like because I've never seen one.
Yeah, we do. They're big round balls, rocks in space. I've seen one when I've looked through a telescope.
I've seen something through a telescope that resembles partially what a planet should look like, but that's a light in the sky. That's all that.
But what when you zoom in? Let's look at amateur pics of planets. Look at these. Oh no, wrong one. Look at all this. None of these are like government. This is all amateur astronomers' pictures, like this one. Look at these amateur astronomers, just with telescopes you can buy. Saturn and Jupiter. Mars. Look, a bunch of planets lined up together. These are all pictures taken by amateur astronomers.
That is. And that's the same for you. You've never seen a star, so you have no comparison. You have nothing to compare it to.
I've seen the sun. It's a star.
All you see is this circular, yellow thing in the sky that you call a star, that you call something that's 93 million miles away, okay? That you think it's in space. Because you've been told that. All right? You have been told that. So nobody knows what anything should look like. At all. The only thing we know, and many other things, okay, is that we live on a flat land. We're covered with something. Something's containing our gases. A dome of some sort, if you wish to call that. A stadium, perhaps. Who knows how big this thing is?
What is containing our gases is gravity. Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity. Gravity! Just waiting for Dick Wayne to join.
Who knows how tall it is? You know, that GoPro rocket that they shot up there, there could be another barrier with the dome itself. There could be some other barrier also preventing any rockets from getting through. But then you go back to the Elon Musk thing, when he had that thing hovering on the dome to show us that obviously there's water up there, because it looked exactly like what it would look like on a boat in an ocean, and there it is in the sky, as big as anybody can see. But
you mean the separation and booster of the rocket? That looks nothing like water. Astronomy says she's had you trained for a while. Yes, Emma has had me trained for a while.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what exactly and where it is and where it starts and how far it is, I mean, how big it is, what the length of it is. We don't know these things, but we do know one thing, is that we do not live on a spinning wet ball. We do not live in space traveling at millions of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles per hour and going around the sun.
Cece, you can't even record a video without having like 2 billion glitches in it, apparently. And you think you know the nature of the universe? Dude, you're not smart. You need to realize this. You never will be smart. You're a fucking idiot, and you need to sort your life out. The Canadian Space Advocate says, here is a picture I took myself with a 14-inch telescope of galaxy NGC 891. Wow, that's pretty fucking impressive. That's billions of stars there.
And following it, corkscrewing through space and all this shit. We're not doing any of that. Okay? When people fight it, they don't know because they've never witnessed it. You're not witnessing anything but just feeling like you're not moving at all. That's it. That's all. They might want to give you examples of why you're not moving. They might.
No, right, it's so simple, right? We evolved on this planet. Oh, Dick's here. Hello, Dick.
Hello.
Hello. Right, just give me 1 second. Right, guys, if Dick Wayne's here, I'm going to quickly stop this stream and start the next one. Stay in the chat, and you'll be automatically redirected over to the next stream. I've set up the redirect properly this time, so bear with me 2 seconds, and we'll just get started on the next stream. Remember, stupidity's not a right. Fight the flat earth.